Chapter 1. The Transmission Tower. The setting sun leans against the mountains. Nan City Number 7 High School, Class 3-2. Su Ran stared blankly at the sky outside the window. The bizarre red clouds always made him feel a bit uneasy, but looking at his classmates around him, they seemed to have long since gotten used to it. Whoosh. A piece of chalk flew from the podium, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. It grazed Su Ran's cheek and hit the wall. The original clamor in the classroom quieted down. The chalk embedded itself in the wall, creating fine cracks around it. Seeing this scene, Su Ran swallowed hard, and whispers of discussion arose around him. Truly impressive, old Yao. With that kind of explosive power at the Xian level, even a piece of chalk can feel like a bullet. If that hit someone on the head, ugh. Come on, old Yao is just trying to scare us. Does he really dare to take action? The plump middle-aged man on the podium glanced at Su Ran, then continued tapping the blackboard as he spoke. Before the graduation assessment, we need to conduct a spiritual power test, which is crucial for your future admission into spiritual science universities. Put it simply, this is a turning point in your lives. Even if some of you don't take it seriously, you better listen to me. He was being indirect. Several mocking glances gathered towards Su Ran. He quickly shifted his gaze to the blackboard, pretending to be serious. He couldn't be blamed for spacing out. Damn, he really couldn't understand. He could grasp every word they said, but when strung together, he was completely lost. This was already the 7th day since he had crossed over. His appearance hadn't changed. His name hadn't changed. The environment seemed unchanged as well, but there was an inexplicable memory added in his mind. 50 years ago, in 2012, scattered occurrences of undead creatures appeared worldwide. There were even bizarre cases of humans mastering supernatural abilities. Then, a dark red meteor fell over the Pacific Ocean. Since then, creatures in the depths of the Pacific began to undergo massive mutations. The International Federation urgently established an investigation team and decided to classify this as a top secret, not to be made public. But as time passed, the number of mutated creatures increased, and even humans began to mutate. After a global pandemic swept through, more and more mutants appeared among humans, possessing superhuman abilities and powers, until an army composed of undead creatures destroyed a small country. Only then could the situation no longer be hidden. Thus, the world entered the era of supernatural beings. Of course, if you really can't get into spiritual science, choosing arts or sciences isn't bad either. After all, even if you awaken supernatural powers, there's still a difference compared to true supernatural beings. Yao Jun cast a meaningful glance at Su Ran. After speaking, he touched his rather regrettable hair and sighed quietly. A few low laughs arose around them. After all, as the top spiritual science class in the entire grade, who here wasn't already half a foot into a spiritual science university? Only Su Ran was the odd one out, clearly having awakened a grade A high-level supernatural ability, Black Flame, which had even alarmed the country's higher-ups at the time. Yet after 3 years, he couldn't even break through to Yellow Level 2. After all this, it turned out he was just a waste. Only old Yao still holds hope for him. I heard the school has suggested several times to assign him to a regular class, but old Yao has pushed it back every time. After class, a few students were discussing from a distance. One tall youth scoffed, glancing over intentionally or unintentionally. Who knows? Maybe he was born from old Yao messing around behind everyone's back, right? Laughter erupted from the back. Su Ran felt a surge of anger, but before he could speak, a pretty figure stood up. Zhao Wenxiang, clean up your mouth. Oh, Yin Fong, when did you become his lover? We've been in the same class for 3 years, and I didn't even know you two were involved. Zhao Wenxiang made an exaggerated expression. You. Yin Fong's face turned red with anger. Seeing this, Su Ran quickly stopped her. Forget it, class monitor. Su Ran. Yin Fong was even angrier now. She turned to look at him. Can't you have a bit of backbone? The more you stay silent, the more they bully you. She truly couldn't stand it anymore. Su Ran shrugged and smiled. What I mean is, there will always be dogs that like to bark in this situation. We can only keep the leash tight. Are you expecting me to bark back? Yin Fong was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing. Changge, this guy just called you a dog. Get lost. I don't have ears. Zhao Wenxiang cursed as he turned, his face darkening as he approached. Say that again if you dare. His hands had already begun to gather spiritual energy. This was a sign he was about to strike. Yellow Level 4. 3 levels above Su Ran. Su Ran stood up as well. Scared? Scared of what? What? You have this kind of hobby? Fine, call me daddy, and I'll satisfy your request. The surroundings went silent. When did Su Ran become so bold? Wasn't that just asking for a beating? What the hell? Zhao Wenxiang's face turned green with anger, and his fist began to harden like rock as he swung towards Su Ran's face. Su Ran snapped his fingers, and black flames instantly swirled around his fingertips. But just as the little flames rose, they were extinguished by the force of Zhao Wenxiang's punch. Then his face was hit squarely by the punch. The blow left his head buzzing, and his vision became a bit blurry, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. At that moment, ding! Correct activation method. The transmission tower begins to activate. Activation successful. Do you wish to enter? A cold voice suddenly echoed in his mind. A system finally appeared. Correct activation method? So I'd take a punch to activate it. Huh. Chapter 2. The Martial and Literary Emperor. Please stop hitting. If you hit again, it'll go tell the teacher. Class monitor Yin Fong quickly intervened from the side. Although it was just yellow level, if it really escalated, it could lead to serious injuries. Zhao Wenxiang was about to throw another punch, but upon hearing this, he could only angrily withdraw his hand. Fine. You better not run after school. Let's see if I won't take you down. The dog is barking again. Damn it. Zhao Wenxiang's previously suppressed anger flared up again. But at that moment, the class bell rang, and he glared at Su Ran fiercely before turning to return to his seat. The dog is tucking its tail and running. Zhao Wenxiang really couldn't take it anymore. But at this moment, the teacher had already entered the classroom, so he could only grit his teeth and give up. Su Ran wore a smug smile on his face. He extended a finger toward Zhao Wenxiang and bent it sharply, without saying a word. But Zhao Wenxiang's face turned pale. He seemed to hear a voice full of provocation. Come at me. Zhao Wenxiang, why aren't you returning to your seat? Class has already started. The teacher walked up to the podium and scolded him. Zhao Wenxiang's face turned red with anger, and he shot Su Ran a cold glare. The meaning was clear. Wait until after school. Su Ran was unhappy he had a system now. So come at me if you dare. Who am I afraid of now? If you don't come, did I take that punch for nothing? System, give me a 10 consecutive draws or a beginner's gift pack. Hurry up. Su Ran silently shouted in his heart. Wasn't Zhao Wenxiang going to deal with him after school? Just wait until I get stronger. Let's see if I won't slap the faces of you little punks later. Ding. No rewards. Do you wish to enter the transmission tower? No rewards? Su Ran's expression turned a bit strange. Is there a sign-in or something? Do I need to complete a beginner's task or something? Ding. No. Do you want to enter the inheritance tower? What the hell? I just made a strong statement, and you're telling me there's no reward. No reward? Aren't I going to get beaten up after school? Am I going to get slapped in the face? Su Ran fell silent. He remembered there was a hole in the school wall he could run out from there, and he shouldn't be blocked, right? Enter. Forget it. Let's see what this inheritance tower is all about first. As soon as he finished speaking, a blinding white light suddenly surged in front of him. When he could see clearly again, Su Ran seemed to be trapped in a void space. The dark environment was filled with a mesmerizing, dazzling purplured light above, constantly changing, while below him, it seemed like an abyss, unreachable. Only ahead stood a magnificent, ancient 7-story tower, with countless iron chains extending around, connecting to the surrounding abyss. 7 stories? But it seemed he could only enter the first floor now. Boom! The tower trembled slightly, and then the heavy door slowly opened. Have I crossed over again? Su Ran was a bit confused, but as soon as he entered the tower, he was immediately shocked by the sight in front of him. It looked small on the outside, but inside it was a different world. This was the entrance to a resplendent hall. Glazed golden tiles, double-leaved roofs. 12 intricately carved golden dragon columns stood tall. In the center stood a vermilion lacquered and gilded plaque. It bore 3 powerful and vigorous characters. Tai Chi Hall. The vast hall of over 10,000 square meters appeared empty, and just as Su Ran felt puzzled, his gaze suddenly fell on the figure above the throne. Little kid, are you the heir? A dignified voice echoed throughout the hall. When Su Ran saw the person clearly, his pupils instantly contracted. He felt as if his brain had exploded. The person had a majestic beard and an imposing appearance, with exaggerated sideburns. A dragon and phoenix figure, the embodiment of the sun and sky. Su Ran had seen his portrait in history books, and his heart couldn't help but race. Dan Taizong, Li Shimen. Yes. Su Ran replied calmly. After all, he was just a high school student, and maintaining rationality at this moment was already impressive. The great Khan of Heaven, the Emperor of Culture and Military, actually appeared right in front of him. If it were someone else, they would have been scared silly by now. Well, not bad. Do you know why you came here? I don't know. Su Ran's heart trembled wildly. The first floor is the Khan of Heaven. What about the second floor, the third floor? What about the seventh floor? Class was still in session. The teacher on stage noticed Su Ran slumped over his desk and thought he was dozing off, but just shook his head and ignored him. After all, not everyone cared about him like the class teacher, Yao Jun. A rotten wood cannot be carved. After a while, Su Ran finally understood what this inheritance tower was all about. In short, it was 4 words: imperial inheritance. Thinking of this, Su Ran took a deep breath. There are now dozens of types of abilities appearing in the world. The Xia country has categorized them into 10 groups according to the heavenly stems, each further divided into 12 according to the earthly branches. The higher the rank, the stronger the ability. This is also why Su Ran's awakening of an 11 ability caused a stir among the higher-ups. Although it was just the last level, such a high sequence is rare nationwide. And the abilities ranked in the top 9 of Group A all share the same title: Imperial Inheritance, because these abilities all come from legendary emperors in Western epics, such as King Arthur, Ashoka, even Peter the Great, and Julius Caesar. As for the inheritance of Chinese emperors, none have appeared to this day. Some say that this land of China has lost the protection of its ancestors. Now Su Ran could rightfully slap their faces. What should I do? Su Ran was already a bit impatient. Just walk over to me. When you reach in front of me, you will gain all my inheritance. So simple. Su Ran's mouth curved into a smile. Without a second thought, he took a step forward, but as soon as he landed, an incredibly heavy pressure suddenly rushed towards him. It felt like carrying a giant rock, unable to move an inch. Su Ran stumbled, gritted his teeth to steady himself, and took a few more steps forward. Thud! Then he knelt on one knee. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move forward. Su Ran's smile froze. He cracked. There was still 100 steps of distance. The further he went, the greater the pressure. Who could walk past this? You took 7 steps, which is much better than I expected. The dignified figure nodded in satisfaction, then waved his yellow robe. Then consider these as a meeting gift. Remember, only when you are qualified to stand by my side can you reach higher levels. Several light orbs shot into Su Ran's mind. He felt the sound in the hall growing fainter and more ethereal. Hey, Su Ran, it's after school and you're still sleeping. Someone shook him awake. This moment, the students in the class were preparing to pack their bags to go home. There's no homework today, great. Tomorrow is the spiritual power test, and there's a hammer assignment. We need to conserve our energy. I'm going back. First, Wang Lihong has new gossip today. I haven't had a bite yet. Don't look anymore. I'll summarize for you. No longer daring to argue, begging not to be hammered. Weren't you saying yesterday that you were living in fear and threats? Ding. Congratulations. Spiritual power intensity has been raised to yellow level 10. Ding. Congratulations. Obtained haircut and washing X1. Ding. Congratulations. Obtained combat puppet mysterious level X1. 3 system prompts sounded. Su Ran stood frozen in place. Chapter 3. Corpse Demon. At this moment, Su Ran was completely bewildered. He guessed that the 3 rewards given by Li Shimin must be extraordinary, but he never expected them to be this outrageous. The spiritual power realm has a total of 8 levels, summarized in 8 words: emperors and generals, heaven and earth. Each realm is further divided into 10 levels of intensity. Of course, this is the terminology used in China. It seems that abroad they use A, B, C, E, D, or something like that, which sounds quite inferior. Generally speaking, as long as students can reach the 3rd level of the yellow stage during their 3 years in high school, they can smoothly enter a spiritual science university. But now, Su Ran had directly broken through to the 10th level of the yellow stage. This was a level that ordinary people might not reach even after 10 years of hard practice. Bang! Just as Su Ran was about to ponder the other 2 rewards, the classroom door was suddenly kicked open, and Zhao Wenxiang, along with 2 lackeys, stormed in with a fierce look. I was wondering why I couldn't find you at the school gate. Turns out you've been hiding in the classroom, too scared to come out. He spat angrily on the ground. There were still a few students in the class, but they were so frightened that they dared not speak and quickly grabbed their backpacks to leave. It was easy to imagine that by the time they returned to school tomorrow, Su Ran would probably be in the hospital. "Oh, aren't you three going to walk your dogs?" Su Ran said with a mocking smile. Zhao Wenxiang was taken aback at first, but once he realized what was happening, he was filled with rage and humiliation. "Damn, kill him for me. I'll take the blame if anything happens." "Got it, Brother Chong." The two lackeys grinned as they stretched their muscles and approached menacingly. Zhao Wenxiang's father was a school board member. If something really happened, it could be settled with just a few words. So they could indeed beat Su Ran to death. But Su Ran was not afraid at all. Instead, he welcomed them with a cold smile. Seeing this, the other two laughed, thinking this kid was not even running away, but coming over to die. Slap! Slap! Just as they were about to mock him, two heavy slaps landed on their faces. "What are you grinning about? Look at your smug faces," Su Ran said with disdain. The two were stunned, their heads buzzing, and they spun around in place, unable to react at all. Not to mention them. Even Zhao Wenxiang found it hard to believe. These two were only 2 levels lower than Su Ran, yet they should have been more than enough to handle him. How could they be slapped back twice? Slap! Another slap. This time it landed on Zhao Wenxiang's face. "What are you standing there dazed for? This slap is for you," Su Ran said with a sneer. This slap sent Zhao Wenxiang flying backward, crashing into several desks, and he lay there for a long time without getting up. He spat out a mouthful of blood and a few of his molars, his face filled with shock and anger. How could this happen? Su Ran only has 1 level of spiritual power, right? I'm 3 levels higher than him. How could I not withstand a single slap? Dazed, slapped in the face? No way, no way, how could I not win? Su Ran spoke out the very thoughts in Zhao Wenxiang's mind. Zhao Wenxiang was even more furious. This was a lethal blow to his pride. He was completely enraged. "I'll kill you." However, just as he was about to get up in a fit of rage, another heavy slap came down, slamming him back to the ground like a dead dog. With Su Ran's current 10th level of spiritual power, slapping Zhao Wenxiang was practically child's play. Still not realizing the situation? "I'm just giving you a couple of slaps today to teach you a lesson. If you cause trouble again in the future," Su Ran said, raising his hand again. Zhao Wenxiang instinctively shrank his neck in fear. He was filled with doubt. So fast. I didn't even see how Su Ran attacked just now. It felt like my eyes blurred and I got slapped. Such terrifying speed. Is this really level 1 of the yellow stage? What is going on? After giving 2 slaps, Su Ran felt much better, but just as he was about to leave, suddenly, a terrible smell wafted over. It smelled like a rat that had died in a gutter and had rotted under the sun. It was utterly nauseating. Is someone brewing shit at school? Su Ran couldn't help but curse, covering his mouth and nose, his brow furrowing. Whoosh! A strange sound suddenly came from outside the window. A sense of danger surged through Su Ran's mind, and without thinking, he rolled to the side. At the same time, a massive black figure charged in, accompanied by a stench of blood. Su Ran barely dodged it. However, Zhao Wenxiang, who was lying on the ground, was not so lucky. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the empty classroom building. The 2 lackeys were so scared that their legs turned to jelly, and yellow liquid dripped from their pants. Su Ran's face also changed, and his pupils contracted sharply. It was a towering humanoid creature nearly 2 meters tall. To say it was humanoid was not entirely accurate, as its long limbs resembled 2 bamboo poles, with sharp claws all over its hands. Its pitch black, writhing skin and the blood red, oozing mouth exuded a foul stench. Zhao Wenxiang's struggles grew weaker, and his voice gradually faded. A bloody hole had been ripped open in his abdomen. The creature was using its sharp claws to grab his intestines, devouring the bloody organs. Tear chew. Su Ran felt his stomach churn, nearly vomiting. Corpse. Corpse demon? The 2 lackeys trembled all over, their faces devoid of color. This was a corpse demon. There were pictures in the textbooks, but why did it look different from what was in the book? A mysterious level, undead creature. How could such a being appear in school? You. Su Ran was about to speak, but the 2 lackeys turned and fled, screaming in terror as they ran. Damn, 2 useless fools. And I was counting on them for help. It wasn't that Su Ran didn't want to run. Rather, he clearly remembered what the textbook said. Corpse demons enjoy eating entrails, are agile, and excel at stealth and hunting. Run? Did those two idiots think they could escape? With a resolve, Shu Ran began to channel the spiritual power within him as the corpse demon continued to feast. Moments later, a fierce black flame erupted. The fire was icy yet emitted intense heat. In an instant, the classroom windows began to melt. Boom! The vast classroom was instantly engulfed in black flames, and countless black smoke billowed out of the windows. The unfortunate corpse demon was turned to ashes in an instant. What the hell? Is this my black flame? Recalling how he had only managed to create a small flame before, Shu Ran wondered if he could really produce such a commotion. As the flames gradually subsided, Shu Ran was unharmed, but his clothes were in tatters. It seemed he would have to learn to control it better. Oh no, he muttered to himself, suddenly widening his eyes. The classroom had turned completely charred, with all the desks and chairs burned to nothing, the walls cracked, with still glowing embers in the crevices. This is bad. I'm going to have to pay for this. But it wasn't over yet. Suddenly, he noticed slight writhing in the pile of ashes. Shu Ran's face turned completely bitter. No way. It's still not dead? Come on. I just lit a small flame. You can't possibly be this angry, can you? Can't you just let me off? Chapter 4. Mysterious Level Combat Puppet Nightfalls. On Qingyuan Road, in an alley separated from the 7th middle school by a street block. Captain, we've cleared them out, but it seems one got away. A man in a black combat uniform took off his mask, revealing a stern face. As he spoke, several others in similar attire emerged from the alley in succession. Damn it, this is the 11th death incident this month. How many corpses did that transport truck let loose? These corpses are empty, which means there are other corpses active in the city. If we don't clear them out soon, we're going to have a city-wide blue alert. Those guys are truly vicious, hiding things inside the corpses. What a disgusting method. I can't believe they thought of it. The group was discussing animatedly. Leaning against the wall at the alley's entrance was a woman with a graceful figure, her lower face obscured by a mask, revealing only her cold eyes. Search the surroundings. Her voice was cold, without any unnecessary words. Captain, we've searched thoroughly. The man forced a smile. Search again. The woman's expression remained unchanged. Suddenly, a subtle flash of black fire flickered in the distance, and everyone's expressions changed as they looked over. Black Flame, the high-level ability ranked in Group A. Everyone instantly recognized this ability. There's a Black Flame Awakener in South City? The woman's eyes showed undeniable shock. I don't know, I just got transferred here. I think there is, but I remember it's a yellow level 1 student. Someone hesitantly spoke up. Yellow level 1? You can see it from a street away. And that's a yellow level 1? Let's go take a look. Yes. Shu Ran looked at the charred classroom, his mouth twitching continuously. I hope I won't be expelled for this. What made him speechless was what happened next. He heard an angry roar, and the corpse was emitting white smoke. Although its skin was burned, it was clearly not dead yet. It was now angrily lunging towards Shu Ran. This is a corpse? This is a freaking cockroach. Shu Ran cursed inwardly and quickly dodged to the side. However, the corpse was extremely fast. A foul wind whooshed past, and his arm was instantly slashed open, blood gushing out immediately. Shu Ran gasped in pain. How can it not be dead from such a big fire? What should I do now? He heard that corpses don't eat corpses. Is it too late to play dead now? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the massive body lunged at him again, and Shu Ran could only do his utmost to dodge to the side. This time, the claws nearly grazed his eyes. If it had been a bit more off, even if his head wasn't crushed, his eyes would probably be blinded. Yet even so, the fierce foul wind still made his eyes hurt. Tears instantly blurred his vision, and he could hardly open them for a while. I'm done for. I can't just die like this, right? Suddenly, Shu Ran thought of the combat puppet rewarded by the system. Right? Isn't that puppet a mysterious level 1? At this moment, he could only treat it as a last resort. With a thought, he felt a blurred figure appear beside him. Kill it. Guzzi. Shu Ran immediately commanded. Then he crouched down and rubbed his eyes. Damn, it really hurts. The sounds of fighting and roaring echoed in his ears. Shu Ran had no idea how the battle was going. By the time he felt he could barely open his eyes, the fighting had already stopped. Wang Defa. It's over already? Shu Ran hurriedly looked over. He was stunned at the sight. The once fierce corpse was now lying on the ground, its long arms torn off, and its head smashed to bits. Lying there, it was dead with no chance of revival. Did we win just like that? My black flame didn't even kill it. Yet this puppet finished it off in 2 or 3 moves. Am I a waste? Shu Ran's eyes widened as he looked at the tall figure in a cloak beside him. He slowly walked over to inspect it. Wow, so cool. Truly worthy of a mysterious level puppet. Looks just like a real person. Made of silicone. TSK, TSK, TSK. The feel. Too bad it's a male. What a pity. Shu Ran regretfully retracted his gaze. It seemed this puppet's combat power was even more formidable than he had imagined. Not just formidable, with such a puppet. Wouldn't I walk all over anyone below mysterious level? His gaze fell on the corpse of the creature. He had heard that mutated beings contain spirit cores, and mysterious level spirit cores are worth a lot. With a determined heart, he steeled himself and crouched down. After a while, suppressing his nausea and disgust, he searched through the stinking corpse and then ran to the side to vomit heavily. Ugh! Shu Ran glanced at the bead in his hand, still smeared with some foul substance, and then vomited again. Really disgusting. This spirit core looks so strange, but whatever. He tore a piece of cloth from his clothes, wiped the bead in his hands, and then hurried out of the school. Run fast. He didn't want to get into any trouble. Otherwise, if he stirred up such a huge mess, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. As for Zhao Wenxiang, Shu Ran suddenly stopped, turned back, and observed a moment of silence for 3 seconds. Brother, I'll burn paper for you. Not long after Shu Ran left, the security guards left behind at the school finally arrived late. Almost no time passed before 4 or 5 figures in combat uniforms came over. Everyone's expressions changed upon seeing the scene before them. The old security guard turned pale. The woman glanced around, her gaze growing colder. This scene is in such a state of destruction. Is this a yellow level one? Captain, this doesn't seem to be a corpse. It's a variant black corpse. One person covered his mouth and nose as he stepped forward to inspect, then immediately said, Black corpse? Even one of them wouldn't necessarily be able to kill it. The woman frowned. Check if there's anything inside. The black corpse had been eviscerated, and it was clear someone had searched inside. After a moment, the person pulled out a red, crystal-like object from a pile of flesh. The spirit core was still there, but there was nothing we needed inside. Upon hearing this, everyone present felt their hearts sink. Since someone specifically dissected the corpse for items, how could they possibly leave empty-handed? The spirit core was still there, which only meant one thing. The items had already been taken. Is there any surveillance footage? There was a power outage this afternoon. What a coincidence. The old man said with an awkward smile. The woman's expression turned even colder as she looked at her team. I remember you said there's a student at this school whose ability is Black Flame, right? Yes, but the team member hesitated to speak. You mean Shu Ran? I've heard of that kid. But he has not cut out for the spiritual science major. He has only a yellow level 1 now. It's impossible for him to have done this. The old man shook his head vigorously. Yes, Captain. And besides, this is a variant black corpse. How could a middle school student kill it? Then how do you explain this? The woman pointed to the charred wall. Everyone fell silent. Indeed, let alone in China, even globally, those who possess Black Flame are few and far between. What a coincidence. 2 appeared in the same city. I don't care if it's possible or not. The woman's tone was icy. Find him and ask clearly. Don't you know how dangerous the things in his hands are? Make sure to get the items back before those people find him. This is also for his life. Chapter 5 Childhood Sweethearts. Shu Ran's home was just a few blocks away from the school. His family was from the countryside, and this was a rented apartment. An old 2 building, a simple 2-bedroom unit. Got attention again? As soon as he entered, a middle-aged man on the sofa asked without looking up, holding a TV remote in his hand. Yeah, Shu Ran replied. The man had a buzz cut and a square face, always wearing that sour expression. And his clothes were old styles from years ago, almost identical to his previous life. Su Hai's gaze fell on the man's tattered clothing, and he immediately frowned. Got into another fight? I send you to school, not to mess around. Can't you learn from your sister and save me some trouble? Shu Ran had a lot to say, but swallowed it back. Got it. You know nothing. What time is it? The food is cold. If you come back later, you can drink the dishwater. Su Ran was already feeling frustrated, so he chose to remain silent. He went straight to his room and shut the door behind him. Really, he didn't know when it started, but the two of them could no longer communicate properly. Su Hai stopped talking, as his peripheral vision caught sight of the beads in Su Ran's hand, and he suddenly seemed to recall something, his brows furrowing tightly. After a moment, he muttered, "You little brat, you've gotten better at causing trouble, haven't you? Now I have to clean up after you again." Although he was scolding, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Su Ran locked himself in his room, and on his desk was a basin covering a meal. When he opened it, the aroma of the food wafted out. His heart warmed, and he suddenly felt a bit regretful. He should have communicated properly earlier. But thinking of how his dad would start scolding at the slightest provocation, he could only sigh and let it go. Forget it. I'll talk about it later. After quickly finishing his meal, Su Ran sat cross-legged on his bed. He needed to practice. After all, he still hadn't figured out the reward for washing the marrow and cutting the hair given by the system. Cultivating supernatural abilities wasn't as mystical as novels depicted. In simple terms, it boiled down to two words: hold your breath. Then he tried to use his mental energy to drive the spiritual energy within him, cycling the spiritual energy in his body while replacing breathing with it. The longer he could hold on, the better the cultivation effect. The spiritual energy particles in the air silently entered his body and began to circulate within him. This process consumed a lot of mental energy. In the past, Su Ran couldn't last 5 minutes and couldn't complete even one cycle. This was also the reason his strength had stagnated. But this time was different. Su Ran immersed himself, discovering that his mental energy smoothly drove the spiritual energy without any blockage. The entire process was incredibly smooth. The spiritual energy flowed throughout his body, and his physique slowly strengthened. He didn't know how long it had been. Bang, bang. Still sleeping? What time is it? Everyone's waiting for you at the door. Su Hai knocked loudly on the door. Su Ran suddenly woke up. The outside was already bright. It was 8 in the morning. Had he cultivated all night? An unprecedented joy surged in his heart. Ordinary people could only cultivate for an hour at most before needing a long time to recover their mental energy. But he had cultivated for a whole night, and he only felt slightly tired. He estimated that a short nap would leave him full of energy. Although the spiritual energy hadn't increased much after just one night, for Su Ran, who had stagnated for 3 years, it was like a long-awaited rain after a drought. Excitedly, he opened the door and directly hugged Su Hai. "Dad, enough. Stop with the useless stuff. At most $10. Take it or leave it." Su Hai disdainfully pushed him away. Before Su Ran could react, a bag and a bill were shoved into his hands, and then he was pushed out of the room. Bang! The door closed. Su Ran was left outside, looking bewildered. "Good morning." A clear and pleasant voice sounded beside him. Su Ran turned to see a pure and adorable girl. She had short hair that reached her ears, a white shirt tucked into a gray knee-length pleated skirt, and slender, straight legs with sandals exposing her pink toes. Gukur, Su Ran's childhood sweetheart. They were from the same hometown and now attended the same school. However, she was the top student and class monitor. She was also the school beauty. Every morning, Gukur would wait for him to go to school together, and Su Ran had gotten used to it. "Here, milk and eggs." Gukur handed him a breakfast. Su Ran naturally took it, but after a couple of sips, he noticed it tasted a bit different than usual. He suspiciously shifted his gaze to her chest area. "Hey, what are you thinking?" Gukur's face turned bright red, biting her lip. "This is fresh milk, specially delivered from the farm." "I know it's fresh milk. I just don't know if it's from the farm," Su Ran said with a sly smile. "You jerk. Ow, that hurts. Stop pinching." When they arrived at school, they each returned to their classes. However, the entrance to Class 2 was quite lively, surrounded by a crowd, but no one was going in. "What the hell? Did the class catch fire last night? My study materials are all inside. Those were rare editions. Oh heavens, do study materials really matter that much? Really? Bro, come over and lend me a few words. Borrow my ass. Everything's burned." Su Ran whistled, observing with a detached demeanor, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Wow, how did it catch fire? Who was so careless? He was pretending to be clueless. No matter how well he pretended, he still couldn't escape being called to the disciplinary office. After the spiritual energy test, come to the principal's office. Okay. Su Ran was unfazed. He had already thought of his excuses and would handle it with ease when the time came. The spiritual energy test was very simple. Everyone would be assigned to a testing device where they would release their spiritual energy, and the results would be displayed on the terminal. Class 2's classroom was no longer usable, so they could only temporarily squeeze into Class 1. Su Ran, sit here. Gu Kur excitedly patted the spot next to her, drawing envious glances from those around. Su Ran, if you really can't pass, it doesn't matter. You're so good looking. I've heard that the rich ladies in the West District love your type. If it really doesn't work out, I'll just eat soft rice with tears. The speaker was a sturdy young man who had awakened the beast transformation ability and was in the top 5 groups with a high-level ranking. His strength was at the yellow level, 5th rank, very strong. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd burst into laughter. They all knew Su Ran's name, just a joke to them. Zohu, it doesn't matter how jealous you are. After all, if I were as ugly as you, I'd have slit my throat by now. You're the only one still laughing. Zohu's expression changed, and he stood up abruptly. Just then, old Yao walked in, accompanied by the class teacher from Class 1. All right, everyone quiet down. The spiritual energy test will start soon. Chapter 6, Spiritual Power Test 998. Xiao Haoyu, what do you want to do? The homeroom teacher of Class 1 is a middle-aged woman with glasses named Sun Zhongying, nicknamed Extinction Master. Extinction Master? So you guys really don't have any other names, do you? Just by hearing the title, one can tell that she is definitely not an easy person to deal with. So even Zhou Hu, upon seeing her cold and stern gaze, could only resentfully glare at Su Ran and return to his seat. The spiritual power test is about to begin. Why is it a spiritual power test instead of a realm test? After all, they're just a bunch of middle school students, right? Are we expecting them to reach the Xian level? This spiritual power test is not only a baseline assessment for the school, but also related to the upcoming graduation assessment, so everyone is taking it seriously. Due to limited testing devices, they can only test in batches. After the first batch is completed, a list of names and scores quickly appears on the terminal screen. At the top is a student named Nei Duan Ku with a test score of 467. That's a full 100 points higher than the second place. Not bad. Yao Jun smiled, as Nei Duan Ku is a student for Class 2. The boy wore a hint of pride on his face. Countless envious gazes were directed at him. A score of 467 translates to roughly a level 4 strength. According to previous years, this score would definitely secure a spot in a key school. Of course, that is assuming the performance in the subsequent graduation assessment does not drop. As the batches of tests continued, no one surpassed this score until Zohu was called. After taking the spiritual power tester, he first sneered at Su Ran, implying, watch closely, waste, and see what real strength looks like. Then, with a surge of spiritual energy, the lights on the tester began to flicker rapidly. After a strained expression akin to constipation, the high score of 583 finally settled at the top of the list. A wave of gasps erupted around. Level 5, and it seems he won't take long to reach level 6. Zohu is truly impressive. His strength is remarkable. It's no joke. The talent of the 5th sequence Wu Yi Beast transformation is not something to mess with. How many can reach this level in middle school? The class was in awe, but soon, this excitement was suppressed, because the next name called was Gu Kur. Go for it, Kur. What do you think Gu Kur will score? Kur is the best, always my goddess. At this point, not only Class 1, but even Class 2 was buzzing with excitement, most of them being boys. Hearing phrases like I love you, goddess, Sun Zhongying's face darkened entirely. These students clearly were a bit too carefree with graduation approaching. But when her gaze landed on Gu Kur, even she, usually stern, couldn't help but soften her expression. Gu Kur was always smiling. After taking the tester, her hands immediately began to radiate shimmering white light, showing no signs of strain on her face. In stark contrast, the terminal displayed a terrifying number, 762. Wow, level 7. This is the talent of the 3rd sequence being Z, truly the top genius of our school. So envious. With Kur's qualifications, even if she enters a spiritual science university, she will likely be a key focus of attention. After Gu Kur finished her test, the red light on the tester kept flashing, clearly indicating she reached the threshold. After all, most ordinary testers can only measure up to level 5. To accommodate someone like Guker, the school specifically replaced it with a higher quality advanced tester, yet nearly overloaded. Su Ran sat nearby, watching as Guker playfully stuck her tongue out at him, and couldn't help but smirk. From the looks of it, she probably hadn't even exerted herself fully. Normally, it takes about a year for a person to increase one level of spiritual power. The later it gets, the longer it takes. And this girl, reaching level 7 in the yellow stage in just 3 years, is undoubtedly a rare genius. Of course, it's said that there are freaks who break through to the Xian level during middle school. Those can't be called geniuses. They're simply monsters and should be captured for research to contribute to human progress. This girl is indeed impressive. Yao Jun smiled coldly, clearly not pleased. No matter how impressive, she is still from class 1. In contrast, Sun Zhongying was different. Her eyes were nearly squinting with joy, while her expression remained nonchalant. Well, compared to your class, it's still far off. Class 2 still has a first sequence Jahai Black Flame. After all, my student is far behind in talent. Yao Jun gritted his teeth in anger. Looking back at his student Su Ran, he saw him flirting with the class beauty. You better do well later. Don't worry. I definitely will. Useless thing. Yao Jun's face darkened, his chalk clenched tightly in hand, but ultimately, he didn't throw it out in front of the other class. At that moment, Su Ran's name was called. All eyes turned to him. Especially seeing him still flirting with their class flower, everyone was filled with jealousy. Teacher, do we really need to test Su Ran? This genius's test scores are usually stable, right? Definitely an integer. Zohu sneered loudly. 100? Ha ha ha. At least get a decimal after 3 years. Forgive me for not being kind and laughing. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter. Looking at Yao Jun's dark expression, Sun Zhongying felt pleased internally, but still had to maintain her facade. All right, no laughing during the test. Don't listen to them. You can do it. Gu Kuer cheered for Su Ran from his side. Su Ran just smiled slightly, not saying a word. When showing off, one must remain silent. Otherwise, it might leak the aura. He took the tester and immediately began to gather spiritual energy, the light radiating from his hands, even extending to his forearms. The tester in his hands flashed crazily with red light. The alarm began, sounding repeatedly. But Su Ran ignored it, continuing to release his spiritual power. Finally, with a whoosh, black smoke emitted from the tester, rendering it useless. On the terminal, a number was rapidly jumping, the rank continuously climbing. It finally settled firmly in the first place, followed by a jaw-dropping number, 998. The commotion in the class quieted down. Silence reigned. Zohu's mocking words were on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't utter them, just making a sound like a duck caught by the throat. Including the 2 homeroom teachers, everyone stared wide-eyed. They looked at the ranking displayed on the terminal. Is this Su Ran? Are you sure he isn't cheating? Chapter 7, Am I Not Biologically Related? Can you believe he just destroyed the spirit power tester? I refuse to accept this. Zohu suddenly stood up, his face flushed. This guy must have used some means to cheat. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The others also came back to their senses. Exactly. Who in the entire 7th height doesn't he know that Su Ran is a waste? He has been at level 1 for 3 years. How did he suddenly jump to level 9? Even if he took drugs every day, it wouldn't be possible to be that fast. Others also had looks of indignation. After all, this ranking is crucial. No one can tolerate a waste ranking above them. Su Ran was immediately anxious. You're only at level 9. Your whole family is at level 9. I'm at level 10, all right. He was also puzzled. How could this broken tester be of such poor quality? He clearly has level 10 spirit power, yet it only showed 998 before breaking down. At this moment, Sun Zhongying also reacted, glancing at the numbers on the terminal. Her shock was beyond words. Cheating? These are special testing devices for exams. No one can tamper with them. If this is real, then Nansheng has produced a monster-level genius. After pondering for a moment, she found a reasonable explanation. It should be that the tester malfunctioned. But how should this score be recorded? At this time, Yao Jun laughed. He first glanced at Su Ran, then quickly said, What do you mean how to fill out? Just fill in what it shows. It can't be fake. Anyone can see that old Yao clearly doesn't want to test again. Sun Zhongying wanted to say something, but he waved his hand. All right, there are other students waiting. Let us continue testing. He directly forced a page turn. Even if the class was indignant, they could only proceed. Su Ran also received Old Yao's glance. It seemed that after the test, he would be asked to go to the office. You actually reached level 9. That's amazing. Gukuer's pretty face was full of surprise, but then she pinched Su Ran hard. Su Ran gasped. Be gentler, it hurts. Tell me, when did you break through? And I didn't even know. I was worried about you, thinking about the graduation assessment. Gukuer said, suddenly blushing. Her fair face was covered with a flush, making one unable to resist wanting to pinch it. What's wrong with the graduation assessment? Su Ran had a mischievous smile. Are you afraid we won't be able to go to the same school? Always thinking about me? After all, I'm so handsome, and many girls have crushes on me. Gukuer smiled disappointed. She pinched Su Ran's thigh with her fingers, twisting it hard. So, you must be pretty happy then? Su Ran let out a cry of pain, quickly covering his mouth. But it still attracted quite a few gazes. The two looked like a couple bickering playfully. Even Sun Zhongying couldn't stand it anymore and cleared her throat coldly. Others need not mention. The looks directed at Su Ran were almost murderous. Show off if you want. But do you really have to shove dog food down our throats? Is this something a person can do? Then looking back at their own deskmate, it was either a foot-picking brute or a flower-like beauty. Seeing someone picking their nose while looking at her. What's wrong? Do you have a crush on me? No comparison, no harm. The entire testing process was filled with resentment throughout the classroom. As soon as the test was over, Su Ran was called away by Old Yao. With no one else in the office, Old Yao finally asked sternly, Tell me, what is going on with your spirit power? Su Ran had long known this day would come. How to explain this? I have a system, a protagonist's halo. Do you believe it? The moment he says this, a mental hospital-esque special car would come right away. A while back, I got hit on the head with a rolling pin by my dad. And then my cultivation skyrocketed. I don't know why. It felt like I opened my meridians and then it just happened. Su Ran shrugged, planning to muddle through. Yao Jun listened, half believing, unsure if he should believe it. However, as long as Su Ran didn't really cheat, he breathed a sigh of relief. All right, after school tomorrow. Come to my office. I have something to tell you. What is so mysterious? Su Ran's eyes widened suddenly, thinking of those rumors. No way. This is too sudden. Does my dad know about this? Su Ran's tone became heavier. Your dad? What does your dad have to do with this? Yao Jun was confused. Seeing this, Su Ran nodded. All right, so ruthless. He left Old Yao's office looking worried, thinking about how to deal with this matter. Would his dad not take it well if he found out? What to do? This is a sin. Just as Su Ran was about to return to the classroom, he was stopped by the dean, and he suddenly remembered he needed to go to the principal's office after the test. Why are you only coming now? Hurry up and go in. As soon as Su Ran was brought to the principal's office door, he saw the principal nodding and bowing to someone inside. Then suddenly scolded Xiao Ran. Su Ran was slightly taken aback. Wasn't he the principal looking for him? Then who is that? His heart sank. Someone who could make the principal of 7th High so respectful must be quite the figure. With a nervous heart, Su Ran walked into the office. As soon as he entered, a graceful figure immediately walked over, locked the door with a snap, and then forcibly dragged Su Ran inside. Fear appeared on Su Ran's face. No way. I'm only 17. I'm still a minor. I'm just a kid. What does this woman want to do to me? Su Ran looked over anxiously, while his other hand tightened around his pants. Who are you? Shut up. The woman wore a tight black combat suit that outlined her hot figure. At that moment, she pinned Su Ran to the chair, her cold and fierce gaze peering out from her mask. I'll ask a question, and you'll answer. If you dare to lie, you're Su Ran? The one with the first sequence talent, Black Flame? Yes. What's wrong? Where were you yesterday afternoon at 7 o'clock? The woman questioned coldly, then suddenly frowned. Why are you so defensive? Su Ran tightened his pants. Big sister, I don't even know who you are. How can I not be nervous? The woman nodded, pulling down her mask. Feng Qingxue, captain of the A-class combat team of the Alien Spirit Department. You are suspected of being involved in a smuggling case. Please cooperate. As the mask came off, Su Ran was instantly mesmerized. It was a flawless, exquisite face, like a snow lotus blooming on an icy mountain, cold yet stunningly beautiful. He slowly relaxed his grip on his pants. Actually, he would be of age in just over a month. Some things aren't unacceptable. Come on. Whip me hard. Trample me. Don't pity me just because I'm a delicate flower. Just a moment ago, Su Ran was full of nervousness and unease. But now his gaze was filled with anticipation, a shameless grin on his face. Even Feng Qingxue, even if she were a fool, would know what this guy was thinking. Her expression suddenly turned cold. Do you want to die? Su Ran still wore a shameless smile. It's fine. Even if you kill me, I'll accept my fate. It's not that I don't resist. I'm just too kind-hearted. Feng Qingxue's eyes turned completely icy. Moments later, a scream like that of a slaughtered pig echoed from the principal's office. Chapter 8. Who's the Waste? Outside the principal's office, the corridor echoed with a horrifying scream. Many students' gazes were instantly drawn over. That. The wind is quite strong today, huh? The head of the teaching department smiled wryly at the principal and then turned to look aside. It is quite strong. Did you hear anything? I didn't hear anything. Inside the office, Feng Qingxue crossed her arms and leaned on the desk. Can you be honest now? MHM. At this moment, Su Ran's face was swollen. One eye was already shut, his nose was bleeding, and he had lost 2 front teeth. He looked quite miserable and had calmed down a lot. Name? Su Ran. He answered pitifully. Gender? Suran? Feng Qingxue shot a cold glare at Su Ran, who shivered all over. Male. Last night, at 7 o'clock, a student named Zhao Wenxiang died at school, leaving behind a corpse of an exotic black corpse. Which one did you kill? Su Ran felt a chill in his heart. He gradually became serious. Truly, the people from the Exotic Spirits Bureau are something. Anyone with eyes could tell that Zhao Wenxiang's corpse was the work of a corpse spirit. She said this on purpose to put psychological pressure on him. When he panicked, she could extract something truly useful. Unfortunately, Su Ran was no fool. Confusion appeared on his face. Exotic black corpse? Isn't that an advanced, undead creature? Feng Qingxue's brows gradually furrowed. Su Ran quickly smiled bitterly and explained, Officer, I don't know why you suspect me, but I'm only at the yellow rank. Even an exotic black corpse would be difficult to kill, right? Feng Qingxue remained silent. Her gaze pierced Su Ran's heart like a blade, trying to see his true thoughts. So, Zhao Wenxiang was killed by you? Yellow rank, level 9. Killing a yellow rank level 4 student should be doable. What the heck? Just like that, I'm being accused of murder? If it were an ordinary person, they might truly panic. But Su Ran just shrugged. I did have some conflicts with Zhao Wenxiang, but it doesn't mean I would kill him, right? If you have sufficient evidence, feel free to arrest me. I didn't kill anyone. Evidence? If there's sufficient evidence, why still be here talking nonsense? Su Ran was precisely counting on this. Sure enough, Feng Qingxue's face turned cold again, but there was nothing she could do. After all, Su Ran was only a suspect. You can leave now. At this point, Su Ran was stunned. Leave? Can he really go? So simple. But since she said so, he could only hurry away. This woman was too ruthless, and he dared not linger. Just as Su Ran left, 2 men in uniforms immediately climbed through the office window. Captain, we're just letting this kid go. I feel like he wasn't telling the truth. Feng Qingxue shook her head. Whether he was telling the truth or not is no longer important. Immediately spread the word outside that we've found that batch of smuggled goods. Can this obvious false information fool the Mad Corpse gang? The two were somewhat confused. Even if they could understand that the captain's actions were deliberately creating a smokescreen for the Mad Corpse gang, buying time for their exotic spirits department, it seemed too fake, right? The Mad Corpse gang wouldn't believe it anyway. Feng Qingxue suddenly smiled. The two were first taken aback, then immediately understood her meaning. It's not a smokescreen. It's deliberately making them keep an eye on Su Ran. Feng Qingxue crossed her arms, her smile vanishing. Even if we confiscate this batch of smuggled goods, there will still be the next batch and the one after that. Since that's the case, why not take this opportunity to fish them out? Hiss. The two gasped. Captain, this isn't fishing. This is clearly playing with fire. This might not be good, Captain. Zhang Xiaoshui has specifically made arrangements. If that kid makes even the slightest mistake, he'll come to hold us accountable later. Are you from the Exotic Spirits Department or the Shadow Army? Does the Exotic Spirits Department only listen to Zhang Dongxin? Feng Qingxue's tone turned cold. I dare not. I'll go do it right away. Su Ran, what happened to your teeth? After school, Su Ran walked side by side with Gu Ke, the latter's face full of confusion. It's nothing, just biting a walnut. Although the injuries on his face had been treated in the infirmary, the broken front teeth couldn't grow back, so Su Ran's speech still had some whistling. What walnut is that hard? Guku'er touched it with her delicate little hand, looking suspicious. How to explain this? If he told the truth, he'd probably get pinched to death? It was the walnut Uncle Gu gave my dad last time. Su Ran's eyes darted around nervously. Guku'er couldn't help but chuckle. That walnut is for playing with, are you silly? As if I didn't know. Su Ran was secretly annoyed. Just as he was about to speak, he was mesmerized by the girl's radiant smile. You look beautiful today. The sunset's afterglow swept across the tall buildings on the street, and Guku'er was half immersed in golden light, her eyelashes curving over eyes that sparkled like jewels. At this moment, she looked like she had stepped out of comic. Oof, stop being so slick. Though she scolded him, her eyes were already smiling, and she grabbed Su Ran's hand. Let's go. Where to? To the nearby Huaxia shopping mall. The graduation assessment is coming up in a few days. This is our first time entering the exotic spirit Forbidden Ruins, so we need to buy our equipment in advance. Exotic spirit Forbidden Ruins. Since the recovery of spiritual energy, spatial rifts have appeared all over the world. And on the other side of the rifts lies a world filled with undead and mutated creatures. The federal government has unifiedly named it the Exotic Spirit Forbidden Ruins. For this graduation assessment, they will head to one of them for a survival trial. If the spiritual power test is just a theoretical exercise, then the Forbidden Ruins trial is a test of the student's comprehensive strength, not just their spiritual power level. Planning skills, physical fitness, survival knowledge, etc. all play crucial roles. After all, once you step into the Exotic Spirit Forbidden Ruins, you are essentially in another world. Even if the low-risk Forbidden Ruins used for the assessment have military forces stationed inside, it does not mean 100% safety. The death rate in graduation assessments over the years has reached as high as 19, although that time was due to an accident. It shows how dangerous the graduation assessment is. No one treats it lightly, including Su Ran. Huaxia Shopping Mall is near the city's second ring road. Although there are usually many people, it was absolutely nothing compared to the bustling scene today. When the two arrived, they were immediately stunned by the crowd. Thick and crowded. So many people that it felt explosive. Ha! Isn't this the Su Ran who cheated his way to the top of our school? I thought you wouldn't dare enter the Forbidden Ruins. I didn't expect you to come here. While they were shopping, a piercing laugh suddenly rang out. Looking toward the sound, they saw Zohu surrounded by a group of adults, all of whom were mocking Su Ran. Brotherly, this is the waste from our school I told you about. Su Ran couldn't help but laugh upon seeing them. He turned to Guku'er. Want to see a show? Guku'er. Wait for the exciting performance. Watch closely. Su Ran whistled toward the distance, laughing mischievously. Hey, who's the waste? Talking about you. What's wrong? Chapter 9, Can this be called cowardice? Zohu wore a provocative expression, but with a loud slap, he quickly received a hit on his forehead. Idiot, they're insulting you. Can't you hear that? Li Si said, his appearance quite fierce, with tattoos all over his arms. It was only after he got slapped that Zohu finally reacted. There were quite a few onlookers, and some had already started to stifle their laughter. His face turned red, and he glared at Su Ran, cursing. Do you dare to say that again? Don't think that just because you cheated your way to first place, you can act like you're something special. In the Forbidden Ruins, you'll still be useless. Xiao Hao, do you feel a sense of achievement from bullying your classmates? Before Su Ran could speak, Guku'er stepped forward with a serious expression. The moment Zohu saw her, his face changed instantly. He could ignore Su Ran, but he truly didn't have the guts to provoke Guku'er. At the same time, the crowd began to stir. Wow, what a beautiful girl. She looks just like the heroine from a comic. So cute. Beauty is justice. I'm on the girl's side. She's definitely goddess level. Is she looking for a boyfriend? As the spectators chimed in, Su Ran immediately became displeased. What does it matter to you if she has a boyfriend? He shot a glare at one of them, then pulled Guku'er behind him and smiled at Zohu, saying, Go ahead and report me for cheating. Will that solve anything? I'll tell you, in the spiritual power test, you were defeated, and in the Forbidden Ruins, you'll still be defeated. Good heavens! This was bold talk. The people around were stunned. At that moment, Su Ran took the lead, protecting the girl behind him, his expression resolute, exuding the aura of a protector. The only downside was that although his words were fierce, they lacked a bit of bite. His speech had a slight flaw, and his demeanor had a defect. Zhou's face was red with anger, and he was visibly furious. Slap! Another slap hit his forehead. Li Si directly glared at him. Come on, are you going to let him humiliate you in front of everyone? Can you endure this? Of course. Zhou couldn't endure it, but he didn't dare to go forward. Not to mention Xiao ran. Just Gu Kuer's 7th level power was already intimidating enough. Despite her seemingly harmless appearance, Zhou felt a chill in his heart at the thought of her talent. Maybe I should let it go today and deal with him in the Forbidden Ruins. Zhou shrank back a bit, feeling guilty. The crowd immediately erupted in boos. Oof. Li Si felt humiliated. Come on, you usually brag so much with us. Why are you being a coward at this critical moment? Zhou didn't reply. Could this really be called cowardice among scholars? But as he saw the boos getting louder, and some people were almost curling their lips to their ears, he finally couldn't hold back. Fine, you asked for it. Just wait until we duel. I'll beat you so badly you'll be looking for your teeth. Zhou deliberately emphasized the duel, afraid that Gu Kuer might join in. That gave him a bit of courage. Besides, even if he hadn't fought before, Li Gu was still behind him. This guy was a legitimate Xian-level expert, a true otherworldly being. More and more onlookers gathered. When they heard about the duel, they became even more excited and started cheering. That's right. No man should be a coward. Beat him up. This is so explosive. I have to record it. Someone excitedly pulled out their phone. At this point, Zhou had no way out. Seeing this, Shu Ran chuckled. Gu Kuer obediently stepped back behind him. Confident that Shu Ran could handle it alone, she had that much faith. Smart girls know not to steal the spotlight from boys at times like this. Xiao Haoyu roared in anger. Suddenly, his muscles began to bulge and expand, and with a rip, his shirt burst open. Gray-brown fur started to spread across his body, revealing his sharp fangs and blood-red eyes. In just a moment, he transformed into a nearly 2-meter-tall werewolf. Wu Si Beast transformation. Wow, this brother has some serious talent. Moreover, he was a werewolf with explosive combat power at the 5th level of the yellow stage. TSK. Another brother might be in trouble. This guy's going to get wrecked. The crowd gasped in amazement. Zhou felt quite pleased with himself and let out a long howl to the sky. What a sight. A wolf king howling at the moon in broad daylight. All for one word, cool. So, after that howl, can we start? Shu Ran casually tapped his ear, appearing indifferent. Impressive. This brother is really something. In terms of presence, this guy was truly something else. Hee. I wanted to teach you a lesson long ago. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might let you off the hook. Xiao Haoyu sneered, simultaneously waving his claws in the air, producing a shrill sound as the wind sliced through. This terrifying explosive power made the surrounding crowd tremble. See? Unlike you. A useless cheater, my 5th level yellow stage power is all self-trained. Zhou clenched his claw. The sound of explosive energy suddenly erupted, creating an incredibly frightening scene. Just imagine what would happen if that claw landed on someone's head. It would be like a watermelon bursting. What do you think? I'm giving you time to kneel and bow to your grandpa. As he saw the astonished looks around him, Zhou felt a bit carried away. He enjoyed this feeling of being the center of attention. Yes, this is the feeling. However, the next second, bang, while Zhou was still reveling in his glory, he suddenly felt a heavy fist coming at him. Then his wolf head slammed down hard onto the ground. The marble floor cracked, creating a hole about 1 meter wide, and countless stones flew in all directions. Can you hurry up? You've been blabbering for ages. Can't you be a bit quicker? Shu Ran said with an unhappy expression as he retracted his fist. The crowd was already dumbfounded. 1-1 punch. Did he just knock him down? Zhou felt his head buzzing. Having reverted from his beast form, blood gushing out like a small fountain. He was stunned. Why? Why'd I go down in one hit? The onlookers were speechless, but one person's expression turned sour. Li Si, a local thug, felt embarrassed as his little brother was beaten up in front of him. Where could he put his face as the older brother? Brothers, gimme however. Just as he was about to say something harsh, he caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye. He saw Shu Ran with one hand in his pocket and the other slowly raising, revealing a pitch-black, eerie flame floating above his palm. Black flame? Li Si's face changed dramatically, and his eyes darkened as he put his hand into his clothes, then pulled out his phone. Hello. What? My wife is going into labor? All right. I'll be right there. The others weren't foolish either, quickly turning to leave. Zhou panicked and grabbed Li Si. Li Gu, you have to help me get revenge. Aren't you single? Where did his sister-in-law come from? Li Si trembled in fear and immediately shook Zhou off. Li, what brother? Li Ye. Do I know you? Who the hell are you? Don't shout randomly. That brother. I'm leaving now. Just deal with this kid yourself. I don't know him. It's got nothing to do with me. Su Ran didn't stop him. His gaze fell on Zhou, and he smiled. Because someone could start performing right away. Chapter 10. The once aggressive Li Si and his group vanished in an instant, running away while muttering curses. What a bunch of idiots. Why provoke anyone? Let alone a black flame, supernatural being? If that thing really ignites, you won't even have 2 ounces of ashes left. Zhou was dumbfounded. He swallowed nervously, then stood up while covering his head, offering a friendly smile to Su Ran. Hey, I just wanted to perform a show for you. Why did you get so worked up? Laughter erupted around them. A performance? Sure. How about a pole dance? Let's see a segment. Surangrin. Surprised that Zhou brought it up himself. Zhou's confused eyes were filled with big question marks. A pole dance? He was just trying to give himself an excuse. He was a muscular man, standing at 8 meters tall. Whether he could do it or not was secondary. The key point was, in front of so many people, you wanted him to dance on a pole? That would be social suicide. Bro, how about we save it for another day? Mainly because there isn't even a pole here. Zhou awkwardly rubbed his hands together. Before Su Ran could respond, the crowd was already buzzing with excitement. How could they miss such a great show? Someone immediately pulled out a 2-meter-long steel pole and slammed it into the ground with a clang. Brother, no worries. I just happen to have one with me. Go ahead and use it. Zhou. Thank you. But who the hell walks around with a steel pole? What are you planning to do? Now that the prop was ready, they urged him to start dancing. I didn't tell you to stop. You dare stop? Su Ran smiled friendly at Zhou and then took Gukur away from the crowd. Schau how you was helpless. But since Su Ran had issued the challenge, how could he not dance? Thus, in the bustling plaza of Huaxia Mall, a striking scene unfolded. A shirtless young man was posing by a steel pole, occasionally twisting his hips and spinning around it. Cheers and excited screams filled the air as countless people raised their phones to record the scene. Several burly men were watching, their blood boiling with excitement. With a roar, one of them ripped off his tank top and joined in. As such, Zhou, who had once been the center of attention, now resembled a little lamb lost in a flock, his face showing a mix of panic and awkwardness, caught in a dilemma. Even long after Su Ran had left, people were still excitedly discussing what had just happened. Wow, that guy was so handsome. With black flame, who wouldn't love him? Definitely a male god. And he has at least a yellow tier, level 7 ability, so strong. When did we in South City get a first-class talent? It seems like we had one before. What Su Ran didn't know was that this scene had already been edited into a video and posted online. In no time, platforms like Shoutpost, QQ, and Music Note had countless shares. The highest view count even broke 100,000, quickly trending. Of course, that was all later. At this moment, Su Ran was holding Gu Kuer's little hand, struggling to squeeze through them all. After finally breaking free from the crowd, they both sighed in relief. Perhaps they were a bit tired from earlier. Gu Kuer's cheeks were flushed, a light sheen of sweat slightly dampening her hair, and her well-developed chest rose and fell. She was the perfect combination of innocence and seduction. Why are you looking at me? Gu Kuer blushed to her earlobes, quickly pulling her hand back. Stop standing there. We still need to buy things. Su Ran didn't even notice that he had been holding Gu Kuer's hand all the way. The delicate touch and lingering fragrance made him somewhat reluctant to let go. The reason Huaxia Mall was so crowded today was that it was the largest equipment wholesale market in North District of South City. After entering the supernatural forbidden zone, there were countless things needed: portable folding tents, climbing picks, military water bottles, and powerful focusing lamps. Of course, these things could also be bought at the entrance of the forbidden zone, but the prices inside were extremely high. Unless absolutely necessary, no one wanted to be a fool. They bought a lot of items. With Su Ran's measly $10, he naturally couldn't afford them, so all these items were paid for by Gu Kuer. But as they were about to leave, they faced a dilemma. how to carry all these things. Just when Su Ran was at a loss, Gu Kuer once again showed him what it meant to be wealthy. She made a phone call, and 10 minutes later, a long black Maybach stopped in front of them. Miss, the person who arrived was a gentleman in his 60s, dressed in a black tailcoat. His gray-white beard was neatly trimmed, and he wore a gold monocle. As the car door opened, the elderly gentleman skillfully took the items from Gu Kuer's hands, his gaze also landing on Su Ran. Young Master Shaoran is here too. Let me take you home. No need. Suran Shirag. Uncle He, I'm not a young master. Just call me Shaoran. All right, I'll take my leave then. Uncle He smiled politely. Bye. See you tomorrow. Geu Kuad waved at Suron. See you tomorrow. Suran Nadiv. It wasn't until the car had driven away for quite a while that Su Ran finally shouldered his things and headed home. Although he and Gu Kuer were from the same hometown, their family backgrounds were worlds apart. Back when they lived in the countryside, Su Ran knew one thing. 1/3 of the land within 1,000 miles belonged to the Gu family. As for after entering high school, Su Ran had never visited her home once. He had heard his father say that the two families were originally close friends. But Su Ran had merely dismissed this as a casual remark. As dusk approached, Su Ran, carrying a large bag of items, walked through the streets. Just around the corner, not far from him, a man hidden in the shadows was staring intently at him. Is it really him? A low voice came through the earpiece. Confirmed. He just used his ability in public. It's definitely Black Flame. Should we capture him now? The man spoke, and a flicker of energy glimmered in his hand. He was undoubtedly a mystical tier, supernatural being. Calm down. Do you think that woman is so stupid as to be easily tricked by this kid? Are you saying? The man's pupils contracted. Since you want to play, let's play along. First, let us find a way to test him. Then, give them a big surprise. A sinister laugh echoed through the earpiece. Su Ran, of course, had no idea he was being followed in the dark. He was still thinking about how to tell his father about that matter. Just as he reached the bottom of his apartment building, he saw a familiar figure sitting on a stone bench, surrounded by a large group of people, wildly discussing something. Old Su, how could you let yourself get killed like this? Let me take over. You lousy chess player. Why didn't you send out troops earlier? Exactly. Sending troops back would have guaranteed death. Chapter 11, I have a friend. Su Hai's face turned ashen, his temples throbbing, staring at the chessboard that had been completely destroyed. He couldn't muster a word for quite some time. Just then, he caught sight of Su Ran returning, and he abruptly swept his hand across the chessboard, stood up, and waved, saying, "My son is back. This game doesn't count." The old man across from him was on the verge of winning and was glaring angrily. However, upon hearing that Su Ran was back, a group of uncles and older men all smiled and greeted him. "Haha, little Ran is back. The young man is looking more spirited." Su Hai stepped forward to take Su Ran's things and disdainfully remarked, "It's still because of my good genes. Come on. It's lucky that little Ran looks like his mother." He heard that Su Ran was about to go to university soon, and it was time to consider dating. "Hey, I must tell you that my granddaughter is quite lovely. I'll introduce you to someday." Su Hai turned around and shot a glare. "Your granddaughter? Isn't she still in elementary school? You old men don't need to worry about the matters of this brat." Su Ran felt a bead of sweat forming on his forehead and hurried home. Every day, passing this way, he had to go through this. It was not for anything else. Everyone in this residential area knew that Su Ran was studying in the spirit science class. Once he graduated from university, he would become a proper spirit user. Even if he did nothing, the state would assign him a job. For a young man with such a bright future, who wouldn't he have some thoughts if they had a daughter or granddaughter at home? The father and son returned home. "What's wrong with your teeth?" Su Hai frowned and asked. Su Ran's mind was not on this at all. He casually replied, "Don't worry about that for now. I'll cook dinner tonight. You should go rest." Oh, the sun must be setting in the west. This brat usually doesn't even bother to wash his bowl after meals. But today he wants to cook? As Su Hai showed a hint of joy, he quickly thought that things weren't that simple. "Did you come last in the spirit power test again today?" Su Ran looked exasperated. "Am I really that bad?" Su Hai didn't speak, just stared at him with a blank expression. "Fine. If I tell you I came first in the test, would you believe it?" Su Ran was genuinely infuriated. He had long wanted to surprise his father. "How about that? Didn't he expect it, did you? Your son actually got first place." Sure enough, Su Hai's eyes flickered with a barely noticeable surprise, but it was only for a moment before he quickly concealed it. Oh, go cook. Suran? Huh? Is that it? Just like that? I got first place. Now, my spirit power level is at yellow rank level 10. Got it. Su Hai picked up the remote control and turned his attention to the television, seemingly not surprised at all. Now it was Su Ran's turn to be dumbfounded. Hey, I came first. Shouldn't you at least show some happiness? After a long pause, he took a deep breath and thought to himself, forget it. I won't argue with you today. Then he got up and went to the kitchen. After some time, Su Ran took off the apron from his waist, looking at the table full of dishes, feeling very satisfied. How is it? He nervously looked at Su Hai. Having done this much, his father should understand something, right? At this moment, the aroma of the food wafted through the air. There were broccoli, bok choy, stir-fried leeks with lettuce, and cold spinach with chrysanthemum greens. Looking at the table full of green dishes, Su Hai's brow furrowed tightly. If you really don't want to cook, no one is forcing you. Are you feeding rabbits? Is there no other food in the fridge? Su Ran fell silent. It seemed his father didn't realize what he was trying to express. That's understandable. He usually doesn't go online, so he definitely wouldn't understand these references. Helplessly, he could only respond casually a couple of times, sat down, and prepared to think of a way while eating. Dad? Su Ran hesitated for a while, deciding to try and probe first. Speak up, spit it out. Su Hai disdainfully picked up a chopstick full of greens and swallowed it down with the rice. It was clear that it didn't taste good. I have a friend who suddenly found out that he became a father, and the child isn't his biological one. What do you think he should do in this situation? Smash! Su Hai slammed down his bowl and chopsticks, looking at him with shock and anger. What did you say? You got Kuer pregnant? I'm going to kill this brat today. Puff! Su Ran spat out a mouthful of rice. Seeing Su Hai about to draw out his belt, he hurriedly waved his hands in panic. No. What are you thinking? How old am I? How old is Kuer? Besides, we're just friends, not what you think. Su Hai suspiciously looked at him for 2 moments, confirming he wasn't lying before silently putting his belt back. Well, you can't rush things with hot tofu. He shoved a mouthful of rice into his mouth. Su Ran almost choked on a mouthful of rice, coughing for a long time before he recovered. God damn it, hot tofu. Did you not hear what I said? Our friendship is pure friendship. It seemed that the hinting route was definitely not going to work. Su Ran suddenly put down his bowl and chopsticks, finally intending to lay everything out. Su Ran's expression gradually became serious. Dad, I already know. What do you know? Su Hai frowned, not understanding what he was getting at now. You don't need to hide it from me. I know I'm not your biological son, right? Su Ran's expression was solemn. I only just found out about this, but don't worry. I know how you've treated me all these years. Even if I'm not your biological son, I will definitely take care of you in your old age. I will never abandon you. Su Hai was first taken aback. Then the veins on his forehead gradually throbbed, and his hands under the table clenched tightly. Su Ran was completely oblivious. Just as he was about to pick up his bowl to continue eating, he suddenly remembered something and raised his head. In the future, I'll still call you Dad. After all these years, suddenly calling you Uncle wouldn't be right. Come here. Su Hai waved his hand expressionlessly, showing no signs of joy or anger. Su Ran's heart sank. It seemed his father was planning to tell him the truth. It's fine. He was already mentally prepared. On a cool autumn night, the breeze was gentle. The residential area appeared quiet and peaceful, with families enjoying their dinners happily. But at that moment, a series of piercing screams echoed throughout the building, causing Aunt Wu next door, who was eating, to jump in fright and drop her bowl on the floor. Whose family is beating their child so ruthlessly? The neighbors looked around, eventually confirming it was from the Su family, and couldn't help but shake their heads. After a while, Su Ran, with a bruised face, stared at himself in the mirror, looking at the tooth he had lost once again, feeling inexplicably wronged. At the same time, he had only one question now. Who the hell spread the rumors? Once I catch you, just wait and see how I'll smash your mouth. There was a knock on the door. Seeing Su Hai storm back in, Su Ran jumped in fright. Back again? I already admitted my mistake. Su Hai's face was ashen. He grabbed the 7 wolves that had been left on the table and threw a small bottle of potion over. Apply the medicine and go to bed early. You'll go get your tooth fixed tomorrow. Chapter 12. Type 6 Gene Beast Transformation Agent. Late at night, Shu Ran touched his face. The redness and swelling had mostly subsided. Although some faint traces were still visible, overall it was no longer painful to the touch. He wondered where the healing medicine had come from, as its effects were surprisingly good. Shu Ran muttered to himself. He had often endured beatings from old Sue, who would throw him a bottle of medicine afterward, but he never explained what it was. Shu Ran didn't know, and he didn't dare to ask. The moonlight was dim. Even with the room lights turned off, a slight glow filtered through the window. Shu Ran sat at his desk and pulled out the spoils he had gathered yesterday. A spirit core from a black Yao, a variant of the mysterious tier. Yesterday, he had been so engrossed in his cultivation that he hadn't taken the time to examine it properly. The so-called spirit core is a crystalline substance formed within the bodies of alien spirit creatures. As far as current observations go, almost every creature has a spirit core. Early in the era, it was discovered that absorbing the spiritual energy within a spirit core could rapidly enhance one's cultivation. Of course, this method is only available to practitioners. Ordinary people should not even dream of it. In addition to spiritual energy, each spirit core also contains unique talents specific to that species. By absorbing a spirit core, practitioners have a certain chance of acquiring the unique abilities of the creature. The newly acquired talent is referred to by the federal government as a spirit technique. However, obtaining spirit techniques is purely probabilistic, and the chances are quite low. Even so, due to the fact that high-tier spirit cores are essential for breaking through cultivation barriers, coupled with the allure of spirit techniques, the demand for spirit cores on the market remains high. Naturally, prices are also sky-high. A mysterious tier spirit core can vary in price from several thousand to hundreds of thousands, depending on its quality. And this is just for the mysterious tier. As one goes higher to the earth tier, sky tier, or even the phase tier, prices soar to astronomical levels. The Shu family is of ordinary means, which distinguishes them from those wealthy, aristocratic families. Old Shu's ability to support his studies in spiritual sciences is already a stretch. As for spirit cores and spirit techniques, to be honest, Shu Ran did not want to add too much financial pressure on his family. This was also the reason he kept the spirit core hidden. After all, he was already at the peak of the yellow tier, and when he hit a bottleneck, he would need a mysterious tier spirit core to break through. As for spirit techniques, it would depend on whether the attributes of this spirit stone matched his innate attributes. If it didn't match, then no matter how high the quality, it could only be used for absorbing spiritual energy. Thinking of this, Shu Ran tightened his grip on the spirit core and tried to infuse his spiritual power into it. If the attributes matched, then the spirit core from the variant Black Yao should at least be of middle grade in the mysterious tier. If so, then he would have everything prepared for his upcoming breakthrough in the first spirit technique. However, once Shu Ran's spiritual power completely immersed itself, he was instantly stunned. Under the perception of his spiritual power, he discovered that there was an independent space inside the spirit core. This was no spirit core at all. It was clearly a storage spirit artifact. Moreover, it was a storage spirit artifact made using abilities similar to outer domain space. Shu Ran was completely bewildered. No way. How could there be a storage spirit artifact inside the Black Yao's body? It is well known that spirit artifacts are created by humans who attach their abilities to objects. In other words, they are man-made. So how could such a thing appear within a creature? Shu Ran's expression grew serious as he recalled the solemn attitude of Feng Qingxue from the Alien Spirit Department. Earlier that day, he seemed to understand something. He had initially wondered why such a show was made over an attack incident involving a creature. He thought it was due to pressure from Zhao Wenxiang's family. But now it seemed that it might actually be because of this storage spirit pearl. What on earth was inside it? With a thought, Shu Ran suddenly conjured several items out of thin air on the table. There was a piece of documentation, a safe, and a small, exquisite handcard. The card was made of black stone material, one side carved with a fierce totem, and the other side inscribed with 3 small characters, 9 Nether Mansion. What? It's already 2062? Why is there still such a childish name? Shu Ran fiddled with it for a while without figuring anything out and casually set it aside. Next, his gaze fell on the safe, and just as he was contemplating how to open it, he heard a soft click as the lock popped open. What the hell? Why have a safe without a password? Is this just for show? As a cold mist dissipated, Su Ran could clearly see the items contained within the safe. It was filled with metal syringes containing a scarlet liquid, which emanated an eerie and cold glow under the dim light through the transparent glass. What on earth is this? Su Ran was puzzled, but fortunately, beside it was a piece of documentation that clearly stated the name of this reagent. 6-type Gene Beast Transformation Agent. Su Ran's expression changed, but he remained patient and continued reading. However, the more he read, the more horrified he became, and finally, with a thud, he closed the safe heavily. Now he finally understood why the people from were taking this so seriously. This was clearly a batch of banned drugs, and just from reading the usage instructions, he could imagine the horrors that would follow their use. Such things were definitely not developed by the government. The force capable of creating such devilish reagents was evidently deranged. Forget it. He should find a way to turn this over. Having this thing in his possession was like holding a hot potato. He didn't want to invite trouble, no matter who this force was. It was definitely not something a middle school student like him could provoke. After putting everything away, Su Ran returned to his bed, sitting cross-legged. Once his mind settled, he entered the inheritance tower again through the system. It was still the familiar tall tower, surrounded by a seemingly unchanging pitch-black abyss. This time, Su Ran directly stepped into the Taiji Hall. The hall was vast and tranquil, and as Su Ran's footsteps echoed, the imposing gaze from the throne turned towards him. "Little one, you're back again." "Yes, I'm here," Su Ran nodded. As long as he could walk up to you, right? He was determined to reach the throne today. The figure on the throne didn't respond, but Su Ran had already taken a step forward. Last time, he had taken 7 steps and found himself unable to move further. This time, after 7 steps, he still had the energy to spare. Su Ran's heart leaped with joy. Previously, he was just at the first level of the yellow tier, but now he had reached the 10th level of the yellow tier, making him more than 10 times stronger than before. If all went well, he would surely be able to reach the throne this time. The Imperial Inheritance, here I come. Chapter 13. Don't call me Dad currently. There are over 50 known categories of supernatural abilities in the world, and the first sequence, which includes the top 9 abilities of Group A, is entirely inherited from the Epic Emperors. Although the supernatural talents vary, there is one universally recognized fact. Those who possess the Imperial Inheritance will be invincible among their peers. For example, the ability Domain of the King, inherited from the War King Napoleon, was once wielded by its awakener who created a legend of defeating an entire armored legion single-handedly. And Domain of the King is merely ranked 7th in Group A. Su Ran was eager to know what the Imperial Inheritance of the Great Emperor, the Heavenly Khan, the ruler of the Celestial Empire who once received tributes from all nations, Emperor Taizong Wendy, would be. How high would it rank? As he thought of this, Su Ran felt a surge of blood rushing through him. As if he had boundless strength, he walked forward with his head held high, exuding a relentless momentum, and took 10 steps forward. Then, he knelt down on the ground. Suran? No, why not just fall down? At this moment, he felt as if a mountain were pressing down on him. Not only was it difficult to stand, but even breathing felt constricted. The pressure around him seemed to want to crush his chest. And just holding on was already incredibly difficult, let alone moving forward. Damn it. Are you kidding me? I haven't even reached a 5th of this. Why am I so weak? Come on. Why can't my legs just toughen up? At this moment, the gaze from the throne above was calmly watching him. Recalling the earlier bravado, Su Ran felt his face burn with embarrassment. No way. I was so imposing just now, and this is the result. This is quite awkward. Hee little one, you might have misunderstood something. This is your spiritual world, so relying on physical strength to get here is futile. A dignified voice slowly echoed, with a hint of relief in its tone. However, it's still not bad. Consider this your reward. As he spoke, a milky white light flew towards Su Ran. It seemed this was the reward for this time. However, Su Ran didn't rush to leave. Instead, he immediately called out, "Wait a moment, senior." What is it? Su Ran took a step back, feeling a bit more comfortable, and then asked, "Senior, this inheritance tower has a total of 7 levels. And you're on the 1st level. Who is above you?" Taizong chuckled. It's still too early for you to concern yourself with that. If you can't even pass my level, you needn't think about the ones above. All right, come back next time. With a graceful wave of the dignified figure's robe, Shu Ran felt his own figure rapidly retreating, the scenery around him quickly fading away. Soon after, he jolted awake from his bed. Ding! Congratulations. Host has acquired the skill, Tai Chi Mastery. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Before Shu Ran could react, countless martial arts moves instantly filled his mind. Not just as theories, but as if he had gained years of experience, allowing him to grasp them immediately. To put it simply, in the past, Shu Ran could only throw slaps and punches or kick with his legs. While it felt impressive and looked cool, to an expert, it was no different from being foolish. But now it was different. If someone threw a punch at him now, Shu Ran could instantly think of countless countermeasures. Although he wasn't yet a world-class Tai Chi master, he was certainly much stronger than before. It seemed his realm hadn't increased, but the current Shu Ran could easily handle 3 to 5 of his previous selves. With joy, Shu Ran began to ponder Taizong's earlier words. If physical strength was useless, then it meant relying on mental power, right? That could be quite challenging. As of now, there's almost no systematic way to enhance mental power in the world. It seemed that all supernatural beings' mental growth occurred naturally. Was he supposed to just wait around? Shu Ran was somewhat reluctant. Even without mentioning the imperial inheritance, as long as he could move forward more, he would receive more rewards. The previous 2 rewards had already given him a taste of sweetness. Now being told to wait was undoubtedly like teasing him with something he couldn't touch, which was very frustrating. After thinking it over, Shu Ran couldn't find a better solution. He could only give up reluctantly. The next day, Shu Ran was once again awakened by the sound of knocking. While he was meditating, he jolted up in shock. And when he opened his eyes, he felt dazed. After a while, he finally focused. I need to find time to talk about this properly next time. Otherwise, I'll end up getting scared into a mental breakdown. After a night of cultivation, Shu Ran felt that his cultivation had improved once again. If his cultivation were compared to a progress bar, he was now about halfway to a breakthrough. As expected, his speed in all-night cultivation was many times faster than that of ordinary people. He smiled contentedly when suddenly, he seemed to notice something. Huh, what's this? Just as he was about to take a closer look, an impatient voice came from outside the door. How long do you want to keep Kura waiting? If you don't get up soon, I'll come in and lift the blanket. Uncle Sue, there's no need to rush today. We don't have any classes left. We're just going to school to check the group arrangements and get familiar with the teammates for the final assessment. Gu Kuer's gentle voice echoed outside the bedroom door. That won't do. You can't make her wait like this. Just hold on a moment. I'll go get that kid for you. Seeing Su Hai walk to the bedroom door with a serious face, Shu Ran finally smiled and opened the bedroom door. Dad, I might be a little late coming back tonight. Su Hai didn't respond, turning and walking to the side. Hey, aren't you going to ask me why? Shu Ran looked confused. This wasn't like old Su's usual style. Smack! A heavy slap landed on the back of his head, and without a change in expression, Su Hai tossed him 10 yuan. Don't call me Dad. I'm your uncle. This slap made Shu Ran realize what paternal love felt like. Even after he left the house, he still felt a stinging pain at the back of his head. What's wrong with Uncle Sue? Did you guys have another argument? Gu Kuer asked curiously, looking at Shu Ran, who was rubbing his head. Shu Ran's eyelid twitched, and he chuckled. It's nothing. Let's not talk about that for now. By the way, wasn't the assessment team list out last night? Did you check it for me? I checked. But your teammates aren't from our school. One is from number 2 middle school, and the other is from number 17 middle school. They seem pretty decent. That's good. As long as they don't hold me back, it's fine. Suran Nadif. There were a total of 19 middle schools in Nancheng, so the probability of being assigned to his own school was already low. The two walked to school together. The entrance of the school was bustling with students, not just from their school, but from others as well. Wow, that girl is so hot. Her figure is amazing. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Immediately, the people around them widened their eyes in panic and quickly stepped aside. The next second, boom, with a loud crash. That person was sent flying as if he were a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 14. You're too early to be happy. As Shu Ran and his companion arrived at the school gate, they were met with a jaw-dropping scene. A group of students had retreated far away to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. The one who had made the move was the girl who had been the subject of much discussion. She withdrew her smooth, fair long legs and angrily shouted, "You dare to tease me? The only reason you're not flat on the ground is that I'm in a good mood today. Suran? Sister. All they said was that you have a good figure, and you just took him down? Did you grow up eating gunpowder? Can you not be so explosive?" Su Ran's gaze shifted, and he couldn't pull his eyes away. The girl was very tall, nearly matching Su Ran's height of 1.8 meters, wearing a crop top and hot pants. Her impressive figure was on full display. Her ear-length chestnut hair, paired with her slightly heroic face, exuded a stunning aura. But what truly held Su Ran's attention was the crop top that seemed to be straining at the seams, as if the buttons might pop off at any moment. Not only Su Ran, but many others around were also swallowing hard. "Is it beautiful?" Just as Su Ran was transfixed, a gentle voice suddenly asked in his ear. "Beautiful." Su Ran felt his ears heat up and instinctively replied. He then froze. When he turned around, he saw Guku's warm smile. "Beautiful. My foot. It's just okay." Ouch! He felt a sharp pain in his waist, and his entire face scrunched up. "Just okay? I see you can't help but stick your eyes on her. What is wrong? Am I worse than her?" Guku said, puffing out her chest a bit, looking somewhat dissatisfied. "I have to say, Guku at 1.68 meters tall, isn't short, and her figure is petite and exquisite. However, when it comes to comparing figures, it depends on who you're comparing with. That girl in the distance? It can only be described as exaggerated." Su Ran glanced over and commented, "Not bad, just unattainable." Guku was taken aback at first. Then her pretty face flushed with anger. "You're the one who's unattainable. I'm going to strangle you today." Wait, I was wrong." Su Ran quickly pleaded for mercy. Is the prettiest, the gentlest, that kind of obviously fake beauty. We still prefer the real deal, something we can grasp." "Real deal?" Guku was so angry she stomped her foot, but then she softened again, giving him a gentle caress. While the two were playfully arguing, the surrounding students began to whisper among themselves. "This girl has a stunning figure, but her temper is a little explosive. Marrying her would probably mean you can't escape the washboard in the next life." "Washboard? Be more confident, man. It's the ICU." Upon hearing the comments, someone immediately looked horrified and made a shushing gesture. "Shuh, don't say that. Don't you know who that is? She's the queen bee of No. 2 High School. Her dad is the boss on South City Road. Look at those people around her. They're all her little brothers. She hates it when others comment on her figure. If you want to test your luck, go ahead and see if you can withstand a kick from her. Oh, by the way, she's at level 6 in the yellow rank." "Level 6? The few people immediately widened their eyes and exchanged glances of understanding. They turned around and left. "Can't afford to mess with her. This student who allowed you to fight in school. Please come with me to the Academic Affairs office." The dean rushed over after hearing about the fight. When did I fight? I was just having a friendly spar with this student from your school. If you don't believe me, you can ask him if I fought." The girl raised an eyebrow. The boy, who still had a footprint on his clothes, painfully got up from the ground, just as he was about to speak. The girl's entourage glared at him fiercely. "No, we were just sparring." The boy immediately cowered. "See?" The girl shrugged her shoulders, looking innocent. "Since it's all good now, I'll head into the school. I still have to meet my future teammates." The dean was left speechless but couldn't do anything. After all, this girl was also a precious gem of No. 2 High School. If it escalated, it might lead to a school-wide conflict. Those unrelated personnel behind you are not allowed to enter the school. After holding back for a long time, he could only awkwardly spit out this sentence. But the girl had already waved her hand, leaving her entourage behind, and swaggered away. All right, I was wrong." At this point, Su Ran had been tossed around for a while and finally begged for mercy. "Really wrong?" Guku still looked a bit angry, appearing somewhat adorable. "Really wrong. I swear I won't look around carelessly again." Su Ran raised his hand with conviction. After several assurances, Guku finally calmed down. Then the two of them headed to their respective assembly points for the final pre-exam team allocations. The graduation assessment would take place in the otherworldly Forbidden Ruins. The ruins were fraught with dangers, so for safety considerations, almost all otherworldly beings would travel in pairs, rarely going solo. Over the years, forming or joining an otherworldly team had become an established rule among all otherworldly beings. It was quite foolish to show off individual heroics in the otherworldly Forbidden Ruins. Thus, during the annual graduation assessments, each school would randomly match students based on their talent types to form teams of at least 3 members. Therefore, the graduation assessment not only evaluated individual abilities, but also assessed the rapport and teamwork skills among the candidates. As for why random matching was used, it was to prevent the unfair phenomenon of strong individuals teaming up. Of course, absolute fairness does not exist. Who wouldn't want to be matched with a strong ally? As for Su Ran, he had already arrived at the assembly point marked on the playground, found C-107 according to the area sign, and began waiting for his teammates. The list showed that his 2 teammates were Han Wenxuan and Jiang Ji. Leaving the boys aside, just looking at the name, the girl should be a quiet and gentle little lady. Su Ran couldn't be happier with this type of teammate. C-107. Finally found it. Have you already arrived? Hello, my name is Han Wenxuan. While Su Ran was lost in thought, a long, fair hand suddenly reached out to him. He looked up and was greeted by an energetic face and a striking 36y figure. What the hell? How is it her? You're Han Wenxuan? Su Ran's eyes widened. How does this match the name Wenxuan at all? Yes, nice to meet you. Han Wenxuan slightly furrowed her brows, but still didn't retract her hand. Su Ran finally snapped back to reality. Just as he was about to extend his hand, he suddenly felt a chill down his back. A glance over his shoulder revealed that Gu Ku's assembly point was not far away, and her pretty face was glaring at him fiercely. Su Ran shivered, retracting his hand with a disgruntled expression. Well, you're too early to be happy. Han Vingqian. Why is this guy so annoying? Su Ran straightened his face, looking indifferent as he lowered his gaze. I, Su Ran, am a cold and aloof guy who doesn't like to talk. Chapter 15, Who Says Tai Chi Can't Kill? Upon hearing Su Ran's name, Han Wenxuan's expression suddenly turned cold. So, Mr. Cool and Handsome, can you take a hit? Su Ran sneered and shot her a cold glance. I can't take a hit. Don't be fooled by his calm demeanor. He was actually panicking inside. Who asked their teammate if they can take a hit right off the bat? I'm a Black Flame, long-range mage, not a melee tank. Just thinking about what he saw at the school gate made Su Ran's legs tremble. Do you find it funny? Han Wenxuan's expression darkened further. So you're Su Ran? A Black Flame, ability user from Class 2 of Senior Year 3 at the 7th High School, but with poor talent. Stuck at Yellow Level 1 for 3 years. You cheated on the graduation spirit power test to become first, and everyone knows it. You investigated me? Su Ran fell silent, and slowly raised her head. I advise you to give up on that thought. There's no future in having a crush on me. Han Wenxuan was taken aback at first. Once she realized it, her face instantly turned red, and without another word, she delivered a fierce kick towards Su Ran. Damn, no martial ethics? Su Ran cursed under her breath, quickly dodging and then blocking with her right hand, tightly grabbing the long leg that had kicked at her. Not gonna lie, it was pretty smooth and elastic. Let go. Han Wenxuan clearly hadn't expected Su Ran to react so quickly, but then realized her position was very awkward. Instantly blushing and scolding, she was already wearing hot pants. When she lifted her leg, Su Ran's pupils constricted, and she quickly released her grip. I didn't expect you to like Pikachu. Is my Psyduck not appealing? Or is my Squirtle not good enough? Han Wenxuan's face turned completely red, her ears also flushed. She gritted her silver teeth. I'll kill you. Can you two stop fighting? We 3 are going to be life and death teammates in the otherworldly Forbidden Ruins. Can't we be a bit friendly? Suddenly, a weak male voice spoke up from the side. Su Ran was initially stunned, then turned around sharply. Damn, big brother. What did you get here? Standing next to them was a thin boy with glasses, a clean buzz cut, and simple clothing. He helplessly shrugged. I've been here for a while. You two were too busy fighting. I am Junji. I don't want to team up with such a guy. Han Vingqian stopped attacking. But her anger didn't subside. At that moment, a teacher happened to walk by to check if everyone was present. She immediately walked over. Report, I request to change teammates. I don't want to team up with this kind of person for the assessment. The teacher was a man in his 30s whom Su Ran had never seen before. However, he frowned slightly. The roster has been finalized. Unless a member opts out, no one can change teams. But I don't want to team up with him. As if I wanted to. Han Wenxuan retorted angrily. Su Ran rolled her eyes. Say that again. Han Wenxuan glared. Just as the two seemed ready to fight again, Jiangji hurriedly stepped in to mediate. The teacher felt a headache coming on. If a team had reached such a hostile state, how could they enter the otherworldly, forbidden ruins for the graduation assessment? In a critical moment, how could they trust their backs to their teammates? Given the way these two were acting, not stabbing you in the back would be considered restraint. Han Wenxuan spoke again, raising an eyebrow coldly. Fine. Since neither of us can stand each other, why don't we have a match? The loser voluntarily leaves. How about that? Since the rule stated that only team members could voluntarily opt out, it seemed this was the only way. Okay, Suran Nadif. Given the current situation, he indeed didn't dare to team up with this woman. Now that the words were out, even the teacher could only watch helplessly, unable to find a reason to stop it. Don't say I bullied you. I won't use my powers or spirit energy to fight you. If I lose, please don't make excuses. Han Wenxuan's face was filled with disdain, seemingly very confident in her abilities. Oh, then thank you, Su Ran casually replied. The commotion between the two had already attracted countless eyes. At this point, people around began to murmur. Those two seem like they're about to fight. It looks like this team is about to break up. Damn, isn't that Su Ran? He's in a team with Han Wenxuan. Shouldn't he hurry up and cling to her? Who do you think will win? What do you think? Han Wenxuan is skilled in combat, free fighting, and recently even earned a karate black belt. What? Then what else there to compare? ISNT, he just gonna get knocked out? Waiting for Su Ran to get smashed. Gukuer also noticed the commotion and became anxious. What's this guy doing? You shouldn't take it too far. It doesn't have to be so tense. Gukuer knew Su Ran's strength. If he could use all his strength, with his level 10 spirit energy plus the Black Flame ability, he definitely wouldn't lose. But right now, he couldn't use any of that. Gukuer looked worried, her palms beginning to sweat slightly. The only consolation she had was that Su Ran was definitely not a reckless person. Since he dared to agree, he should have his own way to resolve this. Right? The voices around grew louder. More and more spectators gathered. Han Wenxuan noticed and frowned slightly. You heard them. No matter what, you're not my opponent. If you withdraw now, it can save you some face. Otherwise, it won't just be about losing face later. She was speaking from goodwill, although her words sounded arrogant. It had come from confidence in her abilities. After all these years, why would anyone still be clinging to Liang Jingru's little courage? If you lose, won't that just slap you in the face? Su Ran scratched his head. Han Wenxuan's face turned frosty as she gritted her teeth. Then just wait to get hit. Jiangji stepped forward to intervene, seemingly wanting to say something. Get out of the way. It's none of your business. Han Wenxuan shoved him aside and then lunged forward. Like before, she delivered a fierce kick, but this time her speed was clearly much faster, showing great force. At that moment, Su Ran remained calm, spreading his arms and sinking into a bow stance. It was the starting posture of Tai Chi. A teacher on the side noticed, and his eyes lit up. Tai Chi. The crowd began to stir. No way. Someone really uses Tai Chi as a fighting technique? Shut up. Real Tai Chi can kill 10 of you without a problem. But do you think Su Ran really knows Tai Chi? He is just posing, right? Just as the crowd was discussing, Han Wenxuan's kick was already coming in. Su Ran, calm and collected, executed a wild horse parts its mane, easily deflecting Han Wenxuan's powerful kick to the side, causing her to stagger. The surroundings quieted down slightly. Han Wenxuan wore a face of disbelief. But she quickly became furious and closed in with a hook punch aimed at Su Ran's chin. Next, Su Ran performed textbook-like Tai Chi moves, facing Han Wenxuan's fierce attacks. Su Ran remained utterly calm. With his left hand, he executed lifting the sparrow's tail, then followed with a block and strike, and then a crossed hands. What else with this incredible elasticity? Su Ran couldn't help but feel shaken. The onlookers were already dumbfounded. At this moment, Su Ran had the feeling of being unmovable amidst raging winds and storms. 2 minutes later, Su Ran executed a 7-star step and a sudden grab, directly twisting Han Wenxuan's wrist and pinning it firmly in front of him, rendering him completely immobile. Han Wenxuan was left dazed from the blow. The surroundings fell eerily silent. Even more so, at this moment, someone gaped in shock, causing the spicy strip in their hand to fall to the ground with a thud. Chapter 16. dribbling, and colliding. The surroundings were silent. The once bustling playground was now filled with an incredible stillness. As a result, many people witnessed this jaw-dropping scene. Su Ran smiled slightly and let go of his hand. Showing off is fine, but it should be done in moderation. However, the crowd had already erupted in excitement. Is this Su Ran? He is so handsome. For those who said Tai Chi can't be used for fighting, why don't you come and show us? Gukur, who had been tense just moments ago, let out a sigh of relief, but her delicate face was filled with confusion. When did Su Ran learn Tai Chi? When did he secretly take extra lessons? Teacher, I want to learn this. To be fair, this performance was amazing. The high school seniors on the playground were thrilled. The flowing set of moves was enough to make anyone's blood boil. A nearby teacher widened his eyes. I want to learn too. Tai Chi emphasizes intent rather than being rigid about form. So to truly apply it in combat, one needs solid foundational skills and a deep understanding of its essence. Without 2 or 3 decades of training, even entering the door is difficult. The teacher said sternly, surrounded by students who were listening intently. Some nodded repeatedly. That makes sense. But, wait, someone noticed something odd. 2 or 3 decades of training. But Su Ran is only 18. What? Is he immune to the Mangpa soup? Su Ran, who did you learn from? Seeing the puzzled looks from everyone, Su Ran frowned. What? Don't you all watch movies? Tai Chi Zhang, Sanfeng. Everyone. Why don't you say you bought a martial arts manual for $10? Ahem, this might just be talent. The teacher glanced at Su Ran with some envy. Some are unconvinced. I have talent too. I can also learn transformation. Han Wenxuan finally reacted. She was still in a half-dazed state, now caught in severe self-doubt. Is my black belt in karate fake? They learn Tai Chi from movies and are better than me. However, now that she was back to her senses, she was no longer angry because Su Ran had proved with his strength that he was not the waste that others described. Even if his cultivation talent wasn't strong, just this Tai Chi fighting skill was enough for her to take him seriously. Since Su Ran was strong enough, she had no reason to ask him to leave the team. Realizing this, she said, I'm sorry. I apologize for underestimating your strength, but I don't want to leave the team. I hope you can forgive me. Han Wenxuan sincerely bowed, as that was her nature. If she could be convinced by strength, everything would be fine. Wow, Han Wenxuan actually took the initiative to bow her head. Can you believe that? The people around widened their eyes. Looking at Han Wenxuan, who was sincere in her attitude, Su Ran was a bit confused. This is it, according to the script. Should you say something harsh and then definitely come back? Forget it. Not leaving the team is fine. But for now on, our team leader, you take the role. Han Wenxuan decisively declared. It seems like you didn't ask my opinion. Jiang Ji scratched his head, still holding an old smartphone. Your opinion doesn't matter. Han Wenxuan glanced at him disdainfully, then grabbed his phone and asked, What are you looking at? You haven't put your phone down since earlier, she said while swiping and looking. On the screen was a video showing Su Ran knocking down Zhou, who with one punch. The comments and likes below had already surpassed 10,000. Who is this big shot? Wow, Black Flame. Did the big shot receive some divine power? A level 5 powerhouse. Terrifying. But, is this it? This guy is so handsome. The last time I saw someone this handsome was. Goodness, the person upstairs is quite the literary type. What a shame. Such a handsome guy, but he talks a bit too much. Han Wenxuan stared blankly. Then her delicate face turned bright red as she glared at Jiang Ji. Why didn't you tell me earlier? A fully transformed level 5 supernatural being. Han Wenxuan couldn't even knock down herself in one strike. Yet Su Ran managed it with ease. This means the rumors were wrong. Su Ran probably didn't cheat. He really is a yellow rank level 9. And I just mocked him? The clown was actually me. How embarrassing. I wanted to show you, but you wouldn't let me say anything. Jiang Ji spread his hands helplessly. He had watched this video before coming, so he fully believed in Su Ran's strength. Han Wenxuan was blushing, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Okay, from today on, our C-107 team is officially established. Su Ran waved his hand. This matter was settled. Although it was just a randomly formed team, for the vast majority of students, this would be their first team in life. As their first teammates, most would choose to enter the same university after the team's assessment, becoming teammates for the rest of their lives. What if the team isn't united and has conflicts? Such a team shouldn't even think about advancing. Next, the school leaders took the stage to give their final speech, and the audience was drowsy. Most teams were busy getting to know their new teammates. After some communication, Su Ran also learned the basic situations of the other two. Han Wenxuan, yellow rank level 6, beast transformation, ability, belonging to the 5th sequence, Wu Yi. Among the assessment teams in Nansheng, she was a top-tier talent. Jiang Ji, yellow rank level 4, spirit wave, ability, belonging to the 8th sequence, Ren Shou. At this time, various small teams were becoming familiar with each other, and some with shared interests had already started laughing together. You play LOL too? Just kidding, I'm the best mid laner in Nansheng, main champion Kled. You two stop boasting. Quickly check the weapon auction site. Someone put a spiritual weapon up for sale. Wow, this price could buy a house in Kyoto, right? Forget it. That's not something we can afford. Having a machete would be good enough. Hearing about weapons, Su Ran suddenly thought of something. Your ability should require weapon assistance, right? He looked at Jiangji. Spirit Wave is a type of energy ability which, as the name suggests, uses the spiritual energy within to cause damage in an outward manner. And this ability, if assisted by a powerful weapon, can be very destructive. After hearing this, Jiangji took out a long, broad knife from his backpack. Suran? I'm being on. No, I asked you to take out a weapon. Why did you pull out a kitchen knife? Jiangji's face turned bright red as he explained in a low voice. My family is poor. I can only go to school with various subsidies. A good weapon made by a craftsman costs at least several thousand to tens of thousands. After hearing this, Su Ran fell silent. Although his family conditions weren't particularly good, at least his father supported his education. After the spiritual energy revival, becoming a supernatural being was definitely a great way for poor families to rise. But for students from already struggling families, maintaining the huge expenses required for cultivation would surely burden their families. Oh, this is such a small matter. Han Wenxuan stepped forward and patted Jiang Ji on the shoulder. We'll be teammates from now on. Your matters are my matters. I'll have someone find a suitable weapon for you later. Han Wenxuan's family was indeed not short of money. In fact, it could be said to be quite wealthy. After all, Dad is the boss in the underworld. How bad could the family be? Jiang Ji was taken aback at first, then slowly his eyes turned red. Thank you. Thank what? Your strength has improved, which is also an enhancement for our team. Helping you is like helping myself. Han Wenxuan saw through it. Su Ran smiled upon seeing this. It seems this small team is doing quite well. To celebrate the establishment of the team, let's take a photo. Han Wenxuan took out his phone. The three stood in a row, with Su Ran squeezed in the middle. Jiang Ji, move a bit closer this way. You two squat down a little. Look at the camera. Su Ran's face was squished out of shape. No, taking a photo is one thing. Don't crash into people with a ball. After the photo was taken, the three added each other as WeChat friends, each getting a copy of the photo. In the picture, Han Wenxuan exuded dominance. Jiang Ji looked reserved and shy. Su Ran, squeezed in the middle, had half of his face obscured, looking as if he couldn't catch his breath. Just very enjoyable. By the afternoon, after dispersing, Su Ran greeted Gu Kuer and then headed towards Old Yao's office. The novelty of meeting teammates had worn off, and by now, the playground was almost empty, with the campus feeling deserted as the holiday approached. Next comes the crucial graduation assessment, and the students went back to prepare for the final exam. Suddenly, the roar of engines sounded behind him. Su Ran turned around and saw two black Mercedes speeding towards him. Is it even allowed to drive this fast in school? No. Su Ran's expression changed dramatically as the two cars accelerated, heading straight for him. Hit him. Make sure to kill him. Someone must pay for my son's death. In the front passenger seat, a middle-aged man in a suit had a sinister look on his face, roaring madly. Chapter 17 campus attack. The Mercedes sped across the grass of the playground, its wheels tearing up the turf and leaving two deep tracks behind. Even with Su Ran's quick reflexes, there was no time to dodge this time. Bang! After a loud crash, Su Ran was thrown into the air, tracing an arc before crashing heavily to the ground. He vomited a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his internal organs had shifted with excruciating pain in his chest. Without a doubt, His ribs were broken. The Mercedes came to a stop, and 5 men in suits got out, led by a middle-aged man with a sullen expression. Shu Ran struggled to get up from the ground. If it weren't for his enhanced physical condition after undergoing rigorous training, he would have been dead on the spot or at least left paralyzed for life from that hit. They were clearly out to kill him. The middle-aged man's expression darkened even further when he saw Shu Ran manage to stand up. Get him. I'll take the blame as long as one of you can kill this kid. I'll reward each of you 500,000. After hearing this, the 4 bodyguards silently moved towards Shu Ran. Zhao Guohua. Shu Ran finally recognized the man. He had seen his photo on the school's notice board. The chairman of the Zhao group and one of the school's board members at the 7th high school. Run. With just a glance at the 4 bodyguards, Shu Ran made a quick decision and bolted toward the administrative building. Just the fluctuation of their spiritual energy was enough for him to determine that all 4 were at least at the Xian level. I didn't kill your son. Didn't you see the police's autopsy report? Shu Ran shouted as he ran, not daring to look back. Zhao Guohua wanted his life, clearly blaming Shu Ran for Zhao Wenxiang's death. Why should I be the one who dies while you're still alive? Don't think I don't know you were at the scene that day. With Zhao Guohua's means, it would be easy for him to find out. He roared angrily. I don't care. Someone must be responsible for Wenxiang's death. Since he's dead, you can't escape blame. Crazy. Shu Ran felt a surge of anger. This man was definitely insane. No wonder Zhao Wenxiang had such an arrogant personality. Like father, like son. Just then, a gust of wind rushed past him. Alarms went off in Shu Ran's mind. Even without looking back, he instinctively rolled to the side. Almost as soon as he dodged, a 2-foot-long straight knife brushed past his head and plunged into the ground. Cold sweat broke out on Shu Ran's forehead. If he had reacted just a moment slower, he might have been killed on the spot. In this critical moment, he almost wanted to use his Xian-level puppet. However, that thought was quickly dismissed. Not only could a single Xian-level puppet not hold out for long, but if the secret of the Inheritance Tower were exposed, even if he had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough. He understood the principle of a man without fault can be blamed for possessing a jewel. Shu Ran sprang up from the ground, but the sudden movement caused him great pain, twisting his face in agony. However, he had no time to think about anything else, as the straight knife was suddenly pulled from the ground and lunged at him again. Control over objects ability? This was bad luck indeed. Just when he was being chased, he had encountered such a tormenting skill. Without a second thought, Shu Ran's spiritual energy surged, and he waved his hand, quickly dodging while jumping into the bushes in the central flower bed, continuing to flee upward. Behind him, the 5 men saw a massive cloud of pitch-black flames suddenly appear in the air. As the steel knife passed through the flames, it began to melt. By the time it emerged from the black flames, it had turned into a blob of red iron, crashing into the bushes. Hiss! White smoke rose, igniting the flower bed. The black flames continued their pursuit, heading straight for the 4 men behind. Black flame. The 4 men's expressions changed, and fear flickered in their eyes. Fortunately, the black flames weren't fast. After they clumsily dodged, the dark flames crashed onto one of the Mercedes cars. Moments later, that Mercedes E-Class, worth hundreds of thousands, was reduced to a blob of molten scrap metal. This was the talent of the first sequence, Jiahai Black Flame. It was said to be able to melt the highest melting point hafnium alloy in the world. If it touched anything, the 4 exchanged glances, swallowing hard with lingering fear. Zhao Guohua, seeing them slow down, angrily shouted, "What are you waiting for? Can a mere yellow-level high school student kill you?" True. Even with the Black Flame ability, this kid was just a high school student. His technique was clearly unrefined. He was too inexperienced. The 4 breathed a slight sigh of relief, but their expressions grew serious as they quickened their pace towards Shu Ran. However, during this brief delay, Shu Ran had already run over 100 meters and was about to dive into the circular administrative building. Stop him! Zhao Guohua shouted angrily from behind. If Shu Ran got into the teaching building, who knew where he would hide? He might really escape. Shu Ran was aware of this, which was why he'd been desperately running in that direction from the start. If he was lucky, he might bump into a teacher on duty. In front of a teacher, would Zhao Guohua dare to kill him in public? Shu Ran's expression froze. Damn, he might actually dare. After all, he was a school board member. What teacher would dare offend him? No wonder he had the audacity to commit murder in the school. He probably had already made plans to silence others with money. As Su ran for his life, he glanced back to check the situation. But when he looked, his pupils dilated in shock. One of the men seemed to have decided not to wait for the others, his speed suddenly skyrocketing as he transformed into a black shadow, lunging straight at Su Ran. Damn, a speed-enhancing ability. Su Ran realized that the 4 men Zhao Guohua brought were clearly there to prevent his escape. In just 100 meters, that man appeared before him in the blink of an eye. With speed like that, why not go for the Olympics instead of being a bodyguard? Su Ran cursed as he threw out another ball of black flame. However, while the black flame was powerful, it was not fast. The suited man easily dodged it, and by the time Su Ran reacted again, a heavy punch had already landed squarely on his chest. Poof! Blood sprayed out like a mist. Su Ran felt as if he had been hit by a car again, sent flying over 10 meters before crashing heavily into the stone pillar at the center of the circular teaching building. The sound of bones cracking echoed in his ears. He wanted to curse the man, asking if he was specifically aiming for his wounds. But as soon as he opened his mouth, blood surged out again. Wow! A mouthful of blood stained his shirt. At this point, Su Ran had lost his ability to move. It was impossible for him to escape anymore. Yet, he felt strangely calm because he saw a familiar figure. Above the circular teaching building, a plump middle-aged teacher was leaning over the railing, smoking, as if waiting for someone. At that moment, he spotted the severely injured Su Ran below. Wait, I want to kill him myself and avenge Wen Chong. The 4 bodyguards did not rush to end Su Ran's life. At this moment, Zhao Guohua was panting, his gaze sinister as he pursued. It was precisely these few seconds of delay that cost them the last opportunity to kill Su Ran. Because in the next second, the figure of the middle-aged teacher had already blocked in front of Su Ran. Stop! Chapter 18. Is the sun really yours? Su Ran's eyes widened. He clearly saw that the middle-aged teacher jumped directly off the railing. Damn, that's the 17th floor. The person blocking Su Ran was none other than his homeroom teacher. Yao Jun. Su Ran's eyes turned red. The slightly plump figure in front of him seemed so tall and reassuring at this moment. Su Ran sniffed and glanced at the protruding belly. Old Yao, shouldn't you lose some weight? The crowd. You're about to die and still have time to care about this? Yao Jun turned around and glared at him. If you can't keep your mouth shut, then don't speak. You don't even have your front teeth, yet you can control yourself. Do you want me to let them beat you to death? Zhao Guohua's face darkened at this moment. Did he think they didn't exist? Yao Jun, this has nothing to do with you. I must kill this kid today. Get out of the way. Yao Jun turned back. What if I don't let you? Are you planning to kill me too? Zhao Guohua's expression was extremely grim. Killing a high school student, he could manage with some effort. But if he killed a mystic-level teacher, that would be very tricky. What benefits do you get by protecting this kid? If you know how to be sensible, step aside. I'll give you 500,000 as a hush fee afterwards. With your salary, how long would it take to earn that much? Old Yao rubbed his balding head, laughing. What makes you think I lack money? That little salary isn't even enough for my monthly cigarette expenses. He took out a Zhonghua cigarette and lit it. Looking at the bewildered crowd, he sneered. Teaching is a hobby, you know? Zhao Guohua had clearly lost his patience. I'll ask you one last time. Will you let him go? The price can be increased. Just name your number. Old Yao stared at Zhao Guohua for a long time, then spoke. Idiot. The 4 bodyguards' expressions changed in unison. You, a teacher from Taizong, dare to insult the school board member? Are you insane? As expected, Zhao Guohua's face turned even uglier than if he had eaten shit, but before he could speak, Old Yao brought the Zhonghua to his mouth, the tobacco curling in the flame as he exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. I'll warn you one last time. Take one step closer and you'll bear the consequences. Zhao Guohua laughed in anger, setting aside the disparity in their positions just in terms of strength. He was merely a mystic-level alien spirit user, while he had 4 bodyguards, each of whom was also mystic level. You can't take on 4 by yourself. His patience was wearing thin. He waved his hand. Kill them all. I'll give you an extra 500,000. The 4 bodyguards, upon hearing this, were instantly delighted. They surged forward towards Yao Jun, but just as they took a step, a series of ripping sounds echoed. Their clothes were suddenly slashed open with countless dense cuts. and their skin looked as if it had been sliced by sharp blades. The wounds were small and numerous, but they covered their bodies. Blood instantly soaked their bodies, and all four displayed expressions of pain. While these wounds were not fatal, they were still unbearable. Not to mention them, even Su Ran, who was behind them, was stunned. Even at such close proximity, he hadn't seen how old Yao had made his move. How on earth did he do that? Yao Jun still maintained a calm demeanor. Taking another puff of his cigarette, he stepped forward, and an inexplicable aura was instantly released. The four bodyguards, despite being ruthless characters with blood on their hands, felt a wave of heart palpitations and involuntarily stepped back several paces. Who is this person? This is a mystic-level teacher? That was just a warning. If you don't leave. Yao Jun didn't finish his sentence, but let his gaze linger slightly on the necks of the four. A chill ran from their feet through their bodies, and all four instinctively looked towards Zhao Guohua, whose expression was even more grim. Because at that moment, Yao Jun's gaze was fixed firmly on him. Fine. If you're willing to offend me for this kid, you must have already thought about the consequences. I want to see how long you can protect him. Zhao Guohua's face was terrifyingly dark. It was impossible to kill Su Ran today. This fat man had too many tricks. If this continued, he feared he might end up here. Before leaving, Zhao Guohua cast a cold glance at Su Ran. Once he saw everyone leave, Yao Jun hurriedly turned around to check Su Ran's injuries, then furrowed his brow tightly. Let us go to the infirmary to treat your wounds. As Yao Jun said this, he picked Su Ran up and quickly ran toward the infirmary. Slow down. If you jolt me again, I might die before we even get there. Su Ran grimaced in pain, and at the same time, he was filled with confusion. Why go to the infirmary when he was so badly injured? Just as the two left, on another building in the distance, two figures gradually stood upright. One of them put down the binoculars and reported into the earpiece. Captain, that kid has been rescued. It seems we don't need to take action. Don't expose ourselves unless absolutely necessary. Our goal is to lure out the big fish. After hearing this, the person nodded. As for Zhao Guohua's side, should we intervene? Attacking at school is simply too arrogant. We'll handle it later. For now, don't intervene to avoid alerting the enemy. The school infirmary was on the other side of the playground. Despite the several thousand meters distance, Yao Jun managed to reach the infirmary in about 3 minutes while carrying Su Ran, who weighed over 100 pounds, as if he weighed nothing. Kicking open the infirmary door, the white-bearded old man inside was clearly startled. He was reading a newspaper and jumped up in fright, almost dropping his reading glasses. What's going on? Are you going to pay for breaking the door? Seeing that it was old Yao, the old man cursed and shouted. But when his gaze fell on Su Ran, his expression immediately turned serious. He is injured so badly. Why aren't you taking him to the hospital? Why bring him here? Old Yao placed Su Ran on the bed. Stop talking nonsense. I know you have a way to treat him. The old man became anxious. You're thinking of using that witch's hair, right? I'm telling you, don't even dream about it. I would rather die than use that treasure. Isn't that treasure just for you to line your coffin in the future? Old Yao cursed directly. Just treat him. Last time, I gave you that thing for free, and consider it as me owing you a favor. Really? The old man's expression changed immediately, and his eyes lit up, as if afraid old Yao would go back on his word. He quickly turned and headed into the room, as if to fetch something. Su Ran listened to their conversation in confusion, but upon hearing the words, witch's hair, he was immediately startled. This was a body part of an altered creature, rumored to be able to instantly heal external injuries. As long as it wasn't a fatal wound, it could be healed instantly without leaving any hidden ailments. Why was it rumored? Because even though there were online offers for millions to buy it, it was still priced but unavailable. The infirmary old man actually had such a treasure. More importantly, he was actually willing to take it out to treat him. Of course, after listening for a while, Su Ran understood that this was all because of old Yao. He was merely old Yao's student. Why was he treating him so well? Am I really old Su's biological son? Suddenly, Su Ran recalled that old Yao was still unmarried, which naturally meant he had no children. Could it be that he wanted to adopt him as his godson? Then why not just have one himself? Su Ran suddenly realized. It seemed he understood the answer. Tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at old Yao, feeling incredibly touched. Old Yao, I should still go to the hospital. I heard that Wamuxu is also effective for infertility, You can keep it for yourself. Old Yao frowned. What did you say? I know you're embarrassed. But we're all men here. There's no need to be shy. It's better to have a biological son. Old Yao's expression gradually became unpleasant. After a while, the old man lifted the curtain and came out from the inner room holding a box. Huh? Why did this kid faint? The injury wasn't that serious just now. Old Yao waved his hand. It's fine as long as he's not dead. Treat him. Chapter 19, Why Does My Face Hurt So Much? 2 hours later, the old man slowly wiped the sweat from his forehead, and the milky white glow on his hands gradually dissipated. When he stood up, his steps were even a bit unsteady. Old bones. Such a huge consumption of spiritual power is hard to bear. If Su Ran were awake at this moment, he would surely be shocked, because after the old man's treatment, Su Ran, who had originally looked pale, now had a gradually reddening complexion. This meant that the spiritual technique he had just used actually had the effect of restoring vitality. It should be noted that healing abilities are already quite rare, and most healing techniques can only heal injuries or restore mental power. Even if the injury is healed, if blood had already been lost, how could it be replenished? Yet this old man's technique could restore vitality. It was simply unprecedented. It was clear that this old man in the small clinic of the 7th middle school must have been an important figure in the past. I've noted down the favor I owe you. As long as the conditions aren't too excessive, feel free to ask. Old Yao glanced at the old man. The old man chuckled. In an instant, his waist no longer ached, and he took out his reading glasses to read the newspaper again. Looking at the still sleeping Su Ran, old Yao intended to wake him up, but suddenly recalled what the kid had just said. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Slap. A crisp slap landed on Su Ran's face. Wake up. Is it already healed? Su Ran opened his eyes in confusion, rubbing his face, wondering if he was still not fully healed, as he still felt a bit of pain. Seeing Su Ran looking over, the old man quickly adjusted his glasses. I don't know. Don't look at me. It might be a side effect. Oh. Su Ran felt a burning pain on his face, thinking that this side effect was a bit much. And it seemed that the efficacy of Huaxia wasn't as good as rumored. He glanced at the time. 2 hours had already passed. It was starting to get dark outside. All right, get up and move around. Come with me to the training room. We still have training later. Old Yao said, his anger dissipating. Su Ran was dumbfounded. Now, I just suffered such a heavy injury and almost lost my life. And now we still have to train? Is this something a person can do? Seeing old Yao's face darkening again, Su Ran suddenly jolted. There was no room for negotiation. 20 minutes later, 7th middle school, training room. Su Ran sat helplessly on the ground. What exactly are we training? If it's fighting, then no need. If it's the theoretical basis of spiritual power, then even more so. Just thinking about that textbook as thick as a Xinhua dictionary made Su Ran's head hurt. Stand up. Show me your black flame. Old Yao kicked Su Ran and said. Reluctantly, Su Ran got up. Right here? If I burn down the training room, I'm not responsible for the compensation. The training room was built with special metal materials and reinforced with abilities, but even so, in front of the black flame, it was almost like paper. First sequence grade A ability. Do you think I'm joking with you? Did I tell you to burn the place down? Old Yao slapped Su Ran on the forehead and then pointed to a target in the distance. Shoot at that. Step back to the other side. The training room was about 100 square meters. Metal targets were set up at both ends, approximately 20 meters apart. You think this little distance can stump me? Su Ran excitedly ran to the other side, took aim at the target, and waved his hand. A ball of black flame the size of a soccer ball shot straight out. Whoosh! After a burst of flames, the metal target had melted into a puddle of molten iron. The power of the black flame was indeed frightening. That's passable. Old Yao nodded. Su Ran, however, wore a proud expression. If he didn't have this level of accuracy, what was he even doing? This is a target, but if that were a person? Old Yao glanced at Su Ran. Su Ran was taken aback at first, then understood what Old Yao meant. The target doesn't move. People do. Moving target. Then, just anticipate it. Su Ran argued, though his confidence was somewhat lacking. It sounds easy. The trajectory of a person's movement is unpredictable. How do you know what the enemy will do next? Sure enough, Old Yao scoffed. Then open your eyes and watch closely. He took a cigarette from his pack, flicked it with 2 fingers, and the cigarette flew off into the distance. The cigarette flew about 10 meters away before it began to fall due to gravity. But at that moment, a subtle gust of wind suddenly appeared in the air. Why could Su Ran perceive it? Because the gust of wind brushed so closely past his hair. The wind blew, and the airflow sent the falling cigarette soaring back up, spinning into the air. Su Ran pouted. What's so special about that? The parabolic drop of a cigarette is so easy to predict. I could do that too. But just as he finished speaking, the spinning cigarette was suddenly affected by another gust of wind, this time flying back in the opposite direction. The cigarette continued to spin. When it reached above Old Yao's head, the same gust of wind caused it to drop straight down. Huh! A soft sound. It landed perfectly between Old Yao's fingers. Old Yao took out a lighter, lit it, and took a leisurely puff, exhaling smoke. Su Ran was dumbfounded. From his perspective, the cigarette seemed to be manipulated by an invisible hand in midair. It flew out, fell, then flew back, finally landing steadily in the designated spot. What kind of incredible control over spiritual power is this? Don't underestimate it just because of the cigarette. It's precisely because of this that controlling the direction of a cigarette spinning in midair requires not only finding the precise point of application, but also controlling the force. Old Yao's ability was the seventh sequence, Sun Wind, belonging to the elemental category. He knew this, but the key question is, why could it still change direction after being shot out? Why could it still be manipulated? How is this even possible? Su Ran's astonishment was evident on his face. And Old Yao naturally noticed. He smiled slightly. Want to learn? I can teach you. At this moment, Su Ran was completely in awe. His previous negativity had vanished, and this operation had completely refreshed his understanding. Hearing Old Yao's words, he nodded vigorously. I want to learn. You'll be my godfather, and I'll be your godson. He finally understood why the 4 bodyguards had been instantly stunned by Old Yao. Just this one operation, combined with Old Yao's nearly invisible Sun Wind ability, could easily kill someone without them even realizing it. In simple terms, if Old Yao really wanted to kill someone, you wouldn't even know how you died. Just thinking about such means is terrifying. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Old Yao's expression clearly froze for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. Get lost. I don't want a son like you. You think I'd agree? Suran Chekil. He was already a bit impatient. If you want to learn, listen carefully. Old Yao pulled over a chair, sat down, and said while smoking, actually what I just demonstrated was just the basics. Once your level increases, you'll understand that changing the trajectory of an attack with mental power is a clear distinction between a novice and an expert, especially for elemental abilities. Being able to do this will lead to a qualitative leap in strength, not only in the trajectory of attacks, but also in intensity, precision. Chapter 20. The mantis stalking the cicada in the quiet of the night, the campus of No. 7 Middle School appeared somewhat serene. In a dark teaching building, only the training room was lit. When controlling spiritual power, one must not be impatient. It is essential to maintain the connection. Otherwise, it can easily spiral out of control. Inside the training room, Su Ran was propped up on his legs, panting heavily. Damn it! Seeing Lao Yao look so relaxed earlier, he finally realized that the actual operation was hundreds of times more difficult than he had imagined. This kind of training not only consumed spiritual energy. After 2 hours, he felt as if his brain was about to explode. It felt like trying to thread a needle with yarn, struggling for half a day without success. Yet he had to focus all his attention. Again, Lao Yao, Bakko. Su Ran took a deep breath and flicked his wrist. The black flames shot towards one of the metal targets once more, but at that moment, Lao Yao's finger moved slightly, and the metal target immediately shifted over 2 meters. This sudden change did not fluster Su Ran. He fixed his gaze on the black flames in the air, not daring to relax for a moment. An astonishing scene unfolded. The black flames, originally shot in a straight line, unexpectedly formed a horizontal zigzag in midair and flew straight towards the moved metal target. Then, they grazed past the metal target and crashed into the metal wall behind it. A mark melted by high temperature appeared instantly on the wall. Looking at the entire wall, it was covered with such reddish or already cooled blackened marks. This was the result of Su Ran's 2 hours of effort. I did it. Although he hit the bullseye and had even missed the target, Su Ran still felt a surge of excitement. Not bad. Lao Yao praised him rarely. But then his expression turned serious. However, don't celebrate too early. This was just a single directional control. You're still far from being able to control it as easily as an extension of your own limbs. And your accuracy is still lacking. Oh, the moment Su Ran felt elated, he was doused with a bucket of cold water. Little did he know, while Lao Yao downplayed it, he was actually quite shocked internally. He didn't expect this kid to grasp the essentials so quickly. Don't underestimate this seemingly simple directional change. It was the first step that was the hardest. When he started practicing, it took him a full half-month to achieve his first directional change. Of course, he wouldn't tell Su Ran this. Otherwise, with his personality, wouldn't he be strutting around? Let us call it a day for now. Come back tomorrow to continue, Lao Yao said as he escorted Su Ran to the school gate. Just before parting, Su Ran suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, "By the way, Lao Yao, do you know about the Jiu Mansion?" "Why do you ask that?" The usually composed Lao Yao's expression changed slightly. "It's nothing. Just a casual question." Lao Yao's face turned grave as he stared at Su Ran for a long while, finally saying in a deep voice, "Don't inquire about them. And pray you don't encounter those people." "Oh," Su Ran responded casually, but his heart was already pounding. "Damn it. I've already run into them. Okay. It seems this hot potato needs to be dealt with sooner rather than later. Otherwise, it would really be troublesome." By now it was close to dawn. The quiet street was pitch black, with only the orange streetlights casting a small patch of light. "All right, you should head back early." Lao Yao waved his hand. Can you walk me back?" Su Ran's face turned red, asking for an escort rather pathetically. "It's fine. Zhao Guo's people won't come looking for you anytime soon. You can walk back without worry. I'm not worried about the Zhao family." "Then what are you afraid of?" I'm afraid of the dark." Su Ran even hesitated in his movements. Lao Yao stared at him for a moment, then asked, "How old are you?" "If you're not going to walk me back, then don't mock me." Su Ran took a deep breath and stepped onto the pitch-black street that seemed endless. "What is there to be afraid of? As long as you're brave, the female ghost will take a leave of absence." Lao Yao watched Su Ran leave, waiting until he vanished around the corner before muttering to himself, "Sigh, it seems that incident has affected him too much. Well, I thought the little brat would never be able to train again, but unexpectedly, he gave me a surprise." A heavy middle-aged voice echoed. From the shadows emerged a familiar figure. If Su Ran turned around at that moment, he would be astonished to find that it was none other than his father. "I have to say, his talent is almost on par with you, you old pervert." Looking at Su Hai, who suddenly appeared, Lao Yao was not surprised at all. It was more like he had been waiting for a long time. Just look at whose son it is. With Su Ran not present, Su Hai's eyes showed his pride in his son. The talent is decent, but sometimes the mouth is too reckless. Lao Yao curled his lips. "I don't know how you taught him." If Shui Er were still around. As he spoke halfway, Lao Yao suddenly realized he had misspoken. Seeing Su Hai's expression, it clearly darkened significantly. "Do you think in a year, this kid has a chance of beating that person's child? You have no confidence in the student you taught?" Su Hai looked at Lao Yao. "Let us talk about it then. If he really loses at worst. Let us go. We haven't had a drink together in ages, shall we?" Lao Yao seemed to want to change the subject, interrupting Su Hai. "Then let us go. Whoever gets drunk first is the grandson." "Wait, with your drinking habits, last time you got drunk and peeped at the women's bathhouse, causing me to get beaten up with you. I still remember that. Didn't we agree never to mention that again?" In the dead of night, even Su Ran's footsteps sounded incredibly clear. The old buildings on both sides were eerily quiet, and every time he passed by the deep, dark alley, Su Ran couldn't help but quicken his pace. The newspapers on the street swirled in the night wind, and the dim light occasionally passed by, stretching Su Ran's shadow long and eerie. He always felt like someone was following him. However, he had read an article online saying that during such times, one must never look back, otherwise they would bump into a terrifying ghostly face. And about 30 meters behind Su Ran, indeed, a figure was slowly tailing him, hidden in the shadows. "You can make your move now." A deep male voice came through the earpiece. After hearing this, the man silently stepped out of the shadows. In the dim light, his unremarkable facial features were somewhat ugly, with slanted eyes and a crooked nose. When he grinned, he revealed a mouth full of yellow teeth. He He looked quite old. At the moment the man stepped out of the shadows, not far behind, two young men in combat uniforms perked up, quickly grabbing their collars and whispering, "Captain, there's a situation. But why is there only one person? What is his strength?" A cold female voice came through the earpiece. "Looks to be of the Xian rank, but we can't determine the exact level yet. Don't act rashly. He is not a big catch." After receiving the order, both of them were taken aback. Although there was only one person, that was still a Xian rank expert. That kid only has the strength of a Huang rank. Isn't this a bit too ruthless? But the order had been given, and they had no choice but to follow it. Understood. On the dark night streets, a game of mantis stalking the cicada was unfolding. However, Su Ran was completely unaware, as he was still hesitating whether to look back. What if there really is a female ghost? If she is pretty, that is one thing. If she is ugly, even if I want to give her a break, the key is I can't bring myself to do it. And just at that moment, the quiet street suddenly echoed with a rapid sound of footsteps. The sound grew closer, clearly headed towards Su Ran. His body immediately stiffened, a chill slowly rising from his feet, and his scalp tightened and tingled. No, it can't be. A bitter smile crept onto Su Ran's face as he mechanically turned his head. Under the moonlight, that incredibly ugly face came into view. Oh my God, a ghost. Chapter 21, just a brick, that makes sense. The steel knife in a man's hand was already raised halfway, and at that moment, he was completely stunned. Once he reacted, his anger surged instantly. "You bastard, am I that ugly?" At this time, Su Ran was already scared out of his wits. He quickly opened his legs and ran desperately into the distance. "Stop." The assassin was so angry that his face turned green. "So what if I'm ugly? Did my looks eat your family's rice? Is it necessary to run this fast?" This shout frightened Su Ran so much that he ran even faster. Although the assassin was not good at speed, his body was still at the Xian level, and the distance between the two was slowly closing. At this moment, Su Ran also realized it wasn't he a ghost. It was a person. After realizing this, he finally felt much more at ease. What the hell? Who is this again? What kind of bad luck is he having? Being chased twice in one day. The more Su Ran thought about it, the angrier he got. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. And then he suddenly stopped, turned around with a cold expression. "Why aren't you running?" The assassin sneered and chased up, but when he saw Su Ran's icy gaze, he couldn't help but be startled. What kind of look is this kid giving? For a moment, he didn't attack first, and the two stood 2 meters apart, frozen in place. Su Ran stared at the assassin for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. "Dad, don't kill me, assassin." "So after all that build-up you said this? You scare me. I thought you had some trump card. Begging for mercy. You're putting on such an intimidating front. I didn't kill Zhao Wenxiang. Just go back and tell Zhao Guohua that he only lost a son. From now on, he is my dad, and he doesn't have to worry about his inheritance being unclaimed. Is that all right?" Su Ran explained. "Can this be called cowardice? This is called a great man who can bend and stretch. What are you talking about?" The assassin frowned, confused. Su Ran was also stunned. "Aren't you the one Zhao Guohua sent to kill me? Then you're a bit out of luck. There's a queue for killing people. You need to make an appointment." After saying this, Su Ran turned to leave. The assassin was directly dumbfounded. "So you're still a hot commodity. Killing you requires an appointment?" He was so angry that his eyes turned red, and he swung the knife at Su Ran. "Hand over the stuff, or die." Su Ran was already on guard. As soon as the assassin raised his hand, he quickly dodged to the side. "What stuff?" He was momentarily stunned, then immediately understood. It must be related to that mutated black corpse from that day. It seems this person is sent by the behind-the-scenes force. Understanding this point, wait. Just as the assassin was about to swing the knife again, Su Ran quickly raised his hands. "Do you have anything else to say? You just want that pearl, right? If I give it to you, will you let me go?" Su Ran asked. He had wanted to get rid of this thing for a long time, and now he couldn't wait to distance himself from this matter. Having been educated with quality education, he understood from a young age that if you take someone else's stuff, you have to return it. The assassin was taken aback. Did he really give in so easily? He suspiciously nodded. "As long as the thing is still here, I'll spare your life." "All right, then wait a moment, I'll look for it." Su Ran squatted down and began rummaging through his backpack. As he pulled out item after item, the expression on the assassin's face became increasingly interesting. What on earth is in a high school student's backpack? A brick? That's one thing. What the hell is a pink teddy bear hairpin and black stockings? And those learning materials that make one's face flush just by looking at the cover. Are these things that should be in a high school student's backpack? There's not a single thing related to studying. Seeing the assassin's gaze becoming more and more strange, Shu Ran suddenly felt embarrassed and hurriedly spoke. It's not what you think. Let me explain. The brick is for self-defense. I'm just a high school student. Having a self-defense item in my bag is reasonable, right? The hairpin and stockings belong to Gu or that girl sometimes can't fit everything. So she stuffs everything into my bag. As for the learning materials, they were borrowed from someone in the class. After all, it would be a shame to burn them. The assassin was gradually losing patience. He watched Shu Ran rummaging for a long time without finding what he wanted. Enough. Are you setting up a stall here? Hurry up and hand over the stuff. And those magazines, give them all to me. Shu Ran suddenly looked up and revealed a gentlemanly smile. I understand. He rummaged for a while longer and finally found the pearl at the bottom. Found it. Here you go. Looking at Shu Ran's outstretched hand, the assassin was momentarily stunned. Found it? Really giving it to me? So simple. At this moment, not far away, at the street corner, two onlookers were dumbfounded. Wait, why did this kid hand over the stuff? We asked you for it, and you adamantly refused to admit it. Damn it, the people from the Crazy Corpse gang came, and you just handed it over. So you're the real villain, huh? Sonny Sean was in a bad mood. Old son, what should we do now? Should we report to the captain? The 6th gene beastization agent absolutely cannot fall into their hands. Otherwise, it will cause great chaos in social order. He was also anxious. Why isn't this kid following the script? You're a high school student. Even if you don't understand the importance of this thing, you should at least be able to tell right from wrong, right? The Crazy Corpse gang is clearly not good people. How can you hand over the stuff? Don't move. Sonny Sean took a deep breath. If he really handed it over, it wouldn't be too late for us to act later. It's not the right time to expose ourselves now. On the other side, watching Shu Ran extend his hand, the assassin hesitated. It wasn't that he was overly suspicious. The main issue was that everything was going too smoothly, too unusually smooth. The spirit department and the Crazy Corpse gang had been playing a game of chess, secretly crossing blows countless times, and had made numerous meticulous plans. And what is the result? Just asking for it, and it's handed over? Did they waste all that effort for nothing? No, it's not that simple. The assassin's gaze gradually turned suspicious and cold. There's nothing of ours in there, right? You've already handed the stuff over to the people from the spirit department. Haven to you? Kid, with your little skills, do you think you can fool us? Suran? Big brother, what are you imagining? This is exactly what you want. No, can't you just check it yourself after taking the stuff? Once it's done, we can all go our separate ways and pretend we never met. Isn't that good? Hee, your acting is quite good. He gradually showed a confident, cold smile. So tell me, is there a remote bomb or a tracking device inside? Do you think I would be fooled? Shu Ran was completely stunned. In this day and age, why doesn't anyone believe the truth? No worries if you're not reassured. I can take the stuff out for you now. Once you see it clearly, you'll know I really didn't intend to deceive you. Don't move. The assassin shouted angrily, startling Shu Ran so much that he froze, and his action stopped. Just then, his earpiece transmitted the command. You can withdraw now. Your mission is to attract the attention of the spirit department. Don't delay. But at this moment, the assassin couldn't hear anything anymore. He felt like he had been played. A dignified, cold-blooded assassin was actually toyed with by a high school student, which made him furious. Kid, if you had cooperated obediently, I might have spared your life. During the conversation, he suddenly swung the steel knife towards Shu Ran. But now you should just die. Chapter 22. This cicada is a bit fierce. Another surprise attack? Shu Ran was so scared that he jumped back a long way. I'm not Master Ma. Why do they all like to sneak attack me? Can we talk about martial ethics? I'm really not lying to you. You have to believe me. Shu Ran shouted. You die. The assassin was so enraged that he lost his mind, and the voice in his earpiece was still coldly reprimanding him. But he ignored it and slashed again with his knife. Under the moonlight, the steel blade reflected a cold light, and after this strike, It unexpectedly produced a faint blue arc of knife light. The assassin's special ability was actually the same as Jiang Ji's. Both were the second ability of the ninth sequence. Rincho Spirit Wave. Are you serious? The arc of knife light brushed past, and Su Ran was drenched in cold sweat. If he got hit, he might be cut in half right on the spot. Su Ran was furious. Are you sick? I don't even want to give you the stuff. Do assassins not need brains these days? Su Ran cursed. With a wave of his hand, a deep cold, inky flame appeared out of nowhere and flew straight towards the assassin. The assassin's pupils shrank sharply. Black flame? This high school student actually awakened a first sequence ability? He couldn't care about attacking anymore and quickly dodged, but just as he moved to the side, the black flame unexpectedly drew a zigzag in the air, changing direction and flying back towards him. Mental control? The assassin was drenched in cold sweat. Why did a yellow-level high school student have such terrifying power? Panic thoughts raced through his mind, and he had to dodge again. The black flame missed, instead melting a large hole in the concrete road, with pungent black smoke rising. It started what to do. Qianhe in the distance was getting anxious. Sun Ishan also had a tense expression but still said in a deep voice, "Without orders, we cannot act. I hope he can escape on his own." The scorch marks from the black flame showcased its terrifying lethality. However, the assassin, seeing this, instead laughed. So, it's just a rookie who's just starting out. Scare me for a moment. I thought you could really control it externally. Su Ran felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he had just started learning. Being able to change direction was already good enough. What more could he ask for? Looks like you're out of tricks, so you can die. Even a first sequence A-grade ability has its weaknesses. The weakness of the black flame is that its attack speed isn't fast, at least with his Xian-level strength. Dodging Su Ran's yellow-level black flame attack was still easy. As soon as he finished speaking, another arc of knife light came slashing over. Su Ran could no longer endure it. With no one around, why wait? Erguzi, come out. Just as the knife light was about to reach him, a tall figure in a black cloak suddenly appeared in the middle of the street, blocking in front of Su Ran and taking a hit. The sudden appearance of this figure almost startled the assassin. His gaze began to waver. The two people in the distance also saw this scene and immediately widened their eyes in shock. Holy SHT, a humanoid intelligent combat puppet? And it's Xian level. Where did this kid get such a heaven-defying treasure? Our spirit department can't even get one. How can a high school student have it? Qianhe almost shouted. Sun Ishan was also stunned for a moment, but then a look of envy appeared in his eyes. Did you forget his relationship with Zhang Xiaoshui? Getting such a puppet isn't difficult for the Shadow Army. Plus, he has spatial spiritual artifacts. This kid is loaded with treasures. Having a big shot backing you up makes a difference. I'm so envious. The battle in the distance continued. Once the combat puppet appeared, it immediately followed orders and engaged the assassin in a fight. Xian-level puppet? The two sides were locked in a fierce battle, trading blows back and forth. But the assassin grew more and more alarmed. This puppet was way too strong. He was already at Xian level 6, yet this Xian level puppet seemed to be superior, even subtly gaining the upper hand. Who exactly is this kid? The command to retreat in his earpiece was almost roaring. However, the assassin's face showed bitterness. He was already in a stalemate, and it seemed impossible to withdraw for a while. But he wasn't overly panicked. No matter how strong the puppet was, it was still just a puppet. What supported its combat was the spiritual power storage device inside it, and once the power inside was depleted, it would need to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to recharge. The stronger the puppet, the greater the consumption. In simple terms, even though he was at a disadvantage now, as long as he dragged it out long enough, once the puppet ran out of spiritual power, the situation would completely reverse. He became more confident as he fought, and a cold smile reappeared on his face. You better run far away now, otherwise, when I free my hands, your death will come. But just then, a sneering voice suddenly sounded behind him. Oh, you remembered I'm still here. Thought you forgot about me. The assassin's smile immediately froze, feeling the intense heat approaching from behind. He was instantly frozen in place. However, before he could turn around, a fist-sized black flame instantly pierced through his body. He struggled to look at his chest, where a large hole had already been melted through, the burnt smell wafting everywhere. Not a drop of blood flowed. Thud! The assassin's corpse fell heavily to the ground, his face still showing a look of regret before he died. How could he forget to guard against the other one? In the distance, the two watched, shaking their heads repeatedly. This guy was really unlucky to encounter such a troublesome kid. Not just him, even one of us caught off guard would probably fall for his tricks. What a perfect example of a mantis catching a cicada, only for the mantis to be counterkilled. Who would have thought? This is a diamond-walled cicada. The two discussed, their eyes never leaving Su Ran. Su Ran recalled the shin-level puppet, and just when the two thought he would leave, they saw something that made them widen their eyes. Su Ran not only didn't he leave, but instead started rummaging through the assassin's body, pulling out his wallet, and stuffing it into his pocket. He picked up the steel knife and held it in his hand. Then, with a wave of his hand, the raging black flame instantly turned the corpse to ashes. As the night wind blew, the ashes scattered everywhere, leaving only a charred patch on the ground, with no trace of the body left. Killing, looting, burning the body, scattering the ashes. A seamless operation. It looked incredibly skilled, so experienced. The two watched with darkened faces. Should we file a case on this kid? I suspect he has a criminal record. After hearing this, Qianhe fell silent. I agree. Now that he had finished these actions, Su Ran should leave, right? But he didn't. He walked to the side, took back his things one by one, and then dialed the contact number left by Feng Qingxue. Feng Qingxue had left the phone number. But how could a cold beauty casually give her contact information to others? Thus, in the dark street, in a certain pitch-black alley, a cheerful ringtone suddenly rang out. You cha-cha sing the sunrise, Cheong ha-ha sing the sunset, Harry Potter rides a pig. Chapter 23, so you're called Su Ran. Huh? What the hell? Why is this kid calling me now? The ringtone sounded incredibly clear in the quiet, deep alley. How should I put it? It's a bit brainwashing. Sun Yishan hurriedly pressed mute, which immediately drew a low complaint from Qianhe. Old son, your ringtone is something else. My daughter said it quite cheeky. Sun Yishan responded a bit awkwardly. Qianhe turned pale. Is this even a matter of being cheeky? Big brother, we're on a mission here. Can't you set it to vibrate? How could you make such a rookie mistake? Now everything's exposed. As long as that kid isn't deaf, he definitely heard it. Su Ran indeed heard it. Although he was over 50 meters away, the night was deep and quiet, so when the ringtone rang, he understood everything immediately. Damn it. Are they using me as bait? You guys are from the otherworldly department, right? Su Ran didn't walk over directly, but instead started asking on the phone. Sun Yishan coldly responded. All right, I'm confessing, no more pretending. I killed the otherworldly creature, and you all saw my shin-level puppet. I'm handing over the stuff to you now. And after this, I'm no longer involved. Su Ran intentionally raised his voice, making sure the whole block could hear. Who knows if those powerful figures are still around? He did this to clear his name. If there's a debt, let them find the right person. Don't come looking for him. No, you can't give it to us now. Even if you did, it wouldn't be useful. Sun Yishan explained in a deep voice. Su Ran got angry. What? Can I get rid of this hot potato? I don't care. I'm leaving the stuff here. If you don't take it and someone else picks it up, that's not my problem. As he spoke, he actually took out the safe from the bead and placed it on an empty street. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Sun Yishan and Qianhe stared wide-eyed. What the hell is this operation? Helplessly, after Su Ran left, they had to go pick up the safe. No joke. If this thing were taken by a passerby, it would really be a big problem. The two immediately contacted Feng Qingxue. After hearing the news, Feng Qingxue was silent for a moment before responding in her usual cold voice. Bring the stuff back. The plan continues. Check if there are still members of the frenzied corpse gang around. Since they were already in this situation, it wouldn't be easy to back out now. Yes. Su Ran returned home. Old Su hadn't come back yet. He didn't know where he had gone. After entering his room, he lay on his bed, feeling a bit tired. Today had really been a roller coaster, just full of trouble. What worried him the most now was whether the otherworldly department would find out he had a shin-level puppet and come to investigate. Sigh. He could only think of a way to muddle through when the time came. What Su Ran didn't know was that everything he had displayed today had already been rationalized by two clever minds. He actually didn't need to worry at all. He took out the killer's wallet. Inside, there was nothing that could prove his identity, just dozens of red bills. Su Ran hid the wallet away. This few thousand yuan. Of course, he accepted with a smile. As for the steel knife used by the killer, Although it was standard issue, it was exquisitely crafted and extremely sharp. A good knife. Such a knife would probably cost over 10,000 in the market. It's not cheap. Although he had handed over the items, he kept the bead. A spatial spirit tool. Such a good thing must be kept for himself. So, it turns out Su Ran didn't come away empty-handed. Just, damn, I forgot to hand over that token. Su Ran slapped his thigh. Forget it. It doesn't seem like an important item. I'll deal with it later. After thinking through all this, his mood gradually improved. Through old Yao's guidance today, the biggest gain wasn't the manipulation skills of the Black Flame, but the increase in mental power. That's right. Old Yao's teaching method required an extremely detailed level of control over mental power, which surprisingly enhanced it. Plus, after practicing all night yesterday, Su Ran realized in the morning that prolonged practice, or rather, moderate load practice, also led to mental fatigue because the mental power had been exercised. So, the method for increasing mental power was clear. It needed details, techniques, and it had to be sustained. Su Ran had been practicing for 2 nights, and with the previous excessive consumption of mental power, he finally couldn't withstand the fatigue anymore. He didn't even change his clothes and just fell asleep like that. The next morning, he was still awakened by old Su's knocking on the door. It's already 9 o'clock. How long do you plan to sleep? Su Hai's voice boomed from outside. Su Ran suddenly jolted awake and bounced up from the bed. 9 o'clock? Oh no, I'm going to be late. This is bad. Old Yao is definitely going to scold me again. Su Ran grabbed his backpack and rushed into the living room. Then he stopped in his tracks. Huh, wait a minute. Didn't we have a holiday? He looked resentfully at Su Hai, who was sitting on the sofa, and the old man had a stern expression. What's wrong? Is it a holiday, so you don't need to get up? Why don't you sleep until the afternoon? The momentum Su Ran had just built up instantly deflated. Did you drink last night? He could smell the alcohol from a distance. Su Hai responded without looking back. Drink less. It's not good for your health. Great. After a couple of sentences, all I get is tombs. Su Ran still went out. Although there were no classes today, he had arranged to meet with Han Wenshuan and the others, as there was only 1 week left until the graduation assessment. To put it bluntly, it was the college entrance examination. In the remaining time, their newly formed team needed to make the most of their time to bond. When he arrived at school, since there was still half an hour until the agreed 10 o'clock, Su Ran was the only one who showed up. The playground was empty, but the tire marks on the lawn were still clearly visible. Zhao Guohua definitely wouldn't let this go easily. He'd have to be careful. Just as he was lost in thought, a group of young men holding sticks suddenly walked over from a distance. With one person at the front who was big and burly, clearly the leader. The group headed straight for Su Ran, their faces showing hostility. So you're called Su Ran? Huh. With a green dragon on the left and a white tiger on the right, and a happy sheep on his chest. He looked like a tough character from the streets. Su Ran nodded. I am. What does the big brother want from me? The skinny monkey beside the muscular man looked Su Ran up and down. Do you know who we are? Su Ran smiled and extended his hand toward the muscular man. Nope. What's your name, big brother? Who are you calling big brother? The skinny monkey glared in dissatisfaction. Su Ran glanced sideways. The skinny monkey was about 1.60 meters tall, with sunken cheeks and thin arms and legs, looking like a malnourished figure. Su Ran looked at the muscular man. Big brother, I have to criticize you a bit. When you recruit younger brothers, you should control the quality. Having someone like this is embarrassing for you, right? Besides, the boss is speaking. What right does a little brother have to interrupt? The muscular man was taken aback. The skinny monkey's face turned green at that moment. Who are you calling big brother? I'm the boss. Su Ran was completely dumbfounded. You're the boss. Aren't you just here to make up the numbers? He reacted quickly and immediately smiled awkwardly. Oh, big brother, you see my eyes. I can tell you're a reasonable person who likes to persuade others with virtue, right? What do you need from me? What the hell, persuading with virtue? Why can't I persuade with strength? Stop wasting my time. The young man pointed his stick at Su Ran and said, You're the one who shot my sister, right? Su Ran? Chapter 24 Ninja Turtles? No, I didn't do anything. How could you falsely accuse someone like that? No, what does your sister look like? Su Ran was getting anxious. The young man pondered for a moment. She wore a light yellow long dress this morning, with fluffy hair and her height. Before he could finish, a few of his subordinates nearby started clapping in rhythm. Su Ran was also confused. There's something here, brother. Your wrap has a bit of that big bowl, wide noodle flavor. What are you shaking for? The young man looked around and decided not to describe further. Stop pretending. Han Wenchuan is my sister. I'm Han Wuqiang. Han Wuqiang shouted angrily. Su Ran was even more bewildered, setting aside whether to shoot or not. The key question was, you call yourself Han Wuqiang? How does your look even relate to the two characters Wuqiang? Su Ran doubted whether his lanky arms could even swing a stick without breaking. So your Han family likes to give names that are ironic? The looks from the surrounding subordinates were a bit strange. They secretly glanced at Su Ran, unable to hide their admiration. Brother is fierce. Even that kind of tiger mom can be handled. Impressive. Suran? I didn't. I'm not. I don't know anything. At this moment, Han Wuqiang also realized something was off with his words and blushed angrily. I said the arrow. My sister said she was shot by an arrow. Was it you? During breakfast, Han Wuqiang discovered that his usually proud and composed older sister was acting like she had lost her mind. One moment her face was flushed. The next she was gritting her teeth in anger, pounding a pillow repeatedly. Good heavens, the sofa was actually pounded into a hole. Han Wuqiang had never seen his sister like this, thinking she had been bullied outside, so he hurriedly asked what happened. Han Wenchuan looked at the cupid pillow in her hands, blushing, and casually said, I was shot by an arrow. Han Wuqiang was alarmed. What? I can't let this go. I don't care who you are. If you bully my sister, today I'm going to break your leg and make you apologize to her. Han Wuqiang shouted angrily. Which leg? Big brother? Xiangyang scratched his buzz cut and asked. Stop with the nonsense. Either leg works. Hurry up. Han Wuqiang jumped up and slapped the big man's forehead. The group around them didn't dare to ask more and immediately charged at Su Ran with their sticks. They came in with a fierce momentum. The scene was intimidating, especially the leading big man, his muscular arms bulging, holding an oversized round stick that looked terrifying. Not to mention his fierce little eyes, half murderous intent, half anger, with a hint of who dares to challenge me. To be honest, with such a figure sitting there, even crows would think twice before flipping the table. However, puff. Flames erupted. Su Ran leaned against the doorframe of the court with one hand in his pocket, while the other hand was slightly raised. A jet-black flame danced like a sprite. Then, Xiangyang knelt down. It wasn't that he wanted to kneel, but he misstepped and the people behind him crashed into him. Not only did he kneel, but he also slid forward, ending up right in front of Su Ran. Su Ran looked down. The big man looked up. The two locked eyes. There was a hint of awkwardness in the air. Su Ran? What does this mean? Did the ball go in? Just based on this posture, it seems a bit hard to make it into the national team. It wasn't even needed. Xiangyang and the others were sweating nervously, staring blankly at the flickering flame in Su Ran's hand. Is this black flame? First sequence, group A talent? What were you guys trying to do just now? Were you going to hit me? Su Ran asked in confusion. A group of people shook their heads like rattles. Big brother, we were wrong. We just wanted to show you my newly trained muscles. Xiangyang forced a smile and raised his arm. Look at my biceps, isn't it great? Oh, I see. Su Ran suddenly realized, I thought you guys were with that guy. Trying to hit me. You scared me. Everyone had a mournful expression, looking at the dancing black flame in Su Ran's hand. Big brother, who's scaring who here? Can you put away your supernatural powers? I'm afraid a stray spark might fall and cause a disaster. Don't worry, Brother Ran. From now on, you are our big brother. We'll cut ties with that Han Wuqiang kid and never associate with him again. Xiangyang and the others vowed sincerely. They were genuinely scared. If they had known he was such a big shot, they wouldn't dare to provoke him even if they were beaten to death. The Han Wuqiang behind them was dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did the schoolboys he brought suddenly back down? What about the black flame? Yang Bing, get back here. Now! Han Wuqiang shouted furiously. Huh? Su Ran smiled at Xiangyang in front of him. The big man jolted, turning back with righteous indignation. I've turned my back on the dark side. Don't contact me again. I'm afraid Brother Ran will misunderstand. Han Wuqiang, who was playing a melody here. He was so furious that he felt like his lungs were going to explode, glaring and shouting. You useless softies, do you still want to join my dad's Nanching Club? Get back here now. Hearing the words Nanching Club, the group quickly scrambled back. In Nanching District, there wasn't a thug who didn't know those 3 words. I'll settle the score with you later. Han Wuqiang glared at the dejected few, then turned to Su Ran and said, Kid, no matter how strong your abilities are, It depends on who uses them. Today, I'm going to see if you can break my defense. The subordinates behind him changed their expressions. Qiang Yi, are you going to use that move? No, please don't use that move. Han Wuqiang didn't respond, just grinned. His eyes were full of coldness and contempt. Su Ran was watching from a distance, bewildered. What is this middle school second-year hot-blooded vibe? And what move is it? You guys better say something. Su Ran felt a bit apprehensive. He was very afraid that with a phone call, Han Wuqiang would summon 10,000 soldiers. Who could withstand that? Han Wuqiang didn't take out his phone. Instead, he stepped forward, and his body suddenly swelled a circle, his clothes bursting apart, turning into countless fragments. Fifth sequence. Wu Si beastification. Su Ran's expression tightened. Then he saw Han Wuqiang's body beginning to change. His skin sprouted fine scales, and a hard shell appeared, reflecting a metallic sheen in the sunlight. Su Ran quickly retreated a step, his eyes uncertain. This? Ninja Turtles? Master Rashi? Su Ran was momentarily at a loss. Brother, what species are you? Why are you wearing a turtle shell that I can't recognize? The others were first taken aback. Then they couldn't help but burst out laughing. It wasn't their fault, they couldn't hold it in. Mainly, Su Ran's description was too vivid. At that moment, Han Wuqiang looked like a thin bamboo pole stuck into a turtle shell. The shell was even in an oversized version. You're talking nonsense. Han Wuqiang's eyes turned red with anger. I'm a Bishi, a divine beast. You're the one with the turtle shell. Your whole family are turtle shells. As he spoke, a layer of faint yellow phosphorescence suddenly covered his shell, and at that moment, Han Wuqiang truly resembled a sturdy shield. Su Ran's eyes lit up. This kind of beastification was indeed rare. He suddenly felt a bit eager to try. All right, then let me see how hard your turtle shell is. Immediately after, he took a deep breath, gathered strength in his right arm, and suddenly threw a powerful punch. Chapter 25, Let's Get Your Teeth Fixed. Su Ran moved with incredible speed. After throwing a punch, a sound of air explosion echoed. Bang! A metallic clang rang out. Su Ran felt as if he had punched an armored vehicle. Han Wuqiang staggered back a few steps, but he was left with a painful sensation in his palms. Both of their faces showed shock. Han Wuqiang found it hard to believe that, even under his full defense, not even his older sister could do anything to him. Yet, Su Ran's punch had made his blood surge slightly. Su Ran was also surprised. What strong defense. Truly a turtle shell. You better be careful next. I don't know if I can burn through your spirit barrier, so be mentally prepared. Su Ran's expression turned serious as he wanted to test just how strong this person's defense was. He was also curious to see what kind of damage he could inflict solely with the black flame. Whoosh! The black flame instantly enveloped his fist, appearing cold. But it radiated an intense heat, warping the air around it. Han Wuqiang's expression changed. Facing it up close, he finally felt the horror of the black flame. However, having already made a bold statement, he could only grit his teeth and remain silent. Here it comes, Su Ran shouted and stepped forward. He threw a punch with a loud crash. Stop! A sharp shout suddenly rang out from a distance. Hearing that voice, Su Ran wanted to pull back. But the force of his punch had already been unleashed, so he could only exert all his strength to change direction. Min Vila, Han Wuqiang, terrified, turned pale and instinctively shut his eyes. Boom! Su Ran's punch nearly grazed Han Wuqiang. Han Wuqiang slowly opened his eyes, but he was immediately stunned. The surroundings fell silent, including the likes of Xiangyang. All the little brothers stood there with their mouths agape, as if they could fit a chicken egg in there. Although Su Ran's punch had missed, the punch's wind left a long black gash on the green grass, caused by the high temperature of the black flame. Han Wuqiang was stunned because he saw a hole had been melted through his spirit barrier on his right side, which was now slowly healing. It didn't hit, but just a slight graze melted his strongest defense. This is the ability Black Flame from Group A? What if that punch had connected? Han Wuqiang found it hard to swallow. He didn't dare to think about it any longer. Just as Han Wuqiang was about to exit his half-beast transformation, a gust of wind suddenly swept over. A long and powerful white leg kicked him, sending his small body flying. Han Wenxuan's cold voice echoed. Have you gone mad, or was your brain flooded? Even without using the Black Flame, Su Ran's level 10 spirit power is enough to crush you. How dare you come looking for trouble? It sounded like a scolding, but the words were filled with protection. Seeing this, Su Ran quickly waved his hand and smiled. It's okay. Your brother just wanted to get to know me. We were just sparring. Han Wuqiang got up at that moment. When he saw his sister, he was instantly scared and lost his temper. Especially when he heard Su Ran was at the yellow level 10. He was left dumbfounded. I just heard you were being bullied and wanted to help you get your revenge. At this point, Su Ran looked at Han Wenxuan. He still didn't understand what was going on. What did I bully you? Han Wenxuan was initially stunned, but then she reacted. Two blushes quickly spread across her beautiful face as she gritted her teeth and angrily said, I was just joking. Could you not clarify before speaking? Also, do I, Han Wenxuan, need someone else to help me get revenge? In her embarrassment and anger, Han Wenxuan's chest heaved with emotion. Su Ran secretly glanced, unable to help but be astonished. How fierce! Among those present, only he had the guts to act that way. As for Xiang Yang and the other little brothers, ever since Han Wenxuan appeared, they had all lowered their heads in silence, not daring to breathe. It was a joke. Han Wuqiang was angry at most. He would scold them a few times. But if they angered that lady, just thinking about it sent shivers down their spines. After a few words, the misunderstanding was resolved. Although Su Ran still didn't understand what the misunderstanding was about, Han Wuqiang was forcibly brought over to apologize to Su Ran, bowing sincerely. It's fine. No harm done. No fight. No acquaintance, Su Ran said, surprisingly holding no grudge. After Han Wenxiang took his people away, Han Wenxuan huffed angrily. My twin brother is just like this. Don't take him seriously. Wait, twin? He looked at Han Wenxuan and then at the departing Han Wuqiang. These two came from the same womb? He also attends second middle school? Su Ran asked curiously. Yes, but he's not in the same class as me. Don't look at that brat's behavior. He is also a yellow level 6 like me, and his beast transformation is quite rare, belonging to an extremely rare type. It was clear that Han Wenxuan was quite satisfied with her unremarkable brother. Su Ran nodded, saying nothing more. Both siblings had a beast transformation. This was related to their parents' genetics. At this point, Su Ran thought of his own black flame. It didn't seem to be inherited from Su Hai. Old Su wasn't even an elemental type. Could it be from my mom? Su Ran shook his head. He couldn't remember his mother since she passed away when he was very young, and old Su had never mentioned it over the years. Sorry, I'm late. Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar figure rushed over, panting heavily. It was the latecomer Jiangji. I'm really sorry. I had to help my mom set up the stall this morning, so I came a bit late. Jiangji was sweating profusely, clearly having rushed over. It's fine. We just got here not long ago. Su Ran smiled and waved his hand, then, as if performing a magic trick, produced a finely crafted steel knife. You arrived just in time. Try this knife and see if it suits you. Spatial spirit tool? Both Han Wenxuan and Jiangji were taken aback. This was a rare treasure, but soon their attention was drawn to the steel knife, especially Jiangji, who kept examining it with envy. Good knife. If you like it, it's yours. Su Ran shoved the knife into his hand. Jiangji was still immersed in admiration of the knife's craftsmanship when he suddenly froze. For me? Han Wenxuan also remembered. All right, Jiangji still doesn't have his own weapon. I didn't realize that. Sorry, I forgot about it. Han Wenxuan felt a bit embarrassed. Forgetting things was common for her. Jiangji was stunned. This knife looked expensive. Su Ran was actually willing to give it to him. His naturally reserved and awkward personality made him unable to hold back tears at that moment. He wanted to decline, but Su Ran firmly shoved it back into his hands. All right, now that everyone's here, let's start training. We don't have much time. We need to hurry. Han Ven Son Wave Tar Feast, all right. I didn't get enough practice yesterday. Let's do it again today. Jiangji also nodded heavily. The three trained until the afternoon. After parting ways, Su Ran went to find Old Yao for control training. By the time he was ready to head back, it was already deep into the night. However, as soon as he stepped outside, a small figure darted out of the darkness. Damn! Su Ran was startled. In the dim light, he recognized it was Han Wuqiang from earlier in the day. What do you want? What? Did you get taught a lesson during the day and want to get revenge at night? Rangu, take me as your little brother. Without saying another word, Han Wuqiang knelt down. Su Ran was confused. What was this operation? Rangu, I've already watched the videos online. You're simply my idol. And that Tai Chi of yours, Can you teach me? What is that move called when you wave your hand? I'm impressed. From now on, you're my big brother. Han Wuqiang has been waiting here for half a day just for Su Ran to come out. In terms of personality, he and Han Wenxuan can't be said to be exactly the same, but they are completely consistent. That means whoever has the bigger fist is the boss. As long as you can beat them, it's fine. Han Wuqiang, the troublemaker from the second high school, has now been completely subdued. Su Ran laughed after hearing this. He was originally thinking about how to trick this kid into coming over, but unexpectedly, he just delivered himself to the door. All right, from now on, I'll follow you. Rango. Su Ran laughed triumphantly, saying, how about it? I sent Timai Tai Chi handsome. Handsome. Han Wuqiang nodded repeatedly, then hesitated before speaking. Rango. There is something I don't know if I should say. Go ahead. Su Ran was in a great mood. It's just you should get your teeth fixed another day, mainly because I think missing 2 front teeth affect your image a bit. Su Ran's expression darkened, and he turned to leave. Where are you going, Rango? Han Wuqiang hurriedly followed. Get lost. Don't follow me. I'm going to get my teeth fixed. But it's already dark, and the dental clinic is closed. Chapter 26. Dumplings out, noodles in a few days passed. Su Ran was still running to school every day. In the morning, he was coordinating with Han Wenxuan and Jiang Ji to form a team. Even Han Wuqiang sometimes brought his friends over to join the fun. However, this time he didn't bring his underlings, but rather 2 of his teammates. They even held a friendly spar. The main situation was that both sides exchanged blows, and when Su Ran saw that Han Wuqiang's defense was too tough, he directly pulled out the black flame. After that, there was no after that. However, the cooperation between the 2 teams had clearly improved, and they even devised some combat strategies and exchanged opinions. In the afternoon, he trained with Old Yao on controlling the black flame. This training progressed relatively slowly, at least in Su Ran's view, but it wasn't without results. Now, when he released the black flame, he could easily change its form in a single instance, and his accuracy had significantly improved. The probability of missing the target, well, it must be around 30% now. At the same time, Su Ran's mental strength had also been further exercised. He could clearly feel his mental strength growing. Although it's not much, it's evident that this method is effective. However, Su Ran wasn't in a hurry to enter the transmission tower again. He was determined to at least surprise Old Li next time. The last thing, and the most important thing, was that Su Ran finally got his teeth fixed. He smiled at the mirror, showing off his 8 teeth, and finally nodded in satisfaction. His temperament was finally back on track. That night, after a whole day of training, Su Ran returned home, feeling a bit tired. But as soon as he opened the door, he froze. Is this my home? This house was only lived in by Su Ran and Old Su. And although it wasn't messy on regular days, it could hardly be called tidy. But now, the floor was spotless, and all the items were neatly arranged, looking completely new. You're back. A crisp and melodious voice rang out while Su Ran was still in a daze. Gukaia, what are you doing here? Coming out of the bathroom was Gukur. Her petite figure was clad in a slightly oversized white round-neck sweater, and her short hair was tied up in a small ponytail. She had an apron tied around her waist and was holding a towel in her hand. Uncle Su is cooking in the kitchen, and I had nothing to do, so I just helped clean up a bit. Su Ran was still somewhat confused. At this moment, Su Hai also came out of the kitchen holding a bowl of noodles. Now that you're back, go wash your hands and eat. Kuer will be staying here tonight. Hey, you don't need to do that. I've already troubled Uncle Su enough. The noodles you cook must be super delicious. Gukuter said politely with a smile. Old Su's face lit up with joy, completely different from his usual grumpy expression. Still a sweet-talking girl. What is going on? Taking advantage of Su Hai turning back into the kitchen, Su Ran asked quietly. Gukur's eyes sparkled with laughter. Uncle Su came to pick me up. He already informed my parents because tomorrow. Before she could finish, Su Hai walked out again, glaring at Su Ran. What are you standing there for? Don't you know to come help? You have no sense of awareness. Su Ran? Just a moment ago, you spoke to Kuer in a completely different tone. Shrugging, he could only helplessly head into the kitchen to help. At the dining table, Su Ran stared at the 3 steaming bowls of noodles and couldn't help but wonder. Didn't Old Su dislike eating noodles? What's this all about? Uncle Su, I can't eat that much. Gukuer blushed as she looked at the large bowl of fragrant fried egg noodles in front of her. It's fine. If you can't finish it, you can feed the dog, Su Hai replied cheerfully, then glanced at Su Ran. Suran? What does that mean? Dad, why does Kuer have 2 fried eggs in her bowl and I don't? Did you forget to put in mine? Su Ran protested. This is way too unfair. Well, I might have forgotten. Su Hai didn't pay much attention to it. Then I want fried eggs too. Bang! The chopsticks slammed down heavily on the table. And Su Hai shouted, You can eat or not. Su Ran shrank his neck in fright and dared not speak again. During this meal, he ate pitifully, not daring to make a sound. In the end, it was Kuer who secretly transferred one of her fried eggs into Su Ran's bowl, sticking out her tongue at him and giving a sweet smile. After they finished eating, Su Hai reminded them a couple of times, saying he had to go out for something and would return later, telling them to go to bed early. But now the problem arose. Where would Kuer sleep? There were only 2 rooms. Old Su usually wouldn't allow anyone to enter his bedroom, which meant, tonight, he and Gu Kuer could only sleep his bedroom. Don't worry, Kuer, my bed is big and soft. It won't be a problem for 2 people to sleep. Su Ran said a bit shyly, rubbing his hands. Gu Kuer was taken aback for a moment. Then her pretty face turned red. You wish. I'll sleep in your room, and you sleep on the couch in the living room. After a while, Su Ran stood in front of his bedroom door, staring at the closed door, lost in thought. No way. This isn't what we agreed on. Can't you at least let me in to get my blanket? Is it really necessary to be so heartless? Then the door indeed opened. Su Ran's face lit up with joy, and he immediately sidestepped to squeeze in. Just as he was racking his brain, thinking of an excuse to stay, his expression suddenly changed. At that moment, Gu Kuer was humming a little tune while inspecting his room, and her gaze finally landed on a pile of magazines on the chair. What is this? I remember you usually don't read books, right? That's not for looking at. Su Ran rushed forward in a few steps, but Gu Kuer wouldn't let him succeed, and they bumped into each other. Falling to the ground, the chair toppled over, and the magazines scattered everywhere. The pages flew open, revealing indecent images. Gu Kuer was pinned beneath him, and hadn't had the chance to shout in pain when she caught a glimpse of the various pixelated images on the magazine. Her fair, delicate face instantly turned beet red, and even her round earlobes turned a deep crimson. Just that one glance, and she couldn't bear to look anymore. She quickly covered her eyes in extreme embarrassment and shouted, Quick, put it away. This is so embarrassing. Su Ran was completely stunned. No, I can explain. This isn't mine. Get off me first. The blush had already spread to Gu Kuer's neck. It was only then that Su Ran realized he was still on top of her, especially since his hand seemed to be grabbing something, squeezing it. The incredible elasticity sent a tingling sensation throughout his body, and Gu Kuer couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Then blushingly gritted her teeth and said, What are you doing? Only then did Su Ran react, feeling extremely embarrassed. He quickly got up from the ground, hurriedly picked up the scattered magazines, and stuffed them haphazardly into the drawer. He grabbed a blanket and rushed out. Gu Kuer sat back on the bed, her 2 fair, round little feet fidgeting helplessly, the redness on her skin still lingering, and she didn't even want to turn her face. Su Ran hung his head low. This is a disaster. My reputation is ruined. I should have burned those things long ago. Just as he took the blanket out of the cabinet and was about to walk out of the bedroom, a voice suddenly came from behind him, as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Do you boys all watch these things? When do you usually start watching them? Su Ran turned around and saw Gu Kuer looking both shy and curious, her legs nervously intertwined. This topic was quite awkward. However, Su Ran still mustered the courage to scratch his head and said, It varies from person to person. For me, I usually like to watch when it's quiet in the dead of night. Gu Kuer? Su Ran instantly realized what he had just said, wishing he could slap himself. What a sin. What am I talking about? Chapter 27. Pervert, what are you doing in the dead of night? On a dirt slope in the old city, a man dressed in black was watching several old residential buildings below, slowly gathering spiritual power in his hands. If anyone were to witness this, they would be horrified to find that this person's spiritual power level had reached the terrifying Earth grade. A low voice came through his earpiece. Remember, attracting attention is the primary plan. If possible, try to capture that kid. If not, retreat in time. The man's mouth curled into a cold smile. A mere yellow-grade brat actually requires me to take action myself. Don't underestimate him. That kid can even kill those of the mystic grade, and there are people from the otherworldly department lurking nearby. Remember, just attract attention. The low voice echoed again. The man scoffed, remaining silent. He even intentionally glanced towards the top of a distant building. Right there, at this moment, two people were lying in ambush, Sun Yishan and Qian He. Why do I feel like he has already noticed us? Sun Yishan's expression changed, and he quickly crouched down. How is that possible? Even if he's Earth grade, how could he sense us from this distance? Qian, he defended himself somewhat nervously. We should report to the captain quickly. The crazy corpse gang is serious this time. They even sent out a figure like Blood Shadow, an Earth grade otherworldly being. The two of us would last 2 minutes against him. On the slope, Blood Shadow sneered. Two little bugs just hide nearby. If you dare to come out, I won't mind killing a couple more. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly flashed to the rooftop of the residential building below. In that place, only a faint blood-colored silhouette was left behind. Such a rare ability was simply a tool for assassination. But almost the instant Blood Shadow landed, his expression changed drastically, and his pupils constricted violently, because right behind him stood the figure of a middle-aged man. How eerie. When did this person appear? He hadn't sensed a thing. The only reason he noticed was that the man's hand was already resting on his shoulder. It's already late. Don't disturb others' rest. The middle-aged man spoke in a calm tone, but cold sweat broke out on Blood Shadow's forehead. He realized he couldn't teleport anymore. To be precise, the surrounding space had been locked down. His range of movement was now confined to the small rooftop of the building. Who are you? Blood Shadow didn't move, but his heart was racing. The middle-aged man chuckled lightly. You want to kill my son, and now you ask me who I am? Blood Shadow's face changed drastically. They had investigated that kid, and he came from an utterly ordinary family. His mother had passed away, and his father was just a low-level otherworldly being. Was the intel wrong? Although they hadn't fought yet, Su Hai felt like an insurmountable mountain, making it hard for him to breathe. He took something from our crazy corpse gang. We just want to get it back. Taking someone else's things should be returned, right? He had no idea whether the items had already been handed over to the otherworldly department. He was merely here to carry out a mission. However, he emphasized the crazy corpse gang. No matter how strong this person was, hearing that name should make him think twice. But to his surprise, Su Hai remained unfazed, only responding indifferently. He took it. So what if he doesn't return it? Blood Shadow's eyes instantly filled with rage. Who could remain calm after hearing such words? Then you can die, he shouted and immediately turned around, a sharp dagger shimmering coldly in his hand, thrusting violently towards Su Hai's heart. The sudden change caught everyone off guard, but Su Hai still maintained his calm demeanor. Is this the path you chose? Blood Shadow ignored the words. As the dagger was about to pierce Su Hai's heart, and his twisted expression grew more excited. No matter how strong you are, you're still going to die. However, the next second, his expression froze. He realized that the dagger he had thrust out had actually missed. Su Hai's figure had bizarrely appeared not far in front of him. He can teleport too? No, that wasn't right. Su Hai hadn't moved at all. It was he who had moved. Or rather, the space around him had shifted. Due to the distortion of space, the distance between them was suddenly stretched, causing him to move backward a bit. Fear began to appear in Blood Shadow's eyes, as he seemed to guess Su Hai's ability. But before he could speak, boom, an invisible pressure was instantly released. And Blood Shadow felt as if he had been thrown into a vacuum, his body exploding with a loud bang, turning into a rain of blood. The leader of the crazy corpse gang, a dignified Earth-grade otherworldly being, just like that, died. If someone were to observe closely at that moment, they would find that the small space on the rooftop had already twisted, and Su Hai merely waved his hand, causing everything to return to normal. Like Blood Shadow, he also sensed the two people in the distant building, but he only cast a glance before leaping into the night sky, disappearing. On the other side, Sun Yishan and Qian, he felt as if their blood had frozen. They clearly saw Su Hai looking at them before leaving, and that one glance made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. What was that just now? Sun Yishan trembled in shock. This matter must be reported to the higher-ups. That is definitely not an ordinary otherworldly being. That kind of terrifying ability. Witnessing this scene made my scalp tingle. First, send someone to handle the scene, and we must find out this person's identity. Let's go. The next morning, Shu Ran groggily woke up from the sofa. He had slept poorly last night, replaying what he had said. Damn it, it was late at night. The person had asked about his age, but later, in a fit of shame and anger, the magazine was confiscated by Gu Kur, who said he was no longer allowed to look at such things. It could be said to be incredibly miserable. Yawning, he walked to the bathroom, and just as he was about to wash up, he suddenly heard the sound of water splashing next to him. Shu Ran turned his head in confusion and was met with a pair of angry eyes. Pervert, what are you doing? Gu Kur was sitting on the toilet, gripping her pants tightly. I'm sorry. Shu Ran instantly froze. He suddenly remembered that the bathroom door was broken. Close the door. Gu Kur's face was flushed with embarrassment. Bang! The door was closed. But Gu Kur looked at Shu Ran, who was still standing inside, and her eyes widened. I said to get out and close the door. Oh! Shu Ran's brain was almost short-circuiting as he reached for the door, but it wouldn't budge. His expression stiffened as he turned around, realizing the door was broken and could only be opened from the outside. You're still looking. Gu Kur angrily grabbed some toilet paper and threw it at him. Then break the door. No way, old Sue will kill me. Shu Ran shook his head vigorously. The two locked eyes, and the atmosphere became unbearably awkward. You turn your head first. Why? Shu Ran asked instinctively. What do you think? Gu Kur gritted her teeth, her face turning even redder. Not just Gu Kur. Even Shu Ran couldn't help but feel his face heat up. How did he end up like this so early in the morning? A rustling sound came from behind, and then there was silence for a long time. Is it not done yet? Just as Shu Ran couldn't help but turn his head, a soft white hand suddenly grabbed his ear. Gu Kur, her face flushed with embarrassment, stomped on his foot and exclaimed angrily, You did it on purpose. That's unfair. How was I supposed to know you were in the bathroom? Just wash up first. When Lao Su comes back, let him open the door from the outside. Shu Ran tried to change the subject. Gu Kur still had some doubts, but she temporarily let him off the hook. The two of them began to wash up in silence, but after such a commotion, the atmosphere in the small space was inexplicably awkward and ambiguous. Shu Ran brushed his teeth absent-mindedly while secretly glancing over. Just then, Gu Kur, blushing, was also looking this way. Consequently, her face turned even redder. The moment their eyes met, they quickly looked away. At that moment, the bathroom door suddenly clicked open, and Su Hai stood at the entrance. Where are you two running off to so early in the morning? Before he could finish his sentence, Su Hai froze. The two inside the room were also stunned. The three of them exchanged wide-eyed stares, all falling into silence. Chapter 28. The Trial of the Forbidden Ruins. What were you two doing in there? Washing up. Go to the bathroom. Hearing two different answers, Su Hai's gaze became more suspicious. Gu Kur blushed with embarrassment and angrily pinched Shu Ran. Going to the bathroom. What are you thinking? Together? Su Hai's expression gradually turned serious, his eyes scanning the two of them back and forth, finally just shaking his head without saying anything. The two finished washing up and then exited the bathroom together. Su Hai sat on the sofa with a stern face, silent. The room fell into silence. After a while, he spoke slowly. You two are still young. Some things cannot be rushed. This time I'll pretend I didn't know. I hope there won't be a next time. Shu Ran? What do you mean by rushed? What are you talking about? Gu Kur's face turned bright red, stammering as she tried to explain. Hey, what are these things? Are we going out? Shu Ran noticed something was off because there were two large military canvas bags on the coffee table, stuffed with various supplies. Didn't Kur tell you? Shu Hai frowned in confusion. What on earth did these two kids do last night? Forget it. We'll talk about it on the way. I'll wait for you downstairs. After saying this, Su Hai turned and walked downstairs. Shu Ran looked at Gu Kur with a confused expression, but the little girl was lost in thought. Her face still red. Shu Ran nudged her with his elbow to bring her back to her senses. What's wrong? Nothing. The little girl's face turned even redder, and she didn't dare to meet Shu Ran's gaze, grabbing a backpack and heading outside. Hurry up. Uncle Sue is taking us to the forbidden ruins of the otherworld. We'll be spending the next 2 days inside. Forbidden ruins of the otherworld? Shu Ran was baffled. When they reached downstairs, Shu Hai's old jeep was already waiting for them. On the way, Shu Ran finally understood the purpose of this trip. In the last 3 days before the graduation assessment begins, Shu Hai was taking the two of them for a formal entry. The reason why the Forbidden Ruins of the Otherworld is called Forbidden is that initially, these otherworlds connected by spatial rifts were controlled by the federal government. Outsiders were prohibited from entering. In recent years, some low-risk Forbidden Ruins have gradually opened up, allowing ordinary otherworld practitioners to form teams to venture in. However, high-risk or ultra-high-risk Forbidden Ruins can only be explored by special teams. The key issue is that only registered otherworld practitioners can enter all Forbidden Ruins. And there are various ways to apply for registration, including entering Linka University. But Shu Ran currently did not have the qualifications to enter. How could he get in? However, he soon realized that his worries were unnecessary. There are currently 3 Forbidden Ruins of the Otherworld in South City, all classified as low risk. The one Shu Hai was taking them to was located in the outskirts of the northern district of the former airport. When they were still several kilometers away from the entrance of the Forbidden Ruin, armed checkpoints began to appear. Dark green armed vehicles and soldiers with loaded weapons were lined up neatly. Strangely, all the checkpoints chose to let the old jeep pass without any questioning or inspection. Shu Ran was puzzled, but soon he figured it out. It must be that Gu Kuer's parents had made arrangements beforehand. Speaking of which, he turned to look at Gu Kuer and found that, compared to his astonishment, she seemed much quieter. Kuh, have you been to the Forbidden Ruins before? Yes, I have. Gu Kuer nodded, but then frowned. However, when I went before, my family arranged for 2 small otherworld teams to act as bodyguards, protecting me closely the entire way. Uncle Sue said this doesn't count as real experience. This time I need to personally experience it without relying on others. Shu Ran widened his eyes upon hearing this. Truly deserving of being a young lady. This is not for training. It's more like going on a trip. The jeep quickly found a parking area, and as soon as they got out, a soldier in full combat gear approached, saluted sharply, and said seriously, "Sir, the teleportation point has been activated. You have 30 minutes to prepare. Please get ready as soon as possible." Thank you. Shu Hai nodded and led the two towards the other side of the airport hall. Teleportation point? Aren't we supposed to enter through the spatial rift? Gu Kuer was also puzzled and whispered to Shu Ran. Some Forbidden Ruins of the Otherworld have teleportation points set up after they have been explored. This way, you don't have to enter through the spatial rift directly, saving a lot of time. Shu Hai looked at the 2 kids whispering behind him and said sternly, "Kuer only got part of it right. Generally, the areas closer to the spatial rift in Forbidden Ruins are safer due to frequent exploration activities, and otherworldly creatures are also fewer. The reason for using the teleportation point is to quickly reach dangerous areas, directly teleporting to remote locations." As they spoke, they arrived at a training ground surrounded by high-voltage electric fences. In the center of the training ground, a circular metallic device covering several square meters was embedded in the ground, emitting a pale blue light beam full of technological flair. No need to ask. This should be the teleportation point. Shu Ran still had some doubts in his heart. What does old Sue mean? Even newly formed teams entering the Forbidden Ruins usually need to gradually move deeper from a safe position. But now he was going in for the first time, directly facing dangerous difficulties? Isn't that a bit too much? What was even more excessive was yet to come. Shu Hai's expression suddenly turned stern, coldly commanding, "Now, check the supplies in your backpacks and confirm everything is correct. Once you go in, all actions will be solely your responsibility, unless you are in a life and death situation. I will not intervene." What? Not to mention Shu Ran. Even Gu Kuer was somewhat stunned. Just then, the iron fence gate opened with a clang, and with a buzzing sound, the circular metallic device suddenly began to operate, and the light beam gradually turned a threatening red. Go! The activation time for the teleportation point is only 5 minutes. Don't waste time. Shu Ran and Gu Kuer were still frantically checking their gear, but Shu Hai had already started walking inside, not even glancing at them, his strictness seeming a bit excessive. "Let us go." Shu Ran sighed, and the 2 followed him. The 3 stood at the teleportation point, the buzzing sound growing louder and the glaring red light becoming stronger. In the end, all they could see was red, and nothing else was clear. When the red light dissipated, Shu Ran was the first to feel the intense heat around him. It was hot. The ground beneath him was soft sand, and heat waves rushed up his pants, making even the soles of his feet feel slightly scorched. Only then did Su Ran open his eyes. But as soon as he looked, his mouth dropped open in disbelief. Looking around, he saw endless yellow sand of the Gobi Desert, with no sun in the sky, only a layer of pale purple atmosphere. They still had a teleportation device beneath their feet, but apart from a few military green tents nearby, there were no other buildings. In an instant, they found themselves in another world. Is this the forbidden ruins of the other world? This was Su Ran's first time here, and he couldn't say whether he felt excited or nervous. Gu Ku'er seemed much calmer, but it was also her first time in this forbidden ruin, and she was curiously looking around. The soldier on guard outside the tents merely saluted Su Hai and did not approach. Su Hai nodded in acknowledgement. Then they retreated to a place 50 meters away from the two. From now on, you must head straight north, and within 3 days, you need to reach another teleport point 200 kilometers away. During this time, I will not assist you, and all action strategies will be discussed by you. If you do not arrive within 3 days and miss the graduation assessment, that will be your own business. Su Ran and Gu Ku'er exchanged glances. The expressions of both gradually became serious and solemn. They both knew that the real test was about to begin now. Chapter 29. Carelessness, a distance of 200 kilometers. When Su Ran first heard this number, he didn't take it to heart. The average walking speed of a regular person is about 5 kilometers per hour. Even excluding rest and delays, 3 days should be more than enough. Not to mention that Su Ran and the others were spirit users. Although they were only at the yellow tier, their physical fitness had already surpassed that of most ordinary people in this world. However, as they continued walking, Su Ran gradually felt something was off. First was the high temperature. Although the sun wasn't blazing down, the surrounding temperature was still frighteningly high, and even the air above the horizon appeared to shimmer slightly. As a native of Suzhou, it was Su Ran's first time seeing the Gobi Desert. But this novelty quickly wore off due to the constantly depleting moisture and rapidly consumed stamina. Su Ran was sweating profusely, his back drenched in sweat, his hands on his knees, panting heavily. "Ku'er, how are you?" I'm fine." Gu Ku'er's little face was sickly red, and she was also drenched in sweat. Even Su Ran was struggling, let alone her, a petite girl. She had just been holding on, gritting her teeth, and not voicing her discomfort. Even in such heat, Su Ran did not take off his jacket. He knew that while it would feel cooler for a short time, the consequences would be far worse. There seemed to be no sun here. But whether or not he would get sunburned was not the issue. The rapid evaporation of sweat would inevitably lead to dehydration. Dehydration in the desert was truly like looking for death with a lantern. He glanced back. Su Hai was lagging far behind, and due to the high temperature warping the air, his figure seemed to blur and distort. It seemed that old Su really wouldn't provide any advice. "Let us drink some water." Su Ran opened a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Gu Ku'er. She did not refuse, as she was indeed very thirsty, but after taking a small sip to wet her lips, she handed the bottle back to Su Ran. Seeing this, Su Ran smiled bitterly. He had 5 bottles of mineral water in his bag, and Gu Ku'er probably had about the same. He initially thought this water would be enough, but given the current situation, it would be a miracle if they could last 2 days. "No way. If we keep going like this, we won't make it. Let us find a place to rest and move again when it gets dark." Su Ran dismissed his earlier idea of quickly rushing ahead and made a new decision. Gu Ku'er nodded. At this moment, she was willing to listen to Su Ran's suggestions. She began to look around, and soon noticed a large, protruding rock wall in the distance. "Let us go there." Su Ran's eyes lit up. Then he supported Gu Ku'er, saying, "Let us go. Old Su must be trying to torment us. We must not let him succeed." Gu Ku'er's tired eyes curved into crescents as she nodded heavily. Meanwhile, not far behind, Su Hai, who had been trailing them, saw the two change direction toward the side cliff. Instead of getting angry, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Humph. The brat finally decided to use his brain. The cliff was not far from them. After walking for about 10 minutes, they were almost there. Before they could get closer, Su Ran already saw that the shadow cast by the protruding cliff was substantial. This is a good place. He couldn't help but feel delighted. But just as he was about to quicken his pace, he suddenly halted, his whole body tensing up. Don't go over there. Sunundai rangra gukiskvika, who was still moving forward. She looked puzzled at first, but followed Su Ran's gaze, and her face changed immediately. Earlier, from a distance, they hadn't noticed anything. Now that they were closer, they discovered a group of indistinct humanoid creatures wandering in the shadow cast by the cliff. Their postures were strange, their bodies drooping to one side, looking very uncoordinated. Corpse demon. There are many classifications of spirit creatures. Generally speaking, there are undead creatures, mutated creatures, otherworldly creatures, and spiritualized creatures. Spirit creatures is just a collective term. The corpse demon is a local specialty of this forbidden wasteland, commonly found at the yellow or black tier among undead creatures. There were 4 corpse demons in total. Their skin was rotting, dark red slime constantly dripping to the ground, and their faces were grotesque and disgusting. Even from a distance, Su Ran could smell the nauseating stench. Fortunately, there are no black tier aberrations among them. Su Ran let out a slight breath of relief and exchanged a glance with Gu Kur. She immediately understood, nodded, and gently placed her backpack on the ground. I'll go up first. Kur, you support me from behind. Okay. After a brief communication, they began to act. Meanwhile, Su Hai, who was behind, also stopped in place. Although he claimed he wouldn't intervene, his expression grew serious. He wanted to see how the brat planned to handle this. Su Ran crouched low and quickly moved. He first took cover behind a sand dune and moved to the left for a while. When he was about 30 meters away from the corpse demons, he stopped. These undead creatures excelled at stealth, and their sense of smell was remarkable. If he moved any closer, Su Ran was worried he would expose their position. He peeked out slightly and chuckled softly. Ugly freaks, let me treat you to a big gift. As soon as the words left his mouth, a ball of black flame the size of a soccer ball gathered in his palm. Fearing it wouldn't be powerful enough, he let swell to twice its size before throwing it fiercely. Whoosh! In the scorching air, the black flame shot through like a black meteor, directly hitting one of the corpse demons. Puff! The black flames ignited, and a piercing scream erupted. Moments later, that corpse demon was reduced to ashes, and the other 3 corpse demons became frantic, glancing around but seeing no one. But at that moment, another black flame shot over. This time, Su Ran adjusted his position, and the direction of the black flame changed accordingly. Whoosh! Another corpse demon was burned to ashes. Hiding behind the sand dune, Su Ran laughed maniacally. Hith. Sneak into the village quietly. No need for gunfire. Change position after each shot. This is a tactic passed down from the ancestors. With 4 corpse demons, Su Ran used 4 black flames to completely eliminate them. Gu Kur, watching from behind, was slightly stunned. She knew Su Ran's black flame talent was strong, but this was the first time she had truly witnessed it. Such destructive power. It was simply monstrous. She had been ready to step in, but by the end of the entire battle, she had even had a chance to act. Everything was resolved by Su Ran. Su Ran stood up with a grin and turned back to Gu Kur, shouting, "How about it? Am I impressive? Do you love me?" Gu Kur's pretty face turned noticeably red, but she still nodded and responded loudly, "Impressive. Su Ran is amazing." But just then, an unexpected event occurred. The sand beneath Su Ran's feet suddenly shifted, and then a dark red, rotting hand tightly grasped his ankle. He stumbled and fell violently into the sand. Chapter 30. A deep lesson. This sudden turn of events clearly caught Su Ran off guard. Despite his efforts to adjust his body and brace himself with his hands to avoid hitting his head on the ground, the sharp gravel still cut into his palms. The real danger was yet to come. A rotting corpse beast suddenly emerged from the sand, and under the stimulation of the smell of blood, it became even more ferocious. Lunging at Su Ran's face with its mouth wide open, Su Ran fell to the ground, and, at such a close distance, he didn't have time to gather his spirit energy. He could even see the taut, fleshy membranes on either side of the corpse beast's gaping mouth, along with its long, red tongue. In this life-and-death moment, one thought dominated Su Ran's mind. Damn it, did this guy grow up eating shit? Why does it smell so bad? His eyes were nearly blinded by the stench. In Su Ran's pupils, the corpse beast's grotesque face was gradually enlarging. But just then, an inexplicable force suddenly appeared, as if an invisible hand had pushed the corpse beast back violently. It flew backward and landed on the ground, rolling several times in the sand. When it finally got up, there was a confused look in its eyes, clearly bewildered by the situation. What has happened? At that moment, Gu Kuer was rushing over from a distance, her eyes filled with concern. Are you okay? The light of spirit energy was radiating from her hands, and it was clear that she was the one responsible for the earlier incident. Kaya, well done. Su Ran shouted excitedly, quickly getting back on his feet. He knew that the force that had pushed the corpse beast was Gu Kuer's ability. The first and the third sequence, Bingzi Divine Guidance. Its effect was to dramatically increase the gravitational pull between any two objects, achieving an almost absolute control effect. Of course, actual gravitational control would vary depending on the target being pulled and Gu Kuer's own strength. But don't forget, this was only an ability. Just imagine how terrifying her power would become once she acquired suitable spiritual techniques in the future. To exaggerate a bit, she would be the absolute controller on the battlefield. What truly surprised him was that Gu Kuer's spirit energy fluctuations had already reached the 8th level of the yellow tier. She leveled up again. The number 1 genius of the 7th middle school, K. Erba, is truly impressive. But at this moment, Su Ran had no time for reflection. Taking advantage of the corpse beast still being dazed, he quickly ran backward. At the same time, gathering his spirit energy, he hurled a ball of black flames directly at the corpse beast. The corpse beast had just regained its senses when it saw a dark spot rapidly growing larger in front of it, which turned out to be a fireball the size of a soccer ball. Boom! The black flames struck the corpse beast's head, and it didn't even have time to scream before its body ignited and was soon reduced to ashes. Are you okay? Gu Kuer rushed over, her face filled with anxiety. Him. Before Su Ran could finish, a tall figure suddenly charged over and kicked him to the ground. Su Ran fell flat on his face, tasting the dirt and sand. He spat out the sand and turned around, only to receive a heavy slap across the face. The slap completely stunned Su Ran. He looked up to meet Su Hai's grim gaze. Su Ran felt a surge of anger and shouted, "What's wrong with you? What do you think?" Su Hai's eyes even showed a hint of rage. Do you not realize where you went wrong? Gu Kuer was dumbfounded. In her memory, Uncle Su was usually taciturn, but always gentle with her. This was the first time she had seen Su Hai so furious. Smack! Another slap landed heavily on Su Ran's face, leaving 5 clear fingerprints. Still not aware of your mistake. Su Hai's forehead was bulging with veins. Uncle Su. Gu Kuer reached out to intervene, covering her mouth with her other hand in disbelief. This was too harsh. Gu Kuer had never been hit in her life. Her parents had never even scolded her. She had never seen a father treat his son like this. Su Ran's face clearly darkened with anger as he gripped the sand tightly. But in the end, he still relaxed his strength and lowered his head. I was wrong. I thought you were out of your mind. Su Hai did not soften his expression because Su Ran admitted his mistake. He continued to scold him sternly. Do you think this is a vacation spot? If it weren't for Kuer just now, you'd already be dead. Su Ran remained silent. He had indeed let his guard down. After dealing with 4 corpse beasts, he instinctively thought the battle was over. This was the most fatal mistake he had made. He learned his lesson. In the forbidden ruins of the other world, danger lurked everywhere. As long as they were within the confines of the ruins, they could never let their guard down. It doesn't matter if you die, but what about your team in the future? If any member is missing from a team, the overall strength of the team will be greatly diminished. Your recklessness and carelessness could cost the lives of everyone in the team. I'm sorry. Su Ran's head hung low. He could probably guess why Su Hai had brought the 2 of them to the ruins. Don't tell me you're sorry. Say that to Kuer. If you haven't lost your mind, you should know what to do in the future. Su Hai's expression finally softened a bit. Okay, I understand. Su Ran turned to Kuer, lowering his head earnestly. Kuer, I was wrong. Gu Kuer blushed. She clearly wasn't used to such a formal apology and waved her hands a bit shyly, saying it wasn't necessary. It is necessary, Su Hai said firmly, but when looking at Gu Kuer, his expression softened quite a bit. Girl, you 2 will eventually be on the same team, and if this brat makes any mistakes in the future, you can't cover for him just because you feel sorry for him. Su Hai hit the nail on the head. Gu Kuer lowered her head timidly. I understand, Uncle Su. Dad. Su Ran suddenly raised his head in dissatisfaction. Suhai looked at him. Can you speak a little quieter? I wanted to say earlier that you sprayed saliva all over my face. Su Ran wiped his face, looking disgusted. Gu Ku'er couldn't help but chuckle. Suhai's face slowly turned ashen. Bang! After the sound of a hammer hitting wood, Su Ran's face twisted in pain, and he slowly squatted down, holding his head. Suhai expressionlessly withdrew his fist and turned to walk away. Gu Ku'er stood there in a daze, looking at the lump forming on Su Ran's head. She felt a bit sorry for him, but couldn't help but want to laugh. You really have a big mouth, huh? You dared to provoke Uncle Su right after he calmed down? Gu Ku'er laughed, her eyes sparkling, and gently rubbed Su Ran's head with her soft, fair hands. As for Su Ran, despite getting punched, the gentle action from the beautiful girl beside him made him unable to help but chuckle. What can I say? It's not too bad. By the way, those corpse beasts had spirit cores. Su Ran suddenly remembered. They still had loot to gather. Chapter 31. Letting the black banshee fly a kite. Just now, 5 corpse banshees were killed. Amidst the charred remains, Su Ran found 5 irregular red crystals shaped like spindles. These were the spirit cores. Fortunately, the black flames didn't melt these as well, or Su Ran would have nowhere to cry. After all, the spirit cores contained rich spiritual energy. Generally, unless one intends to, it is quite difficult to destroy them. All right, I'll absorb one to recover my spiritual energy. Su Ran handed 3 of the cores to Gu Ku'er. The yellow tier's spirit cores didn't contain any spiritual techniques, so they were generally used for quick recovery of spiritual energy or to assist in cultivation. After the earlier experience, Su Ran didn't dare to be careless. While slowly recovering spiritual energy was an option, who knew when the next battle would break out? It was best to stay in top condition at all times. I'll just take one. Gu Ku'er took 1 core. From the previous situation, it was clear that Su Ran would definitely be the main source of output in the upcoming battle, so his spiritual energy consumption would also be the largest. Good. Su Ran didn't act coy with Gu Ku'er. The two sat in a shaded area, quietly waiting for nightfall, perhaps influenced by the outside world. A day inside the Forbidden Ruins was not much different from that outside. The two took turns keeping watch, making the most of their rest to recover their stamina. As the sky gradually darkened, the surrounding air began to cool down. At this moment, Gu Ku'er also happened to wake up. Let us go. Keep close to me. Su Ran put on his backpack and naturally reached out his hand to Gu Ku'er. Her face flushed slightly, but she still took Su Ran's hand. The girl's hand was soft and delicate, incredibly smooth to the touch. This was the first time they held hands since they grew up. However, he promised the heavens that he was definitely not taking advantage of the situation. Mainly, the corpse banshee was a typical nocturnal creature, lurking in the sand during the day and moving around at night. This meant that the road ahead would be even more dangerous. Su Ran felt it necessary to protect her. Of course, it wasn't entirely serious. He had a few ulterior motives. This could be seen from the deepening blush on Gu Ku'er's cheeks, as she shyly said, "Could you stop walking like that? If you keep scratching my palm, I'm going to let go." All right, I won't scratch anymore." Su Ran chuckled. Suhai was following behind them at a distance, and with his keen eyesight, he easily saw the little actions between the two. "Little brat, you act like this everywhere. I wonder who you learned it from." Traveling at night was indeed the right decision. Without the scorching heat, their pace had noticeably increased. However, the number of wandering corpse banshees around them was also increasing. Their task was to reach their destination as quickly as possible, not to hunt corpse banshees. Therefore, Su Ran chose to lead Gu Ku'er to avoid the activities of those ugly creatures. Even if it meant taking a slight detour, it was better to avoid combat whenever possible. Only if they absolutely couldn't avoid it would they choose to engage. Their approach had become much steadier. Quick battles and decisive actions, never dragging things out. Fight! Pick up the spirit cores and run. Suhai nodded silently at the back, finally learning to be cautious. Hence, during the day, the two chose to rest in shaded areas, and at night, they traveled under the stars. After 2 days, they were less than 50 kilometers from their destination. Even though they tried to avoid battles as much as possible, they still couldn't escape fighting altogether. Thus, they had surprisingly collected more than 20 yellow tier spirit cores. If calculated at around 500 each, that would be a total of $10,000. $10,000 was a substantial amount for an ordinary middle school student. Su Ran was very excited. Gukuer's family naturally was short on money, but the feeling of earning it themselves was completely different from what was given. Compared to Su Ran, she was even happier, her eyes shining as she counted the spirit cores, looking like a little money grubber. Everything seemed to be going smoothly until early that morning. As dawn approached, the surrounding temperature began to rise gradually. After traveling all night, let us find a place to rest for a bit? Su Ran asked, but his eyes were already scanning the surroundings. No problem. Gu kiskivika naturalisten torstai sununtairan. Yet upon looking around, Su Ran didn't find any suitable resting spots like cliffs. Instead, he discovered a tall, humanoid creature. It's not a corpse banshee. It was 2 sizes larger than a usual corpse banshee, standing just over 2 meters tall, with a more elongated figure. Though the light hadn't brightened yet, Su Ran could still see its dark, rotting skin and exaggerated bamboo joint-like limbs. A black banshee. Almost the moment he spotted it, Su Ran pulled Gukuer down to crouch. I thought we were lucky to not encounter any unusual species in 3 days. What should we do? Should we go around it? Gukuer's eyes sparkled in the dim light as she looked at him. Suran hesitative. If it were a group of corpse banshees, he would definitely turn around and leave. But this was an unusual black banshee, a mysterious undead creature. Inside, it was a spirit core that Su Ran needed to break through. Su Ran turned back to glance at the shadow in the darkness and shook his head. He definitely couldn't rely on his father. Ka-e-e. He tentatively looked at Gukuer. She instantly understood and nodded. No problem, as long as you're confident. I'll follow your lead. To be honest, Su Ran had already experienced how terrifying a mysterious creature could be last time. If it were another yellow high school student, they'd probably be scared stiff at this moment. However, Gukuer didn't hesitate and instead entrusted the choice to Su Ran. This kind of trust moved Su Ran somewhat. Forget it, there will be plenty of opportunities later. Let us get to our target point first. In the end, Su Ran reluctantly made the right decision. Even though he and Gukuer might have a chance to take down that creature together, even if they couldn't he still had his battle puppet as a trump card. But Su Ran didn't want Gukuer to take risks because of his issues. That would be too selfish. Just as Su Ran was preparing to leave, Gukuer suddenly stood upright and glanced into the distance, saying, "No need, we've already been spotted." Su Ran was taken aback. When he stood up to look into the distance, he saw the dim, desolate Gobi where the black banshee was already on all fours, rapidly charging toward them. Su Hai, far behind, also witnessed this scene. He reacted almost instantly, involuntarily taking a step forward, but ultimately managed to stop himself. Though he didn't move, his gaze was fixed on the distance, ready to strike at any moment. At the same time, Su Ran suddenly dropped his backpack and sprinted in another direction. Gukuer wasn't surprised by Su Ran's sudden action. After 2 days of working together, their coordination no longer required words. What happened next was that the black banshee, which was running rapidly, seemed to crash into something and staggered, rolling backward for a short distance. Gukuer's hands glimmered with spiritual light, which was her ability, divine guidance. On the other side, a flame as dark as ink streaked across the cool Gobi sky, hitting the black banshee right in the chest. A piercing, shrill scream erupted. The black banshee continuously slapped at the flames on its chest, which had already been completely charred, but it actually managed to extinguish the black flames. The yellow level 10 black flames, while sufficient to cause it harm, couldn't kill it in one blow. The pain tore at the nerves of the black banshee, making it more furious. At the same time, a stream of black liquid suddenly spewed from its mouth, aimed directly at Su Ran, who had already drawn enough aggro. Upon seeing this scene, Su Ran was not panicked. Instead, his eyes slightly lit up with excitement. Spirit Technique. The Black Banshee Spirit Technique was a ranged attack called Scorching Liquid. Su Ran was unsure if he could absorb this Spirit Technique because by attribute alone, it should be an elemental type, but it was water attribute. However, this black liquid caused burn damage. The black liquid shot out like a bullet, capable of piercing through steel. If Su Ran could absorb this Spirit Technique, it would greatly solve the problem of black flame's insufficient speed. Meanwhile, Gukuer was not idle. As soon as she saw the scorching liquid shooting towards Su Ran, She bit her lip and locked her gaze tightly on it, making a downward motion. It was evident that this manipulation was very strenuous for her. But then, something miraculous happened. The black liquid, which was originally shooting in a straight line towards Su Ran, suddenly began to drop rapidly. Just a few meters away from Su Ran, it shot directly into the yellow sand. Hiss! Black flame erupted. The sand was melted into a black hole the size of a ping-pong ball, its depth unknown. Wow! Su Ran's eyes widened. Is this possible? Can she even manipulate the trajectory of the attack? Haha, I love you, Kur. Su Ran was overjoyed, and at the same time, he fired another blast of black flame. Gu Kur was focused on the battle, but Su Ran's shout made her face flush red. However, seeing the black banshee charging forward again, she waved her hand, causing the black banshee to tumble backward several times. The distance between the black banshee and Su Ran was not far, yet it was utterly unable to move forward. It couldn't touch him. It couldn't hit him. On the other side, Su Ran was practically laughing his head off. This dignified Shin level was now a moving target. Being teammates with Gu Kur was simply delightful. Su Ran didn't have to worry about it charging at him. He could output freely. One blast of black flame couldn't take it down. But that didn't mean the black banshee wouldn't get hurt. As this continued, the wounds on the black banshee became increasingly severe. Repeatedly being kited like this, it had no choice but to be enraged. In the distance, Su Hai gradually relaxed. A rare smile appeared on his face as he looked at Gu Kur. This girl was just like his mother, truly a good child. But just as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. He looked gravely towards the distance. At this moment, Su Ran was still happily continuing his output, and the black banshee was already covered in wounds. It was now at its last gasp, its entire body charred black. It could be said to be a true black banshee. But just then, a brilliant blue light suddenly descended from the sky. The blue light pierced through the black banshee's head, nailing it to the ground and completely erasing its life. As the light gradually faded, it revealed a metal sword body glowing with blue light. Su Ran's expression darkened. A spirit weapon. Chapter 32. Heartbroken Geijai? Huh. I didn't expect to stumble upon a treasure, encountering a severely injured black banshee. Laughter echoed from a distance. At this moment, the sky was bright. Su Ran stared at the 5 figures that suddenly appeared, and his expression turned grim. 4 of them were dressed similarly, clearly belonging to the same team. While in the middle stood a young man of about 18 or 19, dressed in designer clothes, with his hair meticulously slicked back and sporting stylish gold-rimmed glasses. He was obviously a rich heir brought in for training. He Xiao's luck is really good. Haha. Clearly, He Xiao is incredibly strong, able to take down a Shin-level black banshee with a single strike. The 4 team members, all with Shin-level strength, kept showering praises on the young man. The young man wore a faint smile, stepped forward onto the black banshee's body, drew out the brilliant blue longsword, and said with a grin, "Don't worry. I'll mention you to my family when we get back. You all performed very well these past few days. Haha, then we will trouble He Xiao for your kind words." The 4 were overjoyed. On the other side, Su Ran's face had darkened, and he could no longer hold back, shouting, "What are you doing? This black banshee was targeted by us first." The young man didn't respond, merely chuckling lightly. The expressions of the 4 beside him soured, and one stepped forward, sneering, "Just because you targeted it first, does that mean it's yours? If I glance at all the undead creatures in this forbidden area, will they all become my prey?" Su Ran's gaze turned cold. "Are you planning to rob us openly?" The young man remained silent, not even bothering to look at Su Ran. He merely tilted his head, and one of the team members immediately jogged forward, took out a dagger, and respectfully handed over the spirit core to the young man. "He Xiao, your spoils." Meanwhile, another team member sneered again. "Kid, I advise you to keep your eyes open and scram quickly before He Xiao decides to hold it against you." Su Ran was so angry he laughed, but before he could speak, Gu Kur had already walked up to him. Her usually harmless and adorable face now carried a hint of coldness. "He Jiqiu, your He family is really used to being arrogant. It's one thing to be domineering in South City, but now you've even extended your hands into the forbidden area of otherworldly spirits." Upon hearing her gentle voice, the young man seemed taken aback. When he saw Gu Kur beside Su Ran, his eyes lit up, and his demeanor became more amiable. "Oh, it's Kur. Look at me. I was so focused on hunting that I didn't even notice our Gu family's young lady. What's the matter? Do you want this Xian level spirit core? If you want it, I can get it to you." With the He family's wealth, a mere Xian level spirit core was nothing to him. It was better to win a smile from a beauty. But Gu Kur's eyes clearly showed disdain as she solemnly replied, "It's not a gift to me. This black banshee was originally hunted down by Shu Ran after much effort. And just as he was about to succeed, you swooped in to snatch it away. Don't you have any shame? Does the He family have no shame?" Shu Ran was stunned. It was hard to imagine those last two sentences coming from the usually gentle and soft-spoken Gu Kur. This girl, even when angry, usually came off as spoiled. Wow, how much does she dislike this guy? Sure enough, Hijichio's expression darkened. He spoke with a gloomy look. "You want me to give a spirit core to this kid? I can give it to him, but does he dare to accept it?" A mere spirit core. Hijichio didn't care about it all. What truly angered him was Gu Kur's apparent favoritism towards Shu Ran, which drove him to jealousy. As the eldest daughter of the Gu family, especially the #1 genius of the 7th high school, few people in the upper circles of South City were unaware of Gu Kur. Just her status as the heir of the Gu family made countless rich heirs flock to her, almost wanting to bow down at her feet. But in Hijichio's eyes, those rich and spoiled youngsters were unworthy of Gu Kur. Only he, the true genius of the 1st high school, was qualified to stand beside her. A marriage alliance between the Gu and He families was almost already on the He family's agenda, and after graduating from university, Hijichio planned to propose to Gu Kur. To him, this was almost a foregone conclusion. But now, inexplicably, a poor kid had appeared. A Huang-level waste? Why should he be able to receive such favoritism from Kur? At that moment, however, Shu Ran smiled, genuinely happy. "Really? You'll get to me if I want it? You're so generous. Forget this spirit core." He wanted that spirit weapon too. That was a spirit sword. Such a weapon, already infused with spiritual power and possibly carrying spiritual techniques, could not be measured by mere value. Even the so-called master-crafted weapons were just trash in comparison to spirit weapons. If one had to say how precious it was worth its weight in gold. Hijichio would never give it. He just wanted to mock Shu Ran. But Shu Ran's remark still left him stunned. Why was he not following the usual script? He maintained a serious face and continued to ridicule. "Look at this kid's face, a lowly poor fool. Is this the kind of person you should care about? Kur, I'm not saying you, but you need to choose your friends carefully." Hijichio indeed had the capital to mock Shu Ran. Not to mention Shu Ran, even among all the high school students in South City, it would be hard to find anyone with a higher realm than him. Xian level 1. Although it was just one level, it was still a genuine Xian level. "Hijichio, who I like is my business. If you dare to speak ill of Shu Ran again, don't blame me for being rude." Gu Kur was genuinely angry. This was also why she despised Hijichio, who relied on his family's wealth, arrogantly looking down on everything, having reached his realm through spirit cores. The Gu family wasn't lacking in money, but Gu Kur scorned such behavior. Even with that spirit weapon, Gu Kur had one too. She just didn't want to show off. Just like a high school student could wear designer clothes and watches, there was no need to flaunt labels everywhere. Vulgar. Shu Ran's expression changed. What did Kur just say? She likes me? Was this a confession? He secretly grinned. But Hijichio's expression was no longer happy. It could even be described as ferocious. Rude? I'll take this spirit core today. What are you going to do about it? I won't let you leave. Gu Kur's gaze gradually became serious, and she seemed truly prepared to take action. Hijichio laughed angrily upon hearing this. There were 5 Xian-level fighters on their side, while on the other side, 2 Wang-level. Even if there was a middle-aged man standing in the distance, he hadn't dared to come over, indicating he was most likely another low-level trash ability user. With just these 3 people, they dare to make a move? Kur, let it go. Shu Ran spoke, pulling Gu Kur behind him. Ever since Kur had spoken those words, the spirit core didn't seem that important anymore. Just consider it a gift for treating his brain. More importantly, the other side had 5 Xian-level fighters, and they really had no way to deal with that with just the 2 of them. Haha, let us go. Hijichio sneered, casting a contemptuous glance at Shu Ran before leading his team away with swagger. It was only at this moment that Shu Hai appeared behind the 2. Time is running out. Are you going to continue on your way, or just stand here in a daze? If you're not going to help, there is no need to make sarcastic remarks. Su Ran rolled his eyes. From beginning to end, Su Hai had no intention of stepping in. Your son has been snatched away, and yet you act as if you haven't seen anything. Su Hai smiled, but there was a hint of sarcasm in his gaze. Snatched away? Not satisfied? If you have the ability, go take it back. Only a waste of space blames the heavens and others for not helping. Su Ran was left speechless by the retort. Even Gu Kuer felt that Su Hai was being a bit too harsh, but she didn't dare to say anything. However, this time, Su Ran didn't argue. Instead, he pulled Gu Kuer and walked away. He had just been unable to hold back. In fact, he already knew the reason before his father acted. In the otherworldly, forbidden ruins, such things could happen again in the future. Could he always rely on others for help? Because he was too weak, he deserved to be robbed. If he wanted to avoid being robbed, he had to find a way to become stronger himself. On the last day of the trial, Su Hai taught his son another lesson. And this principle would deeply engrave itself in Su Ran's heart for the rest of his life. I think Uncle Su is being a bit too harsh. Gu Kuer used to think that Su Hai had a relatively mild temper, but these past few days she had truly witnessed it. She felt inexplicably sympathetic towards Su Ran. He's like this only with me. With you, he's even gentler and more patient than with his own son. What's wrong? Feeling sorry for Gaozu? Su Ran stuffed a lollipop into Gu Kuer's pouting little mouth. I'm not feeling sorry for you. Where did you get the candy? Gu Kaia exclaimed. Somewhat confused. I've had it in my pocket the whole time. Is it sweet? Sweet. The two finally found a place to rest. Su Ran rested his hands behind his head, gazing in the direction where Hijichio had left, his eyes gradually narrowing. Is my stuff that easy to take? As for the graduation assessment, I better pray that I don't run into you again. Chapter 33. Is this watermelon ripe? The last day. Su Ran and the others didn't encounter any more unexpected events, and finally arrived at their destination on the evening of the third day, the teleportation point. In the distance, rows of army green tents were neatly arranged, and the bonfires on the racks flickered brightly in the night sky, making Su Ran feel excited. In the past, he had always complained about how hot the summer was in Shu Prefecture, but after 3 days, he realized how comfortable his previous life had been. Even just a few rows of tents gave him a feeling of returning to the human world. Welcome back. The sentinel on duty greeted them with a military salute and a polite smile. It must be said, this sentence really struck a chord with Su Ran. Finally, we can go out. When I get back, I must take a nice bath. After not bathing for several days, I feel like I stink. Gu Kuer said with a bitter expression. No way, I can smell that you actually smell pretty good. Su Ran shamelessly leaned in to sniff. Then with a mischievous smile, said, How about we take a bath together when we get back? I can help scrub your back. Ugh, who wants to bathe with you? You pervert. Gu Kuer's face turned beet red as she stomped on Su Ran's foot. At that moment, Su Hai finally walked over to them. After 3 days, did you gain anything? Gu Kuer's face immediately fell as she seriously nodded. Yes. I feel like my previous experience in the Forbidden Ruins was for nothing. The real trials in the Forbidden Ruins are much more difficult than I imagined. What about you? Su Hai looked at Su Ran. Su Ran first felt mixed emotions, then slowly became serious. I learned a lot. What exactly? He didn't say. Su Hai didn't press for more details. Just nodded in satisfaction. I hope you remember these 3 days. Becoming an extraordinary being is not as glamorous as you think. And the Forbidden Ruins are not as easy as game dungeons. Gu Kuer nodded vigorously, deeply agreeing. You only visited a low-risk Forbidden Ruin today. But what about dangerous Forbidden Ruins, high-risk Forbidden Ruins, or even a yet-to-open death Forbidden Ruins? Remember, this is not a joke. These creatures have destroyed countless nations. The reason you still feel at peace is merely because you were born in Huaxia. One day in the future, you will also need to protect this land. Su Hai's tone was serious and solemn. This was meant to be a lesson, something he hadn't thought about at the moment. Years later, this very sentence would indeed become a reality. Su Ran listened intently. After a long silence, he couldn't help but speak up. Dad, I didn't know you could talk so much at once. I always thought you had a speech impediment. Gukaieva stunt. Then her face instantly turned red, desperately biting her lip to hold back her laughter. Su Hai's faje instantly darkened. and he looked like he was about to raise his hand, but in the end, he didn't bring it down. Forget it. Yes, my own child. Considering their good performance these past few days, I'll let it go this time. Get lost. He scolded in annoyance. I'll go apply for external teleportation. You still have about 30 minutes of free time. Su Ran's neck shrank in fear. The hand didn't come down? He quickly ran away. There was a small convenience store in the camp, mainly responsible for providing supplies to extraordinary teams passing through the Forbidden Ruins, but it was charged. However, what really caught Su Ran's eye was that there was a watermelon stand at the entrance of the convenience store. Oh my God, after 3 days in the desert, Su Ran had a scrimp on water. Now, he actually saw watermelons? This was simply a summer relief tool. He immediately ran to the stand, looked around, and asked, "Boss, are these watermelons ripe?" The soldier manning the stand was clearly taken aback by this question, but his professionalism made him explain, "Little brother, just eat them with peace of mind." Su Ran widened his eyes. "I asked if these watermelons are ripe." The soldier's expression turned visibly unpleasant. "Ripe? Damn it. This is a cut watermelon. Are you blind? Can't you see for yourself? I'll ask you one last time. Are these watermelons ripe or not?" Su Ran glared. Seeing that the soldier was on the verge of exploding, Su Ran suddenly felt a soft hand pulling his ear, causing him to lean to one side in pain. As Gukur's slightly apologetic voice sounded beside him. "Sorry, soldier brother, my friend has a bit of a problem. We'll take 3 slices of watermelon." Gukur nodded apologetically while handing over the money. Then she dragged Su Ran to one side. "Why make things difficult for others? You deserve a beating." Gukur waved her delicate fist, pretending to hit him. My bad. Su Ran quickly backed down. But inside, he felt quite wronged. He just wanted to ask if the watermelon was ripe. What's the big deal? Gukai pouted in annoyance, glaring at Su Ran fiercely before running off to get the watermelon. Su Ran rubbed his sore ear. Sure enough, all those cute and sweet personas are fake. The essence of women is that they're all mother tigers. After a while, the teleportation array lit up with red light, and the 3 disappeared from their spot. However, the honest soldier brother became angrier the more he thought about it, and finally took out a piece of cardboard, writing a row of words filled with resentment. "Don't ask me if the watermelon is ripe. I don't know." 3 exclamation marks. This was his last stubbornness. Meanwhile, at the sentry post outside the entrance of the Forbidden Ruins, on the wide 8-lane road, a row of armed trucks suddenly drove in. But unlike ordinary army green trucks, these armed trucks were all painted black. The insignia on the trucks was also slightly different. Behind the usual military emblem, there was a faint shadow painted. Anyone with a bit of common sense would know that this was one of the major corps of Huaxia, known for its ruthlessness and mystery, the Shadow Army. After the convoy passed the sentry, it stopped, and a 30-year-old man in military uniform stepped down. He had a handsome and gentle face, with short hair that looked neat and capable. Especially his upright posture exuded a captivating aura with every move. The station officials had been waiting for a long time. The moment they saw the young man, everyone saluted in unison with a standard military salute. The man returned the salute. At this point, a visibly older official approached enthusiastically, extending his hand with a smile. "Welcome, Major Zhang, to guide us in our work." Zhang Dongshun waved his hand repeatedly. "Haha, no need for such formality. The Shadow Army is here in Nansheng mainly for tomorrow's graduation assessment. These students are the future pillars of the nation, and safety is paramount." The older official visibly twitched at the corner of his eye upon hearing this. Graduation assessment? When did the graduation assessment even alarm the Shadow Army? And the major himself is coming? What for? To wipe out the entire assessment in the Forbidden Ruins? Another young officer beside Zhang Dongshun couldn't help but facepalm upon hearing this. Even he couldn't listen to his major's excuse anymore. "Are you here to protect the students? Clearly, you're here to watch your brother-in-law take the exam." Too embarrassed to point it out. Just then, Zhang Dongshun's personal phone suddenly vibrated. He waved his hand apologetically, and upon seeing who was calling, didn't dare to neglect it. "Dad, what is it?" "Huh?" Zhang Dongshun's brows gradually furrowed, and his expression grew colder. "There's such a thing? Don't worry, I know what to do." After hanging up the phone, everyone around held their breath. What just happened? Just a moment ago, they were still smiling, but suddenly their demeanor changed. At that moment, two black Bentley cars were just about to leave the checkpoint. The cars were already eye-catching, but what drew even more attention was the cloud crane pattern painted on the side of the vehicles. Upon closer inspection, a faint character for congratulations could be seen in the design. Zhang Dongchen's eyes narrowed immediately. He raised his finger and said, "Have those two cars stop there for inspection." Chapter 34. The tragic scene under the setting sun He family's car. Anyone from Nan City knows that the He Group is one of the leading enterprises in the area. Why is this gentleman suddenly interested in checking them? The old cadre couldn't figure it out. But what else could he say other than nodding? Although Zhang Dongchen was not his direct superior, that didn't mean he dared to offend him. "You stay here, I'll take some people over myself." Zhang Dongchen left this statement and took a few members of the Shadow Army with him. Inside the He family's car, He Zhiqiu and the four members of the were seated in two different cars. "What's going on? Don't you recognize the He family's car? Hurry up and let us go." The driver, a middle-aged man, wore an impatient expression. What the hell is happening? He Zhiqiu, sitting in the back seat, frowned and spoke up. Just then, several people in Shadow Army uniforms approached them. The Shadow Army? The driver was startled. "Get out of the car. Accept the inspection." There was a dangerous area, and inspections at checkpoints were common, but when did the Shadow Army come personally for such matters? Inside the two cars, 6 people, including the 2 drivers, were utterly confused but still obediently opened the doors and got out. "Hey Long, take your men to check. Remember, be thorough." Zhang Dongshun patted the shoulder of the young commander beside him, emphasizing the last 4 words. The young commander, codenamed Heilong, was momentarily taken aback. He had followed the young marshal for many years. How could he not understand his intentions? Understood. His gaze fell on He Zhiqiu and the others. He didn't know how these people had offended the young marshal, but he knew they were about to face some hardship. He Zhiqiu and the others were still in a daze. However, being the young master of the He family, he quickly recognized the badge on Zhang Dongchen's shoulder. Why young marshal? To be referred to as a marshal indicated a high position within the military. Moreover, this was the Shadow Army, which was known for its hidden talents. Coming from a merchant family, He Zhiqiu's mind started racing. He quickly crouched back into the car, preparing to offer some kind of gift to make a good impression. A young marshal from the Shadow Army. If he could build a good relationship with someone like this, wouldn't the He family have it made in the future? However, just as he made a move, a shadow suddenly darted over. The next second, he was forcefully pinned to the ground. "What do you want to do? Attack the troops? Who allowed you to move?" Heilong shouted sternly. He Zhiqiu's head buzzed. The slight impact gave him a mild concussion. "What? You're pushing me down? But others just grab by the neck, right? Why the hell are you pressing my head to the ground? Who can stand that? Is the Shadow Army this aggressive?" He was furious, but didn't dare to voice it. Instead, he forced a smile. "No, sir. I just wanted to prepare some gifts for you gentlemen. You've worked hard. I wanted to treat you." They say you shouldn't hit someone who is smiling. But the next second, a resounding slap landed on He Zhiqiu's face. "What did you say? You want to bribe in public? Say it again. I have the right to arrest you right now." Heilong barked. The slap truly stunned He Zhiqiu. His glasses flew off, and he felt dizzy from the impact. He didn't dare to speak again. Saying anything more would surely lead to his arrest. But would staying silent really mean he was out of trouble? Heilong suddenly furrowed his brow and said coldly, "You people are acting suspiciously. Are you hiding contraband? I suspect you're involved in smuggling. Come clean with me." He Zhiqiu panicked instantly. If they placed that label on him, the crime would be serious. But before he could speak, Heilong slapped him twice across the face. The sound of those slaps was crisp and clear. He Zhiqiu's face swelled, and blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, the other 4 were completely frozen in shock. But Heilong suddenly looked up and told them, "The rest of you, go interrogate those 4. If they don't talk, keep hitting them." The 4? What? We didn't do anything. Is just standing here a crime? But with military orders in play, the others didn't care much. They stepped forward and landed a couple of slaps before grabbing the collars and coldly demanding, "Are you going to talk or not?" "Not talking, huh? Fine. Keep hitting." Wails of agony filled the air. Everyone in the distance was dumbfounded. Was this supposed to be an inspection? Is this how the Shadow Army usually conducts inspections? They didn't understand the rules. They also didn't dare to ask. He Zhiqiu and the others were beaten severely. screaming in pain. It was a heartbreaking sight, drawing tears from onlookers. After a while, Heilong and his men finally stopped. Hijiqiu was beaten to the point where even his mother Wu Ti recognized him, with his face swollen all around. Can you confess now? I really didn't do anything. You can search us. Hijiqiu's eyes brimmed with tears. He had never been beaten so brutally in his life. Nothing. Heilong's voice turned harsh, causing Hijiqiu to instinctively shrink his neck. But the next words from Heilong nearly made him faint from anger. If you had nothing, why didn't you say that earlier? Search the car thoroughly. Not even a single screw could be overlooked. Hijiqiu was so furious that his body began to tremble. I wanted to say something. I wanted to. But did you give me a chance? You just kept slapping me. Did you ever stop? He felt a myriad of grievances, but didn't dare to voice a single one. Seeing the Shadow Army already searching the car, Hijiqiu gradually calmed down. After all, the He family had been in business for so many years. How could they leave any traces behind? Search away. Let us see what you'll do when you can't find anything. But the Shadow Army didn't care about that. They were just executing Heilong's orders. Not a single screw could be overlooked. They truly left no stone unturned. Can't find anything inside the car? Then dismantle the seats. Didn't he find anything under the seats? Then take apart the steering wheel, the hood, the trunk. They even ended up removing the tires. A car worth over $1 million was instantly reduced to a pile of parts. Were these Shadow Army members from car repair shop? They were so skilled. Hijiqiu's eyes brimmed with tears, his heart aching as he bit his lip. He gazed up at the sky at a 40-degree angle, barely holding back his tears. Take it apart. Keep taking it apart. There's nothing in there anyway. And surprisingly, these two cars indeed had nothing hidden. The group turned the cars inside out. And in the end, they found absolutely nothing. Hijiqiu felt a glimmer of hope. I told you there's nothing, right? Let us see how you wrap this up. Heilong's expression was also somewhat unpleasant, but at that moment, a member of the Shadow Army approached with a detection device and whispered something in his ear. Hijiqiu's expression changed instantly. What happened? Did they find something? That shouldn't be. Then Heilong, with a serious face, walked over. Do you know you've already broken the law? What happened? Hijiqiu's heart was pounding in his throat. Heilong raised the detection device in front of Hijiqiu. Look for yourself. Exhaust emissions exceed the standard, violating the traffic law. Fine of 50, 3 points deducted. Hijiqiu. The 4 who were beaten? What? You dragged us here, beat us up, and then dismantled our car, only to tell us the exhaust emissions are too high? And you're fining us 50 and deducting 3 points? Is this something a human can do? Do you have any objections? The Black Wolf said expressionlessly. Our leader is right next to us. If you have any objections, you can report us to him right now. Hijiqiu shook his head like a pig's head. Does he dare? Is it useful? That person has been watching for a long time. When did he ever speak up to stop it? Besides, just now he couldn't help but laugh. Laughing is one thing, but he even laughed out loud. You tell me how reporting would be useful? If there's no objection, you can leave now, the Black Wolf said sternly. Leave. Hijiqiu looked at a pile of car parts, and with 2 wheels missing who knows where. He wondered how he was supposed to drive this thing. He endured. He made a mental note today to avoid the Shadow Army in the future. These people are simply inhuman. The 6 of them supported each other, their silhouettes fading into the sunset, looking tragic and sorrowful. Wait, the Black Wolf suddenly shouted. Hijiqiu shivered all over, wondering what was happening now. Remember to pay the fine. By the time Sue ran and the others drove out in the jeep, Hijiqiu and the others had already left for a long time. As they passed by the pile of car parts, Gukur looked puzzled. How did these cars get taken apart like this? Is this place still responsible for repairs? Zhang Dongshun naturally noticed the jeep that drove out. The checkpoints along the way were wide open. They moved smoothly without any obstacles. He ran forward excitedly to greet them, but the vehicle ruthlessly sped past without any hesitation. Only Zhang Dongshun was left awkwardly waving his hand, disheveled in the wind. Dad! Su Ran shouted at the car window. I think I just saw my brother-in-law. Did he come to South City? No, you must have seen it wrong. Su Hai replied expressionlessly while driving. Chapter 35. It's all too short. In the evening, Su Hai first drove Gukuder home. As they passed through the tree-lined avenue, Su Ran's eyes widened in disbelief when he saw Gu Kuer's house for the first time since moving from the countryside. To put it simply, it was a mansion. Summarizing it in one word, big. The West District is a well-known wealthy area in South City, famous for its housing prices and land costs. And the Gu family? 3 ivory-white 6-story villas arranged in a triangular shape at the end of the avenue. How much would this cost? Su Ran was secretly astonished. As soon as the car stopped, the old butler, Uncle He, gentlemanly came over to open the car door. Still wearing his flashy tailcoat and one-sided gold-rimmed glasses, he said, "Young lady, take it easy. Ah, Xiaoran is here too. Come in and sit down quickly. Aunt Zhou hasn't seen you in a long time. You've grown so tall." Standing at the door was a dignified woman in a qipao with an exquisite bun, smiling warmly at Su Ran in the car. "Aunt Zhou." Su Ran smiled back. When he was in the countryside, he often went to Gu Kuer's house for meals, and the lady treated him very warmly. But just as Su Ran was about to get out of the car, old Su shot him a cold glance. Seeing this, Su Ran immediately felt a chill and could only reluctantly wave to Zhou Shuman, saying, "Let's leave it for today. Next time, I'll bring a gift and come to visit you." "Oh, you little rascal, why are you being so polite?" The noblewoman looked somewhat disappointed, but still nodded. "Then it's settled. You must come and stay at our house for a few days next time." "Okay, Aunt Zhou, see you." Su Ran closed the car door. Gu Kuer also smiled sweetly and waved at Su Ran. Su Hai and his son didn't even get out of the car. After dropping off Gu Kuer, they turned around and left. To be honest, sometimes Su Ran doubted whether the Gu and Su families had mixed up their children. Gu Kuer seemed to be Su Hai's biological child. Otherwise, why was the contrast so huge? Back at the old residential building, from the moment they entered until they finished dinner, the father and son didn't say a word. It wasn't that they were avoiding conversation. Su Ran wanted to talk, but couldn't, and old Su would just respond with a grunt at most. This had become the norm. That night, Su Ran sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning to check his cultivation progress. To his surprise, after 3 days of training in the Spirit Forbidden Ruins, his spiritual power had significantly improved. He was close to a breakthrough. It seemed that practical experience was also an important way to enhance strength. This wasn't even mentioned in the textbooks. Unfortunately, the Black Ghost's profound grade spirit core was snatched away by Hijiqiu and his group. Otherwise, he would have had the chance to successfully break through to the profound grade tonight. If that were the case, he would have a better chance in tomorrow's graduation assessment. Although there was only a step difference between the yellow grade level 10 and the profound grade, sometimes a single level gap was enough to crush someone, let alone an entire major realm. Stepping into the profound grade meant truly entering the ranks of experts and could be considered a real spirit user. Below the profound grade, one could only be called an entry-level student. However, Su Ran wasn't angry. He would eventually get back what was taken from him, and he was someone who held grudges. Understanding this, Su Ran focused his mind and once again entered the Inheritance Tower. This was his 3rd time in this abyssal space. This time, he walked into the Tai Chi Hall with ease. "Senior, have you been here alone all this time? Don't you feel bored? Should I bring you a magazine next time?" His voice echoed throughout the vast hall. Old Li on the throne remained quite aloof, not saying a word. "All right, no talking." "Huh, just wait and see. I'll make you drop your jaw." This time, Su Ran was full of confidence. After such a long period of training, his mental strength had significantly increased. Without further ado, he stepped toward the throne. Compared to his first attempt, Su Ran felt almost no pressure this time. 1 step, 2 steps. It was the devil's pace. Su Ran shook his head. What nonsense was he thinking? He cleared his mind and continued to walk steadily forward, quickly surpassing his previous limit. At this point, Su Ran still felt at ease. 20 steps, 30 steps. Su Ran continued to walk forward effortlessly. Finally, the imposing figure on the throne reacted, his indifferent gaze flashing with a hint of surprise, seemingly astonished by Su Ran's rapid progress. 50 steps. The expression of Taizong gradually became serious, but Su Ran still kept moving forward. 70 steps. Old Li's face changed slightly, shock evident on his face. He could no longer hold back and spoke. "Not bad. You've made significant progress, but is this as far as you can go?" Actually, Taizong was quite satisfied, or rather, pleasantly surprised, but he still wanted to provoke Su Ran a bit. At this moment, Su Ran was already slightly sweating, his breathing noticeably heavier. Yet he still smiled back at him. Senior, our goal isn't here, but there. Su Ran pointed ahead. The target was the High Throne, the Emperor's inheritance. He was determined to obtain it. Taizong's eyes sparkled with a strange light, but he remained silent. Su Ran ignored this and, gasping for breath, took 10 more steps forward. The remaining distance was the steps. On the steps was the throne. He gritted his teeth, his expression becoming serious for once. With a thud, his foot landed on the step, mixed with heavy breaths. Su Ran's heart sank. After taking this step, the pressure increased exponentially, much more difficult than he had imagined. No matter. He held his breath, gritting his teeth, and surged upward. At this moment, Taizong was completely shocked. This kid, perhaps he really could do it this time. Su Ran changed his previous cautious approach, now racing up the steps. In just a moment, he reached the top of the 20 steps. The final step. Su Ran could already taste the metallic rust in his mouth, but he kept his gaze fixed ahead, giving his all to step out this final distance. He was just one step away from the Emperor's inheritance. But despite his utmost effort, his legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to lift them. One burst of energy, and then it waned. After 2 attempts, the breath he had been holding suddenly dissipated. Thud! His knee slammed heavily against the stone steps. Su Ran's eyes reddened, yet his gaze remained locked on the throne within arm's reach. Was he unwilling? Indeed, he was unwilling. Just 1 step forward, and he could touch the throne. But now he couldn't reach it. He hated his short arms for the first time. Still too short. At such a close distance, Su Ran could clearly see the man before him. Truly a figure of dragon and phoenix, a manifestation of heavenly grace. But he lacked a bit of majesty and instead exuded a sense of approachability. He was not as old as Su Ran had imagined, likely in his late 40s. The shock in Taizong's eyes gradually faded, but his expression remained pleased. He thought this kid might really make it. However, the next second, "Hey, uncle, can you let some water flow? Just a little bit. Don't take it too seriously, right?" Su Ran forced a smile, blinking at the middle-aged man. Old Li's smile slowly froze on his face. Then, anger surged up immediately. With a wave of his robe, Su Ran was sent flying directly out, crashing onto the main hall. How outrageous! The legacy of our great cause cannot be taken lightly, considering it was his first offense. I will have your reward as a minor punishment. The Emperor's originally good mood vanished instantly. In a fit of anger, he even deducted half of the original reward. Su Ran was dumbfounded. He wished he could slap himself. How could he have been so reckless with his words? But 3 milky white orbs of light were already flying towards him from a distance, and the surroundings gradually became ethereal, eventually transforming into a ball of white light. In the bedroom, Su Ran suddenly opened his eyes, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. Heaven had once given him a chance, but he failed to cherish it. If time could turn back, he would want to say just 3 words. You old man. Chapter 36. So, I am the rich 2nd generation? Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the purification pill X1. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the skill Dragon Abyss Sword Technique. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the top quality spirit weapon, 7-star Dragon Spring Sword. The 3 system notifications rang out in succession. Su Ran's frustration finally dissipated a bit, and he started to feel a little excited. Purification. Su Ran had already experienced its effects, which could bring about a significant transformation. However, this item was no longer useful to him. The system kindly materialized it into a pill, but just because he couldn't use it didn't mean others couldn't. Su Ran had already decided who to give his treasure to. Dragon Abyss Sword Technique. Almost the moment the system notification sounded, Su Ran's mind began to evolve a move on its own. This was a level of ancient martial inheritance. Last time with Tai Chi, Su Ran had already tasted the significant increase in his strength. In this Dragon Abyss Sword Technique, Su Ran merely went through in his mind and couldn't help but feel a thrill. He was sure that if he executed the sword technique at the same power level, his opponent would most likely end up being crushed. Note exaggeration. With this set of sword techniques, Su Ran had largely compensated for his close combat predicament. For example, during the last ambush by the sand zombie, Su Ran couldn't possibly use Tai Chi to respond, as his current physical condition wasn't strong enough. In that situation, if he performed a wild horse parts its mane, then what? His arm would be gone. But with sword techniques, it would be different. A weapon is definitely harder than his body. This brings us to the last reward. 7-star Dragon Spring Sword. Shu Ran's thoughts moved, and a palm-width dark heavy sword appeared in his hand. It was heavy. The hilt was carved with ferocious dragon heads on both sides, and the Big Dipper was engraved above. Looking down at the sword body, Shu Ran felt as if he were gazing into an abyss. Is this a spirit weapon? Shu Ran held the dragon spring sword in one hand, drawing the blade. He tentatively swung it in the air. A loud dragon roar echoed endlessly. The sudden sound startled him, and he quickly stopped his movements. An angry shout came from the adjacent bedroom. It's late at night. Aren't you going to sleep? Do you believe I'll confiscate your phone? Shu Ran patted his chest, still feeling a bit frightened. Luckily, old Shu didn't become suspicious. Otherwise, explaining it would be troublesome. However, the sound of the dragon spring sword being drawn was too loud. It truly deserved to be called a top-quality spirit weapon. The more Shu Ran looked at it, the more he loved it. But in the end, he could only helplessly put it into the space spirit bead. Generally, spirit weapons are divided into 4 grades: inferior, middle, superior, and top quality. Unless one comes from a wealthy family, an ordinary high school student would be lucky to have a well-crafted weapon. As for spirit weapons, even an inferior spirit weapon is not something an ordinary person can possess. Take the entire South City High School as an example. Only families like Guku'er and Hijichios could find a way to get one. Yet this dragon spring sword is a top-quality spirit weapon. This meant that unless it was a life-and-death situation, Shu Ran would not be able to use this treasure. Otherwise, if the Xian-level combat puppet was discovered, he could still make up some excuse. But if a top-quality spirit weapon was recognized by others, how would he explain that? This is just a figurine? You just have to see if someone else steals it. It might even attract attention from abroad. The night grew deep. That evening, Shu Ran did not practice anymore and directly lay down to sleep. Tomorrow was the graduation assessment, an important turning point in every high school student's life. Even he needed to conserve his energy and give it his all. The next day, Shu Ran woke up by himself. Old Shu surprisingly did not knock on the door to urge him to get up. Just when he thought old Shu was still asleep, he pushed open the door and saw the old man sitting on the sofa smoking. Shu Ran frowned. He remembered that old Shu had quit smoking many years ago. Why was he smoking again? Suhai didn't say anything, silently extinguishing the cigarette. There was an oversized military travel bag on the sofa. Besides the supplies he bought with Gukura last time, it was clear that a lot more stuff had been stuffed inside. After washing up, Suhai still didn't speak. I'm leaving then. Shu Ran grabbed the military travel bag. It was really heavy. It was almost as heavy as him. Wait a minute. Suhai pressed down on the bag and then pulled out a crimson wide sword from behind him, throwing it in front of Shu Ran with a clang. Shu Ran was stunned. This is a spirit weapon. Although it was an inferior spirit weapon, it was indeed a genuine spirit weapon. Moreover, Shu Ran had seen this spirit weapon before. It was the inferior spirit weapon that was previously listed on the weapon auction website. The Crimson Sun Sword, an elemental fire attribute spirit weapon. At that time, Shu Ran had just glanced at it casually, and when he saw the long string of zeros in the price below, he had directly closed the interface. So old Shu bought this spirit weapon? Where did he get the money? Dad, are you finally going to come clean? I am actually a rich second generation, right? You are finally going to tell me the truth. Shu Ran was completely in a daze. Are you still not awake? Suhai looked up expressionlessly, and after a pause, he lit another cigarette. I mortgaged the house in the countryside. Shu Ran trembled all over. He immediately fell into silence. He remembered clearly that a real estate developer had set their sights on the old house land, and old Shu had firmly refused at the time. This is the ancestral home of the Shu family. Try touching it. But now, old Shu had mortgaged the house just to buy him a spirit weapon. Over the years, old Shu spoke little, but his actions always adhered to one principle. Whatever others had, his son shouldn't be lacking. To be honest, he was quite a competent father. Shu Ran felt a bit misty-eyed, and his eyes unknowingly turned red. Dad! Before he could speak, Suhai impatiently waved his hand. All right, I've prepared everything for you. Just don't fail to deliver results. He looked at Shu Ran and continued. Let me remind you, with Kuara's talent, Which school do you think she will end up in? If you two want to be together in the future, what kind of grades do you need to achieve? Stop thinking that everything should be adjusted for you. She doesn't owe you anything. Su Ran's expression gradually became serious. He silently shouldered the oversized military travel bag and then stored the Crimson Sun's sword into the space spirit bead. Old Su saw the Crimson Sun's sword disappear into thin air, but didn't show any reaction. Wait for my good news. Before leaving, Su Ran left this sentence. He had already been touched to the point of tears, but he had been holding it back. After all, a man shouldn't shed tears lightly. But as soon as he got downstairs, he began to feel something was off. Suddenly, he froze. Hey, wait a minute. That dilapidated house in the countryside isn't worth much, right? It doesn't even cover the down payment for buying the Crimson Sun sword. Damn it, I've been fooled. I was so moved for nothing. The old man didn't tell the truth at all. Sure enough, I must be a rich second generation. Chapter 37. Kyoto University or Huaxia University. As Su Ran just arrived downstairs, he happened to bump into Gukur, who was about to go upstairs. You're up so early today? Gukur was wearing a white sports outfit, and her short hair was pinned up with a clip. She seemed to have lost some of her usual softness and added a touch of vitality. Let's go. The two walked side by side towards the school. The road to the school had already been set up with checkpoints. Except for the students rushing to attend their graduation assessments, no vehicles were passing by. Looking at the beautiful girl beside him, Su Ran suddenly remembered what old Su had just said. Kur, which university do you want to apply to? Gukur was walking seriously, and without turning her head, she replied, Wherever you go, I'll go. Su Ran was momentarily taken aback by her nonchalant tone. He felt an inexplicable blockage in his chest. What I mean is, if you don't consider me, which university would you choose? By this time, they were almost at the school gate. Why do you ask that? Gukur turned her head, a bit puzzled, but then thoughtfully tapped her lips with her finger and continued. I guess I would choose either Huaxia University or Kyoto University. What about you? What do you think of these two? The crowd around them stirred. Many people couldn't help but glance over upon hearing this. Wow, who the heck is that? So full of themselves? Can they really talk that big? Oh, it's Gukur. Then it's fine. Su Ran also widened his eyes in surprise, but at this moment, he couldn't lose his composure. So he forced himself to comment, Kyoto University, Huaxia University, not bad. You could also consider Shu University, mainly because it's close to home, and it's acceptable. The surrounding looks became a bit strange, but Su Ran remained unfazed. As long as he wasn't embarrassed, it was others who were. All right, good luck then. I'm going to meet my teammates. Gukur said as she prepared to leave. Kur, just saying good luck isn't enough. After all, you're setting the bar so high. If you don't encourage me a bit, I won't have the motivation. Su Ran called out to her. How do you want me to encourage you? She asked with a grin. Su Ran didn't say anything, only wore a mischievous smile. Suddenly, Gukur blushed deeply, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Su Ran. After a moment, she shyly looked around and then quickly ran up to Su Ran. She stood on her tiptoes and pecked his cheek like a dragonfly touching water. Su Ran felt a rush of fragrance, and then he was completely stunned. When he came back to his senses, Gukur had already run away. No, what I meant was, you could give a hug or something. But now, it seemed fine too. Su Ran grinned and started to laugh. But the surrounding people were now filled with resentment. This guy, showing off in public with the school beauty. Is this even something a person should do? A group of boys who were initially ambitious suddenly lost all motivation for the exam. But Su Ran didn't care about others. As long as he was happy, he swaggered away, whistling with a triumphant little stride. Many people had already begun to clench their fists, their eyes turning red. Can you make that expression any more smug? All the students were gathering at the meeting point, and the convoy was about to set off. Those who missed, it would have to find their own way. The supervising teacher shouted from a distance. Several buses had already left. Just as Su Ran reached the meeting point, Han Wenxuan rushed over with an anxious expression. You finally made it. We're just missing Jiangji now. Why can't I reach him on the phone? He would have mixed up the exam time, would he? Su Ran's smile gradually faded. What did you say? Jiangji didn't come? What the hell is this guy doing? Now, the anxiousness had shifted from one person to two. As they watched the convoy leave in batches, the last bus was also getting ready to depart. Are you two getting on the bus or not? If not, we're leaving. The supervising teacher called from a distance. Su Ran and Han Wenxuan exchanged worried glances, their faces filled with anxiety. How can we leave when not everyone is here? Let us go. We need to find him. Waiting around like this was not a solution. Su Ran decisively headed out of the school. Along the way, Han Wenxuan kept trying to call. They first went to the place where Jiang Ji's mother usually set up her stall. Then they went to his home, but neither place had anyone. Just when the two were getting increasingly anxious, a kind neighbor reminded them that his mother was hospitalized, and Jiang Ji might be at the hospital. When they arrived at the ward, they indeed found Jiang Ji sitting on the edge of the bed, peeling an apple. The exam is about to start, and he's peeling an apple? Han Wenxuan's anger surged. Su Ran quickly grabbed her to hold her back. At that moment, Jiang Ji also noticed the two at the door. He was taken aback and said something to the elderly woman on the bed before slowly walking out. As Jiang Ji stepped out of the ward, Han Wenxuan pulled him aside and pushed him hard against the wall. What are you doing? Don't you know what day it is today? Jiang Ji looked a bit dazed. I know, so what? Su Ran was momentarily stunned. What do you mean? Are you going to skip the exam? Bang! Han Wenxuan's eyes instantly filled with anger, and she punched him hard in the face. So what? Say it again. If you didn't want to take the exam, why didn't you just say so earlier? Now, if you skip the exam, what are we supposed to do? Where are we going to find a teammate at the last minute? Jiang Ji's eyes slowly turned red, and he pushed Han Wenxuan away. Do you think I want to skip the exam? My mom was diagnosed with liver cancer, and just the chemotherapy and surgery costs over 200,000. Where are we going to get that money? Even if I get in, what about the tuition? Han Wenxuan's expression had gradually cooled. So, if you don't take the exam, you'll drag us down too? Think carefully about what will happen if you do this today. Han Wenxuan was genuinely angry and was willing to use her family's influence to threaten him. Jiang Ji slowly lowered his head. Su Ran had remained silent beside them. Han Wenxuan could lose her temper, but he couldn't. He was the team leader. He needed to find a solution. The corridor fell silent. After a while, Su Ran spoke up. You want to gather the surgery fees, right? This graduation assessment has 19 schools participating in Nancheng, and the top 3 teams will receive scholarships. The first place will get 500,000. I can forfeit my share. Do you dare to take a gamble? Jiang Ji was taken aback. He slowly raised his head, his lips moving slightly, but before he could speak, Su Ran directly grabbed his collar, staring into his eyes. I'll ask you one last time. Do you want to gamble? Jiang Ji's eyes turned red again, tears glistening. I do. It's just that you. Su Ran waved his hand. I don't need you to worry about me. I just want to know if you want to gather the surgery fees for your mom. I do. Jiang Ji nodded heavily. Jier, let your classmates come in and sit. It's inconvenient to stand outside and talk. The woman's voice came from inside. Let us go. Say hello. Su Ran waved his hand. Han Wenxuan's anger had not yet dissipated, and she clearly seemed reluctant. But in the end, she followed him inside. Hee. You must be Jier's classmates. Do you want some apples? It's inconvenient for me to get out of bed, so make yourselves comfortable. The woman looked pale, her frail body thin like a crumpled newspaper. Yet despite her weakness, she managed to squeeze out a smile, trying her best to be hospitable. Han Wenxuan's anger instantly dissipated, and her expression became somewhat complex. Su Ran smiled and nodded. Annie, we came in a hurry, and didn't he bring you any fruit or anything? Please don't mind. This child is really polite. Mom, I have my graduation assessment today, so I'll go with him first. Jiang Ji bit his lip and suddenly said, Graduation assessment? The woman's expression suddenly became flustered. Why are you only telling me now? This is such a big deal. Hurry up. Hurry up. Don't waste your classmates' time. There are nurses here these days. You don't need to worry about me. Just go. Okay, Mom. Take care of yourself. I'm leaving now. Jiang Ji reminded her. In that moment of turning around, tears began to roll down. Chapter 38. Want to watch pole dancing? They left the hospital. Now that the school no longer had buses, they could only find their own way to the examination forbidden zone. This year's examination forbidden zone was set in the Lingyun Mountain Forbidden Area, which was located in a remote area. Fortunately, they managed to flag down a volunteer vehicle and hurriedly made their way to the examination forbidden zone. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat oppressive. I'm sorry, Jiang Ji said quietly, looking down. Han Wenxuan, who was usually proud, had just been so angry that he almost fought, and upon hearing the apology, he merely snorted and turned his head away. Su Ran placed a hand on Jiang Zi's shoulder and, seeing him lift his head, spoke earnestly, "Don't blame Han Wenxuan. I almost wanted to kill you just now." You know, it was supposed to be a very serious statement, but coming from Su Ran's mouth, it sounded quite strange. Han Wenxuan couldn't help but chuckle, and the oppressive atmosphere in the car lightened considerably. "A few students, I can only take you this far. Up ahead is a checkpoint, and a vehicle can't pass," the driver said as he turned around. "Thank you, driver," Su Ran replied, and the three of them immediately got out of the car. The vehicle stopped at the foot of Lingyun Mountain, where buses were parked on both sides. However, they didn't arrive too late. There were still many students around, gathering in groups to head up the mountain. There were checkpoints outside the forbidden zone for otherworldly spirits, and today it was heavily guarded. With rows of troops in green uniforms standing at attention, all students entering or exiting had to undergo strict identity verification. Look, even the Shadow Army is here. What kind of situation is this year? Wow, the atmosphere is really intimidating. I'm already nervous before the exam. Students passing by whispered to each other. The three of them made their way up the mountain, and along the way, they passed through numerous checkpoints, having to show their identification almost every time. To be honest, the level of security made it very difficult for anyone to sneak in. When they reached halfway up the mountain, the view opened up considerably, revealing a large square platform ahead, where thousands of students were gathering. Above the square, a black rift opened in midair, and dark purple light waves radiated outward. At first glance, it looked like the pupil of a giant abyssal creature, very frightening. Surrounding the space rift was a square checkpoint, with several entrances and exits, allowing people to enter and exit simultaneously. Armed troops stood around the checkpoint. Numerous volunteer tents were set up around the square for people to rest temporarily. Accompanying teachers from various schools were holding megaphones, giving their students a final pre-exam pep talk. Take a deep breath. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves. If you're really scared, just wait near the safe spot until the exam is over. Don't try to be brave. Even if you don't pass the exam, it's okay. Your safety is the most important. Seeing the exam site with his own eyes, Su Ran was also stunned by the sea of people. "Suran, over here." Suddenly, a familiar crisp voice called out from a distance. Just by hearing the voice, a smile began to form on Su Ran's face. Not far from the three of them, a team of 3 girls was waving excitedly, one of whom was a beautiful girl in a white sweatshirt. Many people around were instantly attracted by her voice. Once they saw her face, especially the boys, they couldn't take their eyes off her. What a beautiful girl. "Ka'ia." Su Ran immediately walked over. "Haven't you gone in yet? Who are you waiting for here? What do you think? I've been looking for you for a long time. I thought you were lost," Gu Kuer said, looking at Su Ran, her gaze occasionally drifting towards Han Wenxuan beside him. When Han Wenxuan first saw Gu Kuer, he was also taken aback, but his eyes quickly lit up. "Hello, I'm Han Wenxuan. Can I add you on WeChat? Gu Ka'ia was momentarily stunt." Okay, Su Ran thought. What is up with Han Wenxuan? ISNT's reaction a bit too big? However, he didn't dwell on it. After the two exchanged WeChat, Su Ran waved his hand. "All right, let's go in together." They swiped their identification cards and passed the checkpoint. The 6 of them stood before the enormous space rift. From a distance, it might seem scary, but as they got closer, they could feel a strong sense of pressure. "Move forward. Don't stop." Su Ran was still intending to observe a bit longer when he heard a voice urging from behind. So he took 2 steps forward, and before he could react, a strong pulling force emerged, suddenly drawing his body into the space rift. Su Ran's vision instantly turned pitch black, and he felt a violent shaking, as if he were in a bumping vehicle, feeling dizzy and wanted to vomit. Moments later, the surroundings brightened again, and Su Ran barely managed to hold back his nausea. However, around him, the sounds of retching could be heard everywhere. Looking around, many students were bent over, supporting themselves against the wall, starting to vomit. Wait, a wall? Su Ran was momentarily stunned and then looked around. But upon this glance, he was somewhat bewildered. Unlike the wilderness he had imagined, the surroundings were wide, orderly roads, and clusters of low buildings. Further away, There were towering walls over 20 meters high. This was clearly a small town. Don't daze around. Gu Cooker suddenly appeared in front of Su Ran, smiling as she explained, generally, there will be such safe points in forbidden zones. And those of this scale only exist in low-risk forbidden zones. Look, do you see those walls? Beyond the walls is the real danger zone. Here is guarded by troops, making it a very safe supply point. Han Wenchuan looked at Su Ran in surprise after hearing this. No way. You've never been to an otherworldly spirit forbidden zone before, have you? Su Ran immediately became unhappy. What kind of tone is that? Like a country bumpkin meeting a classmate, right? You haven't been to the city, have you? Who said I've never been? If you don't believe me, ask Kerr. Su Ran insisted, still stubborn. In fact, not only he, but Jiang Ji and Gu Kerr, as two teammates, were also visiting the otherworldly spirit forbidden zone for the first time. So they were all full of curiosity about their surroundings. Just then, a sneer sounded from a distance. He wants to come, but he was only at the yellow level 1 before, so he didn't dare to come in. Ha ha! Hearing this, Su Ran not only didn't get angry, but instead laughed. The two other members of that team were unknown to Su Ran, but the leader was an old acquaintance. Zohu, long time no see. I heard your pole dancing is trending now. You're practically a web celebrity, right? Zohu was just passing by, but upon seeing Su Ran, he couldn't help but mock him. However, as soon as Su Ran spoke, it immediately dealt a ton of damage to him. Zohu's face turned green. Su Ran had touched a sore spot. Last time he was forced to dance in public, which was already humiliating enough. And then a few muscular men joined in halfway through. He almost got played to death. That wasn't the worst part. Someone even recorded it. And it went trending that very night. Zohu had barely dared to step outside these days. Otherwise, someone would point at him and shout, "Look, ISNT that the web celebrity pole dancer? Goddamn pole dancer. Even has a stage name now. Goodbye, Su Ran." Zohu gritted his teeth. Don't get too proud too early. Be careful of capsizing in the gutter. Su Ran? Is this a threat? All right. He turned to look at the few people behind him. Hey guys, do you want to see some pole dancing? Chapter 39. Wow. It's been a few days, and you've really let yourself go? Han Wenchuan and the others still look confused. What? Pole dancing? But Gu Ku'er couldn't help but start laughing. The scene from that day flashed in her mind again. It was really eye-watering. At the same time, Zohu's eyes began to fill with terror. What the hell? You want to come here again? If you really dance again here, he would have no face to see anyone in the future. His legs were already trembling, and he turned to leave. Stop, did I let you go? Su Ran shouted at them. Forget it, stop messing around. Gu Cooker smiled and pulled him back. The assessment hasn't started yet, and fighting would get you disqualified. Zohu had already run far away, and Su Ran could only give up reluctantly. Ah! Suddenly, an excited scream rang out. Su Ran was startled and quickly turned around. What happened? Who the hell is watching adult films during the assessment, enjoying themselves so much? Looking back, the one screaming was a girl, and not just her, several other girls around started to scream excitedly as well. No way. What did you see? Is there a toy store on sale? Why are you all so excited? Looking around, the crowd had automatically parted to make way for 3 aloof-looking boys who were strutting through the crowd. Hijichio is so handsome. Strong skills. Good family background. And he is good-looking too. I want to marry him. Girl, are your eyes not working? How's he handsome? Exactly. At least his face should be symmetrical, right? The 3 entering the Forbidden Ruins were led by Hijichio. He was dressed in a full British suit, and whether it was his gold-rimmed glasses or his meticulously styled hair, he exuded an air of elegance. But upon hearing others' comments, he couldn't help but glare over with a dark expression. The person who spoke shrank back in fright and didn't dare to say another word. However, with this turn of events, Su Ran was immediately stunned. If you only looked at the left side of his face, Hijichio looked just like before. But the other side was a bit ridiculous. One eye was still swollen shut, and half of his face was a bit puffy. Indeed, it was completely asymmetrical. Su Ran burst out laughing. Wow, isn't this young master he? It's only been a short while, and you've really let yourself go? Hearing this familiar voice, Hijichio paused. Su Ran, what is this new fashion trend? Is this the aesthetic that's popular in your circle now? That little thing is quite unique. The surroundings fell slightly silent. Countless gazes converged on Su Ran. What the hell? Who is this kid? He has got some guts to provoke someone from a He family. He is probably insane. Some people already covered their mouths and ran to the side. Damn, this kid's mouth is too vicious. Sure enough, hearing Shu Ran's words, Hijichio's expression darkened immediately. Are you looking to die? The thing he hated the most was when people brought up his face. He had never suffered such a brutal beating in his life. It was really harsh. When he got home last night, his mother almost didn't recognize him. Getting beaten was one thing, but those people he couldn't afford to provoke. After a whole night, the injuries on his face had only healed halfway. Not to mention Shu Ran. Even Gu Ku couldn't help but laugh when she saw his miserable state. I want to die. Do you dare to make a move? I'm standing right here. Come hit me. Shu Ran still had that shameless look on his face. Hijichio's anger surged to his head. And if it weren't for someone holding him back, he might have really made a move right then. Young master, he calmed down. There's no need to stoop to this kid's level. We can't make a move now, or we'll be disqualified. The veins on Hijichio's forehead throbbed, and his face was frighteningly dark, especially when he saw Gu Ku still linking arms with Shu Ran. His gaze was filled with resentment. You little punk. You got guts. Do you believe I'll make it so you can't stay in Nanchun? I don't believe it. A loud shout came from a distance. Leading was a skinny young man with a rebellious look on his face. It was Han Wuqiang and his two teammates, the son of the leader of the Nanching Society. Someone in the crowd whispered. Maybe nobody had heard of Han Wuqiang, but the name of the Nanching Society was indeed well known among the locals. Brother, sister, Han Wuqiang apruwashiet. First greeting Shu Ran and the others, then provocatively looking at Hijichio. What is up, young master he? How powerful is your He family that my brother can't stay in Nanchun? Han Wuqiang was not bluffing. He really wasn't bluffing. In terms of Nanchung, the Nanching Society really wasn't too afraid of these local rich kids from the He family. But what surprised everyone wasn't this. Han Wuqiang called that kid brother? No. No way. What is this guy's identity? Some people looked at Shu Ran again, shocked. For a moment, although neither side made a move, the atmosphere was already tense. The team that Shu Ran brought was not easy to provoke. But Hijichio seemed to not care at all. He sneered as he glanced at a few of them. A bunch of trash, truly birds of a feather flocked together. You guys should dance now. And when we get to the Forbidden Ruins, you better pray not to fall into my hands. After saying that, he led his people away. I got a bad temper. Brother, give me a word. Should we take him down? Han Wuqiang turned around with a face full of dissatisfaction. Shu Ran nodded. Yes. You go first, I'll back you up. Han Wuqiang. No, he was just being polite. Why are you letting him really go? Can we make a move against other teams in the Forbidden Ruins? Jiangji looked a bit confused. The rules didn't say it wasn't allowed. Han Wuqiang shrugged. Han Wenchuan, who had been silent, spoke up, explaining while watching Hijichio and the others leave. According to the assessment, each person must at least obtain 3 yellow-level spirit cores, but the rules don't state that these 3 spirit cores must be obtained through hunting. In other words, the rules even subtly encourage teams to make a move against each other. It was called healthy competition. Jiang Ji's face darkened. Those 3 just now seem to be from number 1 high school, right? Their luck is too good. Not necessarily luck. Even Gu Ku smiled knowingly. Jiang Ji nodded silently. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and he waved apologetically at everyone. I'm going over there to take a call. My mom is calling. There won't be signal later. Suran Nadif. All right. Our exam times are different. Let us hurry to the teleportation point. The safe zone has many teleportation points. They're all random teleportation points, and all assessment teams will be teleported in batches according to their exam times. The few of them then dispersed, each heading towards the teleportation point. The graduation assessment of Nanching High School was about to officially begin. In the first half of this assessment, thousands of drones were evenly distributed in the sky above the Forbidden Ruins to monitor and live broadcast the assessment. In the broadcasting control hall, the school leaders of 19 high schools in Nanchang gathered here. They were all tense, their eyes glued to the live broadcast screens divided into hundreds of segments. After all, this was related to the historical rankings of their respective schools. More importantly, behind them sat a 30-something officer in military uniform. Damn it, why did even the Shadow Army people come? And it's a young commander. The already tense hall became even more oppressive with the appearance of this person. Everyone, There's no need to be nervous. I'm just taking a casual look, Zhang Dongchen chuckled. Not nervous at all. The young marshal is just joking. A group of school leaders wiped their sweat while forcing smiles in response. With such a distinguished guest sitting there, they didn't even dare to breathe, let alone be calm. Meanwhile, inside the Forbidden Abyss, in a certain depression covered by green-neck grass, a small military tent was set up. Inside the tent, Feng Qingxu, dressed in a tight black combat suit, stood in front of a military communication station. Her eyes were cold and her expression solemn. Everyone get ready. We've received intel that the fish will bite today. Prepare to reel them in. Chapter 40. You're so bad, I really like it. Looking out over Lingyun Mountains, Forbidden Ruins. The Emerald Mountains stretch endlessly under a gray sky. Surrounding them are towering trees thick enough to obscure the sun, and the air is filled with a sweet, damp smell of decay. In the distance, a low, beastly roar adds a layer of tranquility to the forest. However, behind a massive rock, voices of discussion can be clearly heard. It seems we are quite lucky. Judging by the environment, this should be the outer area of the Forbidden Ruins. So we won't be thrown into a fierce battle right after being teleported. But we shouldn't let our guard down. Although there are fewer mutated creatures in the outer area, this probability is not absolute. Everyone stay alert. Behind a rock, Su Ran unfolded the map provided by the school and glanced at the drone that zipped overhead. Looking displeased, these things won't follow us throughout the entire assessment, will they? That would mean no privacy at all. Don't worry. These drones can only operate in the outer area. Once we reach the inner area, they'll malfunction due to magnetic interference. Not to mention the core area, Han Wenxuan said, clad in shorts and a leather jacket. As she spoke, she had already donned an enormous metallic gauntlet, expertly securing it while biting the strap with her teeth and pulling it tight, completing the one-handed armament. The whole process was fluid and exuded a wild beauty. With a hum, as the mechanism activated, she struck her fists together and smiled with satisfaction. Su Ran couldn't help but twitch his lips. How violent can this woman be? Even her weapon is so fierce. This isn't a spiritual weapon, nor is it an ordinary one. To describe it accurately, it's somewhat similar to his puppets, belonging to cutting-edge technology. So, in terms of power, just think of combat puppets to imagine. What are our plans for the next 7 days? Jiangji adjusted his glasses, looking somewhat nervous. It's understandable. After all, this is the Forbidden Ruins, and most students have to face the challenge of surviving in this perilous environment for 7 days. People like Han Wenxuan, who are violent outliers, are few and far between. Su Ran understood, but this time they couldn't choose a safe route. He pointed to the supply teleportation points on the map. We'll head towards the inner area and avoid these points as much as possible along the way. As soon as Su Ran finished speaking, Jiangji's expression turned a bit grim. By this logic, wherever there are fewer people, that's where the danger lies. Su Ran saw through Jiangji's thoughts and patted his shoulder. Brother, there are 19 middle school spiritual assessment teams in the entire Forbidden Ruins right now. If we want to enter the top 3, we definitely can't choose the easy route. The road ahead will not be easy, so you need to prepare yourself mentally. Jiangji fell silent. He knew this was all for his own good and just nodded silently. Su Ran turned his gaze to Han Wenxuan. The latter raised her chin proudly, looking disdainful. Don't look at me. Not to mention the inner area, even the core area Han Wenxuan, dare to go. Su Ran took out a marker, bit off the cap, and drew a winding round-trip route on the map with crimson lines. Aren't we supposed to avoid places with fewer people? Why are there so many safe points on the return route? Han Wenxuan frowned. Jiangji also looked confused. If there are safe points, then they would definitely encounter other teams on the way back. But Su Ran just chuckled. Didn't you say it? The rules didn't say we can't rob other teams. By the time we return, others should have made some gains too. They'll all be fat sheep. Jiangji was dumbfounded. Big brother, so you're saying this route is aimed at other teams from the very beginning? Relying solely on us for hunting. It's going to be tough to get into the top 3. Su Ran's eyes revealed a cunningness that was different from usual. Han Wenxuan's eyes gradually lit up. Or rather, she became excited, covering her mouth with one hand. You're so bad. I really like it. Jiangji, what kind of team is this? After the plan was settled, Su Ran packed his things, slinging the military travel pack, which was half his height, over his shoulder and tilted his head casually. "Let's go." Han Wenxuan excitedly waved her single fist and was about to follow. "Wait." Su Ran turned back, somewhat confused. "Where's your bag? Speaking of which, I haven't seen your supply backpack since we gathered. This woman isn't trying to freeload off us, is she?" Han Wenxuan tilted her head. "Isn't there a spatial spiritual tool? Don't you have one too?" Su Ran's eyes widened suddenly. "What the hell? That makes sense. So why do I have to carry such a big bag? Doesn't that make me look dumb? You weren't trying to exercise. You just forgot, right?" Han Wenxuan's gaze became somewhat strange. Su Ran's face stiffened, and he smiled awkwardly. "Hee, how could that be? I just wanted to exercise a bit. You really saw through me, you little clever girl." After hearing this, Han Wenxuan turned expressionlessly to Jiangji. "I propose a temporary change of captain. I think someone who isn't sharp-minded is difficult to hold this position." Jiangji. "Hee, Jiangji, just hand your bag over to me. I'll help you pack it. Carrying it will definitely consume too much stamina." Su Ran hurriedly tried to win him over. No, I'll carry it myself." Jiangji looked a bit awkward. Despite Su Ran's repeated persuasion, he still refused. In the end, Su Ran could only shrug helplessly. "Let us set off." For the people of Nancheng, this is not just an assessment for graduating students. It is also a large-scale live broadcast. The audience includes leaders from various schools, students who have already gone on break, and parents anxiously glued to their screens. The live broadcast began with an overhead view. All assessment teams were marked with yellow arrows on the screen, making the route choices of most students clear to glance. Almost all teams chose a cautious approach, circling around the outer area. Of course, there were exceptions. Although the proportion was small, there were still dozens of teams that chose to push into the inner area. The live broadcast comment section immediately became lively. "Wow, so many crazy teams this year? Which schools are these teams from? And who are their captains? I bet at least half of these teams will suffer casualties. Otherwise, I'll eat my hat upside down. Hey, the guy upstairs is at it again. Try to get free food and drinks. I remember you said the same thing last year." The director knew what the audience wanted to see. The screen first cut to these teams. Coincidentally, the first team shown was Yijiqiu's team from Yizhong. In the footage, the three were facing off against two steel-spiked warthogs, yellow-tier, mutated creatures. These creatures are quick, and their long tusks, combined with their fierce charging power, make them formidable opponents that any ordinary small team would not dare underestimate. However, upon seeing this, the other two team members didn't even make a move. A blue light flashed beside Yijiqiu, and a stunning blue metal sword soared into the air, drawing a blue arc in the sky. With two soft thuds, the two steel-spiked warthogs fell, howling into a pool of blood before they could even get close. Whoosh! The sword flew back, and Yijiqiu shook off the blood on the blade. So suave and cool. In an instant, the comments section exploded. Yijiqiu is so handsome. I want to have his babies." With the ability of the control object system combined with the spiritual sword, this wave of sword maneuvering is simply stunning. Can someone manage those old ladies upstairs? Isn't this just basic skills? I don't know what's so impressive about it. Isn't it just having a spiritual weapon? I could do it too. Corporation building, in the top floor conference room. As the live broadcast shows Yijiqiu gracefully sheathing his sword, a middle-aged man wearing glasses also shows a satisfied smile. The executives in the conference room immediately start flattering him. Truly a tiger father has no dog sons. Young master, he is really a young hero. At this rate, young master, he will easily take the top spot in Nancheng. Let's congratulate President He in advance." The smile on the middle-aged man's face grows even wider. The next second, the camera shifts. The figures of Su Ran and the others suddenly appear on the screen. Chapter 41. Is Chao Zhe actually myself? When Yijiqiu faced two steel-spiked boars, the audience in the live stream remained relatively calm. Then when the camera switched to Team C-107, everyone couldn't help but feel tense. In the dense and tall forest, there was a relatively large patch of shrubbery and grass in the center. Su Ran and the other two had serious expressions. Just 100 meters away from them, there were 7 steel-spiked boars. Countless viewers in the live stream were sweating nervously. Look, this team actually has Han Wenxuan in it. And that big shot who trended last time, he's an awakened ability user from the first Sequence A group. But so what? Look at what they're up against. Damn, 7 steel-spiked boars. For an ordinary team, facing even 2 at the same time would be challenging. The last time I fought 2 steel-spiked boars was 18 years ago. Looking back, forget it, tomorrow is my 17th birthday. The grassland was wide. The glaring sun shone down at an angle. Jiangji's face began to show signs of panic, and his hand holding the knife trembled slightly. As for Han Wenxuan, he stepped forward with a fierce battle intent. Gulme, let's fight to the finish. Only Su Ran remained silently at the back. At this moment, the group of steel-spiked boars had already spotted the 3-person team and charged at them without hesitation. Their seemingly heavy bodies, propelled by their short legs, burst forth with astonishing speed. The charging momentum was terrifying, resembling a group of pigs rushing towards a feeding trough. The only difference was their curved, sharp tusks. But just then, 7 balls of black flames suddenly appeared in midair. 7 fist-sized dark flames, incredibly eye-catching under the sunlight, swiftly streaked across the grassland, trailing long tails of fire. Then, boom, boom, boom. The explosive sounds were unceasing. The originally fierce, steel-spiked boars began to fall one after another, with the last one even crashing right in front of the 3 due to inertia. Jiangji was completely stunned, having prepared to fight with all his might. He still maintained the posture of holding a steel knife, staring blankly at the roasted boar before him, which was smoking. To be honest, it actually smelled a bit good. Han Wenxuan turned his head with a complex expression and discovered that Su Ran, at some point, had a peeled wooden stick in his hand. He poked it backhandedly and started roasting it while the embers were still glowing. "What are you all standing there for? Come over and eat while it's hot," he said in surprise, skillfully sprinkling cumin on the roasted boar. The audience in the live stream was already dumbfounded. Is that it? It's over? There was a brief gap in the barrage. It exploded. What the hell is this damage? Report. This kid is using hacks. Who can withstand such a hit? We're all high school students. Why can he show off like this? And he's even roasting it? Are you having a picnic out here? Damn, I'm getting hungry just watching through the screen. At the He group building, everyone fell into silence. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Just a moment ago, He Ziqiu had killed 2 pigs, and they had been flattering him endlessly, congratulating him as the top candidate. But what happened next? The slap in the face came so quickly. Cough, it seems this team has some strength after all. Yeah, they might be He Xiao's strong competitors for the championship. He Xiao is still impressive. After all, this team has an awakened ability user from the first Sequence A group. But this is the only team of note. The others are not worth worrying about. A bunch of executives clear their throats, awkwardly forcing out smiles. He Jitong's face turned ashen, his previous pride dissipating without a trace. And he could only force out a grunt. Meanwhile, in the broadcasting control room, a bunch of school leaders looked at Su Ran and the others, who were happily enjoying their food, with strange expressions. Which school students are these? This is a graduation assessment. Can't they be a bit more serious? How are they eating now? A group of old men was sweating nervously. If this were ordinary times, it would be fine, but at this moment, there was a certain distinguished guest watching the assessment live. If this got misunderstood, thinking all students from Nanjing were like this, it would be a huge problem. This is outrageous. After this assessment, we must put a serious mark on this student's record. The principal of the 7th high school didn't even dare to turn his head. Others from different schools glanced back out of the corner of their eyes, only to find the famous Shadow Army young marshal, smiling, and smiling with a doting expression. Well, actually, I think eating on the spot to replenish energy is also a correct decision. And it shows that this student has a strong ability to adapt, so he should be commended accordingly. What do you think? The old man who turned back cleared his throat and suddenly changed his tone. Now, not just one person noticed the slight smile at the corner of Zhang Dongchen's mouth. Everyone present was shrewd and quickly changed their expressions. Yes, Principal Wang is absolutely right. Moreover, this child is exceptionally gifted, and his future is promising. Exactly. How can we criticize him? I was just about to rebut that. And let's not forget, this child not only has a high ability sequence, but his spiritual power level is also very outstanding, especially this roasting skill, which deserves praise. Principal of the 7th high school. You weren't saying that just now. At this moment, Zhang Dongshan couldn't help but speak again. How could he not know what these people were thinking? He could only smile and press down his hand. All right, school leaders, you really don't need to mind me. I'm just here to take a look, not to comment. These people look serious. No, we are speaking from the heart. Yes, that's absolutely true. Zhang Dongshan stopped talking and turned his gaze to the big screen, his mouth involuntarily curving up again. This little rascal, still as mischievous as when he was a child. At this time, the live stream finally switched away. If it hadn't switched, it might have turned into an eating broadcast. The next scene that appeared on the screen was another familiar face. The barrage audience, who had just collectively drooled, was momentarily stunned and then couldn't help but laugh when they saw the live stream again. In the frame was another small team facing the attack of 5 steel spike boars. Leading the team was, well, to be precise, it was a large turtle. At this moment, its shell was like an iron shield, firmly resisting the onslaught of the 5 steel spike boars. No matter how the 5 steel spike boars charged, they couldn't budge it. In fact, the turtle's head was still laughing wildly in triumph. Cool me. Hit me. Come at me head on. If you can make me move even a step, I'll admit defeat. The barrage was dumbfounded. What the hell? The turtle has become a spirit? Is this a ninja turtle? Ha ha ha. If I hadn't seen that little head, I would have thought it was just a turtle shell. Don't laugh from upstairs. This is Han Wuqiang from the 2nd high school. A beast type from the Wuyin beast transformation category. Do you think I'm joking? Exactly. If I had such a meat shield in my team, I could wake up laughing in my dreams. Look at his 2 teammates behind him. The output is effortless. At the He group building, everyone fell into another awkward silence. What kind of team is this? They can withstand 5 steel spike boars at once. That kid who used Black Flame was already impressive enough. Now, there's also a beast transformation variant. Another slap in the face. A group of executive smiles were starting to look a bit unnatural. It seems that this year, Xiao has quite a few rivals. This team is very strong as well. But it's just these 2. The others are not worth mentioning. Hijiqiu is much more awkward than them. Yet at this moment, he still pretends to be calm and responds lightly. Not bad. At this moment, the live broadcast camera switches again. This time, the team appearing on screen is actually made up of 3 girls, especially the girl standing at the back of the team, dressed in a white sweatshirt, along with her delicate and cute face. The comment section is really heating up now. Brothers, are they the Sailor Scouts? All 3 girls are so beautiful, especially the one in the middle. I'm in love. The brother upstairs should give up. This is our school flower Gu Kuer from the 7th middle school, and I heard she already has a boyfriend. Since I was young, I encourage myself to become a hero in the future. 666. The traitor is actually me? Stop babbling. Pay attention to the live broadcast. There are 6 spiny wild boars in front of those 3 girls. So tense. The comments quiet down a bit. Gu Kuer and the others are currently in a mountain gorge. Not far from them, there are also 6 ferocious-looking spiny wild boars, and at this moment, they have charged fiercely towards them. The boys in the live broadcast room suddenly became anxious. If they could, they would wish to jump through the screen to help Gu Kuer and the others block those wild boars. Beast, let go of those girls. Come at me. 6 spiny wild boars charge at the same time. The momentum is evident. But just as everyone's hearts are lifted, suddenly one of the wild boars shifts its body inward slightly, still maintaining a charging posture, but suddenly changes direction. At the same time, another spiny wild boar also crashes head-on towards it. 2 boars collide. Bang! Not only that, all 6 spiny wild boars almost paired up and adjusted their directions. The boars that were originally charging towards Gu Kuer and the others all collided head-on. On the other side, the beautiful girl team. Gu Kuer's short hair flying, her hands fluttering like butterflies, her aura fully unleashed. 3rd sequence, first ability. Bingxi, divine guidance. The other 2 girls exchanged knowing smiles and shot out 2 beams of light from their hands, both being ranged ability users. Boom! With the sound of an explosion, the battle came to an end. The comments went wild. Do these boars have pig brains? They can still crash into each other? No, I think it might be your brain inside. Can't you see this is an ability? Brothers, I just checked the information, wow. This is the ability of the 3rd sequence. Group B, and it's the first one. No wonder they dare to go without a melee tank. This control is amazing. If I could be in the same team as Goddess Kur, it would be simply awesome. At the He group building, the atmosphere in the conference room is even more awkward. He Tang's face turns from yellow to white, his expression incredibly vivid. He originally called these executives to the company just to show off, to let them see how excellent his son is. But what happened? First, there was Team C-107. That S fine, then came out a beastification mutant. Now it's even better. The freaking third sequence, Divine Guidance, is out. And just looking at the results, which one is not better than his son? Compared to them, He Chio has become the weakest one. Mr. He, I have something urgent at home, so I'll leave first. Yes, I just remembered I have something too. Mr. He, I'll take my leave. At this moment, the group of executives could no longer stay. Didn't they see that He Tang's face was turning green? If they stayed here, wouldn't they just be watching a joke? He Tang didn't say anything to keep them. How could he bear to keep them? His face is completely lost. Originally thinking of showing off in public, he ended up getting slapped in the face. So it turns out that He Chio is the most useless one, just watching a joke. Moments later, most of the crowd had left. No one mentioned winning the championship anymore. Just then, the screen switched again. This time, the people appearing on the screen are actually Zhou Hu and the others. And in front of them, there's also a spiny wild boar. One, Zhou Hu smiled confidently and stepped forward. You all don't need to make a move. Let me take care of this beast. Saying that, he let out a wolf howl and completed his beastification. Just as the spiny wild boar was about to charge, Zhou Hu, with a face full of sneers, swung out a wolf claw, and then, bang! Just a moment ago, Zhou Hu was full of confidence, but now he is slammed against the tree behind him, half of his body embedded in the trunk. The scene became incredibly awkward. Two teammates stood beside him, looking confused and helpless. The comments section ignited again. 666. Is this the legendary noob? Useless and loves to show off. Freaking ha, I can't live anymore. Damn, you're embarrassing our beastification system. And you're even a wolf. Even a husky has more combat power than him. Seeing Zhou Hu's defeat, He Tang's expression finally relaxed. He finally encountered a normal team. He thought this assessment would be filled with small monsters. Compared to this, his son He Chio is still strong. It's just a pity that this contrast came a bit late. An assistant nearby, with a glint in his eyes, approached to flatter him with a smile. Mr. He, how about I go call them back? He Tang. He angrily slapped him away. Get out. Chapter 42. The tail of the white tiger cannot be touched. In a vast jungle resembling a primitive forest, Jiang Ji swung his steel knife, instantly clearing a path through the bushes ahead. Han Wenxuan, vigilant and alert, scanned the surroundings from the back of the team. As for Su Ran, a hand was tightly pressing down on his head, making him look like a hostage under the protection of a bodyguard, stuck in the middle of the team, with a helpless expression on his face. Hey, big sister, can you please loosen your grip on my head? My neck is starting to hurt. This was already the third day since they entered the Forbidden Ruins. For 3 days, he had been forced to walk like this, and only he knew how uncomfortable this position was. Han Wenxuan remained unfazed, her gaze still alert to the surroundings. No way. You are the only long-range ability user in our team and the core output for the entire group. Your safety must come first. At this moment, the sky was darkening. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed around them. Jiang Ji's expression changed instantly. He quickly drew his steel knife and stared at the direction from which the sound came, as if facing a great enemy. Han Wenxuan's movements became more pronounced. Su Ran was still moving forward when a delicate hand yanked his head back, then wrapped her arm tightly around him. Su Ran? He felt as if he was caught in an incredible elasticity, his hands flailing like a moth trying to escape. But Han Wenxuan fixed her gaze on the distance and tightened her hold even more. Don't move. There's something unusual. Su Ran was nearly out of breath from being restrained like this. Just then, a creature resembling a gray marten suddenly sprang out from the bushes, its little black eyes darting around cautiously before it scurried away. Looks like it's not a spike-backed porcupine. Jiang Ji finally let out a sigh of relief. Only then did Han Wenxuan loosen her grip. But as soon as she did, she noticed Su Ran's face turning red, nearly fainting and about to collapse to the ground. Hey, what's wrong with you? Han Wenxuan said, pushing his head slightly. Su Ran took a deep breath before opening his eyes. I said, Big sister, can you consider me next time? If this keeps up, I'm afraid you'll play me to death. Bing Swan benched Su Ran's chin, inspecting him as if he were livestock, and after confirming he was fine, she scoffed, stop pretending with me. You're tougher than you look. It won't be that easy for you to break. Su Ran, actually, it's not that uncomfortable. I even kind of enjoy it. Maybe this is what it means to suffer while finding joy. It's getting dark. Let us find a higher ground to set up camp and rest. We need to replenish our energy tonight and move out tomorrow morning, Su Ran suggested. The other two had no objections, especially Han Wenxuan. Su Ran's decision-making over the past 2 days had shown remarkable experience. Sometimes, Han Wenxuan felt like he was not a novice, but rather an old hunter in the Forbidden Ruins. The three found a high ground to easily observe the movements around them, preparing for battle or retreat. They took turns keeping watch, each standing guard for just over 2 hours before swapping with another person. Su Ran was on the first watch. The other two were already fast asleep in the tent, recovering their strength. Meanwhile, Su Ran sat cross-legged on a rock, the cold night wind howling through the Forbidden Ruins, and his face was devoid of relaxation, his gaze sweeping the surroundings like a hawk. Over the past 3 days, they had collected a total of 32 spirit cores, and Su Ran still held one in his hand for quick restoration of spiritual energy. This meant they had 30 remaining cores besides this one. While it seemed like a lot, Su Ran knew in his heart that with just this amount, they wouldn't even make it into the top 3, let alone the top 30. They needed more, not only for Jiangxi's sick mother, but also for himself. Only by entering a top-tier spiritual science university could he gain more resources and go further. Lost in thought, he heard a commotion from the tent behind him. You must be tired. It's my turn for the night watch now. It's been 2 hours. As Jiangxi stepped out of the tent, he saw Su Ran counting spirit cores and was momentarily taken aback. A complex expression flashed in his eyes. Su Ran turned around and smiled, putting away the spirit cores, and patted Jiangxi on the shoulder. Thanks for your hard work, brother. I'm going to sleep now. All right. Jiangxi nodded. Su Ran stretched lazily. But just as he was about to crawl into the tent, he suddenly froze, his gaze locked onto the distance. What's wrong? Jiangxi wondered, following Su Ran's line of sight, and his expression changed instantly. Burst spiked porcupine. At the foot of the slope stood a creature nearly twice the size of the spike-backed porcupine, coldly staring at them. What was even more alarming was its bristly fur that resembled steel needles. Xian-level mutated creature. Burst spiked porcupine. Prepare for battle. Su Ran shouted, his expression turning grim. Is my luck really this bad? This is just the inner area. How could a mutated species appear? Unlike the last encounter at the Northern District Airport's Forbidden Ruins, where he barely defeated a Xian-level black ghost thanks to his perfect coordination with Kur, this time was different. If he had to cooperate with Jiangxi and Han Wenxuan, he didn't have much confidence in winning. After all, this was a Xian-level creature, one whole realm above them. But there was no time to retreat now, as the burst-spiked porcupine was already charging towards them. Why didn't you call me for the fight? Just then, Han Wenxuan's voice came from behind. Su Ran turned around to see Han Wenxuan had removed her mechanical gauntlets, eyes gleaming with excitement as she licked her lips, staring at the charging burst-spiked porcupine. A Xian-level creature. Looks like we can spice things up. Su Ran? Big sister, you do realize this is a Xian-level creature, right? You're actually thinking of spicing things up? Don't let it be you who ends up on a menu. But just as Su Ran's thoughts formed, Han Wenxuan's height suddenly increased, her previously explosive and alluring body shape now tightening considerably. She slightly bent down, one hand on the ground, her body forming a perfect arc, with her tight muscles harboring terrifying explosive power. But that wasn't the point. What truly stunned Su Ran was the fluffy white tail that suddenly emerged behind Han Wenxuan. Swaying slightly, her ears also became furry and stood up alertly. Her hands transformed into massive tiger paws. In the dark of night, Su Ran's eyes lit up instantly, and he couldn't help but smile broadly. His whole body trembled with excitement. What? Han Wenxuan's half-beast transformation is like this? A white tiger? A beast? Beast-eared girl? Looking at the fluffy white tail swaying in front of him, Su Ran could no longer suppress his curiosity. What would it feel like to touch it? Driven by a strange urge, he slowly reached out his hand. At this moment, Jiangji stood ahead with a serious expression. While Han Wenxuan's eyes were ablaze with battle intent, her entire being filled with the wildness and pride of a beast king. But just then, a tingling sensation suddenly surged from behind her, like an electric current coursing through her body, causing her originally cold expression to soften instantly, and her cheeks flushed rapidly. She let out a soft moan. Jiangji's nerves tensed, and that incredibly pleasant sound startled him so much that he nearly dropped the knife in his hand. He then looked at Han Wenxuan in disbelief. Did that sound just come from Han Wenxuan? At this moment, Han Wenxuan was so ashamed and angry that she felt like dying. Her gaze turned, as if she wanted to kill someone, and she looked at Su Ran behind her, gritting her teeth. What are you doing? Su Ran was still holding on to that disobedient white tail, looking completely confused. I just touched it casually. You all continue, don't mind me. Chapter 43, hurry up, don't stop, let go. Han Wenxuan's face had turned completely red, her beautiful eyes wide open, glaring at Su Ran with immense shame and anger. Oh! Su Ran reluctantly loosened his grip and muttered softly, "It's just a touch on your tail. Is it really that serious?" Han Ving Kuon. If it weren't for the fact that the explosive spiny boar was charging at them, she would definitely give this guy a good beating first. I'll settle the score with you later. She turned her face away, her gaze fixed on the explosive spiny boar that was rushing towards them. The first to act was Jiangji. As the explosive spiny boar was still over 50 meters away, he swung his steel knife fiercely, sending a goose-yellow arc of knife light flying out rapidly. Both were abilities from the 8th sequence, but the knife light Jiangji unleashed was clearly much smaller than the assassin they encountered last time. And even the speed was slightly slower. This was the gap brought by their realms. The explosive spiny boar maintained its charge, its plump body slightly swaying to dodge the knife light. The missed attack caused Jiangji's expression to darken considerably. He instinctively felt a bit nervous and was about to swing his knife again. Slap! A hand suddenly pressed on his shoulder, and Su Ran shook his head at him. Don't rush to expend your spiritual energy. First see its movement trajectory, and wait for the right moment to. I'm going. Han Wenxuan bent her long legs slightly, then her whole body shot out like a flying arrow. Su Ran's words were cut off mid-sentence as she gaped in astonishment. What speed is this? Is she not using speed enhancement? In the blink of an eye, Han Wenxuan closed the 50-meter distance and was about to collide with the explosive spiny boar, but she suddenly veered to the side, and that massive tiger paw slammed down on the boar's head. Bang! Dust flew everywhere. The explosive spiny boar was knocked to the ground. It staggered back to its feet, shook its head, and continued its charge. So annoying, this pig's head is so hard. Han Wenxuan couldn't help but complain as the explosive spiny boar charged directly at her. Despite the boar closing in, Han Wenxuan didn't panic. In the next second, a ball of black flame, about the size of a soccer ball, blended into the surrounding darkness and struck the explosive spiny boar. Oomph! The burning ability of black flame was undeniable. It rolled around in pain before finally managing to extinguish the flames. Jiangji! Su Ran shouted. Jiangji had been waiting for the opportunity. Almost as soon as the explosive spiny boar stood up, the goose-yellow knife light from Spirit Wave struck it. Slap! A light sound echoed. It was like a small stone hitting an elephant. It clearly hit the explosive spiny boar, but caused no damage at all. In fact, the boar's eyes showed a hint of confusion as it looked in Jiangji's direction. Explosive spiny boar. Su Ran was also stunned as he looked at Jiangji, exclaiming in shock, "Bro, you got dissed by a pig?" Although it was unkind, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Big brother, what kind of ridiculous damage is this? A critical hit of 001? At least break its defense. You shouldn't be unable to even pluck a single hair from it, right? Jiangji's face turned the color of pig liver, and he couldn't find a word to say after a long time. Spirit Wave was a skill with decent lethality, but he was only at the 4th level of the yellow tier. What could he do? Just then, The explosive spiny boar charged at Han Wenxuan again, but she deftly dodged and slammed it back down to the ground with another tiger paw. Su Ran's eyes lit up, and, as he shot out another black flame, he shouted, "Keep it up! Can you hold on a bit longer?" Poof! The black flame accurately landed on the explosive spiny boar again, and it let out another howl of pain, having to roll on the ground once more to extinguish the flames. Hearing Su Ran's words, Han Wenxuan shot him an annoyed glare. She was clearly a close combat fighter. Why was she being used as a hate-drawing tank? But since she couldn't deal effective damage to the explosive spiny boar, and seeing that the black flame was again causing significant burns, she could only grit her teeth and nod, reluctantly replying, "You better hurry up and not stop." Su Ran paused in confusion, his expression puzzled. Why does that sound weird? But the next second, a whistling sound cut through the air, and Su Ran was startled back to reality, quickly rolling behind a rock. Bang! Stone chips flew. A huge rock was blasted apart, and from the gap, a foot-long sharp black spike embedded itself deep into the rock. Su Ran swallowed hard. Damn it! If that had hit me in the forehead, everyone would be having a feast in my memory in a few days. That was the explosive spiny boar's spiritual skill, explosive spike. Infuriated from being burned by the black flame, the explosive spiny boar crouched low to the ground, its entire body trembling slightly. Next, its needle-like bristles shot towards Su Ran again. Even more terrifying was that this time, it shot not just one spike, but a full dozen. Su Ran almost couldn't help but curse. He could only awkwardly dodge around, and at this point, forget about gathering spiritual energy for a counterattack. Just not getting turned into a porcupine would be a win. But even as he tried his best to evade, he was still grazed by a steel spike along his cheek. Hiss! Su Ran sucked in a cold breath, warm crimson liquid flowing to the corner of his mouth. He was fully enraged now. My face is ruined. A soldier can be killed, but not humiliated. How will I make a living with my looks in the future? Die Fat Pick! Su Ran roared and raised his hand to unleash a black flame. But several more black spikes shot through the air, startling him to retract his neck. Forget it. I could just use scar cream later. It's not unacceptable. Meanwhile, Jiangji and Han Wenxuan weren't idle either. Especially Jiangji. With the explosive spiny boar completely stationary now, he could easily hit it with his knife light. But the damage he caused was indeed eye-watering. Han Wenxuan couldn't bear to watch any longer. She knocked the spiny boar down with a tiger paw, giving Su Ran a moment to breathe. While she pulled at her mouth and shouted, "Forget it, Jiangji, you might as well just stand there and do nothing. If it comes to it, just cheer a bit." Jiangji, very awkward, but there was nothing he could do. While Su Ran was desperately dodging, he was already exhausted and panting heavily. He looked at the explosive spiny boar that had stood up again, filled with confusion. I mean, there can't be that many spikes on its body. If they all shot out, wouldn't it be bald? Could pick them up one by one and stick them back in? Jiangji. Hamving Kuan. So you were thinking about this the whole time? Big brother, what does it matter if it's bald or not to you? Han Wenxuan was too exasperated to even respond, but at this moment, the spiny boar seemed to have entered a charging phase again and didn't use explosive spike anymore. What a great opportunity. Su Ran finally brightened up and shouted, "Buy me a minute. I'll take care of it." "Good. 1 minute." Jiangji's mouth dropped open, but Han Wenxuan immediately agreed. As she charged forward, her hands shook, and the already enormous tiger paws suddenly shot out 5 curved claws like scimitars. "I don't believe your pigskin is that tough." A hint of anger appeared on her delicate face as she fiercely swung her tiger claws. Oomph! With blood spraying, the spiked warthog howled again. The steel-like tiger claws finally tore through its tough skin, but Han Wenxuan had no intention of giving it any breathing room and charged forward again. This big cat is probably not easy to deal with. Su Ran, watching from a distance, felt his eyelids twitch, and a strained expression gradually appeared on his face, with sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. And at that moment, on his hands, more accurately, on his chest, a ball of pitch-black flame was continuously growing larger. The temperature around rose sharply. Even several meters away, Jiangji felt his cheeks burning, and when he turned his head back, he was immediately frightened into widening his eyes. "Get away!" I'm about to shoot. Su Ran shouted, clearly unable to control himself any longer. Han Wenxuan, who was still preparing to pursue, turned back upon hearing this and was instantly scared into running far away. Are you crazy? Do you want to set this place on fire? In front of Su Ran, a blazing inferno was now burning, a black fireball with a diameter of at least 5 meters. Su Ran raised his hands high, smiling as he licked his dry lips. Fat pig, taste Grandpa's super treasure. As soon as he finished speaking, he exerted force in his waist and abdomen, and the terrifyingly huge fireball smashed directly towards the spiked warthog. Boom! The area where the spiked warthog was located instantly turned into a sea of fire. Fortunately, this was a hillside, and there were no trees around. Otherwise, this would have likely set the entire mountain on fire. The pig-like howls initially rang out endlessly, then gradually became weaker. Finally, there was complete silence. Gulp! Jiangji swallowed hard, struggling. The ground hit by the black flames had now formed a large pit over 10 meters in diameter, with scattered sparks still burning. Thick smoke continued to rise. Impressive. Han Wenxuan stared at Su Ran, after long, while could only squeeze out these 2 words. It's just okay, it's still a bit lacking. Not very satisfying. Su Ran pretentiously shook his head and sighed. Then he excitedly walked forward, preparing to kill the pig and take its core. But just then, wait a minute. Han Wenxuan suddenly floated. Su Ran was taken aback, then followed the direction of Han Wenxuan's finger to look over. The night was very dark. Just below the hillside, 6 bright red little eyes were vigilantly staring at them. 3 spiked warthogs. 3 mysterious tier exotic species. Su Ran stopped in his tracks, expressionless as he glanced at the 2 people beside him. May I ask a question? Who stepped on dog poop when they went out? Why? Why is it so unlucky? Chapter 44. You hold on. I'll run first at this moment. The 3 of them could no longer laugh. One explosive, spiny warthog had already pushed them to their limits, especially Su Ran, whose internal spiritual power was almost depleted. How could they fight against 3 explosive, spiny warthogs? Why were they so unlucky? Encountering a mysterious tier, exotic species, in the inner area was already considered a rare event. And now 3 had appeared at once. What should they do? Jiangji's face turned pale. Han Wenxuan's expression was also grim. Su Ran said nothing and silently rolled up his sleeves. Are we going to fight? Jiangji's mouth had a bitter smile. Han Wenxuan nodded solemnly. Let's give it our all. Fight. Get our all. Su Ran looked at them with a strange expression, rolled up his sleeves, and turned to walk away. You 2 hold on for a moment. I'm going to pack the tent. Jiangji. Han Wenxuan. What the hell? Why roll up your sleeves if you're not going to fight? How are we supposed to hold on? Should we use our heads to charge? Run. What are we waiting for? Are we waiting for a feast? Su Ran spoke irritably and then darted to the tent, hurriedly stuffing things into the spatial spirit pearl. Han Wenxuan was so angry that she gritted her teeth, wishing she could kick Su Ran's raised backside. How did they end up with such a cowardly leader? But in fact, Su Ran was correct. Even if the 3 of them managed to fight off the 3 explosive spiny warthogs, they would definitely be heavily injured. In that situation, with danger lurking everywhere in the exotic spirit forbidden ruins, it would be no different from being dead. At the foot of the hill, the 3 explosive spiny warthogs had already begun to charge. I don't need the tent. I have a spare one. Just pack the important supplies. Han Wenxuan quickly gathered her things while glancing back. Suddenly, her pupils constricted, and she immediately pushed Jiangji. Get out of the way. Jiangji stumbled and fell. Just as he turned his head, whoosh. A blue metallic long sword whizzed past, narrowly missing him. The blue long sword missed its target and did not attempt to pursue. Instead, it arced through the air and landed in the distance. There, 3 figures slowly emerged from the darkness. The leading young man wore a British suit, gold-rimmed glasses on his face, and a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Quick reactions, but that's fine. I have more time to play with you slowly. Almost the moment the 3 appeared, Su Ran's expression gradually darkened. The newcomers were He Zhiqiu and his 2 companions. The explosive, spiny warthogs continued to charge toward them, with He Zhiqiu and his companions following closely behind, pressing towards Su Ran and the others. I warned you to pray that you wouldn't encounter me in the exotic spirit forbidden ruins. It seems you are out of luck. Are you crazy? The school only tacitly allows the competition for spirit cores, but you dare to kill? Jiang Ji was also furious. If Han Wenxuan hadn't pushed him just now, he would have probably been stabbed through already. This was clearly a life-threatening situation. He Jiqiu scoffed, too lazy to respond. Just then, the three explosive, spiny warthogs charged forward. Jiang Ji was the first to face them. Su Ran immediately pulled him aside and waved his hand, sending out a ball of black flame that struck one of them. In his other hand, he held a dark purple spirit core, whose light quickly dimmed as Su Ran's spiritual power was replenished. Han Wenxuan also rushed forward, but this time she had to face three explosive spiny warthogs. Bang! She first used a tiger claw to knock down the one on her left, but the one in the middle staggered back up. She quickly turned and delivered a powerful whip kick. However, at that moment, the explosive spiny warthog on her right charged at her. Despite her efforts to adjust, she was still knocked back several meters and couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt. Jiqiu, have you ever thought that if I, Han Wenxuan, die here, will the people from Anan City tear your He family apart? Han Wenxuan wiped the blood from her mouth and coldly stared at Jiqiu and his companions in the distance. Such an obvious threat. How could Jiqiu not hear it? His expression instantly turned cold, but then he sneered. Oh? First, they need to find your bodies. This is the exotic spirit forbidden ruins. Who can know if it was me who killed you? At that moment, the three explosive spiny warthogs charged again. Surprisingly, they seemed to have locked onto their target, continuously charging at Su Ran and the others, while Jiqiu and his companions were right behind. Yet the hogs didn't even glance at them. Among the three, a young man with a buzz cut was radiating spiritual light from both hands. When he saw Su Ran looking over, he smirked and mocked. No need to guess. My ability is Ji-Hai, beast control. Su Ran didn't feel anything at first, but Jiang Ji's heart sank. The sixth sequence ability, Ji-Hai beast control. This is one of the few abilities that can control exotic spirit creatures. Although with the opponent's yellow tier strength, they definitely couldn't fully control the mysterious tier explosive spiny warthogs. Inducing them to attack Su Ran and the others was clearly still feasible. After all, these creatures had low intelligence. Yishao, it's better to deal with these people quickly, even if the spiritual power can be replenished. Inducing three mysterious tier exotic species at the same time consumes too much mental energy, the buzzcut young man said to Jiqiu. Jiqiu smiled and nodded, then looked at Su Ran. If you have any last words, you can say them now. I will help you pass them on to Kur. Suran Smaiv. Truly, Jiqiu was worthy of being the He young master. Now his face was symmetrical, and he spoke with such momentum. Symmetrical? Han Wenxuan, who was struggling to fight back, couldn't help but laugh, turning back to look at him with deep resentment. Can you not be funny at a time like this? Jiqiu's face darkened completely. But before he could speak, another sturdy young man beside him roared angrily. How dare you speak to Yishao like that? As soon as he finished speaking, he shook his hands violently, and his entire body began to slowly turn to stone as he charged towards Su Ran. Su Ran was desperately trying to fend off the three explosive, spiny warthogs, appearing to be at his wit's end. Just as Jiang Ji was about to step forward to block, Su Ran suddenly grabbed him and gave him a look. Wait a moment, you little dog. The muscular young man instinctively halted. Then he quickly reacted. Dogleg? He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Nothing was more disheartening than having this pointed out by someone else. Go die. But the next second, a tall figure clad in a black hooded cloak appeared on the battlefield, without any vitality, but emanating a powerful spiritual energy. A mysterious tier battle puppet. The young man froze in shock. Jiqiu's expression also turned grim. Why did this kid have something like that? At this moment, Han Wenxuan was in a hard fight. Her clothes were already torn in several places, and her mouth was full of blood. But the instant the mysterious tier battle puppet appeared, her eyes widened in anger as she glared at Su Ran. Why didn't you take this out earlier? Su Ran gave an awkward smile and did not explain. With a thought, the mysterious tier battle puppet immediately rushed to Han Wenxuan's side and joined the battle on that side. To be continued. The black ba, which is also a mysterious species, couldn't hold out for even half a moment in front of Erguzi. This shows how fierce its combat power is. Therefore, After it joined, Han Wenxuan's pressure was significantly reduced, and he even gradually gained the upper hand. At this moment, Su Ran finally had the chance to act. He slowly turned around, grinning as he looked at Ejiqiu. All right, now we can start fighting. But before we do, I want to ask you, do you know what my identity is? Have you ever thought about who I am? Who? Ejiqiu scoffed. Su Ran smiled brilliantly, then spoke word by word. I am a young daddy. Did you hear that? I am a young daddy. Chapter 45, Who Says Mages Can't Fight in Close Combat? The Night of the Forbidden Ruins. The pale purple curtain in the sky gradually became transparent, with countless nebulae arranged far and near upon it. In the blue-purple, painted starry sky, the nebulae were rotating at an incredibly slow pace, looking both deep and magnificent. Just below the night sky, the hills, swamps, dense forests, and lakes were all immersed in the darkness of night. At this moment, at the top of a certain hillside, an angry roar startled countless birds. You bastard! I'll smash your mouth. Ejiqiu was so angry that his glasses on the bridge of his nose were askew. He had thought Su Ran really had some background and was seriously listening. As a result, this brat just smugly said, I'm your daddy. The humiliation. Han Wenxuan was almost in tears from laughing. It must be said that Su Ran's ability to provoke people could easily drive anyone mad. Get out of the way. Ejiqiu stepped forward and pushed aside the already petrified young man, then fixed his cold, sinister gaze on Su Ran. This brat, I'll handle him myself. You'll soon know what it means to wish you were dead. Wishing you were dead. If someone else had said this, it might have just been for show. But if this perverted, bespectacled man in front of Su Ran said it, Su Ran believed he really could do it. According to Gu Kuer's description, this guy had a disgusting habit of torturing and dismembering various animals. If she hadn't witnessed it herself, he would have thought these were just rumors. The petrified young man glared at Su Ran with hidden hatred. Although he wanted to tear this person's mouth apart himself, he didn't dare to defy Ejiqiu's words. The three of them seemed like teammates, but the other two were more like Ejiqiu's henchmen. Thus, his gaze turned to Han Wenxuan, who was in fierce combat. Bang, bang, bang. After petrification, every step this person took left a deep footprint on the ground, and then he swung his hard rock fist, smashing it fiercely towards Han Wenxuan. With such a loud noise, as long as Han Wenxuan's ears weren't deaf, she must have noticed it long ago. She kicked away the spiked warthog in front of her, then turned and struck with a tiger claw, directly meeting that incoming fist. Bang! The two strength-type contestants' fists collided, producing a dull crashing sound. But Han Wenxuan didn't seem to suffer much, while countless rock fragments flew off the young man, who staggered back several steps. Level 5 of the yellow rank. One level lower than Han Wenxuan. But the key issue was that Han Wenxuan faced not just him, but also the warthog that had already shot out spikes from behind. Han Wenxuan was caught off guard, and a black spike struck her thigh. A sharp pain instantly surged to her brain, and crimson blood flowed down her thigh. Seeing this scene, Su Ran felt a slight tension. Are you okay over there? If that side really couldn't hold on, it would be a real problem. Who would have thought? Han Wenxuan pulled the black spike out of her leg, quickly tore off a piece of cloth from her pants, and wrapped it around her thigh twice as a makeshift bandage. Throughout the process, she didn't even frown, and even licked the blood that stained her fingers. Her pupils radiated excitement, and the corners of her mouth rose crazily. Mind your own business. It's not up to others to worry about me. Are you ready? The latter half of her sentence was directed at the young man in front of her. Almost as soon as the words fell, she pushed herself off the ground again, and her originally well-proportioned and firm body began to rapidly expand. Dense and silky white fur began to sprout. Moments later, a deafening tiger roar echoed through the mountains and forests. What appeared before the crowd was a massive white tiger, standing 2 meters tall and nearly 5 meters long. Completely beastified. This was the first time Su Ran saw Han Wenxuan completely beastified. His previously tense heart finally relaxed, and he even felt a hint of excitement in his gaze. Big kitty. He now had only one thought. Can I ride this big kitty? Whoosh. Just as Su Ran was still fantasizing about the majestic scene of riding the big white tiger, a sound of a sharp blade cutting through the air reached his ears, and without thinking, Su Ran swung out a black flame. Boom! A burst of dark sparks exploded in the dim air above the slope. The blue flying sword that had come for a sneak attack spun back and quietly hovered beside Hijichio. What are you in such a hurry for? Your appearance is already sleazy, and your methods are so sleazy too. Shu Ran pouted, looking disgusted. Hijichio originally wanted to mock a few words, but the words stuck in his throat. I look sleazy? This is the first time in my life I've been insulted about my looks. When you fall into my hands, I will sew your mouth shut little by little, and I want to see how you can still talk back. Hijichio waved his hand, and the floating blade shot forward again. But Shu Ran was completely unfazed. Another black flame shot out, and Hijichio's attack once again fell flat. Object Control System. Sixth Sequence Ability, Spirit Attachment. This ability controls objects by attaching spiritual power to them, and each time the spiritual power is used up, it needs to be replenished to attack again. Therefore, as the two exchanged blows, the air was filled with firelight and swordlight. But neither side could gain the upper hand for a while. Fortunately, this was a spiritual weapon. If it were an ordinary long sword, it would have already been melted into scrap metal by black flame. This result was within Shu Ran's expectations. However, Hijichio could not accept it. After all, he was the #1 genius of South City, a genuine Xian-level spiritual user. Watching his spiritual sword struggle to touch Shu Ran, his expression grew increasingly ugly. Taking advantage of a moment of respite, Shu Ran glanced at the distant battlefield. The commotion there was much greater than here, especially with Han Wenshuan completely beastified, each pounce exuding a sense of violent oppression. Just as he was slightly distracted, Hijichio launched another attack, still that blue spiritual sword with the same monotonous attack pattern. Is that all you can do? Don't you find it boring? My 80-year-old grandpa downstairs could come up with more tricks with his feet than you. Don't you have anything fresh? You've used spirit attachment like this. It's really embarrassing for the object control system. If it really doesn't work, go find a factory job. Your ability could definitely fill 2 positions. While Shu Ran continued to taunt, he waved out black flames to fend off the attack. Hijichio was furious. He couldn't take down Shu Ran for a while and had to endure his verbal assault. His built-in taunting skill was really driving Hijichio nearly insane. Finally, I can't take it anymore. Shut up. Hijichio roared, and the spiritual sword in his hand shot out again, but this time, the blue light attached to the sword was much more intense. Shu Ran noticed the anomaly, but he couldn't pinpoint the reason for it at the moment. So he could only respond to change with constancy and shot out another black flame. Sparks exploded again, and Hijichio's spiritual sword lost its aim. But just then, an unexpected change occurred. The spiritual sword, which was already on the verge of collapse, suddenly burst forth with a strong light, followed by the formation of numerous small blue spikes that shot towards Shu Ran. It was spikes. Shu Ran recognized it almost immediately. As a Xian-level user, Hijichio was already able to absorb a spiritual technique. He hadn't expected him to choose spikes. Seeing the spikes coming, Shu Ran immediately rolled to the side, and the ground he had just been on was already riddled with countless tiny holes. And in that moment of dodging, Hijichio's spiritual sword reattached spiritual power and shot towards him. With no other choice, Shu Ran, who had just stood up, could only swing out black flames to defend again. As expected, although the spiritual sword was blocked, the sharp spikes that suddenly shot out from it forced him to dodge continuously. Clearly, they had just been evenly matched, but now Shu Ran had become extremely flustered. Due to the excessive physical exhaustion from the continuous battles, his movements were slightly slower, resulting in numerous fine bloodstains being drawn on his body. The Xian rank against the Huang rank. Although Shu Ran could level the difference in spiritual power with his high-tier abilities, the additional spiritual technique was enough to turn the tide of battle. Now it was Hijichio's turn to feel triumphant. He sneered while continuing his assault, feeling quite relieved as he watched Shu Ran frantically evade in the distance. Speak up. Why aren't you continuing to be a smartass? Just a lowly commoner. How dare you think about the young lady of the Gu family? Have you looked at your own identity? Once I kill you, I'll bring her to your grave to burn paper for you. Shu Ran sidestepped, but his left arm was still cut open, and in pain he grinned instead. I didn't expect you to be so filial, even arranging to burn paper for your father. Hijichio was taken aback. Then, his hands trembled in anger, and his chest started to hurt again. He realized he was no match for Su Ran in a battle of words. This guy's tongue was too sharp. But then he thought Su Ran was already a dying man, and a cold smile appeared on his face. However, when he looked again, he found Su Ran was also smiling, and even more brightly than him. Soon he understood why. Because behind the bald young man in the distance, a figure was quietly approaching from the darkness, a steel knife reflecting a cold light in its hand. Jiangji had left the battlefield for half a day, waiting for this moment. As long as he dealt with this beast-tamer, bald young man, the battle would turn again. Without needing to get close from several meters away, Jiangji suddenly swung the steel knife, and the pale yellow blade light appeared in the night sky, flying towards the young man's back. But the next second, clang, a crisp metallic clash suddenly rang out. Looking over, a heavy metal shield had appeared around the young man, rapidly spinning around him. You thought you had some trick? Turns out you were just waiting for this? Hijichio's sneering voice rang out. Did you think I wouldn't consider such an obvious flaw? What a fool. Jiangji's expression changed instantly. He never expected the opponent to be prepared. That incredibly solid heavy shield completely thwarted his sneak attack. Hijichio gave him a scornful glance, secretly laughing at him for being useless, then turned his attention back to Su Ran. But immediately, his expression darkened, because in the moment he shifted his focus, Su Ran had rushed towards him at high speed, the distance between them rapidly closing to less than 2 meters. As a ranged attacker, he instinctively began to panic. After all, the deadliest weakness of ranged attacks was that each time before striking, they needed to recharge their spiritual energy, and once someone got close, they would be powerless to fight back. Hijichio was genuinely panicking, but he quickly reacted. Idiot, your black flame is also a ranged attack. Even if you close the distance, what can you do? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ran had already rushed up. At the same time, a crimson broadsword suddenly appeared in his hand, the red sword patterns and the emanating spiritual power clearly showcasing its identity. A spiritual artifact. Oh, who told you that mages can't fight in close combat? Chapter 46, bring it on. Late at night, the battle on the hillside was indeed quite intense. But amidst the chaotic fight here, a few figures were hidden in the darkness deep within the distant forest. Damn, another spiritual weapon. Are high school students this rich now? High school students? How could they make such a commotion? This isn't just a graduation assessment. Everyone is out to kill each other. A few combatants in otherworldly uniforms whispered in astonishment, including Sun Ishan and Qianhe. Quiet. Feng Qinxue crouched atop a tree branch, her cold eyes fixed on the distant battlefield. Our mission is to wait for the people from the crazy corpse gang to appear and not to meddle. That said, watching the fierce battle in the distance, the others couldn't help but twitch their lips. The fight continued. When Hijichio saw the crimson long sword in Su Ran's hand, his pupils contracted sharply. He exclaimed in shock, "A spiritual sword? Why? How does this kid have a spiritual sword? Even this one in his hand was obtained with a lot of money from the He family. How could this poor bastard have one too?" Naturally, others in the distance also saw this scene. A spiritual sword. Another spiritual sword. Isn't Su Ran from an ordinary family? How could he have something like this? Is this something an ordinary family can afford? Sorry, I'm coming clean. No more pretending. I'm actually a rich second generation. Su Ran chuckled. At the same time, he slashed towards Hijichio. Jiangji, big white tiger. Why are they competing while fighting? Is this a wealth show? As Su Ran's sword came down, Hijichio reflexively blocked with his sword. But after a moment of surprise, he gradually began to sneer. Competing sword skills with me? I've received professional sword training since childhood, all from foreign professional coaches. Competing sword skills with me is just ridiculous. After deflecting Su Ran's sword, Hijichio began to counterattack. With a flick of his wrist, he drew a beautiful arc with his sword in midair, heading straight for Su Ran. Su Ran didn't say a word and immediately defended. Hijichio proved with his strength that he indeed had professional sword training. Each move was textbook standard. His movements were elegant, even somewhat pleasing to the eye. As the sword light danced, it resembled a flying spirit snake or a fluttering blue butterfly. At first glance, it felt less like a fight and more like a spectacular performance. It was simply a visual feast, breathtaking. Then, with a plop, he was pierced through by Su Ran's sword. I can tell now, Definitely professional. Su Ran commented seriously before pulling out his long sword. Professional coach? More like an unemployed coach, swinging a sword at someone instead of doing all these flashy moves. Are we here to embroider? What's the use of pretty moves? Hijichio's face changed as he looked at his pierced abdomen in disbelief. Blood was gushing out continuously. He couldn't understand. He couldn't figure out why. After learning sword skills since elementary school, he ended up in this situation. The next moment, Su Ran's broad sword sliced through his throat, and blood immediately sprayed out, causing him to collapse to the ground. Even as he faced death, Hijichio's eyes were wide open, filled with unwillingness. In your next life, remember to have your family find you a few more coaches. If that doesn't work, at least find someone a bit more reliable. After Su Ran finished speaking, his gaze turned to the bald young man nearby. With Hijichio dead, the heavy shield surrounding the young man fell to the ground, and the unprotected bald young man still hadn't come to his senses. He Xiao is dead? But right after, Jiang Ji, who had been waiting nearby, struck out with a blade of light. Plop! The bald young man fell to the ground as well. Just moments ago, these people had nearly taken his life. So Jiang Ji showed no mercy. With the bald young man dead, the 3 explosive, spiked boars in the distance were left uncontrolled, and one of them, in a fit of rage, charged at the last muscular young man who had turned to stone. At this moment, the man was already filled with fear. Dead? They're all dead? He quickly dodged the charging, explosive spiked boar, realizing he was deeply surrounded, and suddenly dropped to his knees. Please, don't kill me. I'm just following Xiao's orders. I beg you. After all, he was just a high school student, and, at this moment, he was so scared he nearly wet his pants. You can go before I change my mind, Su Ran said expressionlessly. The muscular young man was momentarily stunned. Then he breathed a sigh of relief as if granted amnesty, and started running away. Just as he was about to get far, suddenly, a jet of black flame streaked across the night sky, hitting his back. The black flames ignited instantly, engulfing him in an instant. Sorry, I've changed my mind. Su Ran suddenly grinned. Just kidding. How could I let him run away? Not to mention that these people were originally trying to kill him. If I really let him go, what if the He family found out later? In this way, the team from the first high school, considered a favorite to win, was completely wiped out. With no external interference, and with Su Ran and the others joining the fray, along with the mysterious level puppets and Han Wenxuan, they quickly eliminated the last 3 explosive spiked boars. Thud! With the last explosive spiked boar crashing to the ground, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Ji sat down on the ground. Finally, they could catch their breath. But Big White Tiger suddenly turned and dashed into the forest. Where are you going? Suran's Chautif. After a moment, Han Wenxuan emerged from the forest. Although she had several minor injuries, her face showed not only a hint of fatigue, but also the exhilaration of having fought a great battle. Su Ran looked at Han Wenxuan, who had changed her clothes, and fell into deep thought. Big White Tiger didn't have clothes, which means that after beast transformation, Han Wenxuan also He slapped his thigh, feeling extremely regretful. I was so hasty. I should have gone in to help. What's wrong? Jiang Ji thought something was happening and immediately jumped up, looking anxious. Su Ran glanced at Han Wenxuan's hot figure, filled with reluctance, but could only shake his head helplessly. It's nothing, just mist. What nonsense is this? Han Wenxuan had already walked over. Hurry up and deal with the corpses of these explosive spiked boars. These are all mysterious level spiritual cores. At this moment, many corpses were already lying around in disarray. Who would have thought that the so-called first genius of the South City, the young master of the He family, would die so quietly here? Wait. Su Ran suddenly regained his spirit and ran over to Hijichio. Shield. Spiritual sword. Bring it to me. Oh. There's even a spatial spiritual weapon. Haha. I've hit the jackpot. I said before, if you steal my stuff, you'll eventually have to spit it all out. He stripped the others clean of their possessions, including all the spiritual cores they had obtained along the way, which now belonged to them entirely. He didn't meticulously count the specific gains. After taking out 4 mysterious level spiritual cores, Su Ran skillfully gathered the corpses in one place. A little fire, a little wind, ashes scattered everywhere, and only then did Su Ran nod in satisfaction. Watching this set of skilled processes, not only Jiangji, but even Han Wenxuan was stunned. Why does it feel like this guy is very experienced? What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and move. Su Ran waved his hand and then strode away. In the forest, the people of the shadowy spirit faction fell into silence. Captain, I wasn't lying to you last time, was I? You really should check it out. I can't believe this guy has no criminal record. Look at his skilled techniques. This guy is definitely a repeat offender. Sunny Shan and Qian, he were extremely serious. Feng Qingxue. She didn't respond. She just looked in the direction where Su Ran and the others had left. Her eyes shimmering with light. This guy. How much is he really hiding? Chapter 47. Still want to rob? Nanqing High School Graduation Assessment. Day 5. There was no sunlight in the Forbidden Ruins, but the surrounding environment, reminiscent of a tropical rainforest, still made the air feel incredibly humid. However, this climate was not difficult for the people of Shuzhou to adapt to. Finally, we reached a safe point. Outside the tall walls of the safe town in the Forbidden Ruins, a small team of 3 arrived in a disheveled state, their faces full of exhaustion. Looking around, numerous tents had already been set up near the walls. Some teams were sitting on the ground, utterly worn out. There were still 2 days left until the assessment ended. But most teams had chosen to return, waiting here until the assessment concluded, as long as they felt they had harvested enough spirit cores. After all, the vast and boundless jungle offered not just the torture of heat, but also the constant threat of the spiny wild boar that could charge out at any moment. Even some powerful teams pursuing rankings were mostly on their way back now. However, this was the outer area of the Forbidden Ruins. Inside the Forbidden Ruins, there were still quite a few unusual teams making a final push for rankings. Deep in the jungle, water splashed against the rocks, and rustling sounds could be heard among the trees. Moments later, 2 men and a woman emerged from the bushes, excitement visible on their faces upon seeing the stream. I told you there was a water source here. My brother's Gengshou Soul Delivery ability is known as the top exploration ability, right, Yuan? The speaker was a young man with long hair and bare arms. Although he was as skinny as a skeleton, it did not hinder him from exuding his masculine charm. The bespectacled cute girl shyly nodded in agreement. All right, let us replenish our water and get moving quickly. We've harvested over 30 spirit cores this time, and that is definitely enough to secure a spot in the top 100. The other burly man laughed proudly. Wow, big shot, you're amazing. The burly man pretended to wave his hand dismissively. It's not a big deal. But just as he finished speaking, he suddenly sensed something unusual. What the hell? Who the hell is talking? The burly man's body jolted, and as he looked around, he saw a slender young man not far away, crouching down to wash his face in the spring. Well then, let's make a deal. Why don't you give me some of your spirit cores? You keep 9, okay? The young man stood up and grinned at the trio. Kid, are you joking with me? The burly man's expression suddenly turned cold, and the other 2 quickly got into a fighting stance. Are you just filled with muscles in that head of yours? Let me be clear, it's a robbery. Understand? Su Ran grinned. At the same time, behind the trio, Jiangji stepped out from the forest, followed by a tall, elegant woman who landed with a heavy thud that shook the ground. Stop talking and just attack and rob them. Han Wenxuan wanted to jump straight into a fight. Seeing that they were already surrounded, the burly man didn't look panicked. Instead, he grinned fiercely. I didn't expect someone to come to me. I think it would be better if you hand over all your spirit cores to us. How about that? Bang! The burly man punched the ground heavily, causing dirt to fly and the ground to crack like a spider web, creating a terrifying pit. Enhanced ability, level 5 spirit power. Su Ran instantly understood what the other party meant. So you want to show off your fists, huh? All right, brother, show them your knife. Su Ran chuckled disdainfully and nodded proudly at Jiangji. Got it. Jiangji made an okay gesture. Then with a whoosh, he stuck his steel knife into the ground. Suran, what are you doing, big brother? I told you to show them your knife, and you really took it out? Did you really interpret it literally? Can you cooperate a little more? Looking at the confused trio, Han Wenxuan couldn't help but cover his face. Gritting his teeth, as he explained, he meant to show his skill to the other side. This is so embarrassing. How can you still be so honest at such a critical moment? Oh, Jiangji finally reacted. his face flushed as he pulled out the steel knife. With a deep shout, a yellow blade of light slashed out, aiming at a thick tree in the distance, but it didn't fall. This is awkward. Shu Ran's eyelid twitched violently. He was already too exhausted to retort. Big brother, can you have some awareness of your own strength? Can you choose a thinner tree? You picked one that's over 5 meters thick. What were you thinking? He regretted letting Jiang Ji take action. It was embarrassing enough already. Sure enough, the expressions of the other three changed dramatically, especially the charming guy, who doubled over with laughter, tears streaming down his face. The burly man scoffed. Are you making fun of me? Rincho, Spirit Wave, is powerful, but it's only level 4. What is there to show off about? All right, I can't be bothered to fight you. Do you see these 2 teammates behind me? Gengshou, Soul Delivery, and Wumao, Resurgence. If you know what's good for you, hand over your spirit cores now. Shu Ran was taken aback, especially when he heard that the cute girl was Wumao, Resurgence. What the hell? A healing type? A healer? No wonder they dared to come to the inner area. This team actually has a healer. To be honest, Shu Ran felt a bit envious, but he remained unmoved. Just as the burly man was becoming impatient, a thunderous tiger roar suddenly came from behind him. When he turned around, he was met with a pair of tiger eyes the size of copper bells. Beast. Beastification? Level 6. Looking at the enormous white tiger, everyone's expression changed. They retracted their earlier disdain, and their hearts began to feel slightly anxious. But just then, a sound of flames igniting attracted the trio's attention again. And upon looking, their pupils suddenly shrank. The charming guy was so scared that his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. Black flames. First sequence. Jiahai ability. Shu Ran grinned, openly releasing his level 10 spirit power. The black flames danced at his fingertips. At this moment, the faces of the 3 turned even uglier than crying. They might have felt some fear towards the level 6 beastification, but they could still grit their teeth and fight. However, the moment they saw the black flames, any thought of resistance vanished without a trace, leaving only despair. 10 minutes later, Big brother, we only have this many spirit cores. Didn't you just say each of us could keep 3? Why did you take them all? The 3 crouched on the ground, and the burly man raised his head with a mournful expression. Slap. Shu Ran slapped him on the head. Stop talking nonsense. That was earlier. Now the price has gone up. TSK. There's still good things in the bag. Shu Ran rummaged through their backpacks, turning them inside out, taking everything he found appealing without any intention of being polite. The 3 looked green with envy. Didn't we agree to only rob spirit cores? Why take everything? Do you really think you're a bandit? Do you have to search so thoroughly? Yet even so, they still didn't dare to make a sound. After a while, Shu Ran finally nodded in satisfaction and waved at them. All right, you guys can leave now. The trio breathed a sigh of relief, quickly getting up to prepare to flee. With their spirit cores stolen, they would have to hunt again, and they only had 2 days left. If we don't hurry up, let alone the rankings, it might be hard to even pass the exam. But just then, stop that girl, wait a minute. Shu Ran suddenly shouted at a few people. The 3 figures froze, especially the cute girl, whose face was already showing a look of terror. What's wrong? Are you not satisfied after robbing? Do you want to rob me of my looks too? Young man, please let me go. If it's really not possible, let's not stay here. At least we can hide in a small grove. The cute girl was about to cry. Suran? He tilted his head, looking mischievous. Stop with this act. Aren't you a healer? Come on, heal me a bit. Let me feel what it's like to be healed. The cute girl was stunned. The other 2 teammates instantly widened their eyes. What the hell? Dude, do you have to be this ruthless? Stealing spirit cores and items is one thing, but now you even want to take a bit of healing? You're really going to pluck everything clean, leaving nothing behind? The 2 were filled with resentment. Watching as the cute girl had already raised her hand, a milky white light shot straight into Shu Ran's body. Then, Shu Ran let out a low moan from his throat, his face full of intoxication. Everyone, it's just a bit of healing. Why are you acting like you're in ecstasy? The cute girl instantly turned red and silently ran away. The other 2's faces darkened. They turned to leave. Why? They couldn't understand. It was just a bit of healing, but they felt like their foreheads were glowing, green and shiny. Chapter 48. The fisherman the cute girl has left. However, she left a deep mark in Su Ran's heart. To be precise, it was that mouthful of milk that Su Ran could not forget for a long time. It also made him make a decision. In the future, when they formally form a team in college, the position of the team can be missing, but there must be a healer. No matter what, even if healers are rare. He must snatch one. Let's go. Change locations and wait for a group of lucky ones. Night fell. Su Ran and the other two surrounded a rock, which was piled high with their spoils. It turned out that the planned route was correct. Just today alone, they had robbed 3 entire teams. How many spirit cores do we have? Han Wenxuan couldn't help but ask excitedly. Excluding those 4 mysterious tier 1s, we have more than 110 spirit cores. Based on past years, this result is certainly stable in the top 3 of South City, if not the first. Su Ran smiled broadly and thought for a moment before saying, "But just to be safe, let's see if we can wait for another group tomorrow on the last day. You're the boss. You call the shots." Han Wenxuan nodded excitedly. Compared to hunting, she preferred robbing. As for the shield and spirit sword, we'll think of a way to sell them once the heat dies down. At that time, the 3 of us will split the profits. Selling these items could yield a staggering amount, but we can't take them out just yet. No need, leave it to me. As long as you're willing to sell, no one in South City would dare to refuse. You can rest assured about that. Han Wenxuan patted her chest and guaranteed. All right, then you keep the spirit cores safe too. Su Ran handed everything over. You guys arrange it. I'll go set up the tent in the back. Jiang Ji scratched his head and then stood up to walk away. Once Jiang Ji walked far, Han Wenxuan suddenly leaned in closer, almost pressing her face against Su Ran's. What are you doing? Su Ran was startled. Is she going to kiss me? Although I am indeed handsome, does she need to be so proactive? Just kidding. Some things are better left unthought. If Kuer found out, wouldn't she come at him with a knife? What are you thinking? Han Wenxuan's face flushed, and she waved her hand impatiently. Lean in. I have something to tell you. What's going on? So mysterious. A confession? Su Ran muttered as he tilted his head away. Han Wenxuan whispered a few words in his ear. Su Ran was stunned at first, then chuckled. Huh? You really know how to joke. Believe it or not, I'm just telling you my thoughts. Han Wenxuan said as she put her things away and got up to help set up the tent. Have you finished discussing? Yeah, I'll help you. You're taking too long on your own. Looking at the 2 figures in the distance, Su Ran fell into deep thought and remained silent for a long time. Late at night, Su Ran lay in the tent, tossing and turning, still thinking about what Han Wenxuan had said. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed in his ears. Su Ran was startled. Did that explosive wild boar rush into the tent? Looking around, he realized it was Jiang Ji snoring. Good heavens, that sounds like a tractor. This guy usually seemed reserved and understated, but his snoring was more unrestrained than anyone else's. After a few days, Su Ran still got startled from time to time. Sometimes, right in the middle of the night, he would be startled awake by Jiang Ji's loud snore. After a while, the engine finally shut off, and Su Ran barely felt sleepy. But just then, wake up, there's a situation. Han Wenxuan suddenly called from outside. Su Ran felt like his head was about to explode. What kind of pig is so blind? Can't people get a little nap? The snoring resumed. Su Ran's face turned green with anger. Damn it. I haven't slept all night, and you're snoring away happily? The Lion King is up. Stop roaring, there's movement outside. The snoring stopped abruptly. Jiang Ji opened his blurry eyes, and Su Ran nearly laughed in anger, shouting outside the tent. How many are there? Are there any variants? Su Ran didn't rush out. It's not a wild boar. It's people. They're coming. Han Veng Quan houted suddenly. Through the tent, Su Ran could only see a shadow outside, gradually enlarging. Get out of the way. He immediately shoved Jiang Ji aside and rolled to the side. Bang! With a loud crash, the entire tent was smashed to pieces. And a massive rock, the very one they had surrounded earlier, landed where the tent used to be. Jiang Ji was drenched in cold sweat, and at this moment, all sleepiness was gone. Without needing anyone to remind him, he immediately drew his steel knife and entered a combat-ready state. As for Su Ran, as soon as he lifted his head, his pupils constricted. Be careful, Su Ran shouted, and almost at the moment he spoke, bang! A piercing gunshot instantly shattered the tranquility of the forest. It was quick. Su Ran almost instantly reacted. raising one hand and sending forth a wave of black flame towards Han Wenxuan. Han Wenxuan's face changed instantly, but just as she was about to dodge, whoosh, the black flame erupted in front of her. A drop of molten iron fell to the ground, and she finally realized what was happening, looking at Su Ran with lingering fear. Then, her figure suddenly surged, entering a semi-beast form. Ha! Truly worthy of the first sequence of the Jia High ability. Even the bullets fired can melt. Black flame is indeed terrifying. Clap, clap, clap. A figure gradually stepped out of the darkness, holding a gun in one hand and clapping with the other. Su Ran's heart sank. Almost the moment he heard the gunshot, he guessed who the newcomer was. In the dim light, a middle-aged man in a suit stood at a distance, grinning broadly. At the same time, dozens of others gradually emerged around them, each dressed differently, but exuding a fierce aura. They were clearly ruthless characters who had been living on the edge for years. A rough count revealed that there were as many as 50 people. They had completely surrounded them. Who are you? Han Wenxuan asked coldly. This is the assessment forbidden zone. How did these people get in? TSK, as the daughter of Han Qingfeng. You don't even recognize us? You really bring shame to your South City Club. The middle-aged man shook his head with a sneer, his eyes filled with mockery. Han Wenxuan was taken aback at first, then her eyes gradually narrowed. The crazy corpse gang? Quick reaction. We originally just wanted that kid, but unexpectedly there's a pleasant surprise now. Tell me, what do you think Han Qingfeng would look like if he knew his precious daughter was in my hands? The middle-aged man smiled smugly. Su Ran was scanning the surroundings, but the more he looked, the more shocked he became. Because among these 50 or so people, there were at least 10 whose spiritual energy fluctuations far exceeded the yellow tier. This meant that there were at least 10 mysterious tier abnormal spirit users here. I think you all really have a problem. The thing you want ISNT even on me. Are you sick just staring at me? Su Ran cursed as he stepped out. The crowd instantly stirred. Is this kid crazy? But the middle-aged man wasn't angry at all. His smile remained. No worries, kids. I would like to invite you to be guests of my crazy corpse gang, and I hope you'll cooperate obediently. Of course, if you really don't want to, my brothers are all rough folks, and their methods might get a bit crude later on. Su Ran's heart sank completely at this point. As the saying goes, the barking dog doesn't bite. It's the seemingly nice guy that is truly frightening. Sorry, these students still need to participate in the assessment. If you enjoy the hustle and bustle, why not let us accompany you for a while? Suddenly, a familiar cold voice rang out. The moment Su Ran heard this voice, the corners of his mouth lifted. The fisherman has arrived. It seems my bait is safe now. Chapter 49. Are you a celestial being? Will you surrender? As the voice echoed, a slender woman dressed in a black combat uniform stepped out from the forest. Under the moonlight, her cold gaze resembled a sharp blade directed at the middle-aged man in the distance, before she stood beside Su Ran. Who been? A senior officer of the Crazy Corpse Gang, an A-level wanted criminal, recorded as a 7th level Xian rank, an 8th sequence XINC, inch ability user. Feng Qingshue's tone seemed emotionless as she recited the middle-aged man's profile information. Meanwhile, Hu Bin's expression turned sinister, and he chuckled while rubbing his chin. The people from the spirit department are really hard to shake off. I'm curious how you received the intel. This plan was only known to cadre-level personnel. It seems there are traitors in the gang. As he spoke, his gaze swept over everyone present with a half-smile. Sister Qingxue. Ever since he saw Feng Qingxue, Su Ran felt relieved and grinned. I knew you couldn't bear to see me die. After all, there aren't many guys like me with both looks and talent. Han Wenxuan still hadn't grasped the situation. The spirit department? Is this an operation involving the spirit department? But when she heard Su Ran's words, her expression changed dramatically. Han Wenxuan's gaze flicked between Feng Qingxue and Su Ran, her shock nearly written all over her face. When did you? Fix your front teeth? Feng Qingxue shot Su Ran a cold glance. He trembled slightly, recalling that tragic experience in the office, then forced a smile. I admit I didn't tell the truth back then, but didn't you all use me as bait? Feng Qingxue's face turned cold, and though she opened her mouth to speak, something seemed to come to mind, and she hesitated. Finally, she managed to squeeze out a few words. Are you okay? Su Ran's eyes widened. Is she concerned about me? So she actually has a crush on me. Ha! Women are such contradictory creatures. There's something very important. You wouldn't know. But these people almost killed me, and I suffered severe mental trauma and need gentle comfort, Su Ran said expectantly. Don't worry, generally speaking, scumbags live longer. Feng Qingxue was saying expressionlessly when suddenly her expression turned icy. Almost in the next second, arcs of electricity began to swirl around her fingertips. And then a bullet was directly flicked from her hand. The shockwave lifted Feng Qingxue's hair. Whoosh! A sharp scream pierced the air, and Su Ran, standing closest, felt a sharp pain in his eardrum and instinctively covered his ears. The bullet shot through the air, leaving trails of electric arcs in the dark night, directly hitting Hubin in the distance. The handgun Hubin had just raised was instantly shattered, and the powerful current tore his right arm's clothing, leaving his skin charred black. If I were you, I would think carefully before taking action. Feng Qingxue's voice sounded even colder amidst the dead silence. The surroundings fell completely silent, especially Su Ran. He gaped, his shocked gaze fixed on the tree trunks that had been pierced, each forming a large round hole and emitting white smoke. What? What the hell is this? Throwing bullets with bare hands? Is that you, Cannon Sister? Recalling his previous reckless behavior, Su Ran broke out in a cold sweat. This woman was truly terrifying. It seemed her earlier beating had been a show of mercy. What does this mean? She really can't bear to hurt me. She likes me but won't admit it. She's just so stubborn. The people around had no idea about Su Ran's vivid inner thoughts, but Feng Qingxue's terrifying display of power had thoroughly intimidated the crazy corpse gang members. In the silence, one could even hear someone swallowing hard. The fourth sequence, Ding Chun, arc. The explosive power is indeed as rumored. Hubin, with a forced smile, discarded his ruined gun, seemingly unfazed by his arm's injury. But even if you're strong, what can you do? We have 50 people. We can wear you down slowly. More people? Then your numbers are still insufficient. Suddenly, a light laugh came from the woods as Sun Yishan and Qian He gradually stepped out from the shadows. But it wasn't over yet. Next, a series of rustling footsteps gradually approached from all directions, and one by one, people in Spirit Department uniforms armed with firearms emerged from every corner. Some came out from the woods, some descended from the sky, and others flipped over the grass covering them and stood up right next to Su Ran. What the hell? Dude, how long have you been lying here? The rock had just landed beside him, and he didn't even flinch. The man who stood up had a serious expression, his firearm aimed at the crazy corpse gang members. Not once shifting his gaze, remaining silent throughout. Looking around, the area was now surrounded by Spirit Department personnel, with their numbers roughly estimated to be over 100. The faces of the crazy corpse gang members changed completely, instinctively huddling together. They were trapped. You've been lying in wait all along? Hubin's eyes narrowed, revealing a ruthless glint. Feng Qingxue remained silent, her expression still cold. The members of the crazy corpse gang, listen, you are completely surrounded. Now put down your weapons and do not resist. You can seek leniency. Sun Yishan shouted into a megaphone. Su Ran had never seen him before, but recognized his voice. It's you? You bastard. I remember you. Sun Yishan's mouth twitched violently. Qian He beside him couldn't help but laugh. That ringtone was truly catchy. I'm Qian He, and this is my colleague Sun Yishan. Qian He extended his hand towards Su Ran. Little brother, your strength is quite impressive. A high school student, able to gain the Spirit Department's recognition. That's already shocking enough. But Su Ran's expression was somewhat grim. You two are the ones who used me as bait? You were just watching when I was being hunted? We were just following the plan, but you're fine now, right? Qian He scratched his head awkwardly. Members of the crazy corpse gang, listen. Immediately put your hands on your heads and lie down on the ground. Surrender now. Su Ran felt annoyed. Give me the megaphone. Sun Yishan was stunned, instinctively looking at Feng Qingxue, but she didn't even glance their way, so he had no choice but to hand the loudspeaker to Su Ran. The crazy corpse gang members were tightly surrounded, their faces filled with tension and unease. Su Ran took the megaphone and turned the volume to maximum. Hubin, celestial being, will you surrender? The members of the Spirit Department? Sun Yishan was startled and snatched the megaphone back. What are you shouting? What's wrong with you? What do you think? We're the Spirit Department, An official armed force, not a bunch of thugs. Sun Yishan rolled his eyes in frustration. And you call yourself a high school student? A scholar? Using foul language right off the bat? Those Crazy Corpse gang members are more civilized than you. As expected, the Crazy Corpse gang members, who were considering surrendering, turned green with anger at Su Ran's shout. Even if Hu Bin could endure, he couldn't stand being insulted through a megaphone. His expression darkened further, and he coldly commanded, "Make your move. Fight them." Boom! The sound of a gunshot ignited the tense atmosphere, and both sides were on the brink of a fierce battle, gunfire and various abilities unleashed. The dense sounds of gunfire and various flashing lights merged into one. The jungle, which had just been quiet, had now turned into an intense battlefield. Su Ran curled up to one side, holding his head. Sorry, I didn't expect these people to be so fragile. They couldn't handle a single insult." Sun Yishan's nose twisted in anger. He and Qian had been secretly following Su Ran for the past few days, staying close except for eating, drinking, and using the restroom, so they had some understanding of Su Ran's temperament. Don't you know how toxic your words are? And you blame others for being fragile? Forget it. Lao Sun. Qian He quickly stepped in to comfort him. Even if the Crazy Corpse gang surrendered, they would still face execution. Persuading them to surrender was merely a formality. And these thugs wouldn't let any opportunity for survival slip away. Boom! With a burst of fire, a loud explosion suddenly echoed from afar. Leaves and dust were shaken off the treetops. Su Ran shrank his neck. "Do we need help?" "No, this has nothing to do with you. Take your team away from the battlefield and leave here." Feng Qingxue coldly issued the eviction order. Su Ran shrugged. He was just being polite. "Let's go. By the way, our tent is broken, so you'll have to cover the bill when the time comes." Sun Yishan. Feng Qingxue's face darkened, and she coldly spat out a word. "Get lost. Are you familiar with the people from the Otherworld Department? How come you never mentioned it before?" The three of them moved away from the battlefield, and the sounds of gunfire behind them grew fainter. Han Wenxuan looked at Su Ran, puzzled. Su Ran initially thought of saying it was nothing special, but then he suddenly realized, isn't this the best opportunity to show off? He placed his fist against his mouth and cleared his throat. "Ahem, to be honest, since you're all teammates, I'll speak frankly. I actually have a deep background. Those people you saw just now are all my underlings. Please don't mention this outside. It's a secret, and I don't tell just anyone." He spoke with conviction, as if it were true. Honestly, Han Wenxuan felt embarrassed just listening to it. "Underlings? Your front teeth have been knocked out, and you're still pretending to be the boss? Anyone with a bit of common sense wouldn't believe this nonsense." "Really? You're that amazing?" Jiang Zi's face showed big shock. "Don't worry, I'll keep a secret. Han Wenxuan." Of course, except for a few honest people. The night was already half over. To ensure they had enough energy for the last day of action tomorrow, they had no choice but to find another place to rest. This time, it was Jiang Zi's turn to keep watch. Wow, finally I can sleep for a bit. As long as there was no tractor roaring in his ears. Su Ran could still fall asleep quickly. After all, he was really tired. The spare tent wasn't small, but several sleeping bags had already been smashed along with the previous tent, so now they could only barely cover themselves with jackets to sleep. Han Wenxuan lay next to Su Ran, just half a meter apart. But at that moment, a long, strong hand suddenly covered Su Ran's mouth, and he opened his eyes wide to see Han Wenxuan leaning closely towards him. "Su Ran, what's going on?" "No way, in the wilderness. Are you trying to do something to me?" Chapter 50, Betrayal from Teammates Inside the Tent. As Han Wenxuan's slightly heroic and charming face drew closer, Su Ran could even smell her faint body fragrance, causing him to widen his eyes. "Is this forceful? At least ask for my opinion." Unfortunately, with his mouth blocked, he could only mumble indistinctly from his throat. "Go or beast, let me go." Han Wenxuan frowned, instinctively glanced outside, then lowered her voice. "Don't shout. Listen to me." Su Ran was furious. "What's wrong? Is it useless to shout at the top of my lungs?" But with the fragrant breeze wafting into his nose, Han Wenxuan leaned her head close to his ear and spoke in an almost inaudible voice. "Do you remember what I told you? Don't sleep too deeply tonight. Be careful." Su Ran felt warm breath continuously blowing at his ear. Instantly, his face turned completely red. It really tickled. Han Wenxuan released her hand, gave him a look, then returned to her position, closing her eyes to prepare for rest. Su Ran was still a bit dazed. Huh? Is that it? What's next? Did I resist too fiercely? Actually, it wouldn't be unacceptable. You should continue. Damn, I'm about to give up struggling. After all this, was it just to tell me this? By the way, what were you trying to say just now? Han Wenxuan suddenly opened her eyes, her clear gaze fixed on Su Ran. Nothing. Su Ran rolled over irritably, silently adding in his heart, not even as good as a beast. Although Su Ran didn't believe Han Wenxuan's words, he couldn't sleep now even if he wanted to. Suddenly, he had an idea. Over the past few days, his mental strength had made some progress. And since he was just idle anyway, why not go to the Inheritance Tower and try his luck? Deciding to act, he heard the faint, even sounds of breathing nearby. Su Ran steadied his mind and entered the Inheritance Tower again. The Abyss, a 7-story tower. Su Ran familiarized himself with the path to the first level, the Taiji Hall. The surrounding environment was still so familiar, as if it would never change. Stepping into the Great Hall, Su Ran looked at the imposing figure on the throne and suddenly had a question. Does Oldie not sleep here? It seemed like he was always sitting there whenever he came. You're here? A steady voice came from above. Perhaps it was because Su Ran's last performance was surprising. The Taizong rarely greeted him. Yeah, but I don't have confidence this time. I'll just treat it as a try. As he spoke, he stepped further inside. Senior, I've always wanted to ask you what I see now. He initially wanted to ask if Oldie was human or ghost. However, thinking of the last outcome, he quickly changed his wording. Is what I see now the real you? No, the Taizong answered decisively. Oh, you don't want to ask if I'm still alive? The Taizong took the rare initiative to speak. However, Su Ran rolled his eyes. It had been thousands of years. If he were still alive, that would be truly bizarre, unless he had turned into a turtle spirit. Su Ran paused, suddenly feeling that his internal monologue was a bit unkind. After all, Oldie was a great figure and a senior. Must maintain a respectful attitude. Next time, definitely. Seeing that Su Ran was silent, the Taizong continued. In a sense, I am still alive, but how long I can last is uncertain. Su Ran, what does this mean? It seems like he said something, but it also seems like he didn't fully say it. Can't these big shots be a bit more direct? What a riddle. Just as Su Ran was still pondering the meaning of this statement, the Taizong asked again, Aren't you curious why the Inheritance Tower chose you? Su Ran paused again, looking up, because I'm the chosen one. His face didn't flush, and his heart didn't race. Not embarrassed at all. Huh. The Taizong suddenly burst into laughter. At that moment, he seemed to lose some of his imposing aura, resembling a seasoned wise man or a kindly elder who was good at imparting lessons. To be honest, you are not the inheritor I am satisfied with. In fact, you are far from the inheritor I imagined. At least for now, you are far from enough. Su Ran's smile froze. Do you have to be so direct? You're so harsh, old man. I will definitely become stronger in the future. Su Ran continued to move forward. The Taizong shook his head. It has nothing to do with strength. Let me ask you a question. What is your greatest wish in this life? You're not Santa Claus. Why are you asking me this? Su Ran pouted, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. A wish. Health? Longevity? Financial freedom? There are just too many. At least I need to make a list. Hearing this, the Taizong slightly shook his head and smiled. However, he didn't say much more, just looked intently at Su Ran. Staring into those eyes, Su Ran felt as if he was gazing into an abyss, deep and vast. If he had to use something to describe it, it would be like the cosmic starry sky. That's right, just like the starry sky. Suddenly, Su Ran froze, realizing that he had unknowingly stood in front of the Taizong. Did I come up? Su Ran was completely bewildered, although he had felt pressure earlier. He hadn't realized it at all because they were talking. Now, he was standing before the throne, facing the legendary Tian Kahan, the king from 1,000 years ago. Congratulations. The Taizong smiled, and Su Ran could even see the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes and the strands of white in his hair, which were no different from an ordinary middle-aged man. Su Ran hadn't snapped back to reality yet, just stood there in a daze. You're now qualified to inherit my legacy. You wanted to know who else is above in the Inheritance Tower, right? Well, you'll find out when you go up. Will you be here in the future? Su Ran couldn't help but use a respectful title. I should be. The Taizong nodded. Then his expression gradually became serious. You are now considered an inheritor. If you encounter life-threatening danger in the future, I will intervene when necessary. Su Ran's pupils gradually dilated. That was excitement. Really? If this big shot is willing to intervene, then won't I be able to walk sideways in the future? I can take down anyone I don't like. What are you looking at? Do you believe I can take you down? Do you know I have someone backing me? The Taizong nodded and continued. However, everything has a price. You are not yet capable of bearing it. So unless absolutely necessary, you still have to rely on your own abilities. Suran? Damn, you got me all excited for nothing. His face fell. What price? The price is. The Taizong had only spoken halfway when Su Ran's expression suddenly changed. Sorry, senior, someone is looking for me outside. I have to go. Meanwhile, inside the tent, it was pitch black and a figure quietly crept in. Su Ran and Han Wenxuan were still fast asleep. Han Wenxuan had always had a poor sleeping posture, her long legs sprawled to one side, and both hands spread out to the other side. As for Su Ran, he seemed to be mumbling something in his sleep. Getting closer, it was barely audible. Your is so white. In the dim light, Jiang Zi's face darkened, and the steel knife in his hand reflected a faint white light. Looking at the sleeping Su Ran, his eyes were filled with complex emotions, and his movements hesitated. But after a moment, as if he thought of something, a resolute look finally appeared in his eyes. Sorry, Suran. Then, he gripped the steel knife with both hands and fiercely swung it towards Su Ran's neck. But at that moment, the previously sound asleep Su Ran suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was filled with disappointment, shock, and extreme complexity. Jiangji didn't make a sound at all. He never expected Su Ran to wake up suddenly, but he still clenched his teeth, increasing the force in his hands. Godi, Chapter 51. If you catch me, I'll let you hee. The steel knife fell with a fierce wind. To be safe, Jiangji even used Spirit Wave, and the goose-yellow blade light separated from the edge of the knife, first slashing towards Su Ran's neck. Su Ran didn't move. He just stared at Jiangji in front of him. Just as the blade light was about to strike down, a heavy metal square shield suddenly flew in from the side, blocking the attack for Su Ran at the last moment. Jiangji's expression changed, and at that moment, a figure suddenly flashed beside him and kicked him away forcefully. With a crash, the tent was smashed open by Jiangji, and the cold wind instantly poured into the tent. Are you crazy? Why didn't you dodge? Han Wenxuan retracted the shield and kicked Su Ran, speaking harshly. Su Ran said nothing. He simply stood up silently and looked at Jiangji outside. Jiangji was already weak in the moment of panic. Han Wenxuan's kick hadn't held back any strength, and now he lay on the ground, directly spitting out a pool of blood. Have you two been pretending to sleep the whole time? He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, picked up his fallen glasses, and slowly got up. He did not make another move. It was one thing to launch a sneak attack. Once these two woke up, he wasn't a match for either of them. Su Ran did not answer. He looked at Jiangji, his eyes filled with disappointment. When Han Wenxuan told me, I didn't believe it. I was still giving you one last chance until just now. As long as you put down the knife, we could still be brothers. Hee. Stop pretending to be a saint here. You make it sound like you're so kind. Isn't Jichu the one you killed? Since he had already been exposed, Jiangji saw no need to hide anymore. Su Ran's disappointment deepened. However, Han Wenxuan was already furious. She rushed forward and directly punched Jiangji hard in the face, knocking him to the ground. Don't you think you're being heartless saying this? Han Wenxuan really must be blind to have a teammate like you. Jiangji staggered to his feet again and spat blood on the ground. Yeah, you're all good people, and I'm just a despicable person, all right? Han Wenxuan's anger surged as she prepared to kick him again. How can there be such an ungrateful wolf? Who sent you here? Su Ran stopped Han Wenxuan and looked at Jiangji. Does it matter who sent me? Jiangji suddenly revealed a mocking smile. Since the matter has been exposed, do as you wish. If I, Jiangji, frown even once, then I'm not a man. Now you're quite tough, Han Wenxuan sneered. Su Ran's disappointment had gradually faded, turning into a chilling calm. Can I know why? Why should I tell you? Jiangji sneered. Han Wenxuan could no longer bear it. She clenched her fists, her eyebrows almost standing on end. Jiangji, are you even human? How many times has Su Ran saved you? Even the knife you were about to use to kill him was given to you by him. Knife? Jiang Ji seemed to be suddenly stung by something and threw the steel knife over. The knife spun and finally stabbed into the ground at an angle. Here, take it back. Who the hell needs your charity? Just because you think I'm poor? I don't deserve to be your teammate. I've held you back. I'm really sorry. Han Wenxuan was taken aback for a moment. Then a strong disgust appeared on her face. You really make me sick right now. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ji laughed. Yeah, you finally dare to speak the truth. Haven't you always looked down on me? One of you is a young lady and the other a genius. What am I? I'm just a waste. A poor loser who can't even gather money for my mom's surgery. The more Jiang Ji spoke, the more agitated he became, his eyes gradually reddening. How could I dare to enter your eyes, strutting around asking me to continue taking the assessment? What about my mom? She's lying there, and you all pretend not to see it. My mom is dying. Can't you see it? As long as I kill you, Zhao Guohua can now arrange for my mom's surgery. If I refuse, not a single hospital in the whole South City will take her. Reward? You tell me. Who can guarantee they'll definitely get it? Why should I gamble my mom's life? Jiang Ji suddenly began to cough violently, blood spattering everywhere. Su Ran nodded. That phone call was made by Zhao Guohua, right? Jiang Ji was momentarily stunned, then showed a self-deprecating smile. So you guessed it long ago. Su Ran said nothing. That's right. When we first entered the Forbidden Ruins, Jiang Ji claimed he received a call from his mom, and at that time, Su Ran already had doubts, although he had only met her once. Su Ran could conclude that the call was definitely not from a woman who heard her son was taking an exam and hurriedly urged him to go. As time went on, Jiang Ji's behavior became increasingly suspicious. Even during discussions about the crucial distribution of spoils, he seemed uninterested. If it were someone else, Su Ran might think it was just a lack of concern for money. But Jiang Ji needed money, and he needed life-saving money. How could he possibly not care? So there was only one possibility. He no longer needed money. Or rather, he had already found a way to solve his financial issues. Thus, when Han Wenxuan told him that Jiang Ji had issues, Su Ran almost instantly guessed the whole story, but he was unwilling to believe it. He wanted to give Jiang Ji a chance. To give Team C-107 chance. Hearing Su Ran's words, Han Wenxuan gradually furrowed her brows. Did this guy know all along? Then why was he still pretending to be ignorant? Han Wenxuan paused for a moment, as if she thought of something. She shook her head and then faced Su Ran directly. The person he wants to kill is you, and you are also the captain of this team. You decide. Su Ran nodded. He waved his hand, and a ball of ink-colored flame appeared out of thin air, immediately flying out. Jiang Ji gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Traitor. No one in any team has a good ending. He had already prepared himself psychologically when he promised Zhao Guohua. Whoosh! The sound of flames erupting echoed. Han Wenxuan was stunned. Jiang Ji slowly opened his eyes, disbelief filling his gaze. Between the two of them, the steel knife that had been stabbed into the ground began to melt into red-hot molten iron under the absolute high temperature of the black flame, flowing around and embedding itself into the earth. Get lost, Su Ran said. Jiang Ji stood frozen in place. You're not going to kill. Get lost, Su Ran shouted. Jiang Ji nodded, taking one last deep look at Su Ran before turning around and dragging his body away into the distance. Why not kill him? Han Wenxuan didn't understand. What was the point of leaving such scum alive? Su Ran hadn't spoken yet. Bang! A piercing gunshot rang out in the night. Su Ran's body stiffened for a moment. Then he looked into the distance. Just as the gunshot rang out, a blood hole suddenly exploded in the back of Jiang Ji's head, and then he slowly collapsed to the ground. I've always hated traitors, kid. This counts as helping you clean up your door. Shouldn't you thank me? A man in his 40s gradually walked out of the darkness. His expression a mix of a smile and a smirk. His black shirt was wide open at the collar, one hand in his pocket, and the gun in his other hand was slowly emitting steam. Oh, look at my memory. I forgot to introduce myself. The man grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. I'm Zhou Qing, the leader of the Crazy Corpse Gang, but I prefer others to call me by my code name, the Keeper. As his voice fell, countless scarlet eyes gradually appeared behind Zhou Qing in the darkness. One after another, the advanced-level spiked boars emerged from behind him, with more than 30 of them. The Beast Master, Han Wenxuan's expression changed instantly. and he almost immediately entered a semi-beast state. Sue ran. We're in trouble. This guy is an Earth-level supernatural being, and he has the beast control ability. We'll split up and find a way to escape. An Earth-level supernatural being. Just the title alone filled one with despair. However, Sue Ran did not respond. He withdrew his gaze from Jiang Ji's corpse and looked at Zhou Qing, saying, "Do you think that for your crazy corpse gang, killing someone is an easy task? Do you even know that your shot just now destroyed the pillar of a family? Stop pretending." Zhou Qing laughed. That kid said something right earlier. You're not a good person either. Otherwise, why didn't you save him just now? Han Wenxuan was momentarily stunned. Indeed, he had also been ambushed by a sniper before, but Sue Ran had successfully rescued him using Black Flame. But this time, Sue Ran shrugged. I let him go because he was my teammate. I didn't save him because he is no longer one. I have no obligation to be his father. You kid is quite interesting. You're the first to make my crazy corpse gang suffer so many losses. Zhou Qing played with the gun in his hand, sneering. It's just a pity that those idiots from the supernatural department like to think too highly of themselves and ended up getting tricked. Drawing the tiger away from Mountain? Sue Ran finally understood, but he spread his hands. It's a pity that you'll be wasting your efforts. The 6-type genetic beast transformation agent you wanted. I've already handed it over. Even if you kill me, you won't get anything. Who told you I wanted that batch of goods? The beast transformation agent is precious, but it's not worth us making such a fuss over. Then what do you want? You don't need to worry about that. After I kill you, I'll naturally find what I want. Why not tell me? What if I can help? In fact, I've always admired you gang members. I really have. The Crazy Corpse Gang. Just a name sounds like a place for real men. Do you still need people? Sue Ran looked expectantly. Han Wenxuan. Didn't you just say they're all brainless? Zhou Qing was also taken aback by Sue Ran. Why was this kid not following the script? But after a moment, he immediately laughed. Are you stalling for time? Big brain. Sue Ran gave a thumbs up, truly worthy of being a big shot in the Crazy Corpse Gang. You figured it out. Should I reward you with a little red flower? Han Wenxuan couldn't help but laugh. Sorry, I couldn't hold it in. She looked at Sue Ran with a resentful expression. Can't you be serious at this moment? A dignified figure at the Crazy Corpse Gang level. Zhou Qing had never been mocked like this, especially by 2 kids. His expression instantly turned grim. Stop wasting time. Do you think the people from the supernatural department will come to save you? Almost as soon as he finished speaking, chaotic sounds suddenly came from a distance. Roars, screams, and explosions could be heard even from so far away. What have you done? Han Wenxuan's expression changed. Zhou Qing sneered, kid. You should know the effect of the 6-type genetic beast transformation agent. You didn't think we only had that batch of goods, did you? The people who came earlier had already injected the beast transformation agent. By now, it should be about to take effect. Sue Ran's heart sank. The 6-type genetic beast transformation agent was something Sue Ran had read about. It was a genetic reagent that allowed those without beast transformation abilities to enter a complete beast transformation state, forcibly elevating their power by 1 level at the cost of burning their life. Moreover, those who injected the beast transformation agent would attract surrounding supernatural creatures, sending them into a frenzy. In other words, the more than 50 members of the Crazy Corpse Gang had just been injected with the beast transformation agent, turning them into beast-like monsters with strength comparable to advanced level. No, there's still a few people who were already advanced level, so now their strength has reached Earth level. Is this your plan? Sacrificing more than 50 gang members, even disrupting the entire assessment forbidden area? Now, thousands of students in the entire forbidden area will face life and death dangers. Sue Ran stared at them. What do you really want? I've already said, after killing you, I will naturally get what I want. You've stalled long enough. Your last words should be almost done, right? Zhou Qing's patience was wearing thin, and he waved his hand, preparing to let the spiked boars attack. Whoosh! Sue Ran opened his palm, letting a dimmed spirit core fall, smiling as he said, Who told you I was stalling for time to wait for rescue? Big brain? Sue Ran. Han Wenxuan's eyes lit up. She didn't expect Sue Ran to secretly replenish his spiritual power. But at that moment, a tall figure in a black robe appeared behind her. Before Han Wenxuan could react, a hand chop knocked her unconscious. Han Wenxuan felt her vision go dark and then fell to the side. An advanced level battle puppet immediately caught her and began running away. Su Ran took out an exquisitely crafted playing card from the spatial spirit orb. The card was made of black stone, with the 3 words 9 Nether Mansion engraved on the back. ISNT, this what you wanted? Then come chase me. If you can catch me, I will. Hey. After saying that, Su Ran started running in the opposite direction. 9 Nether Order. Zhou Qing's pupils constricted sharply, and his expression instantly turned frosty. Run? Do you think you can escape? Chapter 52. The Forbidden Ruins Uprising. Assessment of the Otherworldly Forbidden Ruins. Day 6. The sky gradually turned a light purple as dawn broke. The morning forest of the Forbidden Ruins was shrouded in thick white fog, with large patches of dense and chaotic vegetation intertwined. Tall and sturdy trees rose from the bushes, making the 3 girls cautiously passing by appear even smaller and more inconspicuous. Be careful, try not to make any noise. In these last 2 days, their hunting targets are no longer just the warthogs. As soon as the words were spoken, a twig snapped underfoot, making a crisp sound. The round-faced girl froze in place, turning her head pitifully. I didn't mean to make a noise. Gukaia, who was originally alert and surveying the surroundings, suddenly felt both amused and helpless. It's okay. It was just a twig. We're not ghosts. How can we walk without making any sound? After a few days, Gukur's white sweatshirt had already gotten quite a bit muddy, but her gem-like eyes sparkled brightly, maintaining a perfect state. Through this time spent together, the other 2 teammates had a different understanding of this genius schoolflower from Class 7. Despite her soft and cute appearance, she was actually calm, experienced, and incredibly strong in handling matters. She had long become the backbone of this team. Gukaia pointed east, and they would never go west. With an impressive record of over 90 spirit cores captured, Gukur held absolute credit for this achievement, something they had never dared to even think about before. Just as they were about to move forward, a loud voice came from afar. Go ahead, follow behind your strong brother. Don't worry about the steel-spiked warthogs. Even if it's an otherworldly beast of the Xian level, your strong brother can handle it for you. The voice grew closer, its volume undeniably arrogant. Gukur and the other 2 exchanged glances, and after days of tacit cooperation, Gukur merely made a gesture, and the others immediately understood and hid. As for Gukur, she quietly retreated into the dense bushes beside her. Strong brother is awesome. Yeah, strong brother, you're really tough. 3 young men approached from a distance, while the 2 behind were flattering him. Shut up. I'm a bishi. How many times do I have to tell you? I'm not a turtle. The one speaking was a young man barely standing at 1.60 meters, looking as skinny as an African famine victim. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, an inexplicable pulling force struck, as if an invisible hand had appeared in the air, causing the young man to stumble forward and fall face first into the dirt. Damn, who the hell ambushed me? Han Wuqiang had just gotten up when the 2 teammates in the distance immediately looked terrified. Strong brother. Be careful. Whoosh. Suddenly, 2 beams of light, one blue and one purple, shot out from the bushes directly towards Han Wuqiang. Oh my god! Han Wuqiang was so scared he jumped, and in an instant, he transformed partially into a beast, a huge black shell with a metallic sheen enveloping his body. Bang! Bang! 2 beams exploded against his shell, but Han Wuqiang remained motionless, and his shell was still as shiny as a mirror. Who? Come out if you have the guts. A smug expression appeared on Han Wuqiang's face as he shouted. After some rustling sounds, 3 girls emerged from the bushes around him, one of whom was wearing a white sweatshirt and exuding a vibrant aura, clearly preparing to attack again. Sister. Sister? No, don't hit me, it's me. Han Wuqiang. Han Wuqiang hurriedly waved his hands. Gukuter was stunned by Han Wuqiang's shout, and after he deactivated his beast form and shed his shell, she pondered for a moment. Han Wuqiang. Who is that? It seems somewhat familiar. I remember now. You're Su Ran's friend. We met at the entrance of the Forbidden Ruins. Gukur suddenly realized. That's right. It's me. Han Wuqiang nodded and laughed. I didn't expect to run into you here. It seems we really are fated, right, sister? Sister? Gukuner's face instantly turned beet red, especially with her teammates' shocked gazes upon her, making her feel even more embarrassed. Why you're talking nonsense? Su Ran and I are just childhood friends. It hasn't gone that far. Gukur's voice grew softer and softer, until it was barely audible. I understand. Han Wuqiang winked and then waved to his teammates. Then we'll be on our way. Otherwise, if we're discovered, it'll be bad if they think we're violating the team regulations. Okay, see you later. Gu Kuer waved her hand, her face still flushed, and when she looked at Han Wuqiang, she inexplicably felt very pleased. But just as the two teams were about to part ways, boom, an explosion echoed from a distance. The six of them felt the ground tremble slightly beneath their feet, and they all exchanged stunned glances, their eyes filled with shock. What was that noise? Did someone bring missiles in? Han Wuqiang steadied himself, looking perplexedly into the distance. But all he could see were tall, dense trees, making it impossible to see through. Just then, Gu Kuer's expression suddenly changed, and she quickly filled her hands with spiritual energy, waving towards Han Wuqiang. The latter felt that familiar pulling force again, and he was yanked to the side, falling once more in a comical fashion. This time, he was completely bewildered. What happened? Just as he was about to ask, a black, needle-like quill pierced through the air and embedded itself deeply into the ground. Seeing this, Han Wuqiang swallowed hard. Explosive spike, warthog? Just as he was caught off guard, if he got hit, it would truly be heart-wrenching. Almost at that moment, a chaotic sound of running approached from the forest, and Gu Kuer's delicate face became serious as she called out, "Prepare for battle." The other two girls sprang into action, following closely behind. Several warthogs with spiked bodies burst out of the jungle, and their numbers kept increasing, especially with a few clearly abnormally large otherworldly beasts among them. "Stand behind me." Han Wuqiang also reacted and directly entered his beast form. "Sister, this doesn't count as a violation of team regulations, right? We're just coincidentally in the same battlefield, right? Don't talk. These warthogs seem a bit off." "Yeah, they seem to have gone mad. What on earth happened?" Coincidentally, the chaos wasn't limited to this location. Almost centered around a certain area within the Forbidden Ruins, all warthogs, whether steel-spiked or shin-level otherworldly beasts, began to revolt. Moreover, this area of disturbance was continuously expanding, eventually turning into multiple points of explosion. After a while, most of the Forbidden Ruins fell into chaos. Continuous screams echoed through the forest, filled with terror and confusion. Boom! Another earth-shattering explosion resounded. A large amount of soil was blasted into the air, then rained down. "Captain, these guys have all taken beast transformation agents. The situation is out of control." Feng Yishan pushed his tilted black helmet while dodging attacks and running. The battlefield in the distance was already a mess, with pits of various sizes all over the ground, and the surrounding trees had started to burn with fierce flames. The number of members from the Mad Corpse gang had dwindled significantly. However, the others were not killed. They had succumbed to madness, fleeing wildly after transforming into beasts. Feng Qinshua's delicate face tightened, her thin lips pressed into a line as she coldly surveyed the entire battlefield, her voice becoming incredibly heavy. "We've fallen into a trap." "What?" "Don't say it's Feng Yishan." Even Qian He, who just ran over, was shocked with his mouth wide open. "It was my decision-making error." Feng Qinshua's face was as pale as it could be, but this was not the time for regret and self-blame. The sounds of chaos and screams were already coming from a distance. She suddenly looked up. "Hurry! Immediately send someone to notify the higher-ups to terminate the assessment and find a way to ensure the student's safety. We cannot let the situation worsen." With these words, even Feng Yishan and the others realized what was happening. Yes. In fact, the situation had already begun to deteriorate, and it was more serious than imagined. Outside the safety town of the Forbidden Ruins, thousands of students waiting for the assessment to end were gathered, with tents set up along the city wall. At the end of the wide grassland, an unusual sound suddenly came from the dense forest, and then several beasts radiating a violent aura rushed out. Someone crawled out of a tent, their pupils constricting sharply. "What's going on?" More and more people noticed the abnormality. Mutated creatures? How could there be other kinds here? No, it seems like they are beastified, superpowered individuals. You guys look? A girl suddenly trembled and spoke, her fingers shaking as she pointed behind those beasts. A rumbling sound reverberated as if the earth itself was shaking. First, several steel-spiked warthogs burst out of the jungle. followed by more and more warthogs rushing out from the forest's edge. The number was still increasing. There were even Xian-level explosive-spiked warthogs. Moments later, over 1,000 warthogs were rushing toward this place, and the number was still growing. This terrifying scene conveyed one thing to the students present. The creatures of the Forbidden Ruins have gone berserk. Chapter 53. You're just a pig farmer. The herd surged like a black tide. The ground trembled. Smoke and dust rose. Accompanied by a scream, everyone around immediately fell in a panic. What is happening? How did a riot break out? The teleportation point. Why hasn't the teleportation point opened yet? Stop looking. Hurry up and get ready for battle. Just as thousands of students were thrown into chaos under the city wall, the teleportation point connecting to the wall finally lit up with a blue beam. The teleportation point is open. Run. Get out of the way. Let me in first. But the situation did not improve. Even with dozens of teleportation points opening simultaneously, they could not accommodate the thousands of students teleporting at once. Some who were initially prepared to fight to the death could no longer care about the battle, turning around and rushing madly toward the teleportation point. Trampling, crowding, everyone was in disarray. Shouts and roars echoed continuously. But the beast tide was already surging in, with the rampaging steel spike warthogs directly knocking the outermost students into the air. They fell to the ground like broken sandbags, and before they could struggle to get up, countless warthogs trampled over them. Blood gradually spread around, pulling at everyone's nerves frantically. Most students, seeing such a tragic scene, had no fighting spirit left and could only scream hoarsely as they crowded deeper into the masses. Just above the crowd, a dense swarm of drones buzzed overhead, recording the chaotic and shocking scene unfolding below. The live broadcast completely shocked everyone. What is going on? How did the assessment turn into this? It's too tragic. I can't watch any longer. Can someone explain what is happening? Organize a counterattack. Are these people out of their minds, still just thinking about escaping at this time? Can keyboard warriors shut up? Would you be calm in this situation? Woo-woo. My boyfriend is still inside taking the exam. He won't be in danger, right? Where's the army? Where's the stationed army outside? Just as the barrage of comments had turned chaotic, bam! The live broadcast screen went black and was terminated. What is going on? Why did it shut off? I just want to know what is happening now. Is anyone near Lingyun Mountain? Can you check what is going on? Why did the Forbidden Ruins creatures go berserk? I hope the people inside are okay. No more casualties, please. Meanwhile, in the broadcast control hall, hurry, cut off the live feed. The faces of all the principals in attendance changed, and they stood up in panic. What's going on? Zhang Dongxin's face darkened. Report. It's a special operation by the Anomaly Department against smuggling gangs. Those people collectively injected 6-type gene beast transformation agents, triggering the Forbidden Ruins creature riot. Bam! Zhang Dongxin smashed the wooden conference table, growling in a low voice. Who planned this operation? Is he an idiot? This is the assessment of the Forbidden Ruins. There are thousands of students from South City taking their graduation assessments inside. The people around were so scared they didn't dare to breathe. No one dared to speak up. On the screen in the broadcasting hall, the beast herd continued to charge, with students falling into pools of blood. Once they fell, there would be no chance to get back up. Zhang Dongxin clenched his fists, his joints cracking. Where are the troops in the safe town? Where are the station troops outside the Forbidden Ruins? Are all the people dead? Report. Young Marshal, the teleportation array is now overloaded. Some array points have started to malfunction due to the overload, and our people can't get out. Then blow the wall up. Everyone suddenly looked up in shock at Zhang Dongxin. Young Marshal, if we blow up the high wall, the beast tide might break out of the Forbidden Ruins. The current station troops outside the Forbidden Ruins are not enough to deal with such a large-scale beast tide. If the beast tide rushes into the city, I said, prepare for demolition immediately. Zhang Dongxin's eyes turned icy. Almost each word pronounced slowly. Yes. His subordinates immediately went down to relay the orders. Zhang Dongxin grabbed his hat, put on with one hand, and strode outside. Notify the Shadow Army. Gather all at the Forbidden Ruins of Lingyun Mountain, and at all costs repel the beast tide and protect the students. Yes. At this moment, the The riot had spread to every corner of the Forbidden Ruins, including the core area. Amidst the tall and dense jungle, Su Ran desperately ran forward while watching the increasing number of warthogs behind him, cursing under his breath. Damn, have these pigs collectively gone into heat? Why are they going crazy like this? Sure enough, compared to the brief introduction in the Beast Transformation Agent's manual, seeing the scene with his own eyes, Su Ran finally understood the terror of this drug. Whoever could develop such a drug must be insane. Hearing the distant sounds of chaos, Su Ran couldn't help but glance in the direction of the noise. Han Wenxuan should have been sent to the safe point by now. I wonder if Ku is okay. What a bunch of lunatics. Su Ran cursed again. It may seem like a long time, but it had only been 10 minutes since he started running. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air came from behind. Su Ran instinctively tilted his head, and a sharp bristle spike flew past his ear, embedding itself into a nearby, thick tree trunk. Whoosh! Su Ran didn't look back and threw out a black flame, immediately followed by a scream of a warthog from behind. He didn't know which little cutie got hit again. But the next second, several more sounds of breaking air suddenly came, accompanied by a piercing gunshot. Bang! Whoosh! Whoosh! Su Ran was so scared that he shrank his neck and immediately fell to the ground, rolling a short distance forward. But as soon as he stood up, his steps faltered. A sharp pain spread from his calf upwards. He looked down and found that a bristle spike had pierced through his right leg, blood continuously oozing out. No more running. Han Wenxuan should have been taken far away. Su Ran suddenly stopped, gritting his teeth as he pulled the steel-like black spike out of his leg. Ouch! Damn it, that hurts! His face immediately scrunched up, and tears almost fell out. Damn it! In movies, aren't those cold-faced experts supposed to just pull it out? Even Han Wenxuan did it like that. Not even a frown. Why didn't anyone tell him that pulling it out hurts even more than putting it in? When Zhou Qing caught up with a group of warthogs from a distance, this was the scene he encountered, and then he chuckled coldly. Why aren't you running? Can't run anymore? At this moment, there were actually 50 or 60 warthogs gathered around Zhou Qing. Among them were several mysterious tier, standing out prominently in the group. Seeing Su Ran unable to run anymore, Zhou Qing became calm instead. With a mocking expression, he waved his hand, and the surrounding warthogs immediately surrounded Su Ran, not attacking immediately, but watching him with predatory eyes. Su Ran, imitating Han Wenxuan, tore off a piece of cloth and hastily wrapped it around his leg. Hey, it actually worked quite well. After doing this, he slowly raised his head. Do you think you're very powerful? Haha. Hearing Su Ran say this, Zhou Qing suddenly burst into laughter. Kid, I admit your first-order ability is extraordinary, but at least right now, in front of me, you're no different from a mouse. Aside from being able to escape for a while, you're utterly insignificant. Don't worry, I won't kill you directly. I will slowly torture you to death. You watch them slowly gnawing away at you. Zhou Qing showed a cruel smile, revealing her sharp white teeth. Su Ran couldn't help but start activating her skills with a smirk. Laugh. You think it's funny, huh? I've been wanting to curse you out for ages. You even have a nickname, pet owner. Let me tell you, you're just a pig handler. Do you understand? Zhou Qing was momentarily taken aback. Then the veins on her forehead bulged, and her expression gradually turned into one of fury. Chapter 54. The Emperor's Legacy, Imperial Might. The riot in the Forbidden Ruins continues. Although the live broadcast has been cut off, hundreds of thousands of people still witness the shocking disaster scene. 1 tells 10, 10 tells 100. 2 hours after the outbreak of the Forbidden Ruins creatures, the entire South City was shaken. Countless media rushed to the scene. Although the military had set up a cordon, it could not stop them from broadcasting live with their cameras. This is the South City Broadcasting Station. We are now reporting the news live. I am a reporter from the South City official media. As you can see, the entire perimeter of Lingyun Mountain has been completely cordoned off. The rescue teams inside the city are doing their best to rush here. Our reporters will continue to provide updates. After the female reporter finished speaking, she left the camera, but the footage did not stop. In front of countless televisions, families were anxiously and painfully watching the scenes. As among those who perished during the assessment was their child. The Shadow Army. The Shadow Army's troops have arrived. Great! Someone shouted from outside the cordon. The scene shifted. A convoy of heavily armored trucks, covered in dark paint, was rapidly approaching, especially the shadow emblem printed on the vehicles, which was striking. The convoy stopped. All the doors flung open, and countless soldiers dressed in black special operations uniforms jumped out, armed to the teeth, and rushed toward the entrance of the Forbidden Ruins. The entire process was solemn, orderly, and incredibly swift. Inside the Forbidden Ruins, the smoke of battle finally began to dissipate, and the last few members of the frenzied corps were eliminated, but the faces of the otherworldly beings did not show any signs of relaxation. 2 people stayed behind to extinguish the mountain fire, while the others split into small groups to search for the surviving students inside the Forbidden Ruins. Act immediately. Feng Qinshue's face was tight with worry, but she still tried to remain calm as she issued orders one after another. At that moment, Sun Yishan suddenly looked into the distance and exclaimed, "What is that? A puppet?" Looking over, a tall figure dressed in a black robe and hood was rapidly running toward them, holding a comatose girl in his arms. "It's that kid Su Ran's puppet. That female student is his teammate." He immediately recognized her. "Go and help her." "Yes." In the core area of the Forbidden Ruins, Su Ran was surrounded by 50 or 60 warty pigs, but there was not a hint of panic on his face. In fact, there was a slight sneer at the corner of his mouth. Is he not panicking? Not panicking at all. If he weren't gripping tightly with his hands, his legs would have already started shaking uncontrollably. But no matter what, he had to maintain his momentum. Su Ran had the momentum under control and was throwing out taunts. But Zhou Qing's expression gradually turned fierce and furious. "If your goal was to anger me, congratulations. You succeeded." After saying that, without any visible movement, the surrounding spiked warty pigs began to charge, using their curved tusks to crash into Su Ran. But even faster were the few mysterious great aberrants that shot out the explosive spikes. A long-range ability user. In such a situation, it basically meant a dead end. However, Su Ran's palm suddenly opened downward, and with a grasp, a wide sword radiating a crimson glow appeared out of thin air. "Just a bunch of pig hair. Can he even get close to me?" Su Ran's mouth curled up, and without hesitation, he unleashed the Long Yuan sword technique. The wide sword traced a crimson arc in the air, and in the blink of an eye, it blocked the incoming black spines at the last moment. The movements were fluid and seamless. Having mastered the Long Yuan sword technique, Su Ran's swordsmanship level was not something a half-baked person like He Ziqiu could compare to. Just the initial few sword strikes already had the flavor of a swordmaster. Then, clang, the wide sword slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Su Ran's face twisted into a grimace as the sharp pain radiating from his palm and wrist made his entire arm tremble. "Is this a spine? This isn't a bullet, is it? Very good." The earlier aura of a master dissipated without a trace, and he now looked even more foolish. Failing to act cool really is awkward. Originally, when Zhou Qing saw Su Ran pull out a spiritual weapon and even use a sword technique, his eyebrows had already raised. But upon seeing this scene, he couldn't help but snicker. "Idiot! With just a yellow-grade strength, you dare to take on a mysterious great aberrant's explosive spike head-on? Now, the only close combat weapon he could use for self-defense was gone. Doesn't that mean he can only wait to die? A spiritual weapon." Zhou Qing licked his lips, greedily smiling. "This is a rare, good item. Thank you for giving me such a surprise." The surrounding spiked warty pigs had already charged in close, and if Su Ran were to pick up the spiritual weapon on the ground now, he would definitely be turned into a sieve. Since that's the case, the next moment, a high-pitched and resounding dragon roar sounded, and a pitch-black heavy sword appeared in Su Ran's hand. The sword's hilt was carved with fierce dragon heads on both sides, and the Big Dipper was engraved around it. 7-star dragon spring sword. Almost as soon as the sword was in hand, Su Ran swung it hard at the charging, spiked warty pigs. Suddenly, 2 spiraling golden air currents appeared around the dragon spring sword, like 2 mini golden dragons, effortlessly tearing apart the massive bodies of the spiked warty pigs. Holy crap! Even Su Ran was startled by this terrifying power. The 2 golden, swirling air currents were the built-in spiritual technique, Spiral Dragon, of the dragon spring sword. Truly a treasure left by my ancestors. Su Ran grinned widely, and as if he thought of something, he aimed at 2 more charging spiked warty pigs and swung his sword again. This time, the situation changed. From Su Ran's palm, a pitch-black flame spread rapidly along the sword's body, and moments later, it completely covered the two golden air currents. As a result, the two golden air currents had now completely turned into two burning, black flames. Whoosh! The ink-black sword light flashed by, and two spiked, warty pigs were instantly shredded and then completely swallowed by the black flames. Huh! Awesome! Su Ran laughed out loud, completely letting loose as he began to unleash the Long Yuan sword technique. Meanwhile, on the other side, almost at the moment Su Ran drew the seven-star dragon spring sword, Zhou Qing's pupils shrank into pinpoints, trembling with an expression of disbelief. An exquisite spiritual weapon. Immediately afterward, the shock on his face gradually transformed into excitement, then turned into ecstasy. An exquisite spiritual weapon. Overwhelmed with excitement, Zhou Qing's body began to tremble. He had completely ignored Su Ran, who was slaughtering wildly, and his eyes were only on the dragon spring sword in Su Ran's hand. Don't mention him as a ground-grade aberrant. Even if he were heaven-grade or even a celestial grade, just seeing an exquisite spiritual weapon with his own eyes would drive anyone into madness. Good kid, you've truly given me a great surprise. Zhou Qing's eyes narrowed, excitement and greed flickering in his pupils. The last remnants of his interest in playing with Su Ran had completely dissipated. Now he just wanted to quickly kill him and seize that exquisite spiritual weapon. This farce is over. You can go die now. Zhou Qing's aura of spiritual power began to grow blindingly bright, and he seemed to have used some spiritual technique, causing the warty pig herd to become even more frenzied. Especially the several Xian-level explosive spiked warts boars seemed to have been stimulated, their originally crimson eyes now resembling blood. They crazily charged towards Su Ran. Su Ran was startled by this sudden change. What the hell? Second brother, have you all gone mad? That guy isn't Chong. Is it necessary to go all out for him? Su Ran gradually became flustered, feeling increasingly aggrieved. He took a moment to glare at Zhou Qing. You have this kind of skill? You could definitely be a pig-raising expert. Isn't it better to get rich through hard work back in the village? Why get involved in smuggling? I really look down on your intelligence. Zhou Qing's eyes widened. Then, anger surged uncontrollably across his face. He was so furious that his hands were shaking, and the muzzle of his gun was once again aimed at Su Ran. Bang! 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 D! You die for me. Zhou Qing furiously fired at Su Ran, continuing to pull the trigger mechanically until the bullets ran out. So despicable. This kid's mouth is really too despicable. Zhou Qing was so enraged that he felt humiliated. For the first time, he realized that his once proud ability was actually so lowly. Pig-raising expert? Your whole family is a bunch of pig-raising experts. At such a close distance, Su Ran naturally couldn't dodge all the attacks, and a bullet directly pierced his abdomen, instantly staining his clothes with blood. But this time he didn't curse, because his goal had already been achieved. Just as Zhou Qing was shooting, the surrounding boar herd finally slowed their assault slightly, allowing Su Ran to close the distance in that moment. The tactic of provoking truly never fails. A triumphant smile suddenly appeared on Su Ran's face as he stood right in front of Zhou Qing. In the next moment, an invisible spatial pressure radiated outward from him as the center. Those merely Huang-level steel-spiked warts boars seemed to be under immense pressure, being forcefully pressed into the ground. Even the Xian-level explosive spiked warts boars lost their ability to move. All the creatures around felt a terrifying pressure as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Not to mention Zhou Qing, who was the closest. Su Ran raised the Long Quan sword in his hand, his gaze fixed on Zhou Qing's drastically changed expression. He slowly uttered a few cold words. Non-sequential ability. Imperial Legacy Royal Might. Chapter 55. This is called Imperial Might, in the core area of the Forbidden Ruins. Almost as soon as Su Ran's words began, he felt the spiritual energy within him surge forth, as if a valve had been opened, instantly transforming into an invisible pressure that radiated outward. The surrounding area remained filled with tall and dense shrubs, and even the greenish moss on the dark brown tree trunks remained motionless. However, anyone passing through this place would surely be horrified, because an invisible domain had emerged centered around Su Ran, spanning over 100 meters in radius. All living beings that set foot in this area would instantly find their spiritual energy bound, burdened by a weight that felt as heavy as Mount Tai pressing down upon them. It was as if they were compelled to bow and kneel, evoking an irresistible sense of submission. This was the Emperor's inheritance, imperial might. The invisible pressure was released in an instant, and in front of Su Ran, Zhou Qing was undoubtedly in the area of greatest oppression. He felt as if his shoulders were bearing an unbearable weight, and above him, it felt like an invisible giant hand was trying to crush him into the ground. Thud! Zhou Qing knelt on one knee, desperately resisting this inexplicable pressure, barely managing to avoid collapsing to the ground. But even more terrifying was that he felt his internal spiritual energy was being suppressed, moving sluggishly, making it nearly impossible to draw even a trace of weak spiritual energy from within. Just then, Su Ran's dragon spring sword, held high, came crashing down. Two streams of dark energy, resembling black flames entwined like dragons, seemed ready to engulf him and reduce him to ashes. Zhou Qing's eyes, wide with rage, were bloodshot, yet he couldn't even move an inch. "Kneel and sing your submission to me," Su Ran shouted recklessly, the sword cutting through the air in a black arc, obliterating everything in its path, including the vines hanging overhead that caught fire. Clang! Accompanied by a shower of sparks, a deafening metallic clash echoed. Su Ran felt a jolt in his arm, almost numbing him. Then he gaped. Before Zhou Qing, a massive black serpent had appeared out of nowhere, standing over 4 meters tall, especially its upper body, with blue-black banded scales as hard as steel. Hiss! The serpent's wings flared open, and its cold, brown-gold eyes locked on his Su Ran. Gulp! Su Ran swallowed hard, his facial muscles twitching slightly. This is a spirit beast? At this moment, Zhou Qing had slowly raised his head, the morning light conveniently avoiding his face, leaving behind a deep shadow. Su Ran then realized that, unbeknownst to him, his imperial might had ceased. The reason was simple. Damn it, he had run out of spiritual energy. This skill was indeed powerful, but the key issue was that it consumed energy too rapidly. The little bit of spiritual energy he had left was completely depleted after less than 5 seconds of using imperial might. Now, he was truly at the end of his rope. Zhou Qing slowly raised his head from the shadows, his gaze icy as he stared at Su Ran. Su Ran felt a bit flustered. What? What do I do now? I just made a big talk. How about I kneel and sing my submission? And we call it even, what do you say? Su Ran smiled awkwardly. Imperial might was indeed impressive. He had suppressed an earth level with barely a Xian level of cultivation. But the key problem was, why the hell did this guy have a spirit beast? What do I do now? Zhou Qing stared at Su Ran and spoke slowly and deeply. I have to admit, your talent is indeed enviable. A rare genius with dual abilities. It's a pity you encountered me, so... Right. You're absolutely right, big shot. I will remember your teachings for a lifetime. So I'll just take my leave now. Su Ran nodded seriously and turned to leave. Zhou Qing. Damn it, I haven't finished speaking yet. Can you at least be a bit more sincere? What the hell? Just leaving after chatting with me. His temples throbbed with rage, and he roared. Leave? You die for me. As soon as the words fell, not only the already standing boar herd, but even the giant serpent spirit beast lunged at Su Ran. Su Ran dare not look back. Terrified, he turned to run, shouting at the top of his lungs. Senior, save me. Quick, I'm going to die. Save me. Suddenly, it felt as if a voice from the heavens, or perhaps from within his mind, echoed in his ears. Really? Have you thought about the price you must pay? Su Ran had no time to think. He merely glanced back and nearly lost his soul. Quick. If you don't save me, I'm done for. Good. As the voice fell, Su Ran's fleeing figure suddenly halted, as if completely defying inertia. When he turned back, Su Ran was still Su Ran. However, his gaze had now become profound and deep, like an unfathomable abyss or the vastness of the starry sky. It was as if he had transformed into a different person with just a turn of his head. An indescribable aura suddenly radiated from him. Taking a step forward, the previously aggressive boar herd and the relentlessly pursuing giant serpent seemed to instinctively fear him, suddenly halting in their tracks, even taking a slight step back. That was the pressure from an ancient soul, causing them to tremble from their very essence. And in the distance, just as Su Ran turned his head, Zhou Qing's pupils constricted sharply. What kind of aura is this? Is this the same high school student from before? Who exactly are you? He didn't even realize that his voice had turned hoarse and strange due to dryness in his throat. Su Ran completely ignored him, as if speaking to himself. Or perhaps teaching. He spoke again. Kid, watch closely. This is how imperial might should be. He slowly raised one hand. Then, boom, a golden beam of light, covering over 100 meters, shot up into the sky, piercing through the dense foliage of the forest. It broke through the heavens. In an instant, the originally pale, purple sky was struck by layers of golden halos, resembling a massive golden wave spreading across an ocean. Spectacular and magnificent. On the ground, centered around his palm, layers of golden rings suddenly expanded outwards, instantly turning the nearby boar herd and giant serpent into a mist of blood. Zhou Qing's eyes filled with terror the moment Su Ran raised his hand, but just as he was about to turn and flee, a loud bang erupted, scattering blood everywhere. Yet the spreading golden light did not dissipate. It continued to expand outward. It even covered the entire Forbidden Ruins. At the same time, outside the safe town of the Forbidden Ruins, boom, accompanied by a massive explosion, the originally several-meter-thick city wall was blasted open, creating a breach. Countless soldiers armed with firearms surged out, accompanied by shadowy troops clad in black uniforms. They were the station troops and the Shadow Army. Save us! Quick! Save us! The battlefield was filled with the scent of blood, the cries and wails of students echoing endlessly, while the beast herd continued to charge, claiming the lives of one batch of students after another. When Zhang Dongchen rushed over with all his strength, this was the scene he witnessed. Everyone, charge to the front immediately. Protect the students. No retreat. Even if you have to use your lives to block, you must hold the line until the students evacuate. Zhang Dongchen exerted all his strength to roar, and with the humming sound of the unsheathed dagger, he charged to the front, blocking the incoming tide of beasts. All the soldiers immediately fell silent and rushed to the front. This seemingly cruel and even brutal command was met with no hesitation. The duty of soldier is to obey, even more so, to protect. The first wave of beasts had already arrived, and, at that moment, a rumbling sound like an earthquake echoed from afar as hordes of beasts surged. One could only imagine what would become of this wall of flesh and blood when the wave of beasts crashed upon it. Yet, even so, no one retreated. No one wavered. Zhang Dongchen gritted his teeth, standing resolutely at the forefront, just as everyone was prepared for the worst. A golden light suddenly shot up from the deepest part of the Forbidden Ruins forest, reaching the purple sky. It bathed the heavens in a sacred golden hue, transforming into concentric waves of golden energy that surged outward. The golden light appeared almost instantaneously, and from a distance, it looked like a thumb-sized golden halo. It continuously expanded, transforming into golden waves that rushed towards everyone. A fierce wind howled, causing everyone's clothes to billow backward, and some couldn't help but take a step back. The stampeding beast horde came to a halt. It was as if they sensed some terrifying oppression, sprawling in large groups on the ground, trembling and whimpering. At this point, among the thousands present, everyone fell into a deathly silence, not a sound to be heard. Chapter 56. The war ends outside the Forbidden Ruins safe town. Everyone was prepared for a bloody battle. The next moment, as the shocking golden light spread across the entire Forbidden Ruins, everyone found their feet firmly nailed to the ground, their eyes wide open, staring into the distance. What is that? A half-bloodied student looked blankly at the towering golden pillar of light. Report. A detector's gaze was fixed on the computer connected to the probe, where the fluctuating graph suddenly showed an exaggerated peak. The deputy commander, Black Wolf, took a quick glance and immediately ran to Zhang Dongchen's side, his expression slightly strained. Young Marshal, the spiritual power detection shows the fluctuations of a king-level spiritual power? Zhang Dongchen asked in a deep voice. No, it's an emperor level. Zhang Dongchen's pupils constricted sharply, his eyes narrowing. How could there be an emperor-level powerhouse inside the Forbidden Ruins? Everyone looked bewildered. Emperor level. the current pinnacle of all human supernatural beings. Not to mention a small forbidden ruins. Even in South City or the entire Shuzhou, it would be impossible for them to take action without an astonishing event. What kind of supernatural ability is this? Or some kind of spiritual technique? No, this is not the discovered sequence of supernatural abilities. Zhang Dongchen's gaze was intense. Are you saying? Black Wolf gasped. This intense sense of oppression. This is not an ordinary supernatural ability. It is the Emperor's inheritance. Upon hearing Zhang Dongchen's words, everyone's hearts couldn't help but race. The Emperor's inheritance. Could it be that Huaxia has produced an absolute powerhouse inheriting the Emperor's legacy? Who is this person? Zhang Dongchen did not answer, his gaze slowly sweeping over the students who were still evacuating behind him, then sheathing his sword and quickly running towards the depths of the forbidden ruins. You stay here to continue the evacuation operation and arrange for the injured students to receive treatment as soon as possible. Yes. Zhang Dongchen gripped the hilt of his sword with one hand, his whole being like an arrow released from a bow, disappearing into the dense forest in the blink of an eye. Damn kid, you mustn't get into any trouble. In the core area of the forbidden ruins, in a dense jungle, the golden pillar of light, which resembled a volcanic eruption, finally began to narrow until it completely disappeared. As the golden light dissipated, the figure of Shu Ran gradually emerged. His thin frame stood upright, and his slightly messy short hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes filled with astonishment. Is this the Emperor's inheritance? Senior? Senior? Shu Ran called out twice in his heart, but received no response. Although he was not in control of his body just now, he could still clearly see everything happening outside, the spectacular scene completely stunning him. Truly worthy of old Li. Compared to him, my imperial might is like a mere scraping. Unfortunately, Shu Ran lacked education and could only muster a cowardly after holding it in for so long. The raging airflow around gradually dissipated, leaving behind a scene of devastation. As Shu Ran took a step forward, his expression suddenly changed. Damn, why am I so weak? I can't be exhausted. This was the only thought Shu Ran had before his consciousness blurred. Shortly thereafter, he collapsed to the ground. Time passed without him knowing how long. Suddenly, faint sounds came from the forest around him, and then a lithe figure, like a spirit cat, leaped down from the thick treetops. Clad in a black bodysuit that perfectly outlined her exquisite curves, the woman wore a terrifying ghost mask on her face, creating a stark visual contrast with her good figure. Upon landing, she made almost no sound, like a weightless ghost, and directly approached Shu Ran's side. After a brief search, she found a small and delicate token. But then, her gaze behind the mask fixed intensely on the bloodstains on the token. Her slender white fingers clenched in anger and unwillingness. Moments later, her gaze fell on the still unconscious Shu Ran, and without saying a word, she threw him over her shoulder and prepared to leave. However, after taking 2 steps, she suddenly glanced at the scattered corpses of the warthogs around and returned again. She casually tossed Shu Ran onto the ground. Then she gathered a few pebbles and stacked them into a sharp little stone pile. Once she stood up again, she immediately tore off the mask on her face, lightly kissed her right hand, and drew a strange symbol on her forehead. She remained silent throughout the whole process. After completing these actions, she put the mask back on, kicked Shu Ran up into the air, and seized him while he was still airborne, throwing him over her shoulder. Fortunately, Shu Ran was in a coma. Otherwise, if he had any awareness, he would probably be cursing at this moment. The woman carrying Shu Ran leaped and vanished into the dense forest in the blink of an eye. After a while, Feng Qinxue hurriedly arrived with her team. But at this moment, apart from the blood splattered everywhere, there was not a trace of anyone. Soon, more and more people gathered here. Sunny Shan approached to report. Captain, news has come from all points in the Forbidden Ruins. All students have safely evacuated, but speak. Shu Ran has not been found. Feng Qinxue's body stiffened noticeably. Then she spoke heavily, understood, continue searching the surroundings for any clues. Not long after, a hurried and chaotic sound of footsteps approached from a distance. And the first to emerge from the bushes was a steady-eyed, middle-aged man. Behind him were others dressed in the same supernatural department uniforms as Feng Qinxue. What on earth happened here? Have you found out the cause? Wang Guahao frowned tightly as he glanced around. Then his gaze fell on Feng Qinxue. Feng Qinxue shook her head. Qian, he walked over. Director, the assessment teams in the inner area have been found, but the student named Su Ran is missing. Upon hearing this, Wang Guahao's expression changed drastically. This is bad. Suddenly, a strong wind accompanied by a tall, slender figure appeared before everyone. He was in shadow military attire. His face as cold as ice. What were you just saying? Upon seeing the man, Wang Guahao hurriedly stepped forward. Young Marshal Zhang. The situation in the Forbidden Ruins has not been thoroughly investigated yet. It may not be as dire as it seems. Zhang Dongchen's expression was grim. Who planned this operation? It was me. Feng Qinxue lowered her head and acknowledged. Zhang Dongchen slowly nodded. Have I not warned you that your supernatural department's tasks must not involve this student? I'm sorry, but the supernatural department does not accept orders from the shadow military. We have our own action plan. Feng Qinxue responded expressionlessly. As soon as these words came out, everyone around changed their expressions. Very well. Zhang Dongchen's wrist moved, and the blade was instantly drawn, swiftly and coldly swinging toward Feng Qinxue. Young Marshal Zhang, Wang Guahao, was startled and immediately stood in front of Feng Qinxue. Please calm down. Even if she needs to bear some responsibility, you have no authority to deal with her here. Maybe that kid has already gone out? Wang Guahao felt bitter, desperately signaling Feng Qinxue with his eyes. This stubborn girl, why doesn't she know how to yield? Using someone else's nephew as bait for action. Now that there's a problem, why doesn't she soften up? No need to search anymore. The Forbidden Ruins have been completely searched, unless he is hiding on purpose. Feng Qinxue, with no fear on her pretty face, faced Zhang Dongchen's cold blade. The plan was devised by me, and if he encounters an accident, I will naturally take responsibility. Starting today, I will temporarily leave the spirit department until I find out his whereabouts. If he is dead, I, Feng Qinxue, owe him a life, and I have come to repay it. Chapter 57. The coming storm. The recent biological riot in the Forbidden Ruins during the graduation assessment has alarmed the high-level officials of Huaxia, who issued a furious directive. A thorough investigation of the smuggling remnants must be conducted. A casualty list must be compiled as soon as possible, and the families of the deceased must be compensated well. This may be the graduation assessment with the lowest survival rate in the history of Nanjing. According to statistics, over 700 students have died or gone missing due to this incident. Behind this seemingly cold number lies a heartbreaking, bloody reality. And if it weren't for that last burst of golden light, this number could have doubled. It was that golden light that suppressed the final riot and saved countless lives. On that day, nearly 10,000 people inside the Forbidden Ruins witnessed that shocking scene. Some even took photos and posted them online. The internet is now abuzz with discussions. What was it? Such a huge commotion. Only those above the king level could cover the entire Forbidden Ruins. No one knows. But according to rumors, it seems to be an imperial inheritance. Is it true? My cousin is in the military, and he told me this. The news is absolutely reliable. Has an imperial inheritance appeared in Huaxia? Who is that person? I hope those missing students can be found soon. Little candle, little candle, little candle. Inside an old residential building. According to on-site reports, the damage in the Forbidden Ruins is severe, and the Lingyun Mountain Forbidden Ruins will be temporarily sealed off. The specific casualty list is still being compiled. The television is broadcasting news footage. Suhai sits on the sofa and faintly hears Zhang Dongchen's voice on the other end of the phone. Slap! The phone drops to the ground. On the other side, outside the teacher's apartment in the 7th middle school campus, Yao Jun turns off the television and steps onto the balcony to call Suhai. Has Su Ran returned? Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Yao Jun takes a deep breath of smoke, leans against the balcony railing, and falls into deep silence. The next second, bang! The entire building trembles slightly, and the balcony wall is blasted open, creating a large hole. Yao Jun's expression darkens as he returns to the bedroom. When he comes out again, his slightly bulky figure is now dressed in a trench coat, and a bizarre mask is worn over his face. The mask is white, but the left half has a crimson emblem, resembling some sort of special mark. Yao Jun stands on the balcony, flicking the burnt cigarette but away. Then, he disappears from the balcony. At night, despite the biological riot in the Forbidden Ruins, for most people in Nanxing, it is merely a regrettable disaster. The city continues to operate. Vehicles flow continuously on the roads, and various towering buildings in the West City commercial area flicker with neon lights under the night sky. The huge advertising light boxes are replaying the shocking news from today, but pedestrians merely pause briefly, sigh, and then return to their busy lives. In the Shengtian real estate building, even in this bustling commercial building, it stands out prominently. At this moment, in front of the large floor-to-ceiling windows, Zhao Guohua swirls the red wine glass in his hand, listening to the reports from his subordinates behind him, his lips involuntarily curling up slightly. So, the two kids are on the missing list? Yes, they say they are missing, but it's really just to appease the families. Most likely, there are no remains. Very good. This is for the best. Zhao Guohua gazes out at the bustling night scene, and he can't help but speak heavily. When Chang, that kid, is dead, I have avenged you. You can rest in peace. Bang! A loud noise suddenly erupts, along with the door being smashed open and two security guards flying in. Who are you? The two subordinates instantly feel threatened. Standing at the door is a bulky man wearing a strange mask, making it impossible to see his face. At the same time, a piercing alarm sounds in the corridor, and countless security personnel armed with clubs rush in, surrounding him. The man completely ignores the people around him and walks straight toward Zhao Guohua. Stop! Two subordinates rush forward instantly, but before they can get close, they suddenly halt in their tracks, covering their necks in terror. Blood spurts out. A deep crimson cut suddenly appears on their necks. No one saw how the man attacked, but the two are already wide-eyed and fall to the ground, unwillingly. You, what do you want to do? Zhao Guohua, terrified, trembles and retreats. I ask you, did you instruct someone to kill Su Ran? A low, cold voice slowly rings out. Just as Zhao Guohua wants to escape, he is suddenly grabbed by the neck, lifted off the ground. No, I don't know. I don't understand what you're talking about. His face turns red as he struggles to squeeze out this sentence. I'll ask you one last time. Does it have anything to do with you? Crack. An invisible blade seems to appear in the air, and Zhao Guohua's legs suddenly snap cleanly in half, the wound smooth and even. Blood spurts out, instantly pooling on the smooth floor. A heart-wrenching scream suddenly erupts. The security personnel in the corridor are startled and instinctively rush forward. But just as they take a step, their clothes are torn apart by countless tiny rips, and when the man merely glances back at them, they freeze in place as if falling into an ice cave. That gaze, so terrifying. Zhao Guohua suddenly remembers something, and he stares at the man's mask, fearfully saying, You are. It wasn't me who killed him. I just arranged for a kid to be by his side. How he died specifically, I don't know. It doesn't necessarily mean I killed him. In the West City commercial area, vehicles continue to move on the roads, and pedestrians hurry past each other. But at this moment, boom! The building in the sky suddenly explodes, the huge windows shattering, accompanied by countless shards of glass, and a shadow is rapidly falling. Clatter! Shards of glass scatter across the pedestrian street. Bang! The shadow grows larger and finally crashes to the ground, blood instantly spreading across the surface, leaving everyone stunned. And when they see the horrifying scene in front of them, a scream pierces the night sky, and the crowd falls into chaos. In the old residential building, in the living room, Suhai sits on the sofa, his face serious as he smokes one cigarette after another. The situation is pretty much like this. I will arrange for the Shadow Army to intervene, and I believe we will soon find Xiao Ran. Outside, the imposing Zhang Xiaoshui stands in front of Su Hai, speaking cautiously. The crazy corpse gang. Su Hai mutters this name, then presses the cigarette but heavily on the glass table. No need, I will go find them myself. Zhang Dongshun turns pale with fear, stepping forward and kneeling. Dad, I beg you, there's no need to escalate this matter. Why must you do this? Su Hai remains expressionless, not saying a word. Zhang Dongshun becomes anxious. If his father-in-law really decides to take action himself, it will be difficult to handle this matter. Dad, please believe me. I will bring Xiao Ran back safely. Is that okay? Suhai looked at Zhang Dongchun in front of him. After a long while, he let out a sigh, as if he had aged several years in an instant. This matter, don't tell Su Tong for now. You go and resolve it. Zhang Dongchun finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to walk outside. But just as he reached the door, Su Hai's voice rang out again. I only have this one son. If anything happens to him, Zhang Dongchun's body shook, and a bitter smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. By the time he went downstairs, the once small and old residential area was already filled with dark armored trucks on the street. A group of elderly men and women were gathered at a distance, shocked and curious, pointing and discussing endlessly. Young Marshal. The aide immediately walked over and gave a standard military salute. Let's go. If this matter isn't handled well, it will really be a big mess, Zhang Dongchun said, turning to get into the car. Chapter 58 Genius Girl Combined Chapter. Ding ding ding. The urgent and clear school bell rang throughout the campus. A little bald boy, about 4 or 5 years old, rushed out of the classroom with his backpack, his face full of excitement as he ran toward the school gate, followed by the angry voice of a female teacher. Saran, bring your dad to school tomorrow. The little bald boy paused, immediately pouted his but wiggled it, and with one hand patting behind him, he didn't forget to turn around and make a funny face. You go yourself. Hee hee hee. The female teacher was furious, but the little guy had already dashed out of the school gate, disappearing into the bustling streets of the small town. Moments later, classroom doors on various floors swung open. Countless students beamed with smiles, excitedly rushing toward the school gate. School's out. If only someone blew up the school so we wouldn't have to go anymore. Don't rush home. Let's play catching ghosts together, okay? Sure, but this time, it's your turn to be the ghost. On the playground, several little boys linked arms. Though they were young, they still held their heads high, trying to attract the attention of the little girls around them. Move cool, pose cool. Kaya, bye. In a somewhat empty classroom, a girl with little braids waved goodbye. Yeah, see you tomorrow, Xiaoya. The speaker was a short, chubby girl, her round little hands waving in the air, her chubby face showing 2 little dimples when she smiled. After saying that, she left the classroom with her backpack. Xiaoya, why are you being so nice to that new girl? She's ugly and fat, and her grades are poor. No one in the class wants to be her friend, a boy said disdainfully. The girl with braids glanced out the window and chuckled softly. My parents told me to play with her more. They said her family is very wealthy. I actually dislike her. I'm just pretending. Hee hee, I knew it. The chubby girl had walked halfway when she suddenly slapped her forehead. All right, I brought chocolate for Xiaoya today. I almost forgot to give it to her. She had just reached near the classroom when loud, harsh laughter came from inside. She's just an ugly freak. No one likes her. Thud. The beautifully packaged chocolate fell to the ground. The chubby girl froze in place, tears welling up in her eyes. She desperately sniffed and then pretended not to hear as she picked up the chocolate and turned to leave. Her face still maintained a silly smile, along with her 2 small dimples. At dusk, the sunset bathed the western sky in large swathes of red, resembling a bright oil painting. Just as the chubby girl reached the street corner, she was suddenly pulled into an alley by someone grabbing her backpack, and several older boys surrounded her menacingly. The chubby girl was terrified and retreated to the corner of the wall. Where's the money we agreed on yesterday? Before the chubby girl could speak, her backpack was snatched away. Why is there only $50? So little? Did you hide some? The chubby girl was roughly shoved, stumbling to sit on the ground, tears welling in her eyes. I only have this much. Seeing the chubby girl about to cry, the boys were momentarily taken aback. Come on. Your family is so rich. How could you only have this little? Stop pretending to be pitiful. My mom said that people like you rich folks are all evil capitalists. Yeah, in the old society, families like yours were landlords and should be overthrown. I'm sorry. The chubby girl lowered her head, her voice filled with apology and grievance. Does saying sorry help? Bring the money tomorrow, or beware we beat you to death, one boy said viciously, casually tossing the pink backpack on the ground, while the others grinned wickedly and stepped on it hard. Just then, a little bald boy was whistling past the alley, and upon hearing the commotion inside, he casually glanced over. He paused for a moment, then a sly smile appeared on his face. Moments later, smack! Who threw something at me? The boy in the alley suddenly covered the back of his head, and upon touching it, His hand was instantly smeared with a foul, sticky substance. It stinks. It's dog poop. The others immediately covered their noses and retreated far away. They looked toward the alley entrance and saw a little bald boy standing there with a mischievous smile, holding a large lump of fly-infested poop wrapped in newspaper. My dad also said that those who bully little girls are useless punks. My dad also said that a tiger father doesn't raise a dog's son. You guys with parents like that should go see a brain doctor. The boys were furious, especially the one who got hit with the poop. Catch him. Don't let him escape. Before he could finish his sentence, smack! Another lump of poop flew over, hitting him squarely in the face. Eat poop, you. Ha! If you have the guts, come chase me, you fools. The little bald boy quickly threw the smelly yellow substance again, and while the boys were desperately dodging, he had already run away quickly. The chubby girl was left stunned. Before long, a familiar figure suddenly jumped down from the wall, looked at the still-sitting chubby girl, and smiled brightly. Are you stunned? You're not a mute, are you? The chubby girl widened her eyes, glancing at the 4-meter-high wall, then at the little bald boy. Were there people? The little bald boy picked up the backpack on the ground, carelessly stuffing the scattered items back inside. Those idiots are already shaken off by me. Wow. Looking at the backpack filled to the brim with various snacks, the little bald boy's eyes sparkled, and he unconsciously swallowed. The chubby girl immediately blushed, shyly saying, I get hungry easily, so I often bring food. If you want to eat, just take it. Really? The little bald boy wanted to be polite, but his hands were already honestly tearing open a piece of chocolate, chewing it while extending his hand towards the chubby girl. Okay, since I ate your stuff, you're my friend from now on. I'll protect you. The chubby girl was taken aback. First, her eyes brightened. Then she lowered her head. I'm so fat, and my grades are poor. You and T want to play with me. The little bald boy looked puzzled, scratching his bald head. What does that have to do with me? I'm not fat. Reasonable and compelling. The chubby girl was like, it seems something is off, but it sounds so reasonable. My name is Saran. What about you? The little bald boy bent down and extended his dirty little hand again. Goo Kaia. A pale, chubby little hand reached out hesitantly from midair, seemingly a bit shy and hesitant, but was firmly grasped by that little black hand. All right, let us walk home together after school from now on. By the way, can I still eat your snacks tomorrow morning? Sure. The warm golden light of the sunset slanted into the alley. In the golden warm light, 2 little hands, one black and one white, tightly held together. An ivory-white 3-story villa. This stood out starkly in the rural town filled with simple houses. My precious little princess is back. The moment the door swung wide open, a woman with curly hair joyfully welcomed them, taking the backpack from the chubby girl's back. Mom, I want to sign up for a swimming class this summer. Okay, I'll ask Dad to find a teacher for you. Anything else? Also a math Olympiad class. Okay. There are English classes, calligraphy classes, painting, dance. What's wrong with you, baby? The woman looked shocked and worried. It's nothing. Gu glanced at her round self in the mirror, clenched her little fists. From today on, I want to be a little better. I will strictly follow the schedule. 10 years later, Nanching Celebrity Banquet Hall. Oh my, Mrs. Gu, your daughter is truly a genius. I heard she ranked first in the whole school again. That girl is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. And she has had talent since childhood, unlike my family, who can't do anything well. This thing depends on talent. Who can help it if she's smart? Kuer is so beautiful and so outstanding. Which young master will be worthy of her in the future? Haha, just joking. Indeed, the Gu family's business is growing bigger and bigger, and with such an outstanding daughter, it's truly a blessing. Looking at the group of wealthy ladies in front of her, the woman smiled without speaking. Gu family villa. When Gu Kuer woke up, the first thing she saw was the familiar ceiling of her bedroom. She got up and pulled open the curtains. A large amount of sunlight poured in through the window. The bedroom was luxuriously and elegantly decorated, but there were several clearly outdated dolls placed among all the expensive items, making them very conspicuous. Her delicate feet stepped on the soft velvet carpet, and as she pushed open the bedroom door, the maid cleaning outside immediately greeted her. Young miss, you're awake. Thank you for your hard work, Wuma. Gu Kuer chuckled softly. The maid's face immediately bloomed with a smile, The young lady's temperament was truly too good, always so kind, even to the servants. As she walked to the second-floor corridor, faint sounds from the living room downstairs could be heard. It's already been 2 days. Have you called old Sue? Sigh. No, I haven't. Don't even mention the municipal office. Even the supernatural department and the shadow army have sent people to investigate, searching the entire forbidden area. The man's voice sounded extremely heavy. Do you think that child might? Right now, this is the only situation. If no body is found in the forbidden area, she is most likely. Sigh. Let us keep this from Kuer for now. At the corner of the staircase, Gu Kuer's petite figure froze completely. She gripped the handrail tightly to prevent herself from collapsing to the ground. Kuer. Zhou Shuman suddenly caught sight of the figure on the stairs, and her expression immediately turned flustered and at a loss. Sitting on the sofa, Gu Yuan quickly turned around, slightly stunned before quickly breaking into a smile. When did my good daughter wake up? Are you hungry? Should I have the servants cook something for you? Both husband and wife had a hint of tension in their eyes, afraid of missing any subtle expression from their precious daughter. Gu Kuer gripped the handrail, her slender knuckles beginning to turn white. But a smile still appeared on her face. Sure, I'm a bit hungry. I'll go back to my room to change clothes and then come down to eat. Go ahead. The couple breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but exchange a glance. Gu Kuer turned to walk toward her room, and as she passed by the couple under the crystal chandelier, she smiled at them. Bang! The bedroom door was slammed shut. Gu Kuer leaned against the door, covering her face with her hands, her shoulders beginning to shake violently and silently as she slowly slid down to the ground. Liancheng, a small town located in the southern part of Suzhou. On both sides of the old and narrow streets are rows of small buildings with green tiles, typical southern architecture, with even the white paint on the outer walls peeling off to reveal the weathered red bricks underneath. Suddenly, a hurried woman appeared on the street, breaking the leisurely atmosphere. The woman lowered her head, her short hair framing a pair of cold eyes, her thin lips like a line, and her delicate face seemed to be eternally covered in frost. A familiar voice came through her earpiece. All the bases of the Mad Corpse gang have been wiped out, but their leader, Ghost Pearl, was injured and escaped. According to intel, he may be hiding in Liancheng. I've already arrived in Liancheng. Feng Qinxue replied softly. There was a pause, then continued. This is your last chance. Find that guy. Ask about Su Rant's whereabouts, and don't forget what you promised me. I understand. Feng Qinxue nodded softly, then disappeared at the end of the street. And at that moment, in an old building she had just passed, faint sounds of struggle could be heard from a room on the second floor. The undecorated empty room contained only a wooden bed and a table. At this moment, Su Ran was tied up in a large X shape on the bed, his mouth sealed with tape, and his eyes wide open. Bastard. Woo-woo, let me go. The voice was not loud, let alone escaping through the sealed window. A woman dressed in a black bodysuit stood by the table, her back to Su Ran, fiddling with the jars and bottles on the table. She completely ignored Su Ran, who was struggling behind her. After struggling for a while, Su Ran finally got tired. To be honest, he had no idea what was happening. He only remembered fainting, and when he woke up again, he was already tied up like this. 2 days had passed. A full 2 days. Could you at least give me some water? Over the past 2 days, that woman had not said a word, except for occasionally leaving the room. She just silently fiddled with those things as if she were concocting some reagent. A perverted killer? Doesn't he seem like it? Su Ran glanced at his position and suddenly widened his eyes. Could it be that she's some old woman with special preferences? Bondage play? Su Ran slowly closed his eyes, tears silently streaming down his face. Kuer, I'm sorry. I might not be able to keep my innocence. With tearful eyes, he opened a slit, and in the distance, the woman had a perfectly curvy figure, slender yet full of a powerful beauty. Like a nimble leopard, Su Ran's tears surged even more. Who could withstand this? Could you be gentle later? It's my first time. When Su Ran opened his tear-filled eyes again, the first thing he saw was a terrifying, grotesque face. Suran! Holy crap! He felt as if he had been electrocuted, shaking the bedboard violently, as if having a seizure. This nearly scared him to death, and after a while, he realized it was just a mask. Big sister, Can you take off that mask? I might not die from your hands, but I will definitely be scared to death. The gaze behind the mask caught sight of the tear stains at the corners of Su Ran's eyes, clearly showing a hint of disdain. Suran? What S with that look? Take it back. Did you hear me? If not, I might really get angry. However, the next second, a sharp dagger pressed against his throat. Su Ran was first taken aback. Does this woman have mind-reading skills? Then a flattering smile appeared on his face. Sister, there is no need for this. You can look however you want. Actually, I don't have much of an opinion. The woman in the ghost mask stared at Su Ran's rich expressions. And after a long while, she slowly spoke, her voice somewhat hoarse and strange, like a broken record. Suran, big sister, are you for Blue Star? What are you saying? Can you speak human language? Seeing Su Ran's bewildered expression, the woman in the ghost mask seemed to think of something. Pondered for a while, and then spoke again. You, don't call. Otherwise, die. Su Ran was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is this language? He knew every word, but strung together, it made no sense. The old man with dementia in my neighborhood speaks more fluently than you. Understand. Blink. The woman spoke again, her tone quite awkward. Su Ran understood now. Then, the originally handsome young man started blinking his eyes wildly, as if they were twitching, looking just like a very clever person. Goodness, even the 6 little monkeys would feel ashamed in comparison. Well, she was quite crisp and neat with her monosyllabic words, and with a flick of her dagger, the tape on Su Ran's mouth was torn open. Whoosh! That was quick. Before Su Ran could react, the knife had already grazed his face. By the time he came to his senses, cold sweat was pouring out. I said, big sister, can't you just use your hands to tear it off? If your hand shakes a bit, wouldn't I be done for? The ghost-faced woman completely ignored Su Ran's nonsense and held out a small, exquisite token in front of him. The 9 nether token? Su Ran was taken aback, a hint of vigilance rising in his eyes. The ghost-faced woman didn't notice Su Ran's odd reaction, and just as she was about to speak again, suddenly, the sound of police sirens blared outside, getting closer. Both of them changed their expressions, especially Su Ran, who instinctively opened his mouth to call for help. This was the only chance. Chapter 59. No way. This smell is too strong. Almost at the moment, the alarm rang. The dagger was pressed harshly against Su Ran's throat. He could even feel the cold chill, and the words that were about to come out of his mouth were swallowed back. The woman with the ghost mask stared fiercely at Su Ran. Su Ran could only force a smile. He could sense that if he dared to shout at this moment, the dagger would mercilessly slice across his neck. But he was still unwilling to give up. So he spoke up to persuade her. Ague, let it go. They're all Chung Long outside. The woman with the ghost mask? Shut up, she coldly shouted, her gaze wearily looking out the window. It was already sealed off, but the sound of the alarm was gradually fading, as if it was just passing by. Su Ran felt a bit disappointed. He caught a glimpse of the token in the ghost-masked woman's hand. The 9 nether token. He remembered clearly that when the pig farmer saw this token, he mentioned the words 9 nether token. Speaking of which, ever since he subtly asked old Yao for some information, Su Ran had vaguely guessed that this token was not simple. But what he didn't expect was that the so-called smuggled Type 6 gene beast transformation agent was merely a front for the crazy corpse gang. Their purpose, from the beginning to the end, was this token. They were even willing to confront the spirit department head-on for this token. What exactly is this thing that so many people want to fight over? And what about this woman? Why did she tie herself up? When the sound of the alarm disappeared, the ghost-masked woman finally relaxed her vigilance and stared at Su Ran, asking, do you know what the 9 nether token is? Su Ran retorted, do you know what the happy planet is? The ghost-masked woman. She instinctively shook her head, never. Heard of it? I haven't heard of it either. Seeing Su Ran's smug smile, the ghost-masked woman realized she had been played. Her eyes flashed with cold light, and she pressed the dagger down harder. His Su Ran gasped in pain. The dagger had already pierced his skin, and blood instantly flowed out. I really don't know. If you want this thing, just take it. What is the point of tying me here? The ghost-masked woman paused, picked up the 9 nether token, and gestured as if she wanted to explain something. Blood. No. You. Su Ran was left utterly confused. Who could understand this? The ghost-masked woman's eyes flashed with a hint of urgency, but after gesturing for a long time, she still couldn't make it clear and finally glared fiercely at Su Ran. Slap! Su Ran received a slap to the face. He was completely dumbfounded by this sudden slap. Wait, what does this have to do with me? You can't explain yourself, so why hit me? Damn! If you have the guts, let me go, come on. I have a bad temper. You just wait and see if I don't deal with you. Let me go. After the slap, seeing Su Ran looking anxious like a monkey, the ghost-masked woman was instantly no longer angry, and the frustration in her heart eased a lot. She used her actions to show Su Ran, if I'm not happy, you can't laugh either. Where? Learn to talk. The ghost-masked woman looked at Su Ran. Su Ran understood and replied with annoyance. Read more books? Good books. Go to the library. The ghost-masked woman shook her head. No. No. Identity. Su Ran was taken aback. No ID. He looked at the ghost-masked woman and began to speculate about her identity, while the ghost-masked woman couldn't wait any longer. Speak. What are you rushing for? I'm thinking. Su Ran frowned in thought, when suddenly he caught a glimpse of a small advertisement on the wall. A mischievous smile flashed in his eyes as he pointed. Look, this kind of business lecture generally doesn't need an ID. You can go learn how they talk. The ghost-masked woman stared at the small advertisement on the wall, then pondered for a moment. She felt it made some sense. Then she nodded and abruptly stood up to walk out the door. Wait, you're going out like this? With a mask on your face? If you go out like this, you're likely to get caught. Su Ran shouted. The ghost-masked woman paused, thinking it was indeed true. She then walked to the next room, rummaged around, and came back with a simple set of t-shirt and jeans. Su Ran curled his lips. Now that looks decent. But as he looked at the ghost-masked woman in front of him, he suddenly froze. She wouldn't actually plan to change clothes here, would she? At the thought of this, Su Ran blushed embarrassingly, his gaze involuntarily wandering over the ghost-masked woman's body. To be honest, what a figure. He. The ghost-masked woman had already unzipped her jacket, suddenly sensing an unusual gaze. She then reacted. Slap. The tape was once again sealed over Su Ran's mouth. And just when Su Ran widened his eyes, he saw a long and strong hand chopping down. Soon after, he went black and fainted again. Watching the already unconscious Su Ran, the ghost-masked woman finally felt relieved. After a rustling sound, she finally changed her clothes. Taking off the ghost mask revealed a very ordinary face. Very ordinary. The kind of face that wouldn't attract a second glance from anyone on the street. Following the address from the small advertisement, the ghost-masked woman quickly found the lecturer training class. The conference hall was filled with people, and her arrival did not attract any attention. On stage stood a woman in a suit, looking like a successful person. She held a microphone and spoke confidently. 3 sentences to help you quickly enhance your spiritual power. Applause for those who understand. The ghost-masked woman sat for 5 minutes and then quietly stood up to leave. When Su Ran woke up again, he saw the ghost-masked woman still facing away from him, but this time she wasn't fiddling with those potions. Instead, she was holding a tablet computer. Ooh, let me go. Hearing the movement behind her, the ghost-masked woman approached and stabbed him again. Su Ran was startled into a cold sweat. However, he no longer wanted to complain and blinked, asking, So how was it? Did you learn anything? The gaze behind the mask obviously froze for a moment, and after a while, she awkwardly spoke. She white. Stupid, doesn't he listen? Su Ran narrowed his eyes and began to laugh uncontrollably. He just wanted to know if the ghost-masked woman had managed to earn that 180,000. But just as he was about to ask, a voice came from the tablet, as if a video was playing. So, smoking, drinking, and perming are hobbies? Oh, that's quite interesting. For example, steaming lamb, steaming bear paws, steaming deer tails. Listening to the dialogue coming from the video, Su Ran's eyes widened instantly. Damn, a talent. You're the legendary little genius, aren't you? What kind of unique thought process is this, thinking of listening to crosstalk to learn how to talk? Su Ran looked like he had seen a ghost. He thought the ghost-masked woman would give up this method after listening for a while at most. But 3 days later, when the ghost-masked woman tried to communicate in a northern dialect that smelled like dumplings, Su Ran couldn't hold it anymore. She looked at Su Ran seriously. Wow, do you think I'm speaking smoothly? Starting off with a wow. Completely left Su Ran dumbfounded. Sister, you've learned the essence thoroughly. Haven tea you? No way. This dumpling smell is just too strong. Uffed. Ha ha. He really couldn't hold it in anymore. The wooden bed started to shake violently, and Su Ran's tears couldn't stop streaming down, feeling like her stomach was beginning to cramp from laughter. It was broad daylight. Could the noise upstairs be a little quieter? An angry shout came from outside the hallway. The woman behind the mask's expression grew, increasingly gloomy. Slap. After a crisp sound of slap echoed, the room finally quieted down. Chapter 60. This is the Great Demon Dragon. After a slap, Su Ran could no longer smile. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes, and he felt extremely wronged. 1,000 ways of revenge flashed through his mind, but he couldn't execute even one. Very good. He noted every single grievance in his little notebook. Given Su Ran's grudge-holding nature, once he got out, get out? The ghost-faced woman quickly made it clear with facts that he was daydreaming. Whether eating or sleeping, he was firmly tied to the wooden bed and couldn't move at all. Even when he needed to go to the bathroom. Can you turn around? You're staring at me, and I can't relax to let it out. Su Ran's mind had already collapsed countless times, but he still tilted his head and smiled in a negotiating tone. The gaze behind the mask was unperturbed, and the dagger never left her hand. Su Ran was really on the verge of exploding. Furious, he had never felt so wronged in his life. Although it was extremely humiliating, he still had to grit his teeth and carry on. No, if it continued like this, he would definitely have psychological issues. And physiologically, it would be a problem too. A few more days passed. The ghost-faced woman tried various ways to practice speaking, essentially like a primary school student. Every time she heard a sentence in the video, she would mimic it. During this time, Su Ran couldn't help but laugh countless times. But whenever the ghost-faced woman shot him a cold glance, he would force himself to hold it back. Finally, can you understand me when I speak now? The ghost-faced woman had mastered spoken language. Su Ran's eyes widened. To be honest, the learning efficiency was terrifying. After seeing Su Ran's reaction, the ghost-faced woman's hoarse voice sounded again. How much do you know about the 9 Nether Order? I don't know. The ghost-faced woman organized her sentences and continued. Help me do something, and after it's done, I'll let you go. Can I refuse? Refusal means death. Su Ran curled his lips. With so many people. You just picked me. I really should buy a lottery ticket to try my luck. It must be you. Su Ran was stunned for a moment, not understanding what she meant. The ghost-faced woman took out the 9 Nether Order again, thought for a moment, and said, biological authentication. It can only be used by you once it's stained with your blood. The 9 Nether Mansion recognizes the order, not the person. Wait, let me sort this out. Su Ran couldn't help but interrupt. Although the ghost-faced woman had learned to speak, her accent was still too strange. Just this one sentence had too much information. It meant that this token was related to the 9 Nether Mansion, and whoever's blood it had touched would be bound to that identity. So that was why this woman had captured him? Su Ran finally understood, but he still unwillingly asked, is there really no way to erase my information authentication? Yes. Return the token, and it can be remade. If the token disappears for 3 months, it will also be remade. Then, can't you just wait for 3 months? No. The woman's tone was firm. Su Ran was stunned for a moment, as if he guessed something. After it's remade, you want to be able to get the token, right? The ghost-faced woman fell silent. Now Su Ran understood everything. What was so valuable about this thing that so many people were putting in effort? The ghost-faced woman looked at Su Ran and said solemnly, there are 2 tokens. The 9 Nether Mansion listens to the token's master. Su Ran was shocked. According to Old Yao, the 9 Nether Mansion was definitely not a kind entity. And just with this small token, one could control half of the 9 Nether Mansion. But being shocked was one thing. What did it have to do with him? His mind started to work. You want me to help you. Once you finish your task, you'll let me go, right? Yes. Then it's settled. Let me go and return my spatial spirit pearl. Seeing Su Ran relent, the ghost-faced woman hesitated for a moment. Then she really cut the ropes with her dagger. But as she handed over the spirit pearl, she added one more sentence. You can't escape. The potion is toxic. I'm the only one who can. The ghost-faced woman said, gesturing towards the table with her eyes. Su Ran's eyes widened instantly. You poisoned me? When? As soon as he spoke, he realized. After being unconscious for such a long time, if she wanted to poison him, there was no need for her to go out of her way. No wonder she had been fiddling with those things all the time. Villain, trying to poison me. Shu Ran didn't say anything, and after receiving the spatial spirit pearl, he looked inward and found that nothing was missing, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Huh, did this woman not check? Even that pig farmer was excited to death upon seeing a top-grade spirit weapon, yet she returned it to him unscathed. Shu Ran couldn't figure it out. He stretched lazily, twisting his body as he walked away. Suddenly, Shu Ran turned around, and a ball of pitch-black flames instantly gathered in his hand, throwing it towards the ghost-faced woman without warning. At such a short distance, and with Shu Ran's attack almost without any forewarning, normally, no one could react in time. But the ghost-faced woman seemed to have anticipated it, instantly leaning back, her flexible waist almost bending to 180 degrees. She pushed with her hands and stood up again. She caught a glimpse of the wall behind her being melted through, and a look of shock flashed in her eyes. But immediately after, a second ball of black flames flew in. Shu Ran was the one who got startled this time. This woman's reaction speed was so abnormal. But what shocked him even more was yet to come. As the second ball of black flames flew over, this time the prepared ghost-faced woman quickly dodged to the side. And as she leaped, she kicked off the wall, landing directly in front of Shu Ran. As soon as she landed, she executed a half-turning kick towards Shu Ran with great force. Abnormal. Monster. Damn. Surankersteinworthy. A ranged mage being closed in on by a melee assassin. The outcome was predictable. Shu Ran had no time to gather his spirit energy and immediately started close combat with Tai Chi, but the more he fought, the more shocked he became. This woman was as slippery as an eel, fast and incredibly agile. What was even more outrageous was that with almost every attack, Shu Ran felt as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer. Even using Tai Chi to deflect the force felt somewhat forced. You're good fighting, huh? I won't play with you anymore. Shu Ran thought, and with a thought, accompanied by a loud dragon roar, the completely black 7-star dragon spring sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Whoosh! The black flames instantly attached to the golden airflow. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. With the dragon spring sword in hand, Shu Ran became much more confident, swinging the sword fiercely towards the ghost-faced woman. But who would have thought? As soon as Shu Ran took out the dragon spring sword, a hint of disdain appeared in the ghost-faced woman's eyes. This is useless. The mocking words just rang out. A layer of light blue glow suddenly enveloped the ghost-faced woman, and then her speed increased again, as if she were a spirit snake, directly diving into Shu Ran's arms. Shu Ran was genuinely startled, but before he could react, an elbow strike slammed hard into his chin. Shu Ran felt darkness before his eyes, and he was thrown away, crashing heavily against the wall behind him. This hit almost knocked him out. As he saw the ghost-faced woman leaping towards him, her powerful attack about to land, Shu Ran finally gritted his teeth. In an instant, centered around him, a transparent, invisible field unfolded. Royal might. The ghost-faced woman, still in midair, clearly showed a look of shock. She felt an overwhelming heavy pressure surging towards her, and then she fell straight to the floor. Bang! After landing, she knelt heavily on the ground. Even though she supported herself with her hands, it was hard for her to continue moving. What is this? This is the great might of heaven. Shu Ran didn't waste time talking to her and stepped forward to knock her out. Thud! Watching the ghost-faced woman faint on the ground, Shu Ran finally let out a sigh of relief. This imperial might is truly terrifying. It only took a moment, and half of his spiritual power was already consumed. Looking at the unconscious ghost-faced woman, the resentment Shu Ran had accumulated over the past few days finally exploded. Just as he raised his hand high to strike down, his movement suddenly froze. He suddenly thought of an old man who liked to dance on other people's planets. What if he slapped her awake? That would really be a disaster. Forget it. But just as Shu Ran was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and turned back. I want to see how insecure you are, hiding your face from others. He casually lifted her mask. What came into view was a face with rotten buck teeth, green bean eyes, and a pockmarked pancake face. Slap! Shu Ran slapped himself, feeling regretful. What a sin. Why'd I have to be so curious? When Shu Ran walked onto the street, although the surroundings were extremely unfamiliar, feeling the long-lost sunshine, He couldn't help but open his arms and close his eyes in enjoyment. People came and went on the street, but when they passed by, Sue ran. They all distanced themselves with strange expressions. The young man looked quite energetic, but why does he seem a bit off? The next second, the energetic young man they saw collapsed on the ground. He fainted. Chapter 61, Can You Dance on a Steel Pole? Night, Liang City, the northern urban rural fringe. In an old neighborhood, a few signs flickered dimly on one side of the street, their lights reflecting in puddles on the ground, creating a somewhat quiet atmosphere. Splash. Water splashed. A black leather shoe hurriedly stepped over. It was a man in a black coat who pressed his shallow-brimmed felt hat down with his hand and cautiously turned his head to look behind him, revealing a scruffy face in the dim light. It was evident that he did not want to attract attention, as if he were avoiding something. Despite his attire, which practically screamed, "I'm a bad guy," he had once been the notorious leader of the crazy corpse gang, Gaozu, just a week ago. Now he was nothing more than a street rat, fearing being spotted. It was all that damn kid's fault. If he hadn't meddled and killed that black corpse, the Nine Nether Order would never have been discovered. To transport the Nine Nether Order, they had designed 3 layers of insurance. First, they pretended to transport a corpse, then hid the spatial spirit orb inside a black corpse. Even if they were discovered, it wouldn't matter. After all, if the black corpse was killed, it would only result in the spirit core being taken. Who in their right mind would dig into a black corpse's belly to consider it from another angle? Even if the spirit orb was truly discovered, the otherworldly department would think it was just ordinary drug smuggling. Who would pay attention to that inconspicuous label? But who could have thought that after all their schemes, something would still go wrong? Damn it, he cursed again. When he reached a courtyard gate, he looked around to confirm that no one was watching before he knocked on the door with a special rhythm. Click, with the sound of the lock opening. The gate swung open. A burly man with a flat top first peeked his head out to look around, then tilted his head. "The sir is waiting for you inside." At the moment the door opened, the aura of the crazy corpse gang leader suddenly retracted, becoming cautious and humble. He bent slightly, nodded, and smiled at the burly man before stepping into the courtyard. The courtyard was square, with walls on both sides covered in climbing ivy, and in the center was a brightly lit main room. "How dare you show your face here?" A middle-aged man's voice suddenly rang out. Gaozu's footsteps halted, and he quickly forced a smile as he looked towards the main room, where a middle-aged man sat with his back to him. "Sir, the otherworldly department is chasing me everywhere. I came to avoid the limelight." The middle-aged man waved his hand without turning around. "Tell him the item is lost." "What should be done?" Gaozu's expression changed. Before he could react, the burly man beside him came forward and grabbed one of his arms without explanation. "Ah, woo-woo." A scream was about to escape his lips when it was covered by a hand. Blood splattered onto the climbing ivy nearby, appearing particularly bright against the greenery. The middle-aged man slowly stood up and walked out. In the dim moonlight, he had a gentle and refined face, even exuding a hint of scholarly air. Slap, slap, slap. He patted Gaozu's face, smiling as he said, "You might not understand my rules. I'll give you 7 days to find the whereabouts of the Nine Nether Order. If you can't find it, find. I will definitely find it." Gaozu's face twisted in pain, cold sweat rolling down like beans. The man nodded with a smile. "Very good. Take the trash on the ground away." Gaozu no longer dared to stay. Grabbing the severed arm on the ground and staggering out of there. "Liang City Hospital, you're awake?" A doctor in a white coat glanced at the dazed Su Ran. Waking up, Su Ran was hit by a strong smell of disinfectant, realizing where he was. "I fainted. Did someone bring me to the hospital?" "No major issues, just a bit of low blood sugar. Pay more attention to nutrition in the future. You could be discharged soon." Su Ran was taken aback. "Are you kidding? How could I have low blood sugar? I've been in great health since I was a child." Suddenly, he thought of the words of the ghost-faced woman and then asked, puzzled, "Doctor, am I really just low on blood sugar?" His voice was deep and hoarse, but he didn't pay attention to it. "Otherwise, do you wish to have some illness?" The doctor looked at Su Ran oddly. "Is there anyone who hopes to be sick?" Su Ran fell silent. The ghost-faced woman had been messing with poison for so long just to give herself low blood sugar. That was too ridiculous. That could only mean one thing. The poison from the ghost-faced woman might really be as she said, only she could unlock it, and it would be difficult for others to notice. Su Ran's heart sank. He didn't know any famous doctors and wasn't sure what the effects of the poison would be if it acted up again. The only solution now seemed to be to go back and find her. Thinking of this, he felt a bit restless and walked to the restroom, splashing water on his face to calm down. When he lifted his head to look in the mirror again, he was instantly stunned. What the hell? Who the hell is this? Su Ran rubbed his face hard, then tugged at it, completely frozen. In the mirror was an extremely pale face. Prominent cheekbones, sunken eye sockets. He looked like a malnourished weakling. Where's my face? How did it become like this? Thud! Outside the hospital, a thin figure jumped down from the second floor, and a furious head popped out of the window. Kid, you haven't settled your fees. Su Ran, filled with resentment, only thought about going back to find the ghost-faced woman. Where did my handsome face go? He could accept being poisoned, but he couldn't accept losing his face. He wanted his face back. Besides, where would he get the money to pay the bill? He could only sneak away. After landing, he quickly ran back. Fortunately, the hospital wasn't too far from where he had fainted, and before long, he found the familiar path. But just as he was halfway there, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. It seems I've been away from the Forbidden Ruins for 7 days now. Oh no, the family must think I'm dead. Su Ran immediately frowned. He needed to find a way to send a message home. Calling back was definitely out of the question. If what the ghost-faced woman said was true, then because of the 9 Nether Order, his family might already be targeted. If he rashly called home, it would only bring trouble to his family. Then he could only find someone. But in this unfamiliar place, who should he look for? Just as Su Ran was frowning in thought, his gaze suddenly fell on a bar nearby, where several young people were getting ready to go inside, their arms around each other. Su Ran's eyes lit up, and he smiled. Who would have thought he would run into old acquaintances here? Inside the dim bar, explosive music blasted in his ears, and laser lights swept back and forth. Brother Hu, I heard you've made quite a name for yourself this time. Yeah, I saw you on the news. Awesome, Brother Hu. Zohu was surrounded in a booth, smiling proudly. I'm not bragging. This time I really escaped from death. You didn't see the scene of the stampede of beasts. If it were you guys, you'd probably have wet your pants in fear. How did you handle it then? Several younger brothers looked at him with admiration. Zohu chuckled lightly. I transformed right on the spot, knocked one down with a claw. Even that group of Shadow Army guys gave me a thumbs up when they saw me. Big Boss is awesome. A pale-faced young man gave a thumbs up in praise. You think? Zohu suddenly froze halfway through his words and looked at the young man. Wait, who are you? A few of his younger brothers also looked over. Yeah, who is this person? We're having a gathering. What are you doing here? Tiger brother, no need to say anything. To celebrate your miraculous escape, let me show everyone a trick. The young man slapped his thigh, grabbed a bottle of wine from the table, and performed a stunt. Zohu and the others were stunned. Wait, you're going to spin a bottle of wine that costs over 7,000? We haven't even dared to drink it yet. Zohu's face was trembling with distress, but since the guy said he was here to support them, he could only pretend to be generous in front of his younger brothers. Tiger brother, actually, I came here because I admire you and wanted to ask you something. Zohu was taken aback. Has his reputation grown this big? He smiled broadly and scratched his head. Go ahead, what do you want to ask? I'll give you some pointers. The young man's eyes lit up. Then he leaned in mysteriously. Bro, I just want to ask you, can you do pole dancing? Chapter 62. Is my big treasure beautiful? Zohu's smile abruptly stopped. Bang! He slammed the table and his face turned ashen, angrily saying, Are you looking for trouble? Hola dancing. Those are the 3 words he hates the most right now. Last time, a flamboyantly dressed girl seductively approached him and asked, Hey, want to see some pole dancing? He slapped her directly. Damn it, I've never hated pole dancing this much in my life. Now, on the streets of South City, everywhere he went, people called him Pole Dance Brother, which is why he ran to Liang City. But who would have thought he would encounter it again? Zohu's voice was loud, even in the noisy bar. Many eyes turned to see what was happening. Hey, that guy looks familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere. Holy crap. Pole Dance Brother. Pole Dance Brother, come dance for us. Immediately, someone recognized Zohu, and the crowd erupted in cheers and whistles. Zohu's face turned red and white. Wishing he could find a hole to hide in, his eyes fixed on Su Ran, feeling murderous. Kid, if I don't take care of you today, I might as well quit. As soon as Zhou finished speaking, several younger brothers nearby looked at him with admiration. My brother who is really something, his aura is just right. Even a harsh word has so much power. Su Ran still wore a smile and quickly stepped forward to pull him. Hey, brother Hu, don't be angry yet. I have a big treasure to show you. Once you see it, you'll definitely be grinning from ear to ear. Pole dance, brother. Come dance a bit. Someone shouted from afar again. Zhou's anger reached its peak. But hearing the word treasure, he still suppressed his rage. You better not be lying to me, or I'll make sure you leave here horizontally. Su Ran looked around mysteriously, opened his jacket, and waved to Zhou. Brother Hu, cool me. A few younger brothers also wanted to come over to see, but Zhou slapped them away. Get lost. What are you crowding around for? Thus, Su Ran opened his jacket, and the two heads leaned in together. Where's the treasure? You better let go. Okay, you watch closely. Pop. Su Ran lightly snapped his fingers, and a small black flame suddenly danced at his fingertips. Like a spirit, it flickered nonstop. Zhou was stunned at first. Then his whole body trembled. Black flame? He instinctively wanted to dodge, but Su Ran's other hand pressed him down. How about it? ISNT, my big treasure beautiful? Zhou swallowed hard, speaking with difficulty. Beautiful. Is it dark enough? Dark enough. Is it comfortable? Comfortable. Several younger brothers were like, what are you watching? What did brother Hu see? What big treasure? Their expressions became quite interesting, and hearing the crude words, they instantly imagined all kinds of mosaic scenes. Damn, I didn't expect brother Hu to be this kind of person. He looked so strong. How could he have this kind of preference? People far away were also dumbfounded. No way. Although this is a bar. Aren't you two going a bit too far? There are people all around. You two just started enjoying yourselves behind your clothes? At least find a place with fewer people. Some girls turned red. Pooh. Disgusting. Su Ran was extremely satisfied as he patted Zhou's shoulder. The two then separated, but Zhou was already sweating coldly. His eyes kept looking at Su Ran. Pole dance? Black flame? Now, even if he were a fool, he would understand who this person in front of him was. Although he didn't know why his appearance and voice had changed, this person was definitely Su Ran. Zhou's face was filled with despair. He thought he had hidden in Liang City. How could he still run into this guy? Don't be nervous. I mainly came to ask you to do me a favor. Su Ran said with a smile. Zhou was stunned for a moment, then sighed in relief. At least he was here to cause trouble. The stone in his heart slowly fell, and a smile reappeared on his face. Wait, who the hell are you? How dare you talk to my brother Hu like that? Asking my brother Hu to do you a favor. Who do you think you are? My brother Hu has seen big scenes. Do you think I want to kill you in a minute? Several younger brothers chimed in, portraying the word lackey vividly. Zhou's smile froze again. Brother Hu, don't worry. Just this kid, you don't even have to lift a finger. My younger brothers can handle it in no time. Bang! Before the person could finish their sentence, Zhou slapped him. His face turned green. Who allowed you to talk to Brother Ran like that? Brother Ran? The younger brothers were dumbfounded. Hey, can pole dance brother actually dance? Someone shouted from afar again. But at this moment, Zhou couldn't care less about that. He forced a smile while looking at Su Ran. Brother Ran, whatever you say, I won't hesitate to do it. At this moment, the crowd began to cheer again. Su Ran shrugged, looking helpless. Let us put my matters aside for now. Look how enthusiastic everyone is. Why don't you go up and dance a bit? Zhou's smile froze. This isn't good, right? Dance. I'll dance. Zhou was almost in tears. But the surrounding crowd didn't care about that. They saw Zhou walking towards the center of the dance floor, and everyone got excited. In the center of the dance floor, a bunny girl was performing hard. Suddenly seeing a muscular man in a jacket walking over without saying a word, he grabbed the pole and started dancing. Bunny girl? What's going on? The music became increasingly intense, and the crowd began to scream. Take it off! Take it off! While excitedly shouting, some people even threw money into the dance floor. Zhou was initially a bit reluctant, but seeing the bills flying in, he decided to throw away his shame. With a rip, he tore his shirt open, completing his half-beast transformation. He swayed around the pole seductively. It was charming and alluring, sexy and hot. Goodness! He rolled up his pants, revealing his sexy leg hair. With a little electric shake of his butt, he bit his lip with a flirtatious gaze. The bunny girl initially thought Zhou had lost a bet or something, but now seeing him perform even more professionally than her, she suddenly understood everything. Crashing the party? You're crashing my party? He is so flirtatious. I can't take it anymore. A few muscular men around could no longer hold back. They ripped off their shirts and rushed in, even snatching a small whip from the bunny girl's hand. Bang! The whip cracked. Little buddy, come wrestle at our club tonight. Zohu's face turned pale with fright. Wrestling? Is this real wrestling? But seeing the surrounding big men, he realized it was too late to run. The bar's atmosphere was completely ignited, and the whole place was in a frenzy. A philosophical vibe permeated the air. Several younger brothers were completely confused. Is this the Hu brother we know? Not just them. Even Su Ran was dumbfounded. He originally just wanted to make a joke, but it seemed like he had activated some hidden attribute in Zohu. Does it have to be this flirtatious? After a while, Zohu, filled with passion and sweat, stepped off the stage, his eyes full of resentment. I've danced. Can we talk about the matter now? Su Ran looked at Zohu in front of him and felt a chill down his spine. He leaned close to Zohu's ear and whispered a few words. And stepped back, got it? Zohu felt a bit troubled. But the next second, a mysterious level spirit core from an explosive thorny pig was placed on the table. No problem. You could trust me to get it done. Zohu's face immediately broke into a smile. This time, it was genuine. Good stuff, right? Suran Bling. Good stuff. You want it badly, don't you? I want it. I'll give it to you after the job is done. Su Ran's smile faded. And after throwing down this sentence, he left the bar, leaving Zohu dumbfounded at the spot. This mysterious level spirit core was the only one that Su Ran had left in the Forbidden Ruins. However, he couldn't absorb the explosive thorny technique, so it wasn't impossible to give it away later. For such a guy, mere threats weren't enough. A little incentive was necessary. By the time Su Ran returned to that dilapidated small building, it was already midnight. Creaking open the door, the ghost-faced woman was still standing in front of the table, adjusting those potions. Run. Not running anymore. Chapter 63. The elf girl. Before seeing the woman with the ghostly mask, Su Ran was already seething with anger. Now, seeing this woman with the strange mask, he could no longer contain his rising fury. You get over here. His gaze was fierce, his face filled with rage. The antidote. Are you not going to give it to me? The ghost-faced woman merely tilted her head and looked over. Su Ran was furious to the point of exploding. Are you threatening me? Good. He stormed over. The ghost-faced woman stared at him intently. But just as Su Ran approached, his expression shifted from anger to a beaming smile. How could a girl like you touch such dangerous potions? What have you hurt your skin? His tone was overly flattering, bordering on sycophantic. The ghost-faced woman slowly retracted the dagger she had pressed against Su Ran's neck. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, still smiling. Go sit over there. From now on, let me handle these matters. He helped the ghost-faced woman sit on a wooden bed and then glanced at the pile of potions back and forth. No use, poison, only I could detoxify. The ghost-faced woman's voice rang out behind him, and Su Ran's thoughts were suddenly exposed. He couldn't hold back any longer. He turned around immediately. Sister, what kind of poison did you give me? Why have I become like this? This woman was too malicious. It was one thing to be ugly herself, but she dragged him down with her. You came back because of your face? The ghost-faced woman was slightly taken aback. You don't care about your life? Still worried about your face? Of course not, Su Ran replied irritably. The ghost-faced woman took a breath. But the next second she added, and my voice. I sound like a broken horn now, it's horrible. The ghost-faced woman. Face, voice, life? Is that the order? She stared at Su Ran for a long while before finally speaking. The antidote is possible. Help me. If Su Ran didn't know what her voice used to sound like, he might not understand her now. He plopped down on the ground. No, unless you help me detoxify first, at least change my face back. The ghost-faced woman blinked, thought for a moment, then nodded and shook her head. Su Ran was so angry he almost laughed. What do you mean? Is it possible or not? He found this woman to be a bit silly sometimes, like her brain wasn't working properly. The ghost-faced woman silently walked over to the table, mixed a few reagents back and forth, and finally produced a thick, dark brown liquid. Antidote, temporary, can change face. She extended her hand and handed it over. Change face. Can it be changed back directly? Su Ran hesitated for a moment. Forget it. As long as it's not this face that looks like I'm suffering from kidney failure. Anything a bit better will do. He looked at the liquid that resembled runny excrement in order to return to a handsome appearance. He finally pinched his nose and gulped it down. Moments later, he felt his entire face begin to twitch slightly, as if countless bugs were crawling beneath his skin. This feeling was incredibly disgusting. What on earth was this antidote? Just when he was about to reach his breaking point, the twitching on his face finally stopped. Is it over? Have I changed back? Su Ran's mood finally improved a bit. He looked hopefully at the ghost-faced woman. How about it? Am I handsome now? Just as Su Ran turned around, the ghost-faced woman clearly froze for a moment. I'll make another one. Her gaze darted away, her tone even seeming somewhat guilty. Su Ran? What do you mean by that? His heart sank, suddenly feeling a bad premonition. At that moment, Su Ran noticed that the glass window, which had been sealed from the outside, could now be used like a mirror. He immediately got up from the ground and nervously walked over. But as soon as he got close, he couldn't help but jump in shock. What the hell? Who is this ugly ghost? As soon as he said that, he froze. Who else could it be? This is me. Su Ran suddenly turned around. His eyes reddened with anger. Didn't you say I could become handsome? What the hell is this? Ugly. Extremely ugly. Although he was ugly before, he at least looked like a normal person. But now, it was barely human. Going out at night, others might think they ran into a ghost. Change face, uncertain eye. I'll do it again. The ghost-faced woman didn't dare to meet Su Ran's gaze, feeling extremely guilty as she began to prepare the antidote again. Su Ran felt like he could kill someone. Is this thing random? Can you be a bit more reliable? Not long after, the ghost-faced woman made another potion. Su Ran glared at her in anger, then took the runny liquid again, pinching his nose and swallowing it down. The feeling of worms crawling on his face returned. Su Ran endured the discomfort, finally getting through it. Once the crawling stopped, he didn't dare to look in the mirror again. Instead, he touched his face first. The skin is okay. The features feel normal. He felt a lot better and finally mustered the courage to look in the window. But immediately after, he froze. His body started to tremble uncontrollably. I'll fight you. What is this? Can this be the face of a carbon-based life form? Clearly, each feature looks fine on its own. Why do they look so ugly together? It's like a damn Picasso painting. So abstract. Su Ran turned his face back, his eyes red, and the ghost-faced woman was first stunned. Then, she let out a laugh. She actually laughed. Even she couldn't hold it in. How ugly could it be? This final blow made Su Ran feel like he wanted to die. I'll do it again. The ghost-faced woman hurriedly turned away. 2 hours later, Su Ran slumped on the ground, feeling lifeless. He stared blankly at the ceiling, then slowly pulled out a long sword from his spatial spirit pearl. Forget it, just stab me. Give me a break, please. I'm tired. The ghost-faced woman panicked. One last try? She handed over the antidote again, stuttering a bit as she spoke due to her anxiety. Get away. Su Ran swung the sword. Take it away. I want tea, drink it. Ugh. 2 hours. A full 2 hours. He had drunk more than 20 vials of this runny liquid. And now, just looking at it made him want to vomit. No. You try again. The ghost-faced woman handed over the reagent again. But due to the large movement, her mask was accidentally knocked off. Su Ran caught a glimpse and was immediately stunned. A delicate white face appeared before him, with deep blue eyes like a lake. Her features were exquisite and three-dimensional, especially the slightly furrowed brows, which added to her charm. Su Ran could only think of 2 words in his mind. Elf. That's right. The girl before him was simply as beautiful as an elf. You aren't. Just as Su Ran thought she wasn't like this before, he suddenly looked at the reagent in her hand. Tears streamed down his face. Why do you get to have such a beautiful face, and I'm stuck looking like this? I suspect you're doing this on purpose. Only then did the ghost-faced woman realize her mask had fallen off, but she only paused for a moment before seriously explaining, the effect of the potion has worn off. Now this is me. Su Ran? He felt as if a sharp arrow had pierced his chest. It hurt, oh my heart. Fine. I'll trust you one last time. He had just taken the antidote and brought it to his lips when he couldn't help but retch. He almost vomited. 10 minutes later, Su Ran repeatedly confirmed in front of the glass window, only to find that he had once again turned into that sickly, ghostly figure. His eyes slightly moistened. For the first time, he felt that his previous ghostly appearance looked surprisingly pleasing. The ghost-faced woman thought Su Ran was still not satisfied. I will do it again. No. Su Ran immediately stopped her. Big sister, I was wrong. After all this torment, even though I've returned to the starting point, I dare not try again. How long will this antidote last? What will happen if I don't drink it? The ghost-faced woman put her mask back on and glanced at Su Ran. 7 days. If you don't drink the antidote, you'll lose blood and die. Su Ran's whole body shook, and a flash of anger quickly crossed his eyes. No wonder the doctor diagnosed him with low blood sugar. It's more than just low blood sugar. If he doesn't take the antidote, he might even lose his life. However, he wasn't completely without options. Based on previous experience, the rewards from the Inheritance Tower would likely provide him with what he urgently needed at the moment. This meant that as long as he entered the Inheritance Tower one more time and completed part of the challenge progress, he was very likely to obtain something like an antidote. At that time, Su Ran lay down directly on the wooden bed. Tell me, what exactly do you want me to do? Chapter 64. Second layer of the Inheritance Tower late at night. The ceiling light bulb emitted a warm, orange glow. Su Ran furrowed his brow deeply. Is everything you said true? The masked woman did not speak, but nodded seriously. Su Ran took a sharp breath. According to what the masked woman just said, the so-called Jiuyo Mansion, which sounded somewhat glitch, actually referred to 9 different locations of spirit forbidden ruins distributed in the southern frontier. Since the arrival of the spirit era, the locals there were the first to discover these forbidden ruins. However, unlike other regions, they believed this was a blessing bestowed upon them by heaven, and thus began their exploration, migrating en masse to the forbidden ruins. As time progressed, more and more people settled in the ruins. Today, Jiuyo Mansion has completely formed a tribe independent of jurisdiction, even causing some headaches for the authorities. It was clearly a lawless land. They want to fight to be independent. The masked woman said. Su Ran's whole body trembled. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes narrowing. Are you from Jiuyo Mansion? Now he understood why this woman didn't speak the official language. Sure enough, the masked woman nodded. Su Ran didn't ask further and lay back down. I understand. What a joke. Asking him to take the Jiuyo order and then go to Jiuyo Mansion to start a war with those people. This was no simple matter of sitting in prison for life, unless he was truly out of his mind. Su Ran made up his mind that once he obtained the antidote from the Inheritance Tower, he would find a way to withdraw from this matter. It was best to stay far away from such things. I want to go out. Don't run around. Wait for me. The masked woman stood up and turned to walk outside. Run? I wish I could. But can you please undo the poison for me? Su Ran did not respond. He no longer wanted any interaction with this woman. After the masked woman left, Su Ran immediately sat up. No. He had to get the antidote and leave as soon as possible. He sat cross-legged on the bed, calming his mind, and once again entered the Inheritance Tower. The surrounding area was still an unchanging dark abyss. Before him was the ancient tower with intersecting chains, 7 layers high. Su Ran entered the first layer, the Taiji Hall, with ease, and he couldn't help but feel a bit excited at the thought of seeing Old Li again. It must be said, Old Li's last display was simply spectacular. He had to learn. He must learn. Senior. The voice echoed in the empty hall, but no one responded. Still acting aloof? Su Ran pouted, but he quickly sensed something was off. The previously unnamed pressure in the Taiji Hall had completely disappeared, and the high throne was empty. Where's Old Li? Senior? Su Ran called out again. At your age, still playing hide and seek? Still no response. His heart gradually sank. The large Taiji Hall now felt desolate and cold. Su Ran's gaze fell on the steps leading to the second layer of the Inheritance Tower, and to understand the situation, he walked up without hesitation. The steps were long, resembling a dim corridor that spiraled upwards endlessly. He didn't know how long he had walked, but he suddenly felt a bright light ahead and arrived at a strange place. Where's this? Looking around, there was a sea of yellow sand, with strong winds howling, lifting countless grains of sand into the air. The yellow wind blurred his vision, but in the distance, he could still see towering peaks, like giant beasts lying on the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of drums gradually reached his ears, each beat slow and heavy. Then the rhythm quickened. The ground began to shake, and the sand beneath his feet started to jump. Soon, a black tide line appeared in the yellow sand. accompanied by orderly and powerful footsteps. Su Ran's eyes widened. Dark heavy armor, red tassels, and golden spears. Tall banners fluttered in the wind, inscribed with a single Chinese character. Su Ran was stunned. What the heck is this? An ancient army? Just as Su Ran was in a daze, the distant army had already marched closer. Only a few hundred meters away from him, a heavy horn suddenly sounded. Then kill. The deafening battle cries erupted. The awe-inspiring army charged towards Su Ran. Su Ran twitched the corner of his mouth. Did I just run into a battlefield? Where's the enemy? Su Ran turned to look at the desolate Gobi, then suddenly jolted, his eyes widening. No way. Could it be that I am the enemy? The thousands of troops surged forward, raising countless yellow sands. Staring at the wave-like army rushing towards him, Su Ran was completely stunned. By the time he came to his senses, he immediately turned and ran back. But at that moment, he realized the passage he came from had completely vanished. He couldn't go back at all. Suran, can someone explain what's going on here? Is the challenge on the second layer to make me face. Su Ran turned back and counted, nearly bursting into tears. Running even faster. How many people are there? A dark mass with no end in sight. Thud! Just as Su Ran was desperately fleeing, he suddenly seemed to crash into an iron wall, his nose stinging, and tears truly fell this time. He reached out to touch. Clearly, he could see nothing in front, and the distance was still endless. But it felt like there was a transparent wall blocking his last retreat. Is it really necessary to be this ruthless? An air wall? Su Ran felt his heart chill. There was no escaping now, seeing the army approaching from behind. He did not hesitate anymore and raised his hand to throw out a black flame. The heavy armor made of black iron reflected a faint light under the desert sun, but also meant one thing, clumsy. Whoosh! The black flame hit a heavy infantryman as expected, engulfing him completely, and in the end, he turned into a pile of yellow sand, scattered on the ground. But this was just the beginning, as Su Ran unleashed wave after wave of black flames. More and more infantrymen turned to yellow sand. But just at that moment, whoosh, a red tassel spear suddenly lunged at him. Su Ran's eyes widened, and he quickly sidestepped a little, but just as he dodged this spear, 4 more spears lunged at him from different directions. If he didn't find a way, wouldn't he be pierced through? Su Ran dared not delay, almost immediately pulling out his strongest weapon from the spatial spirit pearl. The top-grade spirit weapon, the 7-star dragon spring sword. Black flames spread over it, transforming into 2 dark dragons. Clang! The sword light flashed, and the 4 spears broke simultaneously. Su Ran retreated instead of advancing, his figure suddenly rushing forward, and with a horizontal slash of his sword, 4 infantrymen were immediately cut into yellow sand. Come on, taste my big sword. Su Ran was just halfway through his laugh when poof. He felt a sharp pain hit him, and looking down, he saw a blade protruding from his chest. Suran? His eyes widened, and a sense of reluctance toward this world began to fill his gaze. Am I dead? His body weakly fell backward, his gaze turned to the sky, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. A man should die in battle, wrapped in horse leather after death. I can be considered to have died on the battlefield. Su Ran slowly closed his eyes. Though my strength is lacking, being able to face death with courage is something I can barely accept. Suddenly, a deep and heavy voice echoed from above. Su Ran opened his eyes in confusion. I'm dead, but not completely dead? He touched his chest, and there was not a single injury. Looking up again, one could see a tall and imposing figure standing on a chariot drawn by 8 majestic horses amidst a dazzling sunlight, holding a long spear. He exuded an air of authority. Chapter 65, called Dad Good Guy. Is the pose this handsome? Su Ran immediately felt dissatisfied and quickly got up from the ground. Who do you think you are? What are you doing here? You might be stronger than me, but you can't be more handsome. That's the bottom line. The man on the war chariot frowned in anger. With a wave of his long sleeves, he huffed. Come back next time. Seeing this familiar movement, Su Ran immediately reacted, his eyes widening in shock. Wait a minute, I want to ask. But the surrounding scenery was already rapidly retreating. Moments later, Su Ran, sitting cross-legged in the room, suddenly opened his eyes, filled with astonishment, because just before, he had clearly seen that person's appearance. a broad forehead and raised brows, a square jaw and wide chin. His demeanor was imposing, with a dignified presence. To put it simply, he had a square face, big eyes, a high-nose bridge, and prominent eyebrows, looking very authoritative. Comparing it to the ancient portraits he had seen in his memory, Su Ran already knew who he was. The founding emperor of the Han dynasty, Emperor Gao of Han. The martial Emperor Liu Bang. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining Solid Spirit Cultivation X1. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining skill. Shadow Step. 2 system notifications echoed in his mind. Su Ran had to temporarily set aside the matter of the inheritance tower and began to ponder over the rewards he received this time. Solid Spirit Cultivation. When Su Ran saw these 4 characters, he inexplicably thought of cutting hair and washing marrow. Could it really be some sort of antidote? His eyes lit up, but then he felt disappointed, because it seemed that his body hadn't changed at all. His physical quality hadn't increased, and his talent and aptitude hadn't improved either. The poison inside him didn't seem to be cleared. Su Ran pinched his chin with his fingers, falling into deep thought. So what effect did this thing actually have? Was it ineffective, or had it expired? Su Ran was slightly stunned, then suddenly slapped his thigh with an angry expression. Damn it, this old Liu actually sold me fake medicine? And he's a founding emperor. So petty? Just because I said something, he actually tried to fool me with fake medicine? That is really not cool. Su Ran felt indignant, and when he meets him next time, he must have a good talk with him. He then looked at the Shadow Step. Selling fake medicine is one thing. This thing can't be a pirated version, right? As Su Ran focused his thoughts, a vast and complex text immediately flooded into his mind, much like the previous Tai Chi and Long Yuan sword techniques. At the same time as he gained information in his memory, it felt as if his body had mastered some kind of long-accumulated experience. It was a technique for movement. Su Ran's eyes brightened. In the next second, he saw Su Ran, who was originally sitting on the bed, suddenly vanish in a thin air, only to reappear in a bizarre manner in the corner of the room. If anyone had witnessed this scene, they would have been shocked and wide-eyed. It was truly like seeing a ghost. Teleportation? Not quite. If a sharp-eyed, powerful individual were present, they would be able to discern the truth. The so-called Shadow Step was actually a technique that utilized perspective and light blind spots. If the speed reached a certain level, it could create an illusion akin to that of a ghost. What a great thing. Su Ran grinned. This technique might have some drawbacks in well-lit open areas, but if used in dark places or at night, it would be a divine skill for evading danger and launching surprise attacks. Just as Su Ran was still pondering over the rewards. Late at night, the streets were unusually quiet. Dozens of soldiers dressed in shadow military uniforms emerged from the alleys, almost instantly surrounding the small building completely. More than 30 people. Yet not a sound was made. It was evident that both their skills and qualities were exceptionally formidable. The leading officer was a young sergeant with a gaunt face, his eagle-like gaze reflecting glimmers of light in the dim surroundings. The surrounding residents have been evacuated. A soldier silently gestured in sign language. The young sergeant nodded slightly, his fingers swiftly dancing in the night sky. Confirm again, the target is upstairs? Confirmed. Prepare. The young sergeant raised his right hand, fingers spread wide. Crack. A series of subtle sounds of shells being loaded echoed in the darkness. Several shadow soldiers knelt on one knee, their portable rocket launchers already shouldered, targeting none other than the room where Su Ran was currently situated. Meanwhile, on the distant rooftop, a nimble figure was leaping back and forth like a raccoon. Just as she got close, her body suddenly halted. The pupils behind her menacing mask constricted. In the next second, instead of fleeing, she charged toward the dilapidated small building at an extremely exaggerated speed, as if risking her life. In the second-floor room, I can only wait until next time. Hopefully, they won't give me another bag of fake medicine. Su Ran had already figured out the Shadow Step and was lying on the wooden bedboard. Whoosh! The sharp sound of shell whistling through the air suddenly rang out from outside. It's still before the new year? Who is setting off firecrackers already? Su Ran raised his eyebrows. Then a shell, burning with a tail flame, burst through the wooden window, appearing in the corner of Su Ran's eye. Su Ran. He sprang up from the bed. What the hell? Who has firecracker is this big? Almost instinctively, he rushed toward the door. But before he could take a few steps, boom! The shell exploded violently in the air, instantly destroying everything in the room. Countless fragments and debris, accompanied by a surging shockwave, flew around like sharp blades. Shu Ran felt as if he had been hit by a train, his body thrown into the air, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood while still in midair. If he hadn't gathered his spiritual energy to protect his entire body at the last moment, he would have been blown to smithereens by the explosion. But even so, he lay on the ground, unable to get up. Shu Ran felt as if all his internal organs had been displaced and every part of his body ached, his clothes shredded into strips by the debris. The outer wall by the window was blown open, creating a large hole. But just then, whoosh, 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 3 more sounds of shells being fired rang out. Shu Ran watched helplessly as 3 large projectile heads flew in. Then, boom! Flames, accompanied by shockwaves, surged toward him like the claws of hell. In this critical moment, a lithe and graceful figure suddenly appeared, almost without hesitation, shielding Shu Ran behind her. The shockwaves surged, and the two were sent flying out together. However, this time, Shu Ran didn't suffer more injuries, as the figure in front of him had already absorbed most of the impact. Boom! Boom! 2 more explosions rang out, and the masked woman let out a muffled groan, but still dragged Shu Ran out of the building from the other side, then immediately leaped onto the rooftop of another building. Damn! Are these people terrorists? Why are they using cannons? Shu Ran's words trailed off abruptly. Under the hazy moonlight, the masked woman's entire back was covered in blood, with countless fragments and debris embedded deeply within. The sight was horrifying. Why? Shu Ran was stunned. He didn't understand. How could she sustain such a serious injury from that level of explosion? If that's the case, then why save him in such a situation? You can't die. The strange emphasis was still there, but her tone was resolute and decisive. In that instant, Shu Ran felt as if the softest part of his chest had been stabbed hard. Crack! Suddenly, the sound of countless bullets being chambered echoed around them. More than a dozen shadow soldiers crouched on the rooftops nearby, clearly having been waiting for a long time. They were surrounded. Shadow army? Shu Ran stared in shock at the soldiers around him, then looked at the ghost-faced woman. Are they here to capture you? Yes. The ghost-faced woman's voice trembled slightly as she struggled to endure the intense pain in her back. You are surrounded. Surrender immediately and do not resist unnecessarily. The young sergeant leaped onto the rooftop eaves. Shu Ran fell silent. If this had happened before, he would have definitely turned and run without looking back. But now, he glanced at the glaring gun muzzles around him and at the obviously formidable young sergeant, then looked down at the kneeling, ghost-faced woman and chuckled softly. Do you want to live? What do you think? Call me Daddy. Ghost-faced woman. Chapter 66, Ghostly Movement, Call Me Daddy. Ghost-faced woman. Call me Daddy, and I'll take you to escape. Shu Ran wore a mischievous smile on his face. The ghost-faced woman almost fainted from anger, biting her silver teeth tightly to squeeze out the words. I'd rather die than call you that. Then give me the antidote. No. Way. 9 Nether Army. Do you two think we don't exist? We're surrounded. Do you understand? Do you know what it means to be surrounded? Can you show us a little respect? The young sergeant furrowed his brows, his expression darkening again. I warn you, don't. I say, why are you such an ungrateful woman? You give me the antidote, and I'll take you away. Isn't that a good deal? Shu Ran completely ignored the distance and earnestly persuaded her. Absolutely not. If I give you the antidote, you'll run away. The ghost-faced woman gritted her teeth, her voice pained but trying hard to endure. The young sergeant's anger was already rising. Can you let me finish my words? But with his strong military discipline, he suppressed his personal emotions and spoke again in a deep voice. This is the second warning. If you... Hey, what are you talking about? Shu Ran looked at the ghost-faced woman and shouted in dissatisfaction. I saved you, so we're even now. Don't come looking for me again. We can each go back to our own homes and find our own mothers. What do you say? No. Way. Why are you so stubborn? If you die, won't everything be over? Shu Ran turned around and looked at the surroundings. You guys come and judge. Is what I just said reasonable? Shadow Army. Big brother, have you not figured out the situation yet? We're the ones who surrounded you. You're asking us if it's reasonable? Should we help you persuade her? The veins on the young sergeant's forehead bulged, and he clenched his fists. Can you show some respect? Can you let people finish their sentences? His anger had reached its peak, but he took a deep breath and coldly shouted, "This is the last warning. If you still, I say, are you annoying or what?" Su Ran suddenly raised his head, looking very displeased. "You've been blabbering since just now. Can't you see we are discussing serious matters here? Can't you be a little quiet for a while? Really lacking in awareness." Young sergeant. Me lacking in awareness? Am I the one disturbing you? He finally couldn't suppress his anger any longer and coldly shouted, "Open fire." Bang! A gunshot broke the silence of the night. But the next second, Su Ran, who was originally in the encirclement, disappeared, along with the ghost-faced woman who was half kneeling on the ground. On the dimly lit rooftop eaves, the two appeared like ghosts, vanishing into thin air. The young sergeant's expression changed, his pupils constricting sharply. "Be careful," someone suddenly shouted. Bang! The flame from the gun's muzzle suddenly brought a bit of light. The direction of the shot, however, was aimed at another shadow army soldier's back. In the dark, that shadow soldier was scanning around, almost instinctively raising his gun to turn around at the moment his comrade warned him. But before he could turn back, smack! A powerful elbow strike hit his neck, and he immediately felt darkness before rolling off the eaves. Ta-ta-ta! Countless tongues of fire lit up the night, and the dense gunfire immediately rang out, with numerous bullets shooting towards the direction where Su Ran had just appeared. But oddly, when they looked over, it was already empty, with not a single trace of a person. Where did they go? What's going on? Everyone felt a bit startled. Was this a person or a ghost? Illumination flare. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gentle white light rose in the night, and when it reached the sky, it exploded, illuminating the surroundings like daytime. At the same time, the two figures that were desperately fleeing in the distance were immediately revealed. Ta-ta-ta! Dense gunfire sounded again, with countless bullets ruthlessly chasing after the two in the distance. But right after that, a strange scene occurred again. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the two figures seemed to vanish once more, as if evaporating into thin air. A young nether soldier slightly opened his mouth, as if he had seen a ghost. The young sergeant's expression darkened as he scanned the area, quickly locking onto the two in another place. Tracking illumination. As a command was given, several illumination flares were fired at an angle, directly above Su Ran's escape route. In an instant, the street below was completely illuminated, and the two figures were no longer able to hide. Damn, can you be a little more shameless? Su Ran cursed as he had no choice but to change direction. The ghost-faced woman was carried on his back, remaining silent, but the flickering light in her eyes betrayed her shock at the moment. What? What is happening? From her perspective, Su Ran had never traveled in a straight line, but had deliberately chosen his landing spots. Yet that group of 9 nether soldiers seemed blind, not noticing him at all. Su Ran glanced at the distant 9 nether soldiers and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Hee, this shadow step is indeed a divine technique. But just as his smile emerged, he suddenly felt his feet loosen, as if he had sunk into a quagmire, his legs immediately becoming completely bound. He saw the hard stone street beneath him rising and falling like water waves, and his body began to sink continuously. Su Ran's eyes widened. What the hell is this spiritual technique? Just then, the ghost-faced woman behind him suddenly grabbed his shoulders and, like a spirit swallow, flipped forward, landing on her feet while using her strength to pull the deeply sunken Su Ran out. Splash! After doing all this, the ghost-faced woman directly knelt on the ground. Heavy panting came from behind the mask. Even though her face was unseen, one could imagine the situation. Su Ran gritted his teeth, picked her up, and prepared to continue running. But just then, the street ahead suddenly shook violently. Then, in Su Ran's widened eyes, a giant earthen wall completely blocked the road. Hearing the commotion behind him, Su Ran could almost guess without looking back that the back was probably blocked as well. Elemental ability. Su Ran felt a heaviness in his heart, and just then, he suddenly sensed a slight movement in his ear. Whoosh! A mud pellet came flying like a bullet. Su Ran tilted his head slightly, and the mud pellet brushed past him, the gust of wind sending his messy hair flying. Bang! The mud pellet shot a thumb-sized hole through the wall behind him. Su Ran raised his head slightly, his gaze unwavering as he looked over. On the rooftop, the young sergeant stood tall, waving one hand as several more mud pellets came flying. Playing long range with me? Su Ran squinted his eyes and then made the same single-handed waving motion. But this time, what shot out was several fireballs as black as ink. Hiss! The fireballs intercepted all the mud pellets, but the young sergeant on the eaves shook all over, and a brief moment of distraction appeared in his eyes. Black flame? First sequence high black flame? But it was this brief moment of distraction that allowed Su Ran to jump up directly, appearing in front of him. The young sergeant's expression changed dramatically, almost instinctively crouching down. But just as his hands touched the ground, smack! A sound eerily appeared behind him, gently patting his shoulder. How old are you to still be playing in the mud? Isn't it embarrassing? Su Ran had a mischievous grin on his face. Suddenly, he lifted his right leg and kicked the young sergeant hard in the butt. Get out of my way. With that kick, looking at the young man in front of him who didn't move an inch, Su Ran's smile slowly froze. Didn't budge? This is so damn awkward. Chapter 67. Sorry, I did on purpose. The young man turned around, his expression calm and composed. Unfortunately, you are just at the yellow level. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath Su Ran's feet softened, and he quickly sank down. How embarrassing. However, he still stubbornly retorted. So what if you're at the Xian level? It's just an extra spirit technique. I'm sorry, but having more spirit techniques is impressive. The young sergeant stood up expressionlessly. Su Ran curled his lips. Suddenly, an invisible field centered around him instantly expanded, covering an area of 100 meters. Thud! The sound of falling echoed continuously. Shadow soldiers rushing over from the rooftops rolled off the eaves, their eyes filled with panic and confusion. What's going on? Why can't I move? The young sergeant's face changed. He felt an unprecedented heavy pressure on his body, which even slowed down the operation of the spirit power within him. He opened his eyes wide in horror and exclaimed, "What is this?" Su Ran blew on his fingers and, with a snap, flicked the young man's forehead. Hey, your spirit technique isn't as powerful as mine. The young sergeant nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. In a life-and-death battle, you flick my forehead? But before he could finish his thought, smack! Another heavy elbow strike landed right on his head. The young sergeant felt darkness closing in. Before he fainted, his heart was filled with resentment. When you hit others, it's the back of the neck. Why does it become the head when it's my turn? If it weren't for the fact that you're from the Shadow Army, I would have stabbed you with my sword long ago. Su Ran stood up cursing and adjusted the ghost-faced girl on his back. What's this feeling? He couldn't help but squeeze. This round, astonishing elasticity. What are you doing? The ghost-faced girl was both shy and angry, her voice almost squeezed out through her teeth. I am sorry. I did on purpose. Su Ran chuckled, leaping into the night sky with the ghost-faced girl on his back, disappearing into the darkness. Not long after the two left, the shadow soldiers who had lost the suppression of royal might hurried over and soon reached the young sergeant's side, waking him up. Captain, should we pursue? The young sergeant's eyes flickered incessantly. Su Ran clearly had the chance to kill him, but only knocked him out. Send people to track along the way. You few stay behind to clean up, the rest return to the base to report. Yes. Where to now? Su Ran was running wildly under the moonlit night, afraid of being chased from behind. South City, there's another base. The ghost-faced girl's voice grew weaker, and she continued, There's a tail behind. A tail? Su Ran's eyes lit up, and he immediately turned to look behind the ghost-faced girl. Where? The ghost-faced girl, already heavily injured, was so furious she nearly fainted. Someone is tracking us behind. Oh, what's with your disappointed tone? Su Ran chuckled lightly. Like to be followed? Then let us see if they can keep up. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ran darted sideways a few times and then concealed himself in the night again. Not far from them, a middle-aged man dressed in a black coat and wearing a light top hat suddenly stopped. He pressed one hand tightly against the other shoulder, his face grim and his expression dark. Damn it, how they disappear again. Behind him, several shadow soldiers had already caught up along the way. I don't believe you can keep hiding. The middle-aged man looked pained. The intense movement had caused blood to seep from the wound on his arm again. At the temporary base of the Shadow Army in South City, Inside the military tent, Zhang Dongshun sat at his desk, piles of documents in front of him, and in his hand was an order he had just received. Make sure to find him at any cost. Looking at the last sentence on the document, Zhang Dongshun furrowed his brow deeply. What news from the intelligence team left in the Forbidden Ruins? No news yet. The adjutant, Black Wolf, stood beside him, hesitating for a moment before speaking bitterly. Young Marshal, even if they are the heirs of the Emperor's legacy, that doesn't necessarily mean they are from Huaxia. Zhang Dongshun nodded in agreement and handed the document to him. The implication is to err 1,000 times rather than let one go. This is of great significance to the country. After reading the document, Black Wolf smiled bitterly. But I know what you want to say. Zhang Dongshun pondered. An ability user of the Emperor's level, and possessing the Emperor's legacy ability. If he really wants to hide, we won't be able to find him. Let's investigate with all our might. This matter is being taken very seriously. Understood. Before long, another adjutant walked in. Report. Speak. Young Marshal. This is a document from Liang City regarding the capture of a wanted criminal from the Nine Nether Mansion. It has failed. Zhang Dongshun rubbed his temples in annoyance after hearing this. Investigating the Emperor's legacy was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Xiaoran was still missing. The agent from the Nine Nether Mansion they had finally tracked was now gone. 3 matters, each incredibly tricky, made Zhang Dongshun feel like his head was about to explode. Why did it fail? The adjutant tightened his grip on the document and spoke seriously. During the mission, the target was severely injured. However, there was an error in the early investigation. She had a companion. Why did you stop reading? Zhang Dongshun frowned, looking at the adjutant. The latter's eyes widened slowly. He first glanced at Zhang Dongshun, then swallowed hard before continuing. The suspect is suspected to be an Emperor's legacy ability user. An Emperor-level ability user? Zhang Dongshun suddenly stood up, causing the documents on the table to scatter everywhere. Another Emperor's legacy? First South City, now Liang City? Could it be from another country? Wanted to make a big deal out of the Nine Nether Mansion incident? His heart gradually sank. If this were true, the situation would become somewhat uncontrollable. No. Wait, it's the yellow level. What? Yellow level? Zhang Dongshun thought he had misheard. The adjutant nodded, a bitter smile on his face. The document reports it as such. It clearly states it's the yellow level. Zhang Dongshun was stunned. Even Black Wolf beside him was dumbfounded. The 3 of them in the room stared at each other in silence. The next day, when the ghost-faced girl woke up, she found herself lying on a bed, her body wrapped in bandages. A blood-soaked towel was draped over the basin, and the ground was littered with stained gauze. Su Ran was sleeping at the foot of the bed, looking somewhat tired. Did he bandage my wounds? The ghost-faced girl's mask had been removed, and her delicate, fair face showed a hint of emotion. After thinking for a moment, she gently tapped Su Ran with her bare, tender toes. Wake up. Kur, don't make a fuss. Su Ran mumbled vaguely, grabbing the mischievous little foot and pinning it under his arm to continue sleeping. Swish. The girl's face instantly flushed red, her beautiful eyes widening slightly. She bit her teeth tightly, feeling both shy and angry. Get up. Ah. Are the shadow soldiers attacking again? Su Ran suddenly sat up. Chapter 68. Why don't you have a drink? Su Ran looked around in confusion, his gaze finally settling on the blushing face of the ghost-faced woman, her eyes still showing signs of sleepiness. Oh, you're awake. He yawned, then raised an eyebrow. Is your face very hot? Why is it so red? The ghost-faced woman's eyes flared with a mix of shame and anger as she gritted her teeth and said each word clearly. Let go. Let go. What do you mean? Su Ran suddenly realized that he seemed to be holding on to something. Instinctively, he brought it in front of him and tilted his head to take a look. The blush on the ghost-faced woman's face spread to her ears, and she could no longer endure it. Bam! A foot came down fiercely on Su Ran's face. Su Ran was knocked down to the ground, finally understanding what he had done. Did I just grab her foot? And I was even hugging her while she was asleep? Even Su Ran, with his thick skin, couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Let me explain, I'm not the kind of person you think I am. It's like I'm a pervert or something. The ghost-faced woman was about to say something when she suddenly noticed the bandages wrapped around her body. Bandages? You bandaged my wounds? What else? Su Ran rolled his eyes. Did you take off my clothes? Yeah. You saw everything? Well, what did you expect? Suran Shirag, looking as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The ghost-faced woman trembled all over. She stared at Su Ran in shock, her pretty face as red as blood, and her eyes gradually filling with tears. You bastard. What did you do to me? Crying? Su Ran was a bit confused. If he didn't explain now, he really wouldn't be able to clear his name. Don't worry. I didn't do anything. I just bandaged you. No, are you lying to me? The ghost-faced woman was taken aback. Lying is for puppies, and I kept my eyes closed the whole time. So I basically didn't see anything. Su Ran's face was calm. The ghost-faced woman felt a bit relieved, although she still had some doubts. But in the end, she shyly whispered a thank you. Su Ran chuckled and scratched his head. He hadn't seen nothing, but it wasn't like he had seen everything either. It was just a healing process after all. Speaking of which, this place was much better than the previous one. Su Ran stood up, whistling, and glanced around, trying to change the topic. But that was also the truth. At least the room was well equipped, although the furniture was quite old. There was still a sofa bed and such, unlike before, where there was just a lonely wooden bed and table. The ghost-faced woman looked at Su Ran, wondering if this guy really was so well-behaved. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "Is my injury serious?" Su Ran paused. "I don't know about internal injuries, but the external injury on your back is quite serious. Don't expect to get out of bed for at least 10 days or half a month. What about the front? Don't worry, there's no injury on the front." Su Ran was slightly taken aback. When he looked back, he saw the ghost-faced woman's face turning a bit red. Go die. She was so angry that her body trembled, grabbing a pillow beside her and throwing it hard at Su Ran. Su Ran dodged nimbly, feeling embarrassed as he ran towards the door. I'm going to buy some food. Bang! The door closed. Su Ran felt regret as he walked downstairs. He had been careless. How could he have let that slip? In the following days, the ghost-faced woman mostly lay in bed to recover. As for her internal injuries, she concocted some potions herself, and after taking them, her condition improved significantly. Su Ran watched in amazement, growing more curious about this woman from the Nine Nether Mansion. However, he was also puzzled, not to mention anything else. Just the identity of a pharmacist should have been enough for her to establish herself in today's society. He really didn't understand why she was involved in the matters of the Nine Nether Mansion. The room wasn't big, and with an injured person lying on the bed, Su Ran naturally had to sleep on the floor. Without the antidote from the ghost-faced woman, Su Ran couldn't go anywhere. But that didn't mean he was going to give up. Over the past few days, Su Ran spent most of his time sitting cross-legged on the floor, practicing. More accurately, he was engaging in intensive training while in a mentally fatigued state. Although he didn't have suitable spirit cores, which kept his cultivation at a bottleneck. This kind of training wasn't entirely futile. Besides a significant increase in mental strength, he also made a surprising discovery. He finally understood the function of cultivating the foundation and nourishing the essence. In simple terms, it was about enhancing the purity and capacity of the spirit power within his body. To put it colloquially, if the spirit power in his body could be compared to a bottle filled with gas, reaching the Xian stage would be like replacing the bottle with a bucket and the gas with liquid. And cultivating the foundation and nourishing the essence meant expanding that bottle in advance without raising his realm and slightly compressing the density of the gas. For example, if using Imperial Might previously consumed a third of Su Ran's spirit power in 10 seconds, now it might only take a quarter or even a fifth. And this was on top of the original amount. Su Ran's current spirit power storage was at least doubled compared to before. This meant that in battle, Su Ran's endurance would be several times greater than before, unlike before when he would feel exhausted after just a couple of hours of exertion. This was without using Imperial Might. This discovery left Su Ran overjoyed, even if his cultivation seemed not to have improved in future endurance battles. His sustained combat ability would far exceed that of other spirit users at the same level. After all, even absorbing spirit cores to replenish spirit power required time. And in battles where every second counted, that time could allow Su Ran to do a lot of things. This often played a crucial role. Half a month later, the ghost-faced woman's injuries had nearly healed. Su Ran couldn't help but marvel at her extraordinary healing ability or her excellent pharmaceutical skills. One day, When Su Ran saw the ghost-faced woman returning home, specifically with a barbell made of lead plates the size of 2 tires in her hands, his eyes widened in disbelief. He looked at the ghost-faced woman's slender figure and then at the barbell in her hands. Bang! The floor let out a loud sound, slightly cracking in several places. Su Ran's mouth twitched. Did this woman grow up lifting weights? How can an ordinary Xian stage user have such strength? You lift this? The ghost-faced woman lightly wiped the sweat from her forehead. Su Ran? He glanced at the protruding 2T on the 2 lead plates, fell into deep thought, then looked up slightly. Is this your way of getting back at me, just because I looked at your body? The ghost-faced woman's pretty face flushed red, and she glared at Su Ran. Your strength is inadequate. You need to train. I'm inadequate? Su Ran was anxious, standing up from the floor in a flash and starting to take off his clothes. The ghost-faced woman's beautiful eyes widened, her pretty face turning red as she quickly stepped back. What are you doing? Su Ran had already taken off his upper garment, revealing his bare torso. Under the light, his upper body muscles were more defined, with standard 8-pack abs. Although he didn't have exaggerated muscles, his lines were smooth, like a poised leopard ready to pounce. Pervert. The ghost-faced woman gritted her silver teeth, her face completely flushed. Su Ran placed both hands on the barbell, lifting the bar. I'm going to show you today whether I'm capable or not. He provocatively glanced at the ghost-faced woman, his lips pressed tightly together. He bent his legs and began to exert force. Huh! Su Ran let out a deep shout, his muscles quickly tensing up, and the barbell weighing several tons actually began to shift slightly. Just slightly. Still slightly. The anger and embarrassment in the ghost-faced woman's blue eyes gradually turned to calm, and finally even carried a hint of a smile. Is that it? Su Ran's face was already a bit flushed. Come on, barbell, give me some face and lift up a bit. Are you trying to make me feel more awkward? Especially with that half-smiling, half-teasing expression on the ghost-faced woman. She didn't say anything, yet it felt like she said everything. It felt like, is that all you've got? How about you have a drink? Chapter 69 Dragon Claw Hand Night. The street was dark and silent, with only one window glowing with orange light. Inside the room, Su Ran slumped on the floor, panting heavily. I can't do it. I admit it, is that enough? I'm not specialized in close combat. Isn't it enough to know Tai Chi and swordsmanship? Although spiritual practitioners would continuously improve their physical fitness as their realm increased. As a long-range fighter, what was the point of practicing strength? That's useless, the ghost-faced woman commented seriously. Su Ran? Wait, clarify what you mean. Why the personal attack? After a while, Su Ran realized she was talking about his close combat skills. He felt a bit indignant. Just as he was about to retort, he suddenly remembered the outcome of his last ambush on the ghost-faced woman. It seemed he won. The power of Tai Chi and the Long Yuan sword technique was undoubtedly impressive, so thinking about it, Su Ran's eyes widened. Am I a waste? This conclusion nearly made him spit out old blood in frustration. He waved his hand. If it's useless, then it's useless. Say whatever you want. Since he couldn't argue, he simply decided to give up. The ghost-faced woman shook her head. No, you'll die. Su Ran lay back down, resting his head on his hands, indifferent. Sister, mind your own business. You should think about when we're leaving. He opened his eyes. By the way, your injury is almost healed now. When are we heading to the 9 Nether Mansion? He had been puzzled for a long time. Since he hadn't mentioned it, it was clear he wanted a delay. Why was she taking so long? I have to handle another matter. The ghost-faced woman glanced at Su Ran. And if you go now, you'll die. What's the matter? Are the people at the 9 Nether Mansion going to kill me? Su Ran scoffed. Yes. Then doesn't that mean? Su Ran suddenly sat up. What did you just say? The 9 Nether Mansion people will kill me? Didn't you say I need to be alive to bring back the 9 Nether token? Why would they kill me? The one who wants to kill you is Kuei Jio. Didn't I mention it? The ghost-faced woman seemed puzzled. Kuei Yu? What the hell is that? Don't mess with me, sister. Otherwise, I won't even know how I died when the time comes. The ghost-faced woman's face turned slightly red, and then she sat down to explain. The 9 Nether Mansion is divided into 2 factions. The one that wants to kill you is Kuei Jio. Half an hour later, Su Ran finally understood everything. It turned out that the current 9 Nether Mansion was not a united front. Simply put, it was divided into conservatives and radicals, hence the 2 9 Nether tokens. The radical faction, led by Gaozu and composed of 6 spiritual forbidden ruins, was not content to stay within the ruins and wanted to gain more territory and benefits. The 9 nether tokens Shu Ran held was originally meant for the conservative faction, which consisted of the remaining 3 spiritual forbidden ruins. The conservatives advocated for peace and had even contacted the official departments in advance to try to prevent the war from happening. Their ideas were contrary to those of the radicals. This 9 nether token was lost during the power struggle. In other words, now, the radicals wanted to eliminate any resistance to their war preparations. Whoever held the other 9 nether token would undoubtedly become their primary target to eliminate. And that person was undoubtedly Shu Ran. Shu Ran was truly speechless now. What kind of situation was this? He had nothing to do with it. And now he had inexplicably become a target for a group of warlike individuals. Since there was already a disagreement, what was the point of having a broken token? If they wanted to stop it, then stop it. Why drag him into it? The ghost-faced woman shook her head. No. There are rules, beliefs. It's a divine instruction. What nonsense belief? Shu Ran retorted. What era is this? Still playing this game. But the next second, the ghost-faced woman's expression suddenly turned cold. Do not insult the gods. Shu Ran fell silent. However, his determination to distance himself from this matter grew stronger. This was a quagmire. He didn't want to get stuck in it. He suddenly raised his head in confusion. Wait a minute. Since you're from the conservative faction, why did the Shadow Army capture you? The ghost-faced woman paused for a moment, her thin lips gradually pressing together. She seemed unwilling to explain, squatting down to take apart a small piece from the lead plate that made up the barbell and then reassembling a much lighter version. First this training. She tossed this sentence out and walked outside, adding, you have less than 2 months. You need to get stronger. Bang! The door slammed shut. Shu Ran safe, finally grabbing the barbell and starting to train. Not for anything else, but simply to save his own life. He needed to improve not only his physical fitness, but also his spiritual power level, and he had to hurry to reach the profound stage. Who knew when those people would come looking for him? The yellow stage was still too weak. In the following days, the ghost-faced woman devised a series of physical and combat training for him. At first, Shu Ran thought this was for his own good. But when she demanded that he blindfold himself for evasion training, the pain of every punch made Shu Ran realize one thing. She was taking revenge. She was almost merciless, each punch more severe than the last, beating Shu Ran to the point of wishing he could die. Damn it, just you wait. Next time I get the chance. I want to just watch. I'll watch it all. Bang. Just as Shu Ran was cursing, another kick landed hard on his head, sending him crashing to the floor like a sandbag. I'll get my hands on you. Shu Ran roared inwardly. It must be said that although the ghost-faced woman's training was painful, Shu Ran could clearly feel his strength growing. In the beginning, when neither of them used spiritual power, he could barely last 5 moves against her. Gradually, it turned into 10, 20 moves. Until now. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the room, the two were engaged in close combat, the sound of fists and feet colliding echoing continuously. Although Shu Ran was still at a disadvantage due to his realm, he could barely hold his own. In just a month, he could now last over 20 minutes without being defeated. The extent of his progress was evident from the increasingly shocked gaze of the ghost-faced woman. Even after Shu Ran executed a side kick to the ground, taking advantage of the ghost-faced woman's moment of dodging, he smirked and clawed toward his intended target with one hand. The ghost-faced woman's pupils slightly widened, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. Rogue, she exclaimed, embarrassed and angry. The original rhythm of the attack was instantly disrupted, and how could Shu Ran let this opportunity slip by? He stepped forward to grab her, pinning her firmly beneath him. Are you convinced? The ghost-faced woman's fair face flushed, but she still gritted her teeth and struggled. Shu Ran entwined his legs, trapping her restless legs as well. Still not convinced? Shameless, despicable. The ghost-faced woman gritted her pearly teeth, her blue eyes glaring at Shu Ran in anger. Shu Ran looked at the person in front of him and chuckled nonchalantly. All's fair in war. Should I bow to you before we fight? I'd have been shot dead before I could even do that. Nonsense. Let go. You first say whether you're convinced or not. You hurt me. The ghost-faced woman almost squeezed this sentence out through her teeth. While speaking, her delicate face had already turned the color of peach blossom. her beautiful eyes glaring at him fiercely. Su Ran was taken aback. Only then did he realize the position they were in. It was incredibly ambiguous. Chapter 70. Clumsy and pretending in the room. The two faced each other, their faces just inches apart. When they spoke, they could even feel the warm breath of the other on their face. Feeling the graceful curves beneath him, especially the astonishing elasticity pressing against his chest. Su Ran's face turned very red, quite embarrassingly. It must be said that the ghost-faced woman's face was indeed a masterpiece from heaven. You're still looking. Seeing Su Ran's unwavering gaze on her, her face turned even redder. Su Ran came back to his senses and awkwardly stood up to tidy his clothes. I swear I wasn't doing it on purpose. It's just training. A little movement is normal. Shut up. That's enough for today. The ghost-faced woman's face was flushed, and she awkwardly adjusted her clothes before leaving the room, or rather, escaping. Training was over. Naturally, one couldn't forget to fill their stomach. So Su Ran headed to a nearby noodle shop for a meal. Back again? As he entered, a waiter approached him, and seeing the nearly 2-meter-tall figure, if Su Ran hadn't already known him, he would have thought a bear had turned into a human. Yes, 2 bowls of egg noodles, one with an extra egg, and one to go without the fried egg, right? The waiter had a square face with a buzz cut, and when he smiled, he gave off a simple and honest vibe. Thanks for your hard work. Su Ran nodded and smiled. The takeout was for the ghost-faced woman. That woman had some strange quirks and didn't eat meat, not even eggs. While Su Ran was waiting, a few arrogant-looking men entered the restaurant. Boss, are you busy? They shouted as soon as they walked in, their voices booming. The boss was busy in the back kitchen, and seeing no one responding, the men weren't polite and walked straight to the counter to start grabbing cash. I'll just take the money for this month myself. Just then, the waiter carrying a bowl of noodles walked out and saw them taking money, so he hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. What are you doing? The leader was a man in a jacket, and his arm, which was grabbing cash, was suddenly caught by a hand the size of a fan. He looked up and laughed. Oh, a new waiter? Put the money back. The waiter glared fiercely. The others exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. The jacketed man raised the arm that was caught and looked at the waiter. Brother, what do you mean by this? The boss, an old man with gray hair, heard the commotion and rushed out, his face turning pale upon seeing the scene outside. Chu Chun, stop it. Hearing the boss say this, Chu Chun, although confused, obediently said, oh, and stepped back. He brought the noodles over to Su Ran. I'm sorry, the new waiter doesn't know the rules. You can take the money. You can take it. The boss smiled apologetically, clearly afraid to provoke the men. But the men had no intention of letting it go. The leading man raised an eyebrow and sneered. Old man, you've been running this shop for a few years, right? You know what our crazy corpse gang is about, don't you? The monthly money is a small matter. The main thing is this. Understand? The man smiled and patted his own face. The boss's expression changed drastically. Then, what should we do? Clueless fool. Someone else rolled their eyes and pointed at Chu Chen's robust body. Let that kid come over and kneel to apologize to Brother Phone. This is his first offense. Otherwise, he won't be able to keep that hand, understand? The boss, being a timid person, turned pale at these words. Chu Chun, hurry up and do as the big brothers say. Chu Chun turned around and shook his head honestly. My mom said men shouldn't kneel easily. The boss was anxious and tried to push him down. You thick-headed fool. Do you want to keep your hand? Hurry up and apologize to them. I won't kneel. The boss was only up to Chu Chen's chest, and no matter how he pulled, he couldn't budge him an inch. He's still tough. The jacketed man grinned. Just as the words fell, someone next to him kicked out. Kneel down for me. Bang! With a kick. Chu Chun didn't even sway, but the kicker staggered back 2 steps, almost falling on the ground. Su Ran, who was eating, couldn't help but laugh, nearly spraying his noodles everywhere. The other customers in the restaurant had long since fled, and Su Ran's abrupt laughter sounded particularly jarring. The men instantly turned their gazes towards him. I'm sorry, I'm just here to eat noodles. You all continue. The man who kicked, his face flushed with anger, now paid no attention to Su Ran and quickly waved to the others. Brothers, this one is tough. Let's go together. What followed was quite a spectacle. Guizi, Raje. Gue Cho, speed, Gue In, expansion, and Gue High brute force, 4 enhanced abilities all struck at once. They were all common powers of the 10th sequence. Su Ran watched with great interest, slurping his noodles while observing the fight. But soon, his eating came to a halt, because as the fight went on, Chu Chen's figure suddenly disappeared. No, to be precise, it was so fast that his eyesight couldn't keep up. The air began to crackle with lightning, and the light bulb on the ceiling exploded with a bang. The one using Gue-in expansion was the first to be blasted away. The table shattered, and his chest was scorched black. Su Ran was somewhat shocked. Was this similar to Ding Chun arc from Feng Qingxue? No, Feng Qingxue's arc was, more accurately, electromagnetic force. While this seemed more like lightning, Su Ran scratched his head. He clearly remembered reading about this. He had even been tested on it. Why couldn't he remember now? Thunder. Fourth sequence Ding High Thunder. Su Ran suddenly raised his head. His internal energy moved slightly, allowing him to barely see Chu Chen's trajectory. What the hell? Are ability users now so worthless? In a restaurant, even a waiter could be a fourth sequence ability user? Chu Chen, stop. Are you going to destroy my shop? The boss yelled in exasperation. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Chen indeed stopped, revealing himself, standing there in a daze. Bang! Just then, the jacketed man, who had been watching the fight from the side, suddenly attacked. His hands gleamed with a cold metallic sheen as he slammed a punch into Chu Chen's face. Chu Chen's head snapped to the side, blood immediately gushing from his mouth, but the jacketed man showed no mercy and delivered another punch to his stomach. Ninth sequence. Rin Shun Ironization. Plop. Chu Chen's face turned pale as he clutched his stomach and knelt on the ground. Pah! The jacketed man spat heavily on the ground, grabbing Chu Chen's head and delivering a brutal knee strike, sending Chu Chen crashing to the ground. The jacketed man then tilted his head. Go, chop off his hand. Let him remember this. The others were already furious. One of them immediately drew a curved knife from his waist and menacingly approached Chu Chen. Just then, Su Ran shouted, Boss, it's time to settle the bill. This shout drew the attention of the men once more. The boss's face was pale, and he dared not respond. But the jacketed man turned and laughed. Brothers, we still have someone here who's not feeling right. Who will help him out? The man who had just embarrassed himself remembered Su Ran's jarring laughter and approached with a fierce expression. Do you think this is funny? Huh? As he spoke, he swung a punch at Su Ran. But Su Ran just tilted her head slightly and easily dodged the fierce punch. Then slap. The attacker was sent flying sideways. Su Ran curled her lips. I just found it really funny. What's wrong with that? Clumsy and still trying to show off. Chapter 71. Do you need a reason to beat someone up? The restaurant fell silent. No one could see how Su Ran made his move. The man was already lying on the ground. Who exactly is this kid? The strongest among them was the guy in the jacket. But he was only at the 5th level of the yellow rank. How could they see clearly? The jacket guy's face changed dramatically. He clearly felt that Su Ran's strength was not simple, and for a moment, he hesitated to make a move. Brother, we offended you just now, and you've already beaten him up. Let's just call it even. How about giving us some face? Su Ran stood up and raised an eyebrow. Give you face. Ah. He stepped hard on the man beneath his feet, causing him to scream in agony. The jacket guy's expression instantly turned ugly as he suppressed his anger and spoke. I'm Wang Feng. You'd better check my reputation and not get yourself into trouble. Wang Feng, huh? Slap. Su Ran's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, delivering a slap to his face. Wang Feng fell to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He glared in fury. I'm a member of the Crazy Corpse Gang. Do you dare to touch me? The Crazy Corpse Gang. Su Ran slapped him again. Just hearing the name made him furious. You. Wang Feng's eyes were about to bulge out as he was about to speak. Slap. Another slap. So tough. Su Ran sneered. What are you going to do? Slap. Speak up. Slap. Weren't you just talking big? Slap. Oh wow, you're so scary. Slap. 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 Su Ran squatted down, simultaneously launching physical and psychological attacks with slaps echoing throughout the restaurant. A few bystanders were so scared their faces were trembling. Meanwhile, Wang Feng, lying on the ground, had already been slapped into a daze, his face covered in blood as he mumbled incoherently. Gulu, wrong Lulu, don't Lulu, it. Slap. Just as Su Ran was about to stand up, he gave another slap, wanting to say something cool, but after staring for a long time, He couldn't think of a single impressive line. It was frustrating. Slap. So he slapped him again. Wang Feng's nose and mouth gushed blood, tears streaming down his face. And he was barely conscious at this point. Where did this devil come from? You. Su Ran pointed at one person. Go give me a towel. After beating their boss, he was still instructing the underlings. This was a psychological attack. But the few younger brothers didn't dare to say anything and immediately pulled out a towel from their bag. And it was brand new. The efficiency was impeccable. But, slap. Su Ran slapped the guy to the ground. Didn't you know I don't like goose yellow? The others? Big brother, how would we know? This is the first time we met. When did you say that? The guy who was knocked down felt very wronged and pulled out another towel. This time it was white. White towel, pretty common, right? But, slap. Su Ran slapped him again. Don't you have any colored ones? Something more visually appealing? The others were dumbfounded. What a volatile person. Getting slapped just because the color doesn't suit his taste? The brother who had been slapped twice now had half of his face swollen. But at this moment, he didn't dare to breathe, holding back his anger. He opened his backpack, and one towel after another was laid out. There were all sorts of colors, even cartoon ones. Now you can't find fault with that, right? Su Ran squinted, unable to find a suitable excuse for a long time. Where did you get so many towels? I sell towels. Slap. Another slap. I hate towel sellers the most. The others were bewildered. Do you get slapped for selling towels too? They realized that as long as they couldn't answer correctly, they would get slapped. The remaining three trembled in fear, afraid that Su Ran would come over and ask them for something. Sure enough, he came over, bringing along their favorite big ear slaps. What's your name? Zhang San. Slap. You're a lawless criminal, aren't you? And you? What's your name? Big. Big brother calls me whatever, I'll be whatever. Slap. I'm not your father. Su Ran walked up to the third person. He thought for a moment. Slap. He slapped him with the back of his hand. The guy looked wrong, Big. Big brother, I haven't said anything yet. I know. I can't think of a question to ask. Su Ran was very self-righteous. 10 minutes later, the members of the Crazy Corpse gang stood in a line, not daring to lift their heads. Everyone squat down. Your bosses have been caught. And you're still here acting tough? Suran is native. The few of them widened their eyes. How do you know that the Crazy Corpse gang S-base was raided? Su Ran certainly didn't know, but it was easy to guess. Boss, where's my noodles? Su Ran shouted. The boss, as if waking from a dream, nodded repeatedly. I'll make it right away. At this point, Chu Chun, who had somewhat stopped the bleeding, finally walked over and bowed seriously to Su Ran. Thank you. Su Ran laughed at his serious demeanor. Aren't you a fourth sequence ability user? Why are you working in this shabby restaurant? Chu Chun scratched his head, looking honest. I've been to jail. Usually, people don't want someone like me with a criminal record. I'm just a rural guy with no education. Can't do anything else. Jail for what reason? Murder. Su Ran, who was drinking water, nearly spat it out, his eyes widening. Murder? You? He couldn't understand. This seemingly simple-minded man actually committed murder? They bullied my mother, so I killed them. First, I chopped off their heads, then cut them into pieces and fed them to our dog. Su Ran shivered in fright, nearly throwing up what he had just eaten. He quickly waved his hand. Enough. Enough. I didn't ask for those details, and don't mention this to others in the future. Why? Chu Chen looked confused. Su Ran was so amused he didn't explain, instead asking, have you been to college? No. Do you want to go? I took the entrance exam for the ability science, but couldn't pass the cultural subjects. Chu Chun smiled a bit shyly. At this moment, the boss brought out the packed noodles. Having just called the police, Su Ran estimated they would arrive soon, picked up the noodles, and walked out. I'll come find you again later. Zhu Jian. Fourth sequence ding, Chun, thunder. Treasure. Su Ran had found a talent for his future team. When Su Ran returned to his room, the ghost-faced woman had not yet returned. He placed the packed noodles on the table and began to meditate and practice. As midnight approached, Su Ran looked at the time in confusion. Usually, the ghost-faced woman would have returned by now. Just as he was wondering if something had happened to her, suddenly, the room door was slammed open and the ghost-faced woman stumbled in, clutching her abdomen. Are you hurt? Su Ran quickly stood up. The ghost-faced woman took off her mask, her face pale, large patches of blood soaking her black tight-fitting clothes, and her hands were covered in bright red blood. Quick, run. The ghost-faced woman spoke in fragments, then collapsed on the ground. Chapter 72. Midnight Escape. The ghost-faced woman collapsed on the ground, falling into a coma. Su Ran was taken aback. Did the heavens show mercy? Did they help me fulfill my wish? I can finally take revenge, see everything clearly, and even get my hands on it. Slap. Su Ran gave himself a hard slap, and then helped the ghost-faced woman onto the bed to lie down properly. Hiss. When Su Ran tore open the ghost-faced woman's clothes at her abdomen, he was instantly shocked by the horrifying wound. Such a serious injury? Even among the Xian level. The ghost-faced woman definitely belonged to the top tier. To injure her like this. Escape. Hurry and escape. Su Ran remembered what the ghost-faced woman had said before she fainted. Damn it. If you want me to escape, then give me the antidote. Coming all the way back just to bring him a message, it was clear that the other party was after him. Thinking of this, Su Ran gritted his teeth. I owe you one. Save me this time, and we'll be even. Wait for me. I'll go buy you medicine. Hemostatic agents, painkillers, bandages. Su Ran hurriedly counted the necessary medicines while running wildly on the empty street. Suddenly, Su Ran stopped in his tracks and slowly turned around. Following me in the middle of the night, don't you think you look just like a stalker? On the dimly lit street stood a middle-aged man wearing a black coat and a light-colored soft hat. A ground level. Hearing Su Ran's words, Gaozu's expression stiffened. Kid, you. Wait a minute. Su Ran raised his hand to interrupt Gaozu, showing a look of disdain as he curled his lips. Has anyone ever told you that your outfit looks like a traitor's? Traitor. I'm the boss of the crazy corpse gang. How can you say I look like a traitor? Gaozu's eyes instantly filled with rage. Kid, do you know who I am? Su Ran was speechless. ISNT at the case that you villains love to say that? Gaozu. Why ISNT this kid following the script? He darkened his face and spoke again. I'm the boss of the crazy corpse gang, Gaozu. If you're smart, hand over the stuff now, and I can make your death a bit more comfortable, right? Su Ran replied with a blank expression. Gaozu. Have you finished what I was saying? What am I supposed to say then? Su Ran was already too exhausted to complain. Can't you come up with some fresh lines? Since you know who I am, then you should know what to do, right? Gaozu was on the verge of exploding with rage. I don't know. Su Ran shook his head, saying, What did you say your name was? I didn't catch that. Can you say it again? I'm going to. Gaozu's face turned iron blue, the veins on his forehead bulging, and he enunciated each word. I'm the boss of the crazy corpse gang, Gaozu. All right, I got it. Su Ran waved his hand and asked, Did you injure her? Interrupted again, Gaozu's fists clenched tightly, but upon hearing Su Ran's words, he coldly sneered. Who? Su Ran, I don't know. Gaozu. What the hell do you mean you don't know? Su Ran thought for a moment and then said, A stuttering guy in a mask, about this tall. Luckily, the ghost-faced woman wasn't here. Otherwise, who knows how she would react? Gaozu realized who Su Ran was talking about, and then smirked. It was me, but unfortunately, she got away. So, do you want to take revenge for her? Su Ran's eyes narrowed. Very well. The spiritual energy within him began to boil. Oomph. With your level of power, I could crush you with a single finger. Gaozu scoffed and tilted his head, his tone full of disdain. But when he turned back, he was stunned. The street in the distance was empty, only the winter wind blowing a few fallen leaves along the street. Where are the people? Did they run away? Then why the hell were you putting on such a show? In a distant alley, Su Ran was pushing the shadow step to its limits, running away without looking back. Are you kidding? Should I just stand there waiting for dinner? Ground level. What else can I do if I don't run? Am I supposed to kneel down and bang my head on the ground to send a warning? Scare him away? The last time I encountered that pig farmer, I nearly lost my life. And if it weren't for old Lee's intervention, I'd be a goner by now. What? You say Gaozu severely injured the ghost-faced woman? Then, stand on a moral high ground and condemn him harshly. Let him know what true cowardice is. And then angrily run away. Don't be ridiculous. Even the ghost-faced woman wasn't his match. If I went up, wouldn't I'd just be taken out in an instant? Besides, that little stutterer at home is still waiting for medicine to save his life. If I don't hurry up, he'll be done for. Su Ran ran without looking back. But not long after, hurried footsteps sounded behind him. He was being chased. Su Ran's heart sank gradually. No matter how exquisite the shadow step, is the yellow level is still the yellow level. There's a whole 2 major realms difference from the ground level. And the speed is just too lacking. Before long, the footsteps were getting closer. Su Ran glanced back with his peripheral vision and saw that Gaozu was less than 50 meters away from him. Why hasn't he made a move yet? It should be close combat. Is this all the backbone you have? Your companion was grievously injured by me, and you don't even have the guts to take revenge? Gaozu's voice was filled with mockery. If it were someone else, they would have a hard time enduring such humiliation. But what about Su Ran? Sorry, I don't. I'm a rookie. Gaozu's face turned dark. For the first time, he realized that there was someone who could be so shameless. A mere yellow level. Do you really think you can escape from my grasp? His voice echoed close behind Su Ran. At the same time, a strange sense of crisis surged wildly in Su Ran's brain. He instinctively looked back and found that Gaozu was only about 10 meters away from him. Suddenly, hiss! The bluestone pavement erupted with a red-black high-temperature lava spike, pungent sulfur fumes billowing out. Su Ran felt a sharp pain in his calf, and his body stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Hiss! The pain made him gasp. Lava? Sequence 5, Wu Chun Lava. Transformation. A 1-inch cut had already formed on Su Ran's calf. Blood flowing out continuously, but the flesh on both sides had turned black. If it weren't for his instinctive dodge, his leg would have been ruined. He gritted his teeth and, without looking back, swung out a black flame, then knocked down a row of steel pipes leaning against the wall, continuing to sprint forward recklessly. Who? Under the dim moonlight, a dark black fireball emitted a chilling light, swiftly crossing the quiet alley and heading straight for Gaozu. Gaozu's pupils constricted, and his scalp instantly felt like it was about to explode. Black flame? The crazy corpse gang assassins who had seen Su Ran before were already dead. So when Gaozu saw this first sequence ability with his own eyes, he was instantly frightened, his expression changing drastically. Black flame. This kid actually has such a terrifying ability? He didn't dare to take a head-on. But like the previous assassins, Gaozu soon discovered the flaw in Su Ran's attack. The speed was too slow. So before the black flame could reach him, Gaozu made a preemptive move, leaning his whole body to the left, just when he thought he had completely dodged it. Suddenly, Su Ran, who was running ahead, smirked, his fingers slightly twitching. Whoosh! The black flame, which was originally flying in a straight line, suddenly changed direction in midair and flew back towards Gaozu. Moreover, it was too close. Gaozu had no time to dodge again. Su Ran's training over the past few days finally bore fruit. Even the Earth-level powerhouses were thrown into chaos at this moment. In a critical situation, Gaozu stomped heavily on the ground with his right foot, and a larger lava spike suddenly shot up from the ground, just blocking his path. The already extremely high-temperature lava instantly turned into liquid, with bright yellow magma continuously eroding the ground, making a sizzling sound. At this moment, just a few blocks away, Feng Qingsheng, who was on the street, suddenly looked up into the distance. Her cold eyes flickered with a strange light, and then her legs bent slightly before she shot straight into the air like a cannonball. The ground where she had been standing had already turned a charred black, flickering with weak electric sparks. Chapter 73. His life, I will protect. It was nearing midnight. In a silent neighborhood, one could faintly hear the distant barking of dogs. The asphalt road was dimly lit, with only a few streetlights casting pale beams of light, while the alleys by the roadside were pitch black, resembling the entrance to an abyss. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by hurried and chaotic footsteps as a thin young man in a sweatshirt stumbled out from the alley. Sweat soaked his disheveled hair, and large patches of blood stained his calves. Yet he dare not stop for even a moment, not even to bandage his wounds, and immediately ran along the road to the other side. Moments later, a middle-aged man in a black coat burst out from the dark alley. His speed was so fast that the pale light from the street lamp barely illuminated a shadow before he vanished. On the empty road, a thrilling chase was unfolding. Su ran frantically, the excruciating pain in his calves tearing at his nerves. But apart from occasionally waving back a black flame, he dared not pause for anything. The last time he encountered a pig farmer, it was just a hall master, and it nearly cost him his life. This time, it was the leader of the mad corpse gang himself. Su Ran knew that if he were caught, he would undoubtedly die. The pursuer, Gaozu, was well aware of this as well, so he showed no urgency, simply closing the distance between them. Whoosh! Another cloud of black flames rushed toward him. With experience, Gaozu didn't even attempt to dodge. At the moment the black flames approached, a massive lava spike suddenly shot up from the ground, successfully blocking the attack. Just a rat that can only flee, and yet he has wasted so much of my time. Gaozu's voice suddenly echoed from behind. Shu Ran was startled, shivering and cursing. What the hell? It's the middle of the night. Why are you yelling like a ghost? You scared me. In his peripheral vision, he saw Gaozu leap high into the air, his right arm quickly morphing from a fist into a lava-like appendage radiating intense heat. The target was Shu Ran. Clang! A punch crashed down, producing a sound like metal clashing. Shu Ran felt a sweetness in his throat, blood immediately gushing from his mouth as he was sent flying, rolling on the ground before scrambling to his feet to continue fleeing. A spirit weapon? Gaozu's eyes flickered with surprise, for at that moment, Shu Ran was wielding a bright red broadsword that emitted a faint glow. With just a yellow tier realm, he actually managed to retain his combat capability after taking a punch from Gaozu, thanks to that spirit weapon absorbing most of the impact. Gaozu laughed. I didn't expect this kid had such a treasure. I happen to be in need of a decent spirit weapon, and this fire attribute spirit weapon will belong to me. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the ground beneath Gaozu cracked like a spider web, and he shot forward like an arrow towards Shu Ran. Damn it, here we go again. Shu Ran cursed inwardly. He had already sustained significant injuries from that last hit. If he took another, he would be dead or at least severely injured. As Gaozu's punch approached, Shu Ran could even feel the terrifying heat radiating from it. This punch was fueled by all of Gaozu's strength. But this time, Shu Ran did not continue to flee. He abruptly halted, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on Gaozu in midair. At the same time, an invisible domain was unleashed. Gaozu's expression changed instantly as his body began to plummet rapidly, as if an invisible giant hand was pressing him down against the ground. What horrified him even more was that he found the spiritual energy within him began to slow down, making it incredibly difficult to draw even a trace of power. He could not move. Royal might. Thud! Gaozu fell to his knees. Meanwhile, the bright red broadsword in Shu Ran's hand suddenly vanished. Replaced by a heavy black sword with a dragon-carved hilt, its blade entwined with two fierce dark streams resembling dragons. Have you had enough chasing me? Shu Ran gritted his teeth. He held the sword with both hands, twisting his waist and abdomen to exert force, swinging the dragon spring sword as if wielding a giant hammer, striking down heavily. Crack! The sound of shattering rocks erupted. Shu Ran's arm went numb, and his pupils dilated. Before him, Gaozu was completely covered in a thick layer of lava, resembling armor that enveloped his body. The hard black shell continued to ooze red-hot lava. The previous strike had only managed to create a gash on the lava armor covering Gaozu's face, revealing half of his grotesque visage. Even the molten gap in his face was slowly merging back together, as if trying to protect him once more. A top-tier spirit weapon. You actually have a top-tier spirit weapon. Gaozu's enraged voice came from within the lava armor, reflecting his astonishment at the situation. With just a yellow tier realm, I have been forced to this extent by a mere yellow tier rat, even resorting to my last resort for survival. This is the terror of a top-tier spirit weapon. But Shu Ran could not afford to smile. His spiritual energy was rapidly depleting, and the advantages brought by solidifying the foundation were finally beginning to show. If this had happened earlier, that strike would have nearly emptied his body of energy due to royal might. But now, he still retained more than half of his spiritual energy. He dared not delay any longer and swung the sword down again, targeting the area of Gaozu's face where the lava armor had not yet fully merged. Crack! A large amount of molten rock shattered. A small piece of high-temperature debris even grazed Shu Ran's face as it flew by. Gaozu remained unharmed, but the gash on his face had widened. His internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Shu Ran knew that if this final strike did not work, it would truly be over. You lie down for me. Shu Ran roared, extracting his internal spiritual energy to the limit, and even the dragon spring sword emitted a dragon-like cry. The dark streams swirling around the sword shattered Gaozu's lava armor defense, slicing through his black facial armor. The sound of a blade piercing flesh rang out. A painful scream echoed through the silent street. Bang! Shu Ran was struck by a punch, sending him flying backward, blood spraying from his mouth while still in midair, and he fell heavily to the ground like a broken sandbag. What a pity! He sighed deeply within, as his internal spiritual energy had been completely exhausted. In the distance, Gaozu staggered to his feet again, the lava armor on him slowly dispersing. But the left side of his face bore a cut that traced across his eye socket. Skin was torn, blood flowed profusely. It looked horrifying. How ridiculous. Almost taken down by a yellow tear rat. Gaozu's face was twisted with rage, and in the dim light, he looked like a vengeful spirit, slowly approaching the fallen Shu Ran. Because of you, I offended the 9 Nether Mansion. Because of you, my Mad Corpse gang was uprooted. And because of you, I lost my entire left arm. Gaozu's cold voice was filled with endless rage and murderous intent. If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have known how awesome I am, cough cough. Even on the brink of death, Shu Ran couldn't resist being sarcastic, coughing up a large amount of blood. This is all your fault. Die, you worthless piece of trash. Gaozu was right in front of him now. His fist once again spread with lava, crashing down with immense hatred and fury. Whoosh! A sharp sound of something slicing through the air suddenly rang out. A beam of light, almost blinding, suddenly illuminated the pitch-black night, and the sound of crackling electricity filled the air. Just a second before the ghostly orb's attack was imminent, his arm suddenly exploded in the middle, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. I'm sorry, from now on, his life will be protected by me. A delicate and graceful figure descended, and a cold voice followed. So he won't die. Chapter 74. Sorry, General. On the pitch-black street, the sound of painful screams echoed again. Gaozu stared at his severed arm, his face twisted as he staggered back several steps. Feng Qinxue, dressed in a standard black combat uniform of the Otherworldly Department, stood in front of the fallen Shu Ran like a goddess descending, her cold eyes reflecting a faint glow. The night wind gently brushed her short hair, and her pretty face seemed to forever carry an indifferent expression. Are you okay? Shu Ran's eyes widened. The corners of his eyes began to moisten slightly. Feng Qinxue's icy face looked surprisingly kind at this moment. What a timely arrival. And despite the change in her appearance, he could still recognize her. So moved. But, what did she just say? Protecting or something. Is this a confession? I can't accept this marriage proposal. I don't like older girls. So give up on that thought, Shu Ran said seriously. Feng Qinxue's originally upright figure suddenly stiffened. Whoosh! Lightning flickered. A thumb-sized hole suddenly appeared beneath Shu Ran, and if it had been a few inches higher. Damn! Shu Ran shrank back in fear. Soft doesn't work, so you go hard? The cold voice rang out again. If you keep talking nonsense, next time I won't miss. Shu Ran swallowed hard. This woman was terrifying. However, what he didn't know was that Feng Qinxue, with her back to him, had a fleeting blush on her frost-like fair face. You are the night bat from the Otherworldly Department? Beads of sweat rolled down Gaozu's face as he gritted his teeth in pain. His gaze fixed on Feng Qinxue. Third sequence ding, Chun. Arc. No wonder you can sit in the position of A-class special team leader at such a young age. Nightbat? Is that Feng Qinxue's code name? Shu Ran glanced at the woman in front of him. What an impressive image. You are guilty of multiple crimes. I have a right to execute you right now. Feng Qinxue said coldly. Is that so? Gaozu sneered. If I remember correctly, your parents seem to have died at the hands of smugglers many years ago, right? What was the name of that gang again? Feng Qinxue, the Mad Corpse gang. Oh right, look at my memory. That couple were special team members, and I killed them myself. Blood dripped continuously from Gaozu's face as he grinned savagely. You should have seen it. Before they died, they held each other's hands tightly. That scene was truly moving, so I used a knife to slice off those two hands bit by bit. I can still remember it. Shu Ran, lying behind, was stunned. It was hard to imagine what kind of twisted mentality could do such a thing. No wonder Feng Qinshue hated the Mad Corpse gang so much. She was even willing to use her studentess life as bait. The resentment buried deep in Su Ran's heart dissipated significantly. Good job. No more next time. The figure with its back to him now had fingers trembling slightly. Are you done? The cold tone had a slight fluctuation. Gaozu didn't expect that this wound provoked Feng Qinshue, but he continued to sneer. I killed your parents. What can you do about it? Not only that, but I'm also going to kill that kid. Can you stop me? As soon as the words fell, Gaozu suddenly stomped his foot. Feng Qinshue seemed to have anticipated this. She didn't defend herself at all, but instead turned around and kicked Su Ran away. At the same time, a lava spike, smoking and radiating high temperatures, suddenly burst out. Boom! Su Ran was kicked away again and even rolled on the ground for 2 laps. Su Ran? Am I not an injured person? Sister, can't you be gentler? Must you kick me? Stay away. His lava spike has a range of only 10 meters. I might not be able to protect you next, Feng Qinshue said, and her legs suddenly crackled with arcs of electricity. Then her whole body surged forward, lighting up the dark street as she rushed towards Gaozu. Blonde girl, go accompany your damn parents in the underworld. Gaozu showed no fear, raising his leg to meet the charging Feng Qinshue. Clearly heavily injured, he still acted arrogantly, and there was a reason for his confidence. From Su Ran's perspective, on that empty street, the two figures became afterimages, white electricity and black-red lava bursting in the air. The two Earth-tier powerhouses seemed to be fighting back and forth. But in reality, Feng Qinshue had only recently advanced and was still at Earth-tier level 1. But Gaozu was at Earth-tier level 7, a full 6 levels of difference. The reason she was able to shoot off Gaozu's remaining arm was purely because Gaozu was too intent on killing and let his guard down. A figure capable of leading thousands of followers wouldn't lack strength, right? The sounds of heavy collisions echoed from afar. The two fought fiercely for more than 10 minutes without a break. Su Ran watched with wide eyes. Is this how battles between big shots look? Bang! Bang! Suddenly, after a clash, the two figures separated in midair. Gaozu had once again covered himself with rock armor, but most of the lava had already fallen off, and it was healing very slowly. When Feng Qinshue landed, she slid back over 10 meters, finally kneeling to a stop in front of Su Ran. Xiaoxue, go! Kill him! Su Ran cheered from the ground, sounding a bit like a commander giving orders. Why don't you do it? Feng Qinshue replied coldly. What else with calling me Xiaoxue? That sounds terrible. Su Ran laughed awkwardly. In his current state, wouldn't he going up just mean sending himself to die? But he suddenly whispered something behind Feng Qinshue. No way. Too dangerous. Feng Qinshue refused without hesitation. Just try it. Don't forget before you came. That guy was almost killed by me. Almost. More like 1 billion. Feng Qinshue instinctively wanted to refuse again, but when the words reached her lips, she saw Su Ran's playful expression. She looked into the distance. Then I'll go. No need to say more. Her attitude had already made everything clear. Go, Pikachu. Feng Qinshue's figure suddenly froze for a moment, nearly interrupting her energy gathering. She barely held back from turning around and punching that smiling face. Whoosh! Another bolt of electricity shot through the air, and she rushed out again. In the distance, Gaozu sneered, and the two fought once more. White electricity mixing with the continuously falling red lava, dazzling and mesmerizing in the dark. Then, Su Ran took a deep breath. No way. Is this it? You're the boss of the Mad Corpse gang? Where did all that boasting go? Why are you panting after fighting for so long? Mocking words suddenly rang out. Gaozu, engaged in battle, suddenly froze for a moment, anger surging up instantly, almost getting hit in a vital spot by Feng Qinshue due to his distraction. The whole gang was taken down, and he still had the face to call himself the boss of the Mad Corpse gang? A lone commander is so proud? I haven't asked yet. How did you lose your other arm? Didn't you say you were tough? How did you end up losing an arm? Dressed like a traitor your age, still trying to cosplay. If you're so capable, why don't you bring out the whole statue? The veins on Gaozu's forehead throbbed, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. So damn cheap. This kid's mouth is too cheap. Even when severely injured, he could still use his words to disgust people. The battling Ghost Pearl was clearly affected after being hit by a barrage of verbal attacks. Taking advantage of his sluggish movements, Feng Qingxue suddenly spotted an opening, and with a swift motion, the arc of electricity wrapped around her toes as she delivered a powerful whip kick that sent Ghost Pearl flying. However, after landing, Ghost Pearl surprisingly got back up again, because not far behind him lay Su Ran. Die for me. Ghost Pearl, furious and with bloodshot eyes, charged towards Su Ran. Su Ran's face showed a hint of panic, seemingly not expecting Ghost Pearl to turn his aggression towards him. But as Ghost Pearl closed in, a smirk slowly appeared on Su Ran's lips. Idiot. Can't handle a few insults? Seeing this situation, Ghost Pearl's expression changed drastically. He seemed to realize something and immediately halted, trying to retreat. A dim spirit core rolled from Su Ran's hand. The smile on his face grew even wider. Sorry, I'm going to take you down. Imperial Might. Chapter 75, Dawn Breaks the Invisible Realm, was instantly released. The Ghost Pearl, who was about to turn and retreat, suddenly knelt down on the ground. He roared in anger and unwillingness, blood vessels almost covering his eyes. Dual abilities. What the hell is this damn power? In the distance, Feng Qingxue also stood up, her eyes clearly showing shock. This familiar ability. However, she reacted quickly, immediately standing tall, with a bullet reflecting cold light at her fingertips. Zzz. Electric sparks began to swirl around her fingertips. Whoosh. The bullet shot through the air, a beam of white laser instantly illuminating the night sky, like a sharp blade, piercing through the darkness of the street and penetrating the Ghost Pearl's head. Thud! His body collapsed to the ground, his eyes still filled with confusion and anger. The once dominant leader of the Mad Corpse Gang, who was renowned in the Twin Cities, died just like that on the Midnight Street. Finally, it's over. How was that? Wasn't I cool just now? Cough, cough. Su Ran propped himself up with his hands, barely standing up. A trace of fresh blood coughed out from the corner of his mouth. Feng Qingxue stared at Su Ran. You have dual abilities? Sort of. Su Ran scratched his head, unable to hide it any longer. There was no need to pretend. The commotion at the Forbidden Ruins last time, was it caused by you? Feng Qingxue's gaze had turned shocked and strange. She couldn't imagine it. That massive spectacle that shocked thousands of people last time was actually orchestrated by this guy in front of her. What else is he hiding? But that was just luck. If you let me do it again, I wouldn't be able to manage it. Su Ran had an awkward expression. Explaining old Li's existence would indeed be troublesome. Feng Qingxue didn't know what to say anymore. Dual abilities. Imperial inheritance. Does this guy even know how important he is? Either of these two things, if thrown out, would be enough to cause a huge stir in society. Especially the imperial inheritance. This could even attract nationwide. No, the world's attention. Help me with a favor. Can you keep my dual abilities a secret for now? Su Ran became a bit serious. Why? A hint of something unusual flashed in Feng Qingxue's cold eyes. You saved the lives of thousands of people last time. If you are willing to show up, you will definitely become a public hero. This is the first case of the imperial inheritance in China. You will become a national idol. This was not an exaggeration at all. In fact, it was said rather conservatively. Do I look like the type to be a hero? Su Ran said with a grin. Not all. The reply was incredibly crisp. Then that's settled. Keep it a secret from me. And in exchange, I'll forgive you for using me as bait before. Surangrin. Feng Qingxue looked at Su Ran, her gaze shocked and complicated. She couldn't imagine how determined one must be to resist such a huge temptation. And this person was just a recently graduated high school student. But looking at Su Ran, she found herself unable to say any words of refusal. Forget it. Just pretend I didn't see anything. Su Ran walked over to the Ghost Pearl, starting to search for his spoils. A ground-level powerhouse. The leader of the Mad Corpse Gang. What good stuff could there be? Su Ran was already getting a bit excited. What are you doing? Stop. Feng Qingxue suddenly spoke up to stop him. This is a crime scene. The people from the spirit department will come to handle it. And you can't take his things. Sister, are you serious? Su Ran widened his eyes. Do you have to be so strict? No. Feng Qingxue's tone was firm, but after hesitating for a moment, she added, at least, not now. But once we return to the spirit department, I can help you see if there's anything you can use. Just this once as an exception. She added. Su Ran paused, smiled. It's a deal. Remember to bring me something next time we meet. Next time? Feng Qinshu frowned. Aren't you coming back with me? I promised Zhang Dongshun to bring you back safely. Ah. Su Ran scratched his head awkwardly. Who are you with? Feng Qinshu suddenly walked over. Her eyes fixed on Su Ran without blinking. Years of investigative experience made her immediately sense that something was off about Su Ran's situation. Su Ran was slightly taken aback. After a moment, he shrugged and smiled. Just with a friend handling some business. Once I'm done, I'll go back with you. Feng Qinshu stared into Su Ran's eyes for a long time. That sharp gaze made Su Ran start to feel a bit guilty. Suddenly, here's my number. Contact me if you need anything. Feng Qinshu handed Su Ran a mini military phone. Su Ran was stunned for a moment, then took the phone and smiled. Actually, if you really like me, then work hard to pursue me. Who knows, I might just be moved. Get lost. Feng Qinshu's pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly, gritting her teeth and saying coldly, "Huh, women, always so tough. I'm leaving." Su Ran tucked the phone away, waved his hand, and left gracefully. Just as he had walked far away, wait a moment. Su Ran suddenly froze in place, his face turning ugly. This woman wouldn't be having second thoughts, would she? Forget it. It's nothing, you can go. Su Ran sighed in relief after hearing this, then took off running, disappearing into the night. Feng Qinshu stood in place. Watching the direction Su Ran disappeared, her cold features softened slightly. Many years ago, a girl gave up her studies to join the spirit department. On her first day in the team, she made a vow to become the nightmare of all criminals, to be the enforcer in the darkness, and to avenge her parents. Now, she finally fulfilled her wish. Thank you, she silently added in her heart. Boss, get the medicine. When a blood-soaked Su Ran appeared at the pharmacy, the night shift girl was already scared silly. After buying the medicine, as soon as Su Ran left, the girl immediately dialed the police. By the time Su Ran returned to his room, the ghost-faced woman was still in a coma. He gritted his teeth, not bothering with his own injuries, and began to disinfect and bandage her. By the time everything was done, dawn had finally broken. After a sleepless night, Su Ran could no longer resist his fatigue and lay down on the floor, falling asleep. In the Gu family's villa in the South City, early morning, a stranger appeared at the Gu family's doorstep, ringing the doorbell early in the morning. The one who opened the door was Butler, whose exquisite mustache and stylish single-frame glasses reflected his demeanor as a butler of a wealthy family. What brings you here, sir? Zohu felt a bit awkward with this polite inquiry, scratching his head. I'm looking for Gukur. Someone asked me to pass a message to her. 30 minutes later, in the old building's living room, Su Hai held the phone to his ear, the corners of his eyes slightly red. All right, good girl. Uncle understands. Over the course of a month, the middle-aged man seemed to have aged over 10 years. The lines around his eyes deepened, and a few strands of white hair appeared at his temples. Meanwhile, a video titled Video Exposed, Imperial Inheritor Appears on Midnight Street, was posted online. Everyone was still unaware. Half a day later, this article would set off a storm across the entire internet, shocking the whole network. Chapter 76, Mysterious Internet Video at the Gu Family Villa. In the living room, Zohu looked at the thick red envelope in his hand, unable to contain his smile, though he still pretended to be modest. Butler Hishu stood in front of him, smiling as he said, with the new year approaching, "Consider it a token of our Gu family's appreciation for your hard work in coming here." "Then I won't be polite." Zohu accepted the envelope, his face beaming with joy. If he had known he could get this benefit from delivering a message, he would have come earlier. Meanwhile, in the living room on the second floor, a girl in a white silk nightgown held the phone, suppressing her excited voice. Then, uncle, take care of yourself, and I'll come see you another day. Bye." After hanging up the phone, a stream of crystal-like tears rolled down her delicate face, overwhelmed with joy. In the distance, the Gu couple looked on with satisfaction. To be honest, their precious daughter had been so distracted lately that she had lost quite a bit of weight, which weighed heavily on their hearts. Now, the stone in their hearts finally seemed to have dropped. What on earth happened this early in the morning to make my precious princess so happy? Crying at her age? Zhou Shuman pretended not to know, walking over with a smile. Gukur wiped her tears and blushed. "No way. It's just that someone sent a message. It's not as happy as you say." "What message?" Zhou Shuman teased. It's nothing. Just some nonsense, Gu Kuer said, her face inexplicably turning red as she turned and ran barefoot back to her room. In fact, Su Ran had told Zhou who to deliver just one message. Fat girl, wait for me to finish my business, and I'll continue to protect you. Oomph. That dead Su Ran. Stinky Su Ran. Gu Kuer was both shy and angry, pounding her soft pillow with her white fists. You've disappeared for so long, and you can't even make a phone call. Just wait when you come back. After a pause, Gu Kuer's face turned red again, and she buried her head in the soft pillow. You are the fat girl? She covered her face with her hands, her little feet kicking in the air. The couple outside shook their heads helplessly and walked away. Girls grow up too fast. In an old residential area, the living room was filled with smoke and cigarette butts. After hanging up the phone, Su Hai's joyful expression turned to anger. That brat, when he comes back, I'll break his legs. After a while, he picked up the phone again and called his old buddy. Fatty, are you free tonight? Want to go out for a drink? On the other end of the line, in an abandoned warehouse, Yao Jun's expression shifted from shock to delight, and he nodded. Okay, 9 o'clock tonight, same place. After hanging up the phone, a man knelt on the ground, trembling as he begged, Uncle, I really don't know that kid you mentioned. Please let me go. I already know. Really? Then, you're not going to kill me? The man's eyes shifted from fear to surprise as he knelt there. But the next second, a smooth cut appeared on his neck, and blood sprayed out as he fell heavily to the ground. Then you deserve to die. Yao Jun walked out of the warehouse, sunlight shining down on him as he slowly removed his mask and quickly left the place. Inside the warehouse, the air was thick with the scent of blood. If a timid person passed by, they might be so scared they would collapse on the ground. The large warehouse was littered with corpses, each looking gruesome, showing the cruel torture they had endured while alive. In the southern city, at the Shadow Army's base, inside a military tent, Black Wolf and another officer stood on either side of a desk piled high with documents, while Zhang Dongqin answered a call from the supernatural department. Really? That's great. After several busy days, a look of joy finally appeared on Zhang Dongqin's tired face. But then he furrowed his brows. What did you say? That kid doesn't want to come back? What is he up to now? Fine. As long as I confirm he is not in danger. That's all that matters. After hanging up, Zhang Dongqin let out a long breath. That brat is always adding trouble for others. Luckily, nothing happened. The two officers exchanged glances. Even without asking, they could guess what was going on. The person who could make their young commander so concerned was probably his little brother-in-law. Just as Zhang Dongqin was about to call Su Hai to share the good news, a messenger hurriedly entered the tent, holding a display device. Report. Speak. Young commander online. The messenger hesitated before handing over the display device. You might want to see for yourself. Zhang Dongqin's brows furrowed. The Jiuyou army had strict discipline. What could make the messenger act so out of character? He shot an unhappy glance at the messenger before taking the device to look. As he did, his frown gradually relaxed, but his eyes grew increasingly shocked. Finally, he was completely dumbfounded. The two officers beside him were puzzled, wondering what could be so serious. What is wrong, young commander? Black Wolf couldn't help but ask. Zhang Dongqin's expression changed rapidly as he placed the display device on the desk. You two take a look. They exchanged glances, and finally, both leaned in to see. After a while, they were stunned, or rather, dumbfounded. On the display was a video that was circulating online. The view count was already in the millions, with comments numbering in the tens of thousands. The video was shot on a dark street at night. The image was very blurry, barely revealing the figures. In the video, a beam of light pierced the night sky, followed by the sound of a man's scream. Next came a jaw-dropping battle sequence. If the battle was merely a rare clash of experts, the part near the end was enough to shock everyone. In the footage, a man in a black coat suddenly rushed towards another person lying on the ground, then seemed to be trapped by something, letting out a reluctant roar. It looked incredibly eerie. Then another beam of light, just like the one at the beginning of the video, pierced the night sky, cutting off the man's roar. After that, the image began to shake. The cameraman, clearly worried about exposure, hastily ended the recording. The entire filming process was very blurry, and, combined with the dark scene and shaky footage, it was impossible to see the faces of the three individuals in the video. Yet despite this, they recognized the supernatural abilities being used. Ding Chun Arc, Wu Chun Lava. As for the last one, although its intensity was considerably lower than last time, there was no doubt it was the mysterious supernatural ability that had appeared in the last Forbidden Ruins. Or rather, the Emperor's Inheritance ability. It appeared again. This mysterious Emperor's Inheritance in Liangcheng at the Earth level Ding Chun Arc. With just this information, everyone present could immediately guess the identity of the woman in the video. The one using Wu Chun, Lava, was likely the leader of the crazy corpse gang, Gaozu. So who was the last person? Others might not guess, but Zhang Dongchun, who had just received the call from the supernatural department, almost instantly widened his eyes, an unbelievable figure flashing through his mind. Quick, contact the information department and immediately remove all reposted videos from the internet. Go now. Hurry. Zhang Dongchun's voice suddenly rang out. The other three were taken aback, but quickly turned and left the military tent. Only Zhang Dongchun remained inside. He rested his hands on the desk, a bitter smile slowly appearing on his face. How could it be you? You brat. You really know how to surprise me. Even Nightbat managed to keep this under wraps for you. Quite impressive. Now how am I supposed to help you cover this up? Just as his bitter sigh faded, the phone on the desk rang urgently. This dedicated phone could only receive calls from above. Zhang Dongchun rubbed his temples. The real headache was coming. The video was still being wildly shared online. Zhang Dongchun had clearly underestimated the speed of online dissemination and the level of public discussion about this matter across the country. Before the video could be taken down, almost every platform was reposting it. In fact, discussing and analyzing the content of this video had become an unspoken traffic secret among major media outlets. And various professional influencers had begun meticulous reasoning. Various conclusions emerged one after another. As a result, the entire internet was in an uproar. Chapter 77, The Internet Buzzes Within Half a Day. A mysterious video quickly went viral across major online platforms. Various media platforms like Shoutpost, Music Note, and Penguin were all eager to share it, and the comment section was filled with intense discussions. It's just a battle video. How did you all figure out it's Emperor's Inheritance? If the brother upstairs doesn't understand, I suggest watching it together with the Nanching Forbidden Ruins biological ride instant video. Yes, although the spiritual strength in the two videos is different, their manifestations of abilities are strikingly similar. Moreover, just like the first sequence's Domain of Kings, they are both domain-type abilities. I don't understand, but I'm greatly shocked. Can't help but feel it's impressive. So even if it's Emperor's Inheritance, what does it have to do with us? What does it have to do with us? This is about the honor and interests of our entire nation. Okay? Wow. The girl in the video is so cool. Brother, are you focusing on the wrong thing? Nanching Private Combat Training Ground in a room with slightly dim lighting, various training equipment was displayed around, and in the center of the octagonal cage, intense fighting sounds could be heard. Bang! With the sound of a collision, a sturdy figure slammed against the steel cage wall. TSK. Useless with this little strength. How can you be my sparring partner? Get up and continue. Han Wenxuan's voice was filled with dissatisfaction as she scolded, wearing a hot fighting top and tight shorts, with large boxing gloves on her hands. The onlookers around the cage swallowed nervously, looking tense. This was already the 7th sparring partner. The previous 6 were all lying outside with bruised faces. I really don't know how the young lady has so much anger. This isn't training. It's clearly being a punching bag. Bang! Another heavy punch sent the sparring partner crashing to the ground again. Continue. Han Wenxuan shouted unhappily, while also gasping for breath. She was drenched in sweat, with droplets sliding down her slightly rising abdomen, outlining a perfect six-pack, looking incredibly wild and hot. Just then, Big Sister, stop hitting for a moment. A thin young man in a floral shirt suddenly walked in from outside, running excitedly to the octagonal cage and shouting to Han Wenxuan. Rangu has news. He is not dead. It was Gu Ku'er from the 7th middle school who said it herself. She said she sent you a message, but you didn't reply. Inside the octagonal cage, Han Wenxuan's figure visibly stiffened for a moment, but then she gritted her teeth and threw another heavy punch. Whether he's dead or not is none of my business. I can't be bothered with that arrogant brat's life or death. Do you see me worried? Bang! This punch caught the sparring partner off guard, and he fell back to the ground again. Sparring partner? Really not worried? Then why take it out on us? You're hitting way too hard. Han Wuqiang forced out a nervous smile. Big sister, Rangu is ensuring your safety. I think what he's doing is quite manly. What do you mean? Han Wenxuan glared at him, grinding her teeth. Do you also think I'm holding him back? Come on, train with me. Han Wuqiang's expression changed, shaking his head like a rattle drum as he took 2 steps back. No need. I suddenly feel that what Rangu did this time isn't entirely right. It's too much. When he comes back, I'll definitely criticize him well. Han Wenxuan snorted lightly, turned her head, and bit off her boxing gloves. She walked out of the octagonal cage, took the water bottle handed to her by someone, and casually asked, "What is that guy doing now? Where'd he go? Didn't you say you didn't care?" Han Wuqiang said in a low voice. Cough, cough. Han Wenxuan choked on some water, raising her chin and raising her voice. Did I say I care? He knocked me out. I haven't settled that score yet. What is that you have in your hand? Han Wuqiang was holding a tablet and suddenly remembered. Oh, right. You were too busy training to know. Something big happened online. You should take a look. Han Wenxuan took the tablet with a skeptical expression. What'd be such a big deal? Before she could finish her sentence, she was left stunned. This was an edited battle video. Hundreds of thousands of views, tens of thousands of comments. Wow, could it be that we really have Emperor's inheritance in Huaxia? What are you all dawdling for? Start spamming awesome in the comments. But who is this person? Doesn't the official source have any information to reveal? The officials are investigating this now. I believe it won't be long before the truth comes out. I think we shouldn't be too optimistic. Indeed, even if it's Emperor's inheritance, it may not necessarily belong to our Huaxia. After a moment, the shock in Han Wenxuan's eyes gradually turned to calm, and she casually handed the tablet over. It's best not to take this kind of hearsay too seriously. The officials haven't reached a conclusion yet. Right, we don't need to worry about this. Han Wuqiang scratched his head and continued. By the way, Gu Cooker said she wanted to invite us to practice in the Forbidden Ruins. Do you think we should go? Go. Why not go? Liangcheng in a secluded courtyard residence. Even with winter approaching, the climbing ivy on the walls was still vibrant. Only the dried red bloodstains stood out conspicuously amid the greenery. Faint sounds of television news could be heard from inside. Today, regarding the mysterious video on the internet, we have invited expert Professor Ma to analyze the situation. Professor Ma, what are your thoughts on the scene in the video that seems to hint at Emperor's inheritance? In the television footage, a rosy-cheeked old man smiled slightly. I think this matter is purely baseless. After all, if we really had Emperor's inheritance in Huaxia, it would have appeared long ago. So why now? We must face the reality that in some aspects, we are indeed not as good as Western countries. Recognizing reality is far better than being proud and arrogant. Moreover, I also know a bit of inside information, according to my old comrade in the Shadow Army. It's actually just an ordinary domain-type ability. Clap. The television screen went black as someone turned it off with a remote control. Sir, it seems the Ghost Pearl matter has been botched. A crew-cut strong man stood respectfully beside him. The refined middle-aged man sat in a chair, putting down the remote control. He was just a thug, not worth much. What shall we do now? The crew-cut strong man's expression turned serious. The Nine Nether Order is still in those two people's hands. And it seems that kid is very likely an Emperor's inheritance ability user. If we continue to hunt him down now, will it bring trouble to ourselves? The refined middle-aged man smiled, his eyes gleaming behind his glasses. A blessing in disguise. Who knows if it's good fortune? We can't kill him now. Not only can we not kill him, but we also need to find a way to invite him as a guest. An Emperor's inheritance user from Huaxia. Do you think if we hold this card in our hands and negotiate with the Shadow Army, they will agree? In a residential building, accompanied by a soft moan, the ghost-faced girl on the bed slowly woke up. Hearing the movement, Su Ran also rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up from the floor. You're awake? Chapter 78. You are my man in the room. Although the curtains were tightly closed, sunlight still squeezed through the gaps, casting light into the space. The ghost-faced woman glanced at the time and then at the bandages wrapped around her abdomen, momentarily taken aback. How long had you been unconscious? Was it he who bandaged her wounds? How was she supposed to feel? Was she supposed to be moved to tears? This was the second time he had saved her. How did she plan to show her gratitude? Su ran his fingers through his messy hair and smiled at the ghost-faced woman, who looked dazed. You didn't escape? The ghost-faced woman's delicate features were slightly pale, and she suddenly asked nervously, "What about the killer?" "The killer? You mean the leader of the Mad Corpse gang? That guy who dresses like a traitor?" The ghost-faced woman was momentarily stunned. Although she didn't know about the Mad Corpse gang, the latter part of the description felt oddly fitting. "Don't worry, he's already dead." "Dead?" The ghost-faced woman found it hard to believe. "Did you do it?" Su Ran shrugged nonchalantly and said, "That's right. I have to admit, that guy was indeed tough. Even I had to exert 70% of my strength to take him down." His demeanor and tone resembled that of a world-class expert, making it sound quite convincing. Fortunately, the ghost-faced woman wasn't online to see how he had been nearly beaten to death, so he could boast freely. However, it was clear that she didn't believe a word of Su Ran's tall tales. "You? I don't believe it," she said, her tone dripping with disdain. But at least the ghost-faced woman finally let out a sigh of relief. No matter how Su Ran managed it, as long as the killer was dealt with, that was enough. They needed to leave quickly. This place had been targeted and was no longer safe. Change places? No. To the Nine Nether Mansion. The ghost-faced woman shook her head. Su Ran's heart sank. The moment had come. He stood up and reached out his hand toward the ghost-faced woman. "Huh?" The ghost-faced woman looked up in confusion. "The antidote. Give me the antidote." Su Ran said impatiently, "Sister, you saw it too. Those people are trying to take my life at every turn. I don't want to get involved in this mess anymore. Since I saved your life, can you let me go?" The ghost-faced woman, half lying on the bed, paused for a moment. The complexity in her gaze gradually deepened, her expression hesitating, her heart slightly wavering. "Many people will die." Su Ran laughed in anger. "What does that have to do with me? They can fight whoever they want. If this keeps up, whether others live or die, I definitely won't survive. As a mere yellow-tier nobody, what could he do? Surviving was already a blessing." After hearing this, the ghost-faced woman bit her lip tightly and slowly lowered her head, her voice growing softer. "No. No way. You must come with me. You." Su Ran widened his eyes. "You're impressive." He had initially held out a glimmer of hope, but now it seemed he could only think of a way through the inheritance tower. He had already shown enough mercy by not exposing the ghost-faced woman last night. "When are we leaving? Are you done with your business here?" "Not yet." The ghost-faced woman shook her head helplessly. "By the way, what exactly are you doing here?" Su Ran asked curiously. The ghost-faced woman straightened her expression. "The people from the Kuei Eagle have a spy, and I want to find out who it is. But there isn't much information, and someone is helping him from behind. He hides very well." "The radicals send a spy too? What do they want?" "What information do you know?" Su Ran asked casually. "Code name, Pangolin. The one assisting him from behind is the Southern City financial magnate," the ghost-faced woman said. Su Ran's eyes widened. "You know, I don't know who it is, but this spy must be very good at spinning tales." The ghost-faced woman rolled her eyes. She really thought Su Ran knew something. If they could really find that spy, it would have an unexpectedly significant effect on dismantling the Kuei Eagle's plans. "So what are we going to do next?" Su Ran probed. He needed to know how much time he had left to arrange his escape quickly. Imbai City. Although it was next to Liang City, it actually belonged to the southern border territory. True to its name, the city was surrounded by vast green mountains. And even in winter, dense vegetation was everywhere. Upon arriving, Su Ran felt an illusion of being on vacation. Since the ghost-faced woman didn't have an ID, they couldn't use public transportation, and it took them 2 full days to reach this place. By the time they arrived at their lodging, it was already close to dusk. After 2 days of trekking, Su Ran was thoroughly exhausted, but just as he had finished his shower and was about to lie down for a good rest, the ghost-faced woman, already dressed, appeared before him. "Out again?" "Sister, I haven't even warmed my seat," Su Ran complained, filled with resentment. "Time is short. We need to hurry," the ghost-faced woman said before getting up and heading for the door. "Hey, where are you going?" "To the Forbidden Ruins." "The Forbidden Ruins? What for?" "To help you break through to the Xian tier. I also want to break through." The ghost-faced woman walked ahead, now wearing an ordinary face and dressed in plain clothes. Yet even so, her alluring figure remained irresistible. Su Ran's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He finally perked up. What perfect timing. He had been worried about how to break through to the Xian tier. If he succeeded, not only would his self-defense capabilities improve, but his mental strength would also see significant growth. With that, entering the Inheritance Tower would be almost guaranteed. But what shocked him was that this woman also wanted a breakthrough. She was already powerful as a Xian tier. Once she reached the Earth tier, Su Ran couldn't help but shiver. 30 minutes later, Su Ran looked at the old tavern with a lit sign and expressionlessly turned to the ghost-faced woman. Don't tell me there's an entrance to the otherworldly, forbidden ruins inside? Are you kidding me? Didn't we say we were going to the forbidden ruins? What's going on? Are we getting a couple of drinks to build up our courage first? No, we're meeting someone first. The ghost-faced woman shook her head and looked at Su Ran. Once we go in, keep quiet and don't say anything. Su Ran's expression turned serious. Damn, I was careless. From the sound of it, this place should be filled with those conservative types. I should have asked more questions before coming. But now that the arrow is on the bowstring, it's too late to think about slipping away. Just adapt to the situation. Stick close to me, the ghost-faced woman said as she pushed open the tavern door. Su Ran followed closely behind. The tavern was small, but it was very lively, with groups of rugged-looking men gathered around tables. The music from old records was explosive, and the sounds of large glasses clinking and people shouting while gambling filled the air. The noisy crowd paid little attention to the arrival of the two. The ghost-faced woman led him through the throng without stopping and directly went to the back door. Once she put on her mask, the table of people guarding the door merely glanced at them and let them pass. Behind the door was a dark staircase leading down. After walking for more than 10 meters, the space suddenly opened up. Blinding lights shone down, and Su Ran instinctively shielded his eyes. His ears filled with the deafening cheers and whistles, the overwhelming sound waves almost drowning him. Just as Su Ran was about to open his eyes and see the surrounding environment, a slightly rough yet strong little hand clasped his palm, their fingers intertwining. The sweet scent of a girl surrounded his nose as the ghost-faced woman's soft voice echoed in his ear. From now on, you are my man. Chapter 79. The first kiss is gone. After hearing the words of the ghost-faced woman, Su Ran was completely stunned. When a fairy-like girl leans in and whispers this to you, which man can keep his composure? Damn it, I consider you a friend, and you want me to be your man? Su Ran's face turned embarrassingly red. Just as he was about to speak up, his eyes gradually adapted to the surrounding light. As the scene in front of him became clearer, Su Ran's mouth dropped open. This was an enormous underground space, illuminated by harsh, incandescent lights. In the center of the maze of pipes was a gigantic steel beast cage. A crowd of people in various outfits surrounded the cage, excitedly shouting and waving their bottles and cash, all looking as if they were on a high. The air was thick with the mixed smells of gasoline, beer, and sweat. Inside the massive steel beast cage, two muscular men with bare upper bodies were engaged in the most primitive contest of masculinity. This was Su Ran's first time witnessing such a scene, but a name inexplicably popped into his mind. Underground gladiatorial arena. Let's go, the ghost-faced woman said softly, pulling Su Ran further inside. As they walked through, the previously shouting crowd quieted down slightly upon seeing the ghost-faced woman, their eyes filled with vigilance and hostility. Isn't the ghost-faced woman a conservative? Why do these people have such looks? Su Ran wondered inwardly, but recalling the ghost-faced woman's words, he ultimately decided not to ask. Surrounding the underground fighting arena were many recessed cubicles. The ghost-faced woman led Su Ran to the most spacious one, then began to speak. Very good. Su Ran nodded helplessly. Now he really didn't need to speak because he couldn't understand anything anyway. On a fur-covered lounge chair lay a man with a bare upper body, his dark skin adorned with strange tribal tattoos, especially his bizarre hairstyle, making him look like a tribal chief. Upon hearing the ghost-faced woman's words, he merely raised his eyes slightly, then waved away the women surrounding him and scoffed. Su Ran felt like a fool at that moment. All he could do was stand by and stare blankly. The two were exchanging words. Suddenly, the tribal man sneered and looked at Su Ran. How long have you known Lung Shi? He spoke in fluent Southwest Mandarin. Su Ran was taken aback. Lung Shi? However, he quickly reacted. wrapping his arms around the ghost-faced woman and grinning. This big brother, the reason we're together is because of fate from our past lives. So if you want to say how long we've known each other. 3 lifetimes. Damn it. He only just realized that the ghost-faced woman's name was Long Shi, but he could only try to cooperate with her. If he slipped up, he might really not be able to leave. The ghost-faced woman, or rather, Long Shi, felt her tension ease a bit, but a faint blush appeared on her delicate face. The man was not satisfied with Su Ran's answer. He tapped his fingers on the table next to him, looking at Long Shi. Long Shi, we of the 9 Nether don't like outsiders. You should know this. To ensure Su Ran understood, he deliberately did not speak in the 9 Nether language. Long Shi's gaze turned to him. Marriage means he is my man, not an outsider. How do I know he is not an undercover agent arranged by Gaozu? You should remember your identity. You wouldn't forget so quickly, would you? The man said with a half-smile. Long Shi's gaze turned colder. TMU, what are you saying? Sorry, I suspect this pretty boy is just someone you brought to act. You two aren't real lovers, the man said bluntly, and several people around nodded in agreement. What a joke. They knew what kind of person Long Shi was. Even if this woman were to find a man, would she choose a delicate pretty boy of the yellow rank? He looked like he hadn't even grown all his hair yet. Su Ran was instantly displeased. Hey you, watch your words. What's wrong with me being handsome? Don't believe it. Huh? The next moment, before Long Shi could react, Su Ran had already removed her mask and leaned down to kiss her thinly pressed lips fiercely. Long Shi's eyes widened in an instant. She almost instinctively wanted to resist, but Su Ran suddenly held her firmly in place, making her realize that resisting would reveal their cover. Yet even so, Su Ran's sudden kiss instantly flushed her fair cheeks with a rosy hue. Her eyes filled with surprise and embarrassment. In front of everyone, the two started kissing passionately as if no one else was around. It wasn't until Long Shi's breathing became rapid and disordered that Su Ran finally released her and softly bit her earlobe, whispering, "This is my first kiss. I'm really a loss." Long Shi? Embarrassment and anger surged in her, and she shot Su Ran a fierce glare. Who do you think you are? Am I not one? Taking advantage of me, and you still have the nerve to complain? Yet this scene looked like a playful quarrel between a young couple to the onlookers. Many were left dumbfounded, especially seeing the ghost-faced woman's shy demeanor. Was this the cold-blooded killer they had in mind? Could they believe it now? Su Ran raised an eyebrow, looking at the stunned TMU. The surrounding people exchanged glances. They had no choice but to believe it now. If this man really wasn't Long Shi's man, daring to kiss her like that, he would have been killed by her long ago. Seeing this, TMU sneered. Believe it? Why would we believe it? But even if you were a couple, getting into the 9 Nether won't be that easy. Long Shi's expression turned completely cold. What do you mean? Is this intentional? Not only Long Shi, but even Su Ran couldn't stand it anymore. Although he had cleared his name of suspicion, TMU's difficult attitude still made him unable to hold back from speaking again. You say it. What do you want me to do? TMU glanced at Su Ran, then pointed to the beast cage in the center of the arena. Fight there, win 10 matches. Only then can you be recognized as a man of the 9 Nether. What? How many matches? 10 matches? Su Ran turned to look at the cheering crowd and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What if I don't go? Don't go. TMU grinned. Only people from 9 Nether can come here. Outsiders who break in can only leave horizontally. As soon as he finished speaking, several people surrounded Su Ran. Long Shi's face turned frosty as she immediately shielded Su Ran behind her. Where does this rule come from? Do you really think the position of Yisa belongs to you? What about the 9 Nether token? TMU's expression began to darken. I don't have the 9 Nether token, but this is still my say here. If you have the ability, take out the 9 Nether token. Su Ran was confused. 9 Nether token? ISNT it right here with me? Listening to this, pulling out the 9 Nether token could solve everything. But at that moment, Long Shi suddenly grabbed Su Ran's hand and shook her head slightly at him. Su Ran was stunned. Why not take out now? I'll go fight. Long Shi gritted her teeth and said in a low voice. TMU shook his finger. No, forget it. Su Ran suddenly spoke, looking at Long Shi. Let me go. Who told me I'm your man, right? What bad luck. Damn it. I said I shouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. He shook his head and, under Long Shi's astonished gaze, turned and walked toward the center of the arena. Everyone step aside. The challenger is coming. Chapter 80. So what if I kissed? When Su Ran shouted, the huge underground gladiatorial arena seemed to have hit the mute button. It started from nearby and quickly spread to the far reaches until the originally noisy crowd fell silent. Even the two men fighting in the steel beast cage paused, turning their gazes towards Su Ran. The people beside TMU gaped. Where did this kid get such audacity? Interesting. Tamos Mirket. However, the crowd in front showed no signs of parting, and a few people with unfriendly expressions approached. The leader was a tall young man with a mohawk hairstyle, blocking Su Ran with a grim look. What does this mean? Are we starting here? Suran Potev. Suran? What the hell is he saying? He turned to Lung Shi, asking what did he say? Lung Shi didn't answer directly, but stepped forward, her flexible and strong little hand clasping Su Ran's palm, meeting the gaze head-on. Vano-san, he is my man. Why can't he come up? Upon hearing this, the young man named Vano-san's face turned even darker. As he spoke, he raised his leg, intending to pull Lung Shi over. But halfway through, a long and powerful hand firmly trapped his. Buddy, are you trying to dig a hole in my wall? Did you ask for my opinion? Su Ran said with a fake smile. He was already 8 meters tall, and with this statement, the protective aura was suddenly released. Unfortunately, the person standing in front of him was someone at the Xian level, while he was only at the Huang level. His momentum was somewhat lacking. Vano-san. Su Ran couldn't understand what he was saying, but he could read the disdain on his face. The expressions of the people around became quite interesting. Almost everyone knew that Vano-san liked Lung Shi. Two men fighting over a woman was always explosive drama. The surrounding crowd began to excitedly shout, clearly eager for the two to start fighting. Dare you? If you lose, Lung Shi is mine. Vano-san stared at Su Ran with contempt, even deliberately switching to clumsy official language. If it were anyone else, they would have rushed up to confront him. But unfortunately, this was Su Ran. Dade? Dade? Su Ran cooperatively shook his head, smiling brightly. But brother, do you know what a licking dog means? Vano-san's eyes showed confusion. Licking dog? What kind of strange creature is that? Never heard of it. Want to fight me? Go sign up and line up. But right now, Su Ran smiled, suddenly pulling Lung Shi into his arms and planting a kiss on her soft face. Lung Shi was caught off guard, her face instantly turning red. And then she froze. I kiss my woman. What is it to you? Su Ran wore a mischievous smile, deliberately trying to disgust the person in front of him. As expected, Vano-san's face turned red with anger, especially seeing Lung Shi's shy appearance. He clenched his fists, his brows furrowed in rage. Oh, your face is quite colorful. Su Ran chuckled lightly, then arrogantly tilted his head and pointed at his own face. Lung Shi was first taken aback, but quickly understood what Su Ran meant. To everyone's astonishment, this usually serious woman actually stood on her tiptoes, her face flushed, and shyly planted a gentle kiss on Su Ran's face. Su Ran was grinning ear to ear, looking back provocatively. Did you see that? This is the difference between me and you licking dogs. Want to hit me? So shameless. Not only Vano-san, but even the people around couldn't stand it anymore. Knowing that Vano-san liked Lung Shi, Su Ran still deliberately kissed her in front of him. You kissed her, fine, but you even let the goddess kiss you back. Killing someone's spirit. Is there anything more heartbreaking than this? Vano-san's anger was rising, on the verge of exploding. Suddenly enough. Let him go up and fight. TMU, who had been watching the show, finally lazily stood up and walked to Su Ran. Hee, you have guts, but do you know what the consequences of angering these people will be? No spiritual power allowed, no weapons allowed after 10 rounds. Hope you still have your life to crawl down from up there. As expected, the crowd's gaze at Su Ran had changed. When did an outsider become so arrogant in their territory of Jiuyo? Many people were cracking their knuckles, eager to try, wishing they could beat Su Ran to death right now. Seeing the expressions around, Lung Shi nervously looked at Su Ran. You, be careful. Su Ran grinned. The massive steel beast cage was now cleared, and he walked directly inside. Following him was a towering figure resembling a black tower, whose thick palms slammed hard against his chest, shaking the dense chest hair. This was the first person Su Ran would challenge. As soon as this man appeared, the crowd began to cheer excitedly. Some even waved their fists, expressing their excitement with words that were hard to hear. It was clear that this man had considerable strength and a bit of fame. The man with a face full of muscle smiled at Su Ran. It was unclear what he said, but it was likely something about waiting to die. Clang! With a crisp ringing of a bell, the man moved. He charged forward like a tiger descending a mountain, his bulging muscles tensed. His massive fist swung out, creating a wind sound as it struck towards Su Ran. Bang! With a heavy sound, that tall figure was sent flying, crashing straight against the iron bars of the beast cage. His head drooped down, never to rise again. TSK. Su Ran chuckled, retracting his fist and casually picking at his ear. Next, the surroundings fell silent, some mouths slightly agape. The commotion turned into a dead silence. One punch. Chapter 81. You're just awesome next. Su Ran arrogantly shouted once more. TCH. I thought everyone from Jiuyo was as fierce as Lung Shi, but it turns out to be like this. The crowd below started to stir again, although they didn't expect Su Ran to be this powerful. This kid was just too arrogant. You won, so what? That expression of yours is just asking for it. Before long, another burly man walked into the cage with a furious expression. The audience erupted into cheers once again. This guy was clearly more popular than the last, with some even turning red with excitement. Kill him. However, the next second, bang, the same scene played out again. Su Ran stood in a T-pose with his hand behind his back, looking calm. Next, people around widened their eyes. The previously stirred crowd fell silent again. I'm coming. Another person entered the iron cage. Bang, bang. This time, Su Ran used 2 punches. Next. Is this all you've got? Next. Just this? Not a single one can fight. How about I let you use both hands? Fight you with my heels? Bang. As the 8th person fell, the arena fell into complete silence. Even the hurried breaths of the crowd were clearly audible. Only Su Ran remained smugly standing on the stage, shouting, I'm not targeting anyone. I'm just saying everyone present is garbage. As soon as these words were spoken, almost everyone in the audience gritted their teeth in anger, their eyes wide open, yet they had no way to retaliate. 8 people had already fallen. This kid is so fierce. Not to mention them. Even Su Ran himself didn't expect his physical quality to be this strong. What he didn't know was that this was a matter of reference. Originally, after Su Ran's body refinement, his physical quality was already far beyond that of ordinary people. And, combined with the previous brutal training, not to mention the practical and powerful combat skills of Tai Chi, winning wasn't that difficult. After all, among the people present, not everyone could be compared to Lung Shi in terms of physical quality. Lung Shi, who had been watching from the sidelines, now had a smile on her face. This might be the day she smiled the most. Tiemu, watching from the side, couldn't help but reveal a meaningful smile as he looked at Su Ran in the arena, seeming to understand something. Although that kid's moves were very unfamiliar, one could vaguely see Lung Shi's shadow. So it was obvious who was involved in this. Looking at the pale-faced Vano-san in the distance, he shook his head and smiled without saying a word. He had already lost. At this moment, inside the iron beast cage, Su Ran was in the middle of a fierce battle with the 9th person. The Tai Chi moves were mixed with Lung Shi's fighting techniques, and he didn't even know what style he was currently using. However, it was evident that, bang, after a loud sound, this person was still no match for Su Ran, begrudgingly collapsing to the ground. Is there no one left? If not, I'm going home for dinner. Su Ran shouted on stage. The faces of the crowd turned red with frustration as they lowered their heads. Although Su Ran was arrogant, they couldn't defeat him. If they could use spiritual power, there were quite a few people at the Xian level present, and maybe they could step in to teach this kid a lesson. But the key issue now was that they had set the rules themselves. Were they really going to go back on their word? Wouldn't that mean everyone would be slapped in the face? If that were the case, Jiuyo's reputation would be completely ruined. The crowd stirred again, wishing someone would step up and teach this kid a lesson. Just then, a tall and strong figure walked up. The surroundings fell silent once more. Are you ready? Vanosen stared grimly at Su Ran. Su Ran curled his lips. What are you talking about? Do you think you deserve Lung Shi? Can you at least get a hairstyle that's not from the underworld? I will kill you, so Lung Shi can see with her own eyes that you are just trash. Brother, your pants seem to be about to fall off. Lung Shi should be my woman. Su Ran was completely annoyed. No, what the hell are you babbling about? Are you going to fight or not? If not, I'll stand still and let you use your legs. Can you stop dragging this out? As soon as he said this, the crowd gasped. Arrogant. So damn arrogant. You. D. Vano-san was completely enraged, lunging forward and throwing a powerful punch at Su Ran. The momentum was incredibly fierce. But Su Ran was not flustered at all. Facing Vano-san's fierce punch, he not only didn't T-dodge, but actively reached out. After grabbing his wrist, he sidestepped to redirect the force and threw him out. Lon Kwei. Vano-san felt as if his punch had hit cotton, and his entire body was thrown off balance. At that moment, Su Ran followed up with an elbow strike, smashing him against the iron cage. Bang! With a heavy sound, Su Ran indeed didn't T-move an inch. But Vano-san's face turned red with rage, and in his fury, he leaped into the air, his single leg coming down like a giant axe, smashing towards Su Ran. Idiot. Tamu commentet mercilessly. As expected, Su Ran didn't anticipate that this person would lose his mind in anger. This seemingly fierce kick actually opened up his defenses. Then, a smug smile appeared on Su Ran's face. His feet, which were originally planted on the ground, suddenly moved aside, and he was ready with a punch aimed at Vano-san's groin, just waiting for TMU to come down. The people around instantly widened their eyes. What the hell? This kid is playing dirty. Didn't you say you wouldn't T-move? Vano-san's face changed drastically as his vulnerable spot was now wide open, about to be hit by Su Ran's fist. If that really landed. Crack. The crowd could almost hear the sound of an egg cracking. What the hell do we do? Vano-san was furious, and spiritual energy instantly spread throughout his body, barely brushing past Su Ran's fist, narrowly avoiding his vital spot. But in doing so, his eyes instantly turned red. His fist suddenly surrounded a yellowish light ball, and he roared as he charged toward Su Ran. But at that moment, whoosh, the slender, graceful figure from the audience suddenly disappeared and reappeared in front of Su Ran. What are you doing? Step aside. Lungshi, this kid broke the rules first. Vano-san's eyes were filled with rage, wishing he could tear Su Ran apart right then and there. He broke what rule? Lungshi's spiritual energy also began to circulate. With a layer of purple scales slowly appearing on her legs, her aura gradually rising. Vano-san was instantly speechless, and the surrounding crowd was also left dumbfounded. Right? What rule did he break? The rules never stated that he couldn't T-move. At most, this kid is just untrustworthy. Although it's really despicable. It has nothing to do with breaking the rules. Vano-san's face turned extremely ugly. At that moment, enough. A loss is a loss. Don't embarrass yourself. TMU finally spoke up. Upon hearing his words, even though the crowd was reluctant, they could only give up. Vano-san glared at Su Ran with resentment one last time and then angrily left the arena. The blue scales on Lung, she began to fade, and she pulled Su Ran to TMU's side. The stuff, can you give it to me now? Of course. TMU waved his hand, and someone nearby handed over a pass. He then continued, but this little brother probably doesn't know what joining the Nine Nether Mansion means, right? He doesn't need to know. Lung, she put her mask back on, took the pass, and pulled Su Ran to turn and leave. Su-ran? Hey, what are you guys talking about? Please ask for my opinion. What the heck? Why shouldn't I know? Once they exited the tavern, Su Ran let go of Lung Shi's hand, and the questions that had been bottled up inside finally spilled out. Aren't you one of them? Why are they guarding against you like you're a thief? And why didn't you let me take out the 9 Nether Order just now? Are you sure these people are conservatives? They all look like bandits to me. Lung, she looked at her suddenly released hand in surprise. After a while, she took off her mask. Perhaps the effects of the medicine had worn off, and her exquisite, flawless face had returned. Those blue eyes, like gemstones, were now smiling at Su Ran. You were really cool just now. Chapter 82, The Fine Traditions of Shurko Village. To be honest, Su Ran was initially filled with anger. However, the moment Lung Shi unexpectedly uttered those words, all his resentment vanished without a trace, and even his face turned embarrassingly red. Didon, come here. Su Ran looked away weakly. Do you think flattery will suffice? I almost got killed in there. Lung Shi? Almost killed? You nearly killed someone instead. The slight smile she had was instantly wiped away, and she shot Su Ran a glare before turning to walk away. Hey, what do you mean by that? Are you getting angry? Su Ran immediately chased after her. You said yourself that these people only recognize the 9 Nether Order. So why didn't you let me take it out earlier? Walking ahead, Longshi replied without looking back, "They're an insider." Insider? Who? I don't know. Then why are you taking me there? Surandi Tortif. Longshi raised the passage token in her hand. This, to enter the Forbidden Ruins. Suran was slightly taken aback. Wasn't the Forbidden Ruins always under government jurisdiction? When did entering the ruins require someone else's consent? Soon, Suran learned the reason. The 9 Forbidden Ruins that made up the 9 Nether Mansion were located in the southern regions of Biqing, Zuanqing, and Yanqing. Among them, the 3 Forbidden Ruins within Biqing were primarily conservative factions led by Tiamu. Longshi led Su Ran to a previously designated forest park in the western part of the city, which had now become a heavily guarded entrance to the park's Forbidden Ruins. What surprised Su Ran was that, despite the armed military presence and checkpoints like other ruin entrances, there were surprisingly few people questioning them along the way, as if they didn't care whether the two intended to enter or not. All entrances to the Forbidden Ruins around the world looked similar, like a deep abyss suspended in mid-air, with dark cracks emitting eerie energy fluctuations. The two stepped in one after the other. After a wave of nauseating dizziness passed, they successfully arrived inside the Forbidden Ruins. Boom! Before he could open his eyes, Su Ran heard a resounding explosion. Feeling the slight tremor from the ground, he immediately looked around. What he saw was a wide staircase leading upwards, flanked by square-high walls made of gray stone. And at the end of the staircase stood a massive gray stone fortress resembling a troop encampment. The entire village was built against a mountain, with all buildings constructed of gray stone, surrounded by towering structures resembling square towers, with figures moving about on top. Although he had heard that there were people living here, Su Ran was still rendered speechless upon seeing the scale of the complex. "This is Shirko Village. Follow me," the ghost-faced woman said, leading Su Ran further up the stairs. Su Ran silently followed behind, but his gaze drifted outside along the walls. This Forbidden Ruins was different from the ones he had visited before, although it still consisted of large mountain ranges covered in green and brown vegetation. The most notable feature was the low, trumpet-shaped circular hills, currently belching thick smoke like chimneys. Boom! Another explosion rang out, and Su Ran finally understood where the sound was coming from. His eyes widened as he watched magma erupting like a fountain of flames, collecting into a dark red river that spread out like the veins of the earth. A volcanic group. This entire Forbidden Ruins was actually composed of numerous large and small volcanic formations. Watching the volcanic ash accumulate in the sky, Su Ran's lips twitched. Did the people of 9 Nether have a problem? Could anyone live in a place like this? And they had been living here for over 50 years? Hearing Su Ran's words, Longshi turned her face and glared at him. "Shut up. If they hear you, they'll tie you up and offer you to the mountain god." Su Ran fell silent. Indeed, the people of 9 Nether were quite abnormal. As they climbed the steps, just when they were about to reach the entrance of the fortress, several oddly dressed men immediately approached them, glaring at them with unfriendly eyes. To be precise, they were staring at Su Ran, who was behind Longshi. However, after Longshi took out the passage token and negotiated with them, their expressions instantly shifted to shock and respect. No further obstacles followed. Longshi led Su Ran through the village, and contrary to Su Ran's expectations, the local culture was not as fierce. Instead, it appeared quite relaxed. Most of the people he saw in the village were women. The men were either guarding the fortress or had gone out. Their clothing was quite distinctive, making Su Ran's sportswear seem out of place. As they walked, many young girls stood on tiptoe, curiously looking at the handsome young man from outside, while Su Ran naturally smiled back at them without reservation. This smile flushed the girls' faces, and they quickly lowered their heads and hurried away. "Look out. You've been misunderstood. If their elders find out, you'll have to marry one of them." Longshi pulled him back with annoyance. "Them?" Su Ran keenly caught that word, and his eyes lit up. "Are you saying that the men here can marry more than one girl?" Longshi shot him a glance, as if seeing through his thoughts, and coldly laughed. "The premise is that you have to defeat their elders." Su Ran fell silent, but envy was nearly spilling from him. "Forget winning. Some people would probably be willing to come even if they got beaten to death. He suddenly felt that this place didn't seem so bad after all. How many men's paradises were there outside? Seeing that Shu Ran wasn't paying attention, she snorted coldly, turned around, and quickened her pace away. Hey, wait for me. If you don't protect me, what if I get taken away by some girl later? Go die. In a remote residence in Liangshan, a middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind him. Looking at the lush green ivy on the wall, his eyes behind the glasses flickered continuously, lost in thought. Sir, a call from Ueno-san. A burly man with a buzz cut walked out holding a phone. Oh, the middle-aged man raised his eyebrows, took the phone, and fell silent. After a while, he asked, Are you sure they went to Shirko village? Good, you did well. I will arrange for someone to go over. After hanging up, the burly man respectfully took the phone back. Sir, what should we do now? The middle-aged man smiled slightly. You should take people over now to invite our distinguished guest. Okay, but sir, what about your side? Don't worry, just leave a few people to guard nearby. No one can suspect me for now. Water flowed down, crashing against the jagged rocks on the riverbed. White smoke drifted across the river surface, and the air was filled with a pungent sulfur smell. While further in the mountains, there was a circular volcanic crater that was poised to erupt. Big sister, we've been walking for a long time. Why haven't we seen a single otherworldly creature? Shu Ran said, supporting himself with a wooden stick and frowning. Near the fortress, there are few. We need to go deeper. She seemed tireless, her voice showing no signs of fluctuation. Shu Ran once again witnessed this woman's abnormal stamina. His last personal experience of this was when he accompanied Ku shopping. Just then, a stone fell into the water with a splash. Xi's back stiffened slightly, and she looked into the distance. They're coming. Shu Ran's expression also became serious, his eyes squinting as he looked into the distance. But the next second, what the hell is that thing? Chapter 83. Xi's strength on the opposite side of the river, at the edge of a low and sparse broadleaf forest. A car-sized shell creature was lying on the rocky beach. If it weren't for the sound of stones splashing into the water, Shu Ran would have almost missed its existence. The gray-brown shell blended almost perfectly with the ground, and if it weren't for the two black eyes that were cautiously rotating, it would look just like a gray-brown rock. That is, Shu Ran took a deep breath and squinted. A stone with a head? Or a head growing on a stone? It's no wonder he was ignorant. The key point is that there was no such exotic creature in the biology textbook. However, one thing is certain. Unlike the mutated creatures like the explosive spiny pig, this thing was clearly a creature from another realm. Be careful, it's a bit fast. Almost at the same time as Xi's voice sounded, the stone moved. No. To be precise, it flew. Just as Shu Ran was speculating how fast its heavy body could be, he saw it suddenly jerk back and then shot straight into the air. Then, at an extremely exaggerated speed, it spun in the air while heading straight towards Shu Ran. Holy crap, is this thing a bit fast? And it has a spinning motor? Shu Ran didn't even have time to gather his spirit to use Black Flame, and reflexively dodged to the side. At the same time, bang, the spot where he had been standing was instantly smashed into a concave pit, with a large amount of dust rising and stone fragments scattering. Shu Ran swallowed hard. What on earth is this thing? The shell beast, very hard. As Xi's voice just started, she instantly shot out. Crack, crack. The shell beast in the pit let out strange cries. And only then did Shu Ran notice that there were 4 thick hind legs folded underneath it. But just as he was about to observe further, crack, the sound of the shell shattering suddenly rang out. That long and flexible body had somehow appeared in the distance, with its perfectly elastic long legs slowly moving away from the shell beast. Looking back at the shell beast, the originally rock-like shell now had a sunken groove on it, along with spiderweb-like cracks. Suran? This? Just got one shot? When did she get over there? Did she just stomp it to pieces? Didn't they say it was very hard? His big eyes were filled with question marks. But she had already pulled out a dagger from her leg and started to peel off its spirit core. Next, a dark green crystal core was thrown over from the air, and Shu Ran instinctively caught it, finally coming back to his senses. My goodness, this efficiency is too high. From discovering the shell beast to peeling off the spirit core, the whole process took no more than 2 minutes. This woman's reaction, speed, and decisiveness were simply chilling, without any hesitation. In contrast, what did Su Ran do? Well, did helping to catch the spirit core count? Huh, what are you doing? After securing the spirit core, Su Ran looked over again, because Lung Shi, after putting away the dagger, did not leave directly but slowly stood up straight, lightly kissing her fingers and making a strange gesture in front of her forehead. After doing all that, she built a small stone pile and then turned to walk towards Su Ran. Nine nether customs, thank the gods for their gifts, send off its soul. Oh, Su Ran replied, dragging out the sound, nodding, physical exorcism, right? Lung Shi was clearly choked for a moment, although she didn't know what it meant. She still shot Su Ran an annoyed glare. Keep up. After speaking, she continued to walk deeper along the river. For the next half day, Su Ran finally knew what it meant to enjoy holding onto a big leg. This might be the easiest time he had since entering the Forbidden Ruins. The only thing he needed to do throughout the entire process was to catch the spirit cores thrown over by Long Shi. These shell beasts indeed had very hard shells. Su Ran tried it himself. Even using Black Flame couldn't achieve an instant kill. He could only slowly melt through the shell. It was indeed very hard, just not for someone like him. As for Lung Shi, she never did anything flashy. Basically, it was one-hit kills. It was simply too easy. In just half a day, this woman had killed over 40 shell beasts. If it were the C-1017 team he was in, it would probably take a week. Is this the perverse strength of a level 10 mystic stage? Su Ran felt envious. Of course, what made him happiest was that of all the spirit cores obtained from the kills, apart from her occasionally using some to replenish her spirit power. She basically gave all the rest to Su Ran. After all, this was money, more than 40 yellow-level spirit cores, that is, almost 20,000. Isn't that better than any summer job? Just as Su Ran was secretly delighted, a slender hand suddenly grabbed his arm, and Lung Shi's voice rang in his ear. Wait, don't move. At this moment, night fell, and the sound of the volcano erupting in the distance made the surroundings far from quiet. In the dim light, Su Ran suddenly noticed a red glow appearing on the rocky beach at the end of his line of sight. The glow was getting closer and brighter, moving towards them like a winding red giant python. Its lava flow. Are we just going to stand here? To be honest, Su Ran had no experience in such situations. Shouldn't they just turn around and run? Lung, she shook her head. Just as Su Ran was about to continue asking, he saw that the red molten flow actually began to slow down and even started to cool into black and red mixed lava. Even from a distance, the surrounding air began to rise. What was even more worrying was that white smoke was already rolling in from the distant horizon. Volcanic ash. Even Su Ran knew they couldn't get caught in it. Otherwise, the high temperature of hundreds of degrees Celsius inside would be unbearable. Not to mention Su Ran. Even Lung Shi, as a mystic stage powerhouse, could only last a few minutes even with her spirit power protecting her. Are we leaving? Su Ran urged again. Big sister, don't mess with me. I'm only yellow level. I can't handle that thing. I don't want to be turned into a human specimen. Lung, she still said nothing. Her gaze fixed on the distance, where it was pitch black and nothing could be seen clearly. Su Ran was confused. What are you looking at? Why can't I see anything? Am I blind? Just as Su Ran was about to lose patience, suddenly, cracks of red light lit up in that darkness, as if a piece of black lava had suddenly split open, revealing the red molten rock inside. What is that? Only then did Su Ran finally see clearly. It was a creature very similar to the shell beast, the only difference being that its shell looked like lava, extremely deceptive. Crack, crack. Strange sounds echoed in the distance. That lava shell beast began to move rapidly, heading straight for the molten flow further away. Mystic stage, exotic type lava shell beast. As soon as Long Shi's voice came out, whoosh, then her entire body turned into a shadow, rushing towards the lava shell beast at a jaw-dropping speed, while Su Ran's mouth gradually widened in shock. Has she gone mad? The volcanic ash is almost upon them, and she wants to run over now? Damn it. Su Ran gritted his teeth and got up to chase after her. Chapter 84. Sprinting towards the Xian stage boom. I don't know which volcano erupted again. A thunderous sound gradually came from the horizon. The strong wind howled past Su Ran's ears as he pushed his speed to the limit. watching the direction where Lung Shi had disappeared into the darkness, his heart gradually tightening. The volcanic ash in the sky approached like a white wave. Damn it, what is she thinking? Su Ran cursed as he continued to chase forward. But at that moment, a black figure suddenly appeared in the darkness and quickly appeared in front of him. Lung Shi frowned. I told you to stay put. Why did you follow me? Su Ran's eyes widened because in Lung Shi's hand, she was holding a deep green crystal core emitting a faint glow. Even with his toes, he could guess where this spirit core came from. He looked at Lung Shi in shock, then glanced into the distance and swallowed hard. How the hell did this happen? He had only chased halfway, and this woman had already gone back and forth, even effortlessly killed that lava shell beast? That Xian stage. Take it and go, Lung Shi said, glancing back. At that moment, the white wave approached like a hand from hell. Su Ran took the spirit core she handed him. Instantly stunned. Before he could react, Lung Shi pulled him out, quickly running towards the distance. 20 minutes later, the two finally stopped at a high ground. Su Ran panted, rubbing his arm. I said, can you be gentler next time? You almost tore my arm off. The volcanic ash had stopped advancing, and due to the change in wind direction, it began to drift in another direction. Lung Shi ignored Su Ran's complaints. She sat down on the ground and started to recover her spiritual power with the spirit core in hand. Let us see if I can absorb it. Huh? Su Ran was taken aback. He then realized that this woman had risked danger to find a suitable Xian stage spirit core for him. Although he knew this was all for the matter of a 9 nether mansion, he couldn't help but feel a bit touched. Thanks, consider it a debt I owe you. Su Ran grinned. He never liked owing others favors, and he was determined to repay her when he had the chance. Lung Shi responded indifferently. Su Ran sat cross-legged and began to sense the spirit core in his hand. It's also fire elemental. Good. However, he quickly discovered a problem and looked at Lung Shi. What is the lava shell beast spirit technique? Right? Just now, Lung Shi had swiftly killed that thing. Su Ran hadn't had a chance to see what its spirit technique was. Although the attributes matched and the absorption success rate was very high, he couldn't just absorb any spirit technique. What if it wasn't very helpful to him? After all, he could only absorb one spirit technique for each level up. With limited slots, he had to be cautious. Lung Shi naturally understood this principle, and her expression gradually became serious. After pondering for a moment, she looked at Su Ran earnestly. Just like this, bang, Lung Shi suddenly waved her hands upwards and then opened her palms. Su Ran was momentarily stunned. Just like this, bang? No. What does that mean? Are you kidding me? Who can understand that? His face stiffened, squeezing out a slight smile. Can we describe it with words? Lung Shi frowned in displeasure, giving Su Ran an impatient glance. So stupid, can't even understand this. Suran? Am I stupid? So, it's my comprehension ability that's lacking. Huh? Is that what you mean? Flamme explosion. Lung Shi explained with a look of disdain, suddenly pointing into the distance, just like this. Boom. In the dark horizon, a volcano erupted and red magma shot up like a giant pillar, then exploded at the highest point. Su Ran stared blankly, then his eyes gradually lit up. You mean, it's similar to a volcanic eruption? Lung Shi glanced at him, as if she was disdaining that he finally understood. Suran, I barely understand the form of the spirit technique release. But what about the release range? The damage range? How destructive is it? Su Ran looked at Lung Shi, swallowing back a belly full of questions. Forget it. Tomorrow, I must leave a live one first so I can study it. Su Ran said with a mournful expression. Lung Shi nodded. 5 should be enough for you. We don't have much time left. 5? Su Ran grinned. That's enough. The normal failure rate for yellow stage advancement is around 50%, and with each failure, the success rate for subsequent advancements decreases. Therefore, when the cumulative failures become too many, the hope of succeeding later becomes slim, which is why high-level, or people who can use spirit techniques, are so rare. Most low-level, apart from having shorter cultivation times, are often stuck at bottleneck periods. However, with Su Ran's qualifications after the marrow cleansing, let alone 5, even if he only had 3, he was confident he could complete the advancement. The next day, with a rumble from the horizon, red magma suddenly erupted from the volcano. Su Ran stood on the black rocky layer beneath his feet, which was the ground formed after the lava cooled, and it even had water-like patterns on it. Get ready, the volcano is active, and the lava shell beasts will start to move. Lung Shi's voice timely reminded him, but this time she didn't plan to take action. Instead, she stood behind Su Ran. Su Ran nodded. This was already the third time they had come near the volcanic eruption today, and so far they had obtained 3 Xian stage spirit cores from the lava shell beasts. He gradually figured out the habits of these otherworldly creatures. They liked high temperatures and would only wake up from their slumber and move into the lava during volcanic activity. As for the spirit technique, southwest, Lung Shi's voice suddenly rang out. Su Ran had been scanning the surroundings and naturally spotted the moving lava. Then with a wave of his hand, a black flame shot out. It accurately struck the lava shell beast. Crack! The lava shell beast, which had been moving, let out a strange cry. The usually effective black flame left only a small charred mark on its body. On a shell that was originally like lava. It was indeed hard to notice. The lava shell beast immediately turned its head to stare at him. And just as Su Ran realized it had discovered him, before it could even make a move, he quickly dodged to the side. The next second, a magma stream, as thick as a pillar, erupted from where Su Ran had just been standing, the red molten flow constantly rising and finally exploding at the peak. 30 meters. That wasn't even its maximum range. After dodging, Su Ran unleashed another black flame while also pulling away in the opposite direction. From previous tests, Su Ran found that different lava shell beasts had varying ranges for releasing flame explosion. However, they generally range from 20 to 35 meters. After running a few steps, another magma pillar erupted from the ground. 40 meters? Su Ran began to feel slightly excited. The farther the distance, the stronger the lava shell beast's strength, which meant the quality of its spirit core would be higher. He moved back a short distance. Bang! Another flame explosion erupted. 45 meters? Wow! Su Ran felt a surge of excitement. However, he did not stop. As he unleashed a wave of black flames to attract hatred, he continued to run further away. Boom! The flame explosion barely grazed Su Ran's figure and rose from the ground. 50 meters! Su Ran's breathing became a bit hurried. The attack range of this lava shell beast's flame explosion actually reached a terrifying 50 meters. This is definitely long range. But at that moment, a warning shouted out. Be careful. Cold Shi's voice suddenly rang out. Accompanied by the sound of slicing through the air, Su Ran's expression changed abruptly. Because in his peripheral vision, he saw a lava shell beast spinning at high speed, unexpectedly crashing towards him from the side. Another one? How long has it been hiding there? Cold Shi was still far away. Even though she was rushing over with all her might, the spinning, saw-like lava shell beast had already flown in front of Su Ran. In a critical moment, Su Ran gritted his teeth. Get down. The Imperial Might domain was suddenly released. The lava shell beast that was still in the air immediately stopped spinning and fell straight to the ground like a rock. Cold Shi leaped high as she approached, and fine blue scales began to appear on her body. Crack! The moment she landed, she crushed its shell on the spot. Meanwhile, the lava shell beast on the other side was also moving towards Su Ran, but a figure was faster than it. Almost the instant the sound rang out, Cold Shi dashed forward again. Crack! Another heavy blow, and the lava shell beast was sent to its demise. Su Ran swallowed hard. Even after so many days, he was still shocked by this woman's strength. So freakish. After a while, the two found a relatively safe position. Su Ran looked at the 5 in his hand, grinning from ear to ear. Now, let's get started. Cold Shi suddenly spoke. Su Ran looked up at her. Breakthrough now? Right here? Yes, I'll guard. Hurry up. Cold Shi nodded. Su Ran was speechless. How rushed are we? But seeing Cold Shi's determined attitude, he could only helplessly sit down cross-legged. The 5 spirit cores in his hand were all of good quality. The worst one was actually of low grade. 2 were of medium grade, and 1 was of high grade. The best one was an extremely rare, top-grade spirit core. If these spirit cores were bought from the market, even the worst inferior would cost over 10,000. The better the quality of the spirit core, the more excellent the effect of the spirit technique, and naturally, the price would rise accordingly. As for top-grade spirit cores, let's just say they are priceless. After entering a university, students are issued one spirit core for advancement. Aside from that, it's already good for an ordinary family to prepare one or two inferior ones for their children as a backup. The process of cultivating is also a money-burning process. The saying rich in martial arts, poor in literature is not without reason. Su Ran was also grateful for Cold Shi's help. Otherwise, if he had to wait to find a suitable spirit core for his breakthrough, he would likely have to wait until the team was formed to rely on their combined strength to complete a cross-level hunt. Thinking of this, Su Ran looked at Cold Shi in front of him with gratitude, then withdrew his thoughts and calmed his mind. Next, he began to charge towards the Chapter 85. Huaxia Beast Transformation. Azure-scaled giant python. Su Ran first took out a high-grade spirit core. Although there were top-grade spirit cores, generally, the higher the quality, the lower the success rate for advancement. Even though he was confident in his success, he didn't aim too high. Just being able to advance was good enough. What more could he ask for? He sat cross-legged, holding his breath and focusing, as the dark green shuttle-shaped spirit core in his hand gradually dimmed. Su Ran immediately began to attempt to absorb the massive spiritual energy and started using his mental power to read and write the spirit core circuits within. Once he successfully read and copied them, he would have mastered this spiritual technique. A mere high-grade spirit core was nothing to him. The corners of Su Ran's mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. Bang! The reading was interrupted. Su Ran's smile vanished as he opened his eyes in disbelief. Failed. She crossed her arms and asked indifferently. Oh well. Su Ran forced out an awkward smile. It's normal to fail once. After all, there's a luck factor involved. It's fine. There'll be more opportunities. She chuckled lightly, non-committal. Su Ran was puzzled. It shouldn't be like this. Could it be that the quality was too high? His gaze fell on the other two medium-grade spirit cores. Without further ado, he re-entered his cultivation state. Bang! The reading was interrupted again. Bang! The reading was interrupted again. 3 consecutive failures made Su Ran doubt his life. This feeling of ups and downs made his mood feel like a roller coaster. Damn it! Shi's gaze fell on the 3 dimly shining spirit cores scattered on the ground. Just as she was about to speak, Su Ran quickly stretched out his hand. Don't say anything. I know. Su Ran felt his entire face was burning. The boast he had made was now hard to backtrack. No, I want to ask. Are 5 enough? Shi spoke calmly. As soon as the words came out, Su Ran's face turned crimson. 4 should definitely be enough. This one is just a low-grade spirit core. If I fail again, I really won't be able to face anyone. However, bang! The reading failed. Su Ran took a deep breath, constantly patting his chest. It's fine. Generally, failing a few times during advancement is normal. After all, even a genius can't guarantee success on the first try. But, damn it, this is already the 4th failure. Su Ran slammed the spirit core in his hand onto the ground, his face full of resentment. How useless am I? Is the marrow cleansing fake? After 4 failures, can I still do it? Now, there is only one last top-grade spirit core left. After all the previous failures, if you were to try with a more difficult top-grade spirit core. Su Ran stared at the spirit core in his hand for a while, then raised his head and forced a smile. If this one fails, can you find me 2 more? Looking at Shi, who was expressionless, he embarrassedly scratched the ground with his toes. Wasn't I pretty good at bragging before? Why can't I do it now? Shi, she didn't say much more, but that indifferent hum completely broke Su Ran's defense. That tone was simply infuriating, as if she already knew he was useless. Su Ran's face turned bright red as he glared fiercely at the last top-grade spirit core in his hand. I don't believe it. Soon, he closed his eyes again and entered the cultivation state. All the spiritual energy was absorbed. The spirit core circuit was slowly being read. Yes. Just like that, don't interrupt. Su Ran's heart was hanging in suspense. The sky darkened. The surrounding wilderness was dim and silent. Boom! Out of nowhere, a volcano erupted in the distance, but Su Ran didn't dare to be distracted. His mental power was fully immersed as he painstakingly began to copy the circuit above. Shi leaned against a rock with her arms crossed, the night wind brushing against her dark hair. Her gaze remained fixed on Su Ran, who was sitting cross-legged. As she watched, she seemed to be lost in thought. When she came back to her senses, A blush hidden by the night quickly swept across her fair cheeks. Suddenly, at the end of the wilderness, a red light appeared. The light grew closer and larger. Lava flow. Long Shi's pupils constricted slightly, her body tensing up. No, that's... If Su Ran were to open his eyes at that moment, he would be drenched in cold sweat. It was a gigantic crawling creature, its body winding like a long snake, but underneath it were 4 sharp claws covered in thick scales. What was glowing was the raging flames that continuously burned on its back. Hiss! The crimson core flickered ominously. It looked extremely fierce. Crimson flame giant lizard. Long Shi's expression immediately turned tense. This was the 3rd type of otherworldly creature in this forbidden area. The key issue was that it shouldn't be in the core area. Why was it here? That was a ground-level creature. The advancement process couldn't be interrupted. Su Ran didn't dare to be distracted, but he clearly sensed something unusual outside, and his brows furrowed. You continue, don't be distracted. As Long Shi spoke, she lightly jumped onto the rock and then shot out like an arrow. Whoosh! While still in midair, dense azure scales began to cover her fair skin, and the dagger at her side was drawn out. Hiss! The crimson flame giant lizard hissed, its blood-red eyes quickly locking onto her. Just as Long Shi landed, it opened its fierce mouth and lunged to bite. Long Shi seemed to anticipate this. She immediately sprang off 1 foot, avoiding the foul-smelling fangs while swiftly slashing the dagger towards the giant lizard's side. Clang! Sizzle! The continuous sound of metal grinding echoed. With a dagger passed, a series of bright sparks erupted. The giant lizard's already thick scales now revealed a dark red, defensive layer resembling keratin. Not only did it fail to deal a heavy blow, but it couldn't even inflict damage. At that moment, whoosh! A similarly thick, long tail swept towards her with fierce wind. Bang! Long Shi, who had just completed her dodge, was caught off guard and was hit hard at the waist, causing her to fly backward and slide across the ground, leaving a long trail before stabilizing herself. She pressed her thin lips together, a trace of bright red blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Hiss! The crimson long tongue flicked again, despite the surrounding darkness. The crimson flame giant lizard greedily glanced towards the distance. That was the direction where Su Ran was. Long Shi immediately realized that it was the massive spiritual energy that